There you go. Like how that happened right there. As y'all come in, tap on that screen until it turn green. So, tap that screen, hit the like, get the shares going. We just getting started. Today we talking about, do people really know what a pick-me is? I know we say it. People just say it nowadays from what I noticed though. So do we know what a pick-me is? Now we got this counter thing that's called a skip me now. I think that's what's going on. So we about to talk about it today. People really know what this pick me thing is, man. They just using it. They do it. Do we use it when we just getting our little feelings about something and say, hey, that's a pick me, They even misuse panders sometimes. Let's get these shares going. These likes and shares. Get these. Oops. Share these live out. The people out there should be chilling with their family, popping them firecrackers. Popping them firecrackers. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think I sent it to everybody. Sent it to everybody. Everybody I needed to send it to. Yeah. These lights going up. The Not Like Us video is out. People that don't know. Not Like Us. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Rap, free throw, beat, So what DJ brought me here. Trying to see. I mean, it's too many options. About to pass on this body like. Sometimes we gotta pop out and show them. What's the deal, CD in the building, man? How you feeling? Buy some real quick. And just starting this live up, get it going. Yeah. These lights going. Sometimes you gotta do it yourself. You feel me? I shared to some people too. I forgot that. You gotta pop out. Hydrate. Oh yeah, I'm in this AC right now. You feel me? While they out there popping firecrackers in that heat. Popping that firecrackers in them heat. Let me see something. I can't stand the rain. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's too many options. About to pass on this. I'm John Stockton. Sometimes we gotta pop out and show. Yeah, I'm the one that up the score with him. Man, I know he got some. 20v1. Why is he around certified, lover boy certified? Wop, 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 wop. Everybody, yeah. He's likes up until then. Until then, where have you been? Yeah, so we gonna talk about this today though, man. Cause it made me think about it. I was actually in another live, 'cause they was over there like, I think it's teams, what they say, team skip me's or something. So I guess they trying to push that now. But it's just like, if all these winning so-called teams, but it's just like, any of y'all married? Like, I don't get it. Like they come with all these things, and it's like, if it's winning, then if y'all winning, then why y'all? Hmm, why haven't y'all had y'all goal, and why y'all still complaining? I never understood it though. It just, yeah, that kind of confused me, I guess, a little bit. Yeah, I was in some room and I don't know. They says pick me's are the problem and all the other stuff. But I'm like, yeah, I think, yeah, I would. I actually agree with it. You know what I'm saying? I think the real definition, but nowadays people just say pick me's to, especially towards the women. They say it towards a woman that agrees with a man or understands a man. They become a pygmy because they don't like it, or a woman that may know roles. You know, that's just like a man saying he know his role or something like that. How do you become a pygmy or I don't understand that. That's so weird. So now they just, I feel like people just don't know the real definition. Just like they just thought, like people love saying accountability, messing that word up, but then they be the main ones blaming everybody but themselves. You can't say I'm an accountable person. I'm accountable, or I held myself accountable, and steadily keep talking about the next person and what this person did to you, and all that. It just don't make sense. Like it's like an oxymoron. It's like I'm saying two things at one time. Like somebody saying Biggie Smalls. Don't be Biggie Smalls. Uh, the cold is hot. The wet is dry. I don't know, man. They just become, but yeah, there was one of them was like, what she say? I don't get, because I said something. I was like, well, you use, and I told her one part was wrong. She said, I don't see what we difference at, what our difference was. I said that, I was hearing this one girl. I guess she must have a voice on here or something like that, and try to sound very convincing. I guess because the way she delivered. But she was talking about some, yeah, pygmies are the ones that sit there and choose their men over their kids and all that. I was like, nah, that just sounds like a. I'm like, so with things like that, and I think I get it now. What she, but even with that, I said it might be a selfish woman, but I said then it also depends on the context. People like using stuff, and now I'm thinking about it. It sounds like she might have meant that when people say, put your man first or something like that, or serve him the plate first or whatever. Probably put it in that term. Or now, if she's talking about it in another way, like some selfish women, they, don't care about their kids, right? And they go out partying and doing everything else, trying to throw their kids to the side. Now I can get on in that part, but I highly doubt she was meaning in that. Said folks want their years to ignore while they point. Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. That's how that always be. Everybody love talking about everybody else but themselves. We already know that. A lot of people just can't take constructive criticism. They rather make excuses about it. Because I can understand a lot of people don't know the answers. They just don't know the answers. They don't their defense mechanism is to make a bunch of excuses because they don't know the answer. So and some people don't know, and some people don't want to. Once some people, like a lot of us, are so deep into feeling less than about self. You know, we can't take it. They can't take it. So, but it's so easy. That's why one of the easiest things we learned that as a kid. I don't even think we had to learn it. We just did it. Once we got in trouble the first time about something, I don't know how we learned. It's his fault. They did it. That was them. It wasn't me, when we got that first whooping. And we know how to blame since that time, But today we feeling like big kids. It wasn't me because we feel like we're going to still get whooped. But then again, you're still life going to whoop you. You know what I'm saying? No matter if you point your finger or not. It ain't going to save you from the belt, that belt of life. You still got to face it. You got to face the truth. No, you can't run from it all your life. It's going to have to come out. Some people go to the grave with it, but you don't change it. Ain't change it. But the thing about truth, it's nothing you can do about it but accept it. Accept it and try to change from messing up. That's all that really is. Said accountability keeps them from making it more. Exactly. People just don't understand the power behind it. But I think they just can't take that moment of basically feeling shamed. That's why they try to take it away from them. People don't like they feel like that's a crime today. But to feel shame is basically just the same thing to keep from doing it again. Because like otherwise, if you don't feel shame about something, you're gonna just constantly keep doing it and doing it and doing it, or make an excuse about it. So you know what I'm saying. So that's all that's gonna be, and then keep wondering why you in the predicament you are in now. Keep wondering why you keep choosing the same person and why you can't get the type of life you really want. That's what it is. Mm. They ain't playing out there, popping stuff. I'm about to be hearing firecrackers all day. All day. Everybody it. These little Welchers, candies. Nobody knows you, I do, Get these likes up to about 1,000 real quick. Same as folks complaining about being broke but won't work exactly. People be saying you ain't supposed to work is literally part of life. That's why the life is like this. So it's not meant for nobody to sit there and do nothing, because nothing would be made. That's why they say you don't work. If you don't work, you don't eat. That's true. 'Cause who gonna feed you? Like even like if your intestines and everything else is working in your body, organs, all your organs and stuff. If they have to work to keep you alive, why wouldn't everything? Why that's just everything else works. Everything have to work to continue going. Not to have the time to be lazy. Your heart don't have time to be lazy. You got to continue beating, beating, beating. Uh, your pulse, your blood flow, everything. It got to work. Even folks who live off the grid still. Exactly, you have to. You got to do something. Somebody got to do something. Unless somebody sitting there getting spoon fed or depending on somebody because they can't do anything unless they're paralyzed from the whole body. But that's an exception. Otherwise, somebody have to work for them to keep them alive. So I mean, work got to get put in no matter what in life. Shoot, even the paralyzed person got to work their jaws when they eating. What's the deal? I'm still gonna say it. You thought because she changed that name, I'm gonna stop you. It's a rap. I can't unsee it now. BBL. I don't know how to say that name. Your last name. Just Yazagwire. Yazagwire. BBL Yazagwire. She said she ain't no liar. So it's getting changed back to fine. She's gonna change it again. She can't keep change pictures, names, everything. She's just having fun. But yeah. Yazagari? YZ Gary or Yazagari? I can see it's a rare last name. You can't really. That's not normal. I don't think it's a normal last name or a common. I ain't gonna say it's not a common last name. I never heard. Is a Gary? Is it Gary? Hmm. Or tend to soil. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. Yeah. To get the food to grow. Yeah, I mean, all that for sure. For sure, man. We got it. Everybody work is literally part of, like, I don't know why people make it seem like you're not supposed to work all your life. I don't know who told you that. You pick your jobs though. Yeah, you got to pick your job, but no matter how you want to look at it, it wasn't this, like, think about it back in the day before the government and all that stuff started helping us. There wasn't no such thing as retirement. It wasn't no such thing as these pensions and all this. It wasn't no such thing as that stuff back in time. That's why I be saying, like, people so spoiled now, they and entitled. Just like, I'm gonna bring that topic back up probably tomorrow, or I'm gonna do some more on that one. I'm gonna bring that one back up. But people just so feeling like this is how life's. No, this is how it is in America. You know what I'm saying? Your mind haven't went past just America. And new technology that's helping, or new laws and rights that has been added. But otherwise, back then, no, there was no such thing as retirement. It was no such thing as, no, you was an old fart that had to still continue to work until you unalive. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. Or you just had family that was your pension and your retirement. You know what I'm saying? But that's when, they stuck around. They was all probably under the same household. All this stuff. Now we can't even get along to be under the same household. That's how bad it is. You know? All that little extra stuff. I gotta wait on these taxes, this and all this stuff, man. That's why I say I can't limit my mind to just what they just show us. I always have to think. Like, it had to been more. It had to been more back then. It had to been all type of things. Some people's minds is really just stuck in just in America. That's how I knew. That's how I be knowing. It's like anything can be a lie. Anything can be, things that's been taught to us. Everybody be selective when they say what is man made. Everything man made. Everything that we, especially with research, is man made. Science, all that stuff. That stuff man made. They just be selective when they just want to disregard certain things. That's why I say, to a certain extent, if we haven't been around, all we have the choice to do is just believe it or not. We can't we can't get looked at as bad or evil or something like that from the lack of not knowing. You know what I'm saying? Or because we wasn't around. It's just a guess. It's called believing. To a certain extent, everybody just really believe unless you just was actually, you know, personally doing these things. Unless you was personally doing it, that's it. But even that, you only limited to what you know and what you did. Otherwise, who knows? We get told how many galaxies it is and how many universe or whatever. Like, but imagine that they even said what it was. They said it was thousands of galaxies, right? We only in one galaxy, so it just show you when I hear stuff like that, which I could believe it. I believe space is super big, pretty sure. And it'd be like, man, it'd make you think like, dang, what if it is? Could be more life somewhere else. One of you unalive here and you end up in a whole nother galaxy. Y'all never will link up because it's so big. So freaking big by the time, so life is amazing if you just really think about it. That's why I don't be trying to think too hard. I don't be trying to say that this is how life, we just guessing. We guessing for the most part. That's why I chose to be open minded because it's like, bro, all these people getting all these scholarships and going to school. You only just as smart as whatever America allowed you to be smart in. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, nobody ain't gonna know everything. You just gotta do what you can with the knowledge you know to make a better version of yourself, and whoever around you, help them become better. Instead of using these degrees and all this other stuff just to make I guess to look bad or sound bad, but otherwise, what that's gonna do for you? Nothing. You done wasted all your time spending all this money just to brag? That's it. You feel me? Gotta go. You came in and said gotta go. That was weird. He was better off not saying that. That was weird. That threw me off. But yeah, that's just what that is. If y'all can hit the likes and shit on it, like 5 of y'all, get some more people in here. I already seen BBL. Yeah, just a couple shares and stuff. But yeah, that's how I just be looking at it though. Like, that's why I just be sitting back and just listening, just seeing how people just be so freaking serious on stuff that ain't even really meant to be serious. I'm like, what the heck? You just don't know. I was in this other live boy earlier talking about they fighting back and forth. You not about to tell me how black I am. I'm black. You never gonna don't come out your mouth with that. And the other one like, no, I'm black and you're anti-black and what is that? If a person was right, people be saying, I don't get it though. Like, even if they was right, what would you do about it? What anybody's gonna do about somebody being anti-black or being pro-black or being, whatever they choose? What can they? Ain't nobody gonna take time out their life that serious. What you can you do? Send them to jail? You know what I'm saying? All you can do is just talk junk, but what do that do for your own life? Get mad at a person because of their decision or whatever. There's so much stuff in this world to get mad about, and it's like, what? Because of how somebody else think, let them think that way they gonna think. I never understood it though. If a person think you not black enough, that is what it is. What the heck? I never understood it. Then I be also wondering like how another person gonna tell somebody who they is. You know what I'm saying? You see what you see, and then you gonna tell somebody, well, you wasn't born, man. How would they know? Some of the stuff we barely even know, but how would they especially wouldn't know? This so funny, dog. People just be, that's why I just sitting back and I just be like, it's that maturity, dog. The more you mature, you just realize some of these arguments just really not worth it. These debates it gets nowhere. I kind of try to I try to kinda I be trying to say some twisting words together. I try to kinda just filter out some of them conversations because it's just like I be sitting back and listening like, dang, what is that? And then it probably not even what is that, but it's just what's the point? Because I think I had to tell myself when some of these conversations like, what is the point I'm getting to? Why do I need to yell about this? Why do I need to prove myself to that? Why are they proving themselves? What's the point? For what? Say I've run mental circles around many of folks with degrees, education, and intelligence. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. That's why I realized these degrees don't really mean nothing. I've been seeing people right now with degrees that's living a miserable life. Living this life in their mind that they have never they instill. Like in a regular person just like any of us. You know what I'm saying? But doing worse. Gotta drink every day. Gotta do. I mean, I see all type of stuff. That stuff really don't mean nothing. They just taught you, and which made a lot of sense. Most of the degrees only teach you to work for somebody else for the most part. People looking for validation, and yeah, look for that validation, and that's how what I had to realize is that is everybody do that. Everybody do. It's just what are you looking for validation for, and is it important? Is it helping um build you forward in life, and is you dependent on this validation? You know what I'm saying? Even though I don't never recommend anybody depend on anything in life, low key with dependence, or try to stray away from depending on certain things as best as you can. I think the less you depend on, the better you can function in life. Actually, I know the less you depend on, the more you can function in life. That's why I don't try to tie myself to many things. If I can, I always look at certain things in my life and I say, if I take this out, how how would I be able to become better? Am I be able to move regular? You know what I'm saying, or be able to move normal and function healthy? You know what I'm saying, without these things in my life. You know what I'm saying? If I took out the video game, you know what I'm saying? If I took out even TikTok, you know what I'm saying? Can I take this out? Am I really dependent on this to become a better person? You know what I'm saying? Or can I find other things? You know, that's how I look at it. But it's like people that depend on safe spaces. People, you already know about that one, right? They depend on these people. They depend on, I need you in my life and all the other stuff. But I feel it though. But then again, what are you gonna do so you don't have to? Because if this person y'all fall out or y'all separate, right? What are you gonna do after that? You know what I'm saying? How you gonna become a better person, or do you actually need to rely on this other person for the rest of your life to become a better person? You feel me? Okay, go ahead, bring them devil. You know I love them. You know I love them. I sharpen them horns up for you. You feel me? What's the deal, sis? Let me see. I missed some other things. I don't got names, but this IQ is beautiful. You feel me? As people look for nice, and I agree. Normally, it is to validate their decisions, but when people push back or don't agree, they get mad. Most definitely, people not used to getting and I realize that too. People, especially people that's deep into what they believe in. When you're not solid in what you believe in, or you just repeating certain things right from just only your experience and not really truly understanding it, but only you're repeating because you heard of it and it sounded good. And when you get challenged on it, right? When you get challenged on it, then what the heck? What happened? When you get hot, okay, geez, this thing be working weird. When you get challenged on it, then it becomes a problem. Then you get irritated, and you want to cut somebody out because you don't know the answers. That's what I realized. When people get frustrated and you challenge them on something and they can't answer it because they not, like I said, a lot of people is not used to being challenged. So when they don't know the answer, they rather get mad at you. They rather get, but I can understand it. Because like I said, all of us have been that person at one point, or some people still that person. You know what I'm saying? Just depend on it, what you get challenged at. But it just depends. To catch you on the right day, that's just what it is. That's why I actually be liking lately. I've been going in rooms. I will go in rooms that I know just on two different mindsets and stuff. And I want them because I actually just love being challenged just to see. I be loving it. So I just be like, okay, I like this. Let me see this perspective. Let me see this. Some of this stuff I actually be in agreeing with. I agree with it, but otherwise, the only thing I don't like about some of those rooms is that some of them be getting so freaking trigger happy with that mute button. They don't even let you talk, or they talk over you. That's one thing I just don't like. That I can't do that. You can't have a conversation with. I've been dropping out of, like, lately, these past couple of days, I've been dropping out about at least 3 rooms because they don't let you talk, or as soon as they get triggered, they gotta just feel like they gotta yell over you and all this other stuff. I gotta say what I gotta, stuff like that though. But
That is not a trigger.
what's up, Face? How you feeling?
I can. That is not a trigger. You get muted in my room a lot.
You said I do.
Yeah, well, you used to. You're doing better now. You don't no more. You do better now. But it's not muting anybody because it can be triggering. Sometimes it's muting you because you'll come up, and I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about people in general. They will come up to be a part of the conversation and then shift the conversation off of your topic. You're a panelist, bro. You know this happens. And when this does happen and you try to silence it down and bring it back and be like, hey, we ain't talking about that right now, they still want to veer off. So now at this point, you either got to mute them, talk over them, drop them, or block them.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. I'm talking about what the rooms I've been in lately though is that some people already got their minds made up, so they ask some silly questions that they already had an answer to, and then when you try to have a conversation with them, you say something, or you say your point of view, they heard because you got the no. This is one, and she always stand out. I think her name is what is it? Ruthie? It's weird. I don't know, but I know every time she feels certain way, she just yell out of nowhere. Nah, you can't say that. I'm like, bro. I'm like, no, when are y'all gonna shut her up? Because like, no, let me finish.
I will
That
agree.
just be irritating because people be disrespectful, but when you get disrespectful back, even though I don't do that stuff, I don't even do that stuff. But I can understand why some people be disrespecting other people because that cutting off people's stuff is real. That junk is disrespectful, and I
Well, bro,
see why.
everybody doesn't deserve. I get it. We all have a platform, right? I understand that. But a lot of people will come in and they will see you hosting a panel and be like, oh, Kev can do it. I can do it. Nah, it ain't that easy. You entertaining people. You trying to keep up numbers. You trying to keep down fights. You trying to manage the comments. And y'all be doing the absolute most in these comments, tussling, backward, forwarding. And it's like we're responsible of everything. So, no, I'm not. Everybody does not need a platform. If you don't know how to control your emotions, then you don't need a platform to use it. No.
That is facts. I'll be saying that too.
Can I answer your first question before I drop?
What you got?
How do you dislike pick-me's? I don't even know what the hell pick-me's are. Clearly, I'm one of them. Let the internet tell it. But yeah, that's it. I think a pick-me is, from my definition, Kevin, you probably can help me out with that definition. A pick-me is a woman that always agree with men, that
Hmm.
always want to be seen in the forefront of men, correct?
Mm.
I don't know the real definition of a pick-me.
Oh, you don't know?
I know
I ain't
two
about to tell no
types.
secret. I ain't about to tell. I just want to hear everybody's stuff. That's the reason why I said it's being misused today. But
Yeah, because
what you think it is?
so I've only asked it because I've gotten called a pick-me multiple times. And yeah, so my response is, how can I be a pick-me when I've already gotten picked? Most people that only want to apply that pick-me energy on other people are actually not pick-me, but get-me.
Well, that's not
So
true.
a lot of times you will get, I'm sorry?
It's fireworks in my background. I'm sorry, but I'm saying that's not true. A pick me is someone you could be picked already, but it's just someone that's willing to, like, let's say if you're married and your husband had another child and you stayed and took care of the child, that's the pick me. If your husband cheating on you and you stayed, that's the pick me.
I don't think that's a pick-me. I
Just
think that's a
accepting. Hold on,
human.
I'm sorry.
But that's a human. If you decide to stay with your husband or your person or your wife, whosoever, just because they cheated, that doesn't make you a pick-me. That might make you a person with low standards, insecurities, not a pick-me. She thinks that's what love is. So I'm not personally I'm not about to go entitle another woman something else just because I don't agree with her blueprint. So this definition of what a pick-me is all over the place when it comes to social media because it may be one definition to Malaysia, but might be a different definition to Sydney. So nobody really knows what it is. The moment that you see a woman actually willing to stand on the forefront behind something that a man either did or said, some women on this app automatically title that woman as a pick-me. I'm not a pick-me, but I'm going to call out right from wrong. If you're wrong
But
for
that is
attacking that
that.
man, I'm gonna stand there and I'm gonna say you out of pocket, sis.
Well, that's the pick me is if you're in a relationship, like if you settle for anything that you're settle for anything that's less. Like if it's not, you don't have no boundaries. Like you just set anything. That's what pick me means. And you go in rooms and you try to make yourself noticeable. That's if you don't. That's if you wasn't picked yet, because you said you were picked. But if you wasn't picked, you just be in rooms doing anything. You just seeking attention. So it could be like you said. It could be different versions of pick me. You could be picked or
real term. Like it doesn't really have a real definition, right? Like if you were to ask someone what is the definition, no one can actually give you a definition. They'll give you examples based on what their interpretation of the term means. But like the same women who will call other women pick me's, they have their male content creators that they be running around following on the app. Right. So it's like, okay, well, if just agreeing with a man makes someone a pick me, then aren't you also a pick me too? Because you got a man that you're obsessed with as well. So I don't know. I just think it's an unserious word to use to describe someone.
Absolutely.
I
We
mean,
need to use our
the man
voice
could be a
more
pick me as
often.
well.
But we need to use our voice more often to say, hey, either brother, you out of pocket for talking to that sister like that, or sis, you out of pocket for coming at that brother like that. I don't think that should apply pick me to anybody. It should just apply, hey, we sick of each other talking to us so nasty and disgusting. Why not correct each other's behavior? That doesn't make anybody a pick me.
So, so a pick me is a woman who throws herself at men. Women are kind of supposed to be seeked after, but there was some truth in that. They have to be seen like the center of attention. But a pick me is someone who pretty much throws themselves at men, whether it's on social media or in person. And it's pick me is literally how it sounds. Pick me, I'm all in your face. Pick me, I'm all cammed up. Pick me, I got my boobs out. Pick me, I got my whatever. Pick me, pick me. No, you ratchet. No, I'm not picking you. But that's what a pick me is.
That sounds like more of a definition for me.
That do sound like
I mean, what was any different from what she said that I said? It's the same definition.
It
You have
absolutely was
people in
not.
your background too. I can hardly hear what you were saying though. You
Uh,
just I don't.
It absolutely was not, because you said because a woman chooses to stay with her love child from an outside relationship, she's a pick me. That's
Yeah.
furthest from the truth.
No,
Because
that is if someone's cheating on
no, it's
you
not, baby.
and you just
She,
if
she
someone's
loves the
cheating on
man.
you.
No, baby,
She,
that's insecurities.
that's
That's showing
love.
low standards. That's
Well,
that's showing a lot of
how many
things,
times
but it's
well
not
if it's
showing pick me.
It's
okay
not
if it's
showing
love
pick me.
if it's love, how many times does a man have to cheat on you for to leave?
That's up to that woman to
That's up to
decide.
her.
That's not your decision to make.
What's her level of love and compassion and patience with that man? And normally those relationships end up stronger. But yeah,
I'm not staying with a man from the first time he cheat. I don't care, husband,
that's
You,
boyfriend.
your
you,
personal
Like
preference, and you have
you
that
know what
right.
I can't stand, Kevin. That and this is not to you personally, Malaysia, but I despise a lot of people that say I'm not going to. You don't know what the hell you gonna do unless you in the situation. So it might be cute and worldwide for you to stand up here as a woman and say I'm not gonna do this and I'm not gonna do this. But sister girl, as a woman that's probably a little bit older, you don't know what you're
what
gonna do until you're in that
you want me to tell
situation.
you why I won't do it? Because I've been in that situation. I've been cheated on and I stayed, and it was like habitual things going on. And this was more than one relationship. So what I'm telling you is
So what,
the
you
next
can't say
person
why. You can't say I won't. You could have said I've done it and I won't do it again.
So
Because
you,
when you say
you
I won't, that is
tomato
saying that
tomato.
you're not going to do it whatsoever. Never gonna happen. Period. You've
so,
already did it.
so does that mean you were a pick me?
At that time, yes, definitely, yes.
Baby, you wasn't a pick me. You
You
thought he was
just
gonna
It
change.
is
that's all.
it is a pick me in that situation when you know somebody's cheating on you and you continue to stay with them.
But it's not. That's a. Let me
Well,
tell you something about real women. Women love men hard. We love them hard,
but the
especially if we
man
come
gotta
to
love
them
you too,
broken.
though.
No. Hear me out, baby. We love them even when we come to them broken. And sometimes they will accept us broken and help us put ourselves back together. And when they do that, we are so focused on everything
But
that man does that anytime he does wrong, Malaysia, we think that we can do something better to
but
change it. We
Faith,
think it's something we're not doing right.
how are you broken if he's cheating on you? That doesn't make any sense.
You know what? You know why it doesn't make sense? It doesn't make sense because you don't want it to make sense,
Isn't
because
he?
it's going to debunk
Wouldn't
your
he be
initial
broken?
theory. Because I just said, if I come to you broken, a lot of men help put that woman back together. Did I not say that, Kev?
But how's he putting you back together if he's cheating on you, though?
That don't always happen in the beginning, and you know that.
Well, no, that's what I'm speaking on. He could build you up to cheat on you. That's what I'm saying. So how are you broken?
What?
You're not understanding what I'm
Ladies,
saying.
can I offer a man's perspective?
Capital what? I just wanted to reiterate what I said. Choosing to stay with someone despite the poor things they've done and giving people grace and opportunities and still loving an innocent human being who had nothing to do with that man's choices is not being a pick me. It's being an adult who has probably mastered self-restraint, because I know I probably would respond differently in that situation, and someone who has extreme patience. I think we like to look at things negatively instead of looking at the strength of that woman who can stand by her man despite the things he's done. And a lot of our grandmas did it as well.
That's
And,
why a lot of cousins
and
are our siblings.
we have 20 some aunts and uncles that we found in our 30s. So let's stop acting like it's just a bad thing. Sometimes we got to accept people where they are, and some especially our men, they haven't had anybody that.
So if you were to cheat on your man, do you expect him to stay?
I didn't cut you off, love. I'll get to you in a second.
Oh,
A lot of our men never had a woman to just be there for him and not give up on him and show, even though he made mistakes. And I think that we need to be that again, because we so quick to throw these men in the trash. They battling things too, and sometimes through their manginas, they're acting out what they're feeling inside. And instead of us thinking so much as, oh, he hurt my feelings, oh, he got to go, he got to get out of my house. Why we can't find out what's the issue that made him do this and work through this together and not give up on the foundation that you started. Well, this is the most microwave. No, we done graduated to air fryers. This is the most air fryer generation I have ever seen in my life, and it's really time for us to, as a it's really time for us as a people to know how to stick together despite these things that's going on within us. We got to learn how to stick together.
there's no sticking together when he made a conscious decision to do that. When he was cheating on you, he wasn't even thinking about you. So my thing is, you're not a kid. You don't make mistakes. You don't fall into somebody's
What?
private part. It's not a mistake. That was a conscious decision. You made plans. Like, it's not. You can't sit here and tell me that somebody made a mistake and cheated on you.
But that
That's
right there
cool.
shows a lot of different things. She even flipped the topic. She left the cheating part alone just to reach to you on a different level.
I was about to say, yeah, you got to realize because she was already ready to comment before she even got done, so she already made her mind up on whatever it is. Though. But you basically talking to the room though, so y'all can talk to the room because she already thinks she just stuck from that cheating part. So we get you. You're never going to take a cheater back. So there you go. Just stick with that.
Not even.
Nobody gonna change your mind.
Not even just cheating. If somebody talked to you, if somebody
Cool.
like finances wise, if somebody got money that will withhold the money from you, if they talk to you or any type of way, they don't respect your kids, they don't respect your mother, they don't respect your sister, and you accept it, that's a pick me.
Got you. That's your definition. So we already told you it was wrong, but you can stick with it.
A man ain't got to accept my family though. He ain't married my family, and if I don't like his mama, I ain't accepting her either because I ain't married her. I married him. The household is about me and him.
Nice. I like that.
You muted her?
No, I think she just muted her own, so she just dropped the mic like that. That was fast. But
I'm letting other people talk. I don't want to overtalk nobody.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
No, that's Manisha. But
first,
go ahead, Julian.
First I want to say hello to Kev. This is my first time on your platform, so I appreciate y'all having me.
What's the deal, brother Yard?
Yeah, I'm great, man. You know what I think? I think And face the truth, I agree with you. I think, ladies, I think for real, I think y'all don't really understand male nature. Okay, here's the reality that a lot of men don't like to admit, but here's reality. And older women have grown to learn this. Men, no matter how much they love you, they still have a desire to have most, and I'm speaking the overwhelming majority, 95% of them, right? They still have a desire. If they have access to other women, they have, especially our men through our history, the 400-year history of how the better ones of us was used as breeders, going all the way back to Africa, when men were, the well-to-do men were able to afford multiple wives. This is a part of our nature that a lot of women just don't know and refuse to accept. We don't look at Smex the way y'all look at Smex. You understand? And even if you look at the way the Creator designed us, we don't. If we take care of ourselves, we don't have a biological clock. You do. This is like laws of nature. And let me tell you, I've been fortunate enough to travel throughout the world, and my father was in the military, and I lived all over the United States. And no matter where I go, and there's a social setting where women and men come together, I see about 80% of the women pursuing the top 15, 20% of men. Those men have options. And when I hear women say, "Oh, if he cheats," it's obvious that that is your biggest fear. Another woman is your biggest fear, because when most women come into those social settings, they're all gathered around the VIP, they're all gathered around, the top-notch guys. Those guys have options, and women know this. I don't know if y'all remember when Steph Curry's wife, Aisha Curry, was on The View, and she was talking about how she wanted attention. And she was sounded to me that she had an issue with the fact that her husband, who's at the top of his field, Steph Curry, one of the highest paid athletes in the world, one of the most recognized faces in the world, the highest in terms of, the great basketball players. She had an issue with other women. And I think at the end of the day, and grandma used to say this, a man gonna be a man. You have to understand that most of the time these men enter into these relationship situations, and they're wrong for doing this. I don't condone this, but they tell the woman what they know the woman wants to hear because she can't handle the truth about our nature.
I can handle the truth if you tell us.
Well, no, I told you I disagree. I mean, I told you I agree with you, Face the Truth. I could tell just by the little bit that you said that you kind of have an understanding, but I noticed it with the younger women. They have this idea that men view sex the same way, or hold the same special attachment to sex the way we
So
do.
how
We
do
are biologically different.
I have
so how
something
do
to
men
say.
how do men view sex as like a handshake? Like is it
Damn near,
casual?
damn near. That's what this society's turned into. And when you look at the black man,
What do
he's
you mean
always
turn?
been
No, it
used.
didn't turn into it. It been like that. Like they said, our grandmothers went through it. So is it just a casual thing, or is it just I gotta get my
No.
my stuff off?
He's saying
But
it's
here's the
more of an
difference. Here's the
emotional
difference
thing.
between our grandmothers, right? Here's the difference.
I
When I'm
have
seeing,
something to add to what you said.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we're talking about our grandmothers, going back and knowing what our grandmothers did. I just want all the men to know that even though we have a clock that's ticking, we are capable of having sex with anyone that we choose to, and we don't have to worry about an erection. We can open up our legs at any time and do it as many times as we can stay wet. And if we can't stay wet, all we have to do is buy some cream or Vaseline.
Did I
We
miss
can
something?
we could and generationally, remember our grandmothers always say it might be the milkman's baby because we've been having sex with different people
That's
all
true.
our lives.
That's true.
And when we see the top of the line man, all we have to do is keep our body in shape. And believe you, men are so weak, they will accept anything as
Most are.
long as you're beautiful.
Yeah,
They don't
most
even
most
care
men
if
are.
they don't even care if you have a brain. All you have to do is look beautiful, be
That's
in
true.
the right place. And if you're an older woman, just find an older
Yeah, no,
guy.
you
You can
no no
always
no.
a
You can
woman can
always
always a woman
you
can
can always
always
have smecks. We're not
a
talking about
woman can
smecks.
always get laid, just like
We're
a
not
man.
talking about that. We're
Well,
talking about
I'm
the
talking.
ability
I'm
to
talking. I'm
reproduce.
talking about that though. This is what
You
I'm
know
Okay.
what?
talking about.
You know what? You know what's crazy? Here's the thing. We were having an open dialogue of conversation, and now it's leaning towards gender wars.
Oh, well, no, it's not. It's just letting us women know
No,
what we're
I'm just.
capable of. And
I don't
we're
want a
just
gender war.
we're capable of having sex
And
at
cut each
any
other
time.
off either. Let
It's
her
just like,
talk, and then when she lands her plane, then just go ahead and jump in. But you
it,
keep cutting her off. It's a little bit rude.
all I'm saying is that men, they can have sex, yes, and they don't have a biological clock. That's true. But the one thing that they can't do is keep an erection. We don't need an erection. All we have to do is open up our legs. And we just have to keep it wet. And even if we can't keep it wet, just get some Vaseline. And we can have sex as many times as we want. We can have more sex than men could ever even imagine. We don't even have to worry about babies after a certain age.
I think everybody realizes that.
And we need to brag about it. Braggadocious.
Well, it
And
doesn't.
that's
It
what
You
I
need to
doesn't.
be
want
bragging
Juicy
about a
to
It
say.
marriage.
doesn't.
What
It's
the
not.
heck?
Wait,
Just
wait,
like
wait. See, see,
you guys
see.
can
It's
brag
not a
about what
flex,
you
That
can
Tansy.
wasn't
do.
proven so
Let,
bad
let
though.
me let me
We
let me
can
respond
break.
to
We
Tansy.
can definitely brag about what we can do.
Well, this
And
is not a gender
seeing
war.
that, yes, it is. Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
I'm
No, it's
calling
not.
it. Tansy is now calling a gender war on
Okay,
TikTok.
and you're
So
part of the
when
problem.
you men start
You're
saying
part of the
that you
problem.
can do
Yeah, she
something,
like
I
Julian. She
am the
likes to do this,
problem.
bro. Don't get
I
excited,
am
Julian. She likes to do this,
definitely the
bro.
problem.
She
I
likes to
All
think
say
right,
I
that
go
shit,
think
ahead.
the
bro.
men
I am definitely the
Let me let
problem.
Jillian and Bagger. I know them two. Well, the back. Jillian, you can finish what you were saying, and
Yeah,
then go to, and I'm gonna go to Bagger
yeah,
after.
That's what we're
yeah.
gonna
Give me
start doing.
give me
That's
about
what we're
30
gonna
seconds.
start
Give
doing.
me
I'm
about
gonna
30 seconds.
encourage it.
This is about women understanding the nature of men and
Well, this
accepting the
is
nature of.
women.
Hold on, man. See,
All right, well, here
that's
she
what you
comes.
call a loser in the
Just go
game
ahead,
of
go ahead,
life.
go ahead.
Okay, it's like this. It's like this. When you see a woman and she's calling herself a pick me, or that's a recent term that I've seen women use to shame women who you know are listening to men, right? That's part of it is the shaming language, but the part that I want to talk about real quick, which what she was saying about a gender war, it's not a gender war. I'm trying to lay out that women apparently, because we don't have these conversations, don't understand what make men tick. And yeah, a woman from a sexual standpoint, a woman's always going to have more options. But we're not talking about sex. When a woman cheats, she's looking to replace her man. Most of the time, when a man cheats and he's got a loving woman at home, he ain't trying to replace her. He's just trying to have something on the side, which is wrong. But I'm just telling you the intent behind the cheating and the intent behind sex.
All right,
Women hold
but wait,
sex.
when you say have somebody on the side, what is the purpose of that? I still don't understand the nature. You saying it's the nature of men, so it's okay for men to do it because you're saying it's wrong, and then you saying we just do it. So if you know it's wrong, and you know your woman wouldn't be fine with it, where's the compassion? Where's the
Great
emotions
question.
at for her?
Beautiful question. Beautiful question. This is why I disagree with men agreeing to that. We live in a society where that's kind of pushed on the man to be monogamous and get married. I don't think a man should agree to that until he's ready. Otherwise, or he can underestimate his own lower nature. And another thing, ladies, that y'all ignoring. All of these women that's out there, it's easier to have sex now than ever before because women are giving it up. That is hurting other women. The standards that women have for sex now has gone down worse than
Okay,
anything I've seen in my life.
okay. So Julian, you
Wait,
saying you can
before you
have.
ask another question, Malaysia, because I know you got 100 of them. I'm gonna let Faye say something real quick, and I gotta
All
let
right,
Bagger go.
all right.
Go ahead, Face. I seen your hand.
I'm gonna let Banger go before me because he was waiting. I dropped and
Okay,
came back.
okay,
Hey, I'm
okay. And
patient,
then you
man.
go
Look, I'm
after that.
patient. Y'all was in, you know what I'm saying, debate. I'm patient. It's all good. Kev, what's up, bro? Good, you know what I'm saying? Be up here
Mhm.
again.
How you feeling anyway?
Man, bro, I'm feeling good, man. You know what I'm saying? It's hot as hell out here in Vegas, bro. You know what I'm saying? But it's all love, man. So, how you feeling, bro?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed, man. Chilling with my
That's what's
family.
up. That's what's up. Shout out to the
Malaysia.
panel, too. You know what I'm saying? But, the question, how do you dislike pick me's and support panels at the same time? uh, uh, I don't really know about that, man. I mean, because a lot of times I think all these labels and stuff for just natural behaviors is just kind of crazy. Like a pick me is somebody that's trying to just say, "Oh, I wash clothes," you know what I'm saying? I clean, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, to throw themselves out at a person and hope, you know what I'm saying, to be picked, to be caught, you know what I'm saying. But, it's a scarcity out here with good, you know what I'm saying, people meeting good people. So, you trying to put yourself out there, it gets thirsty, you know what I'm saying. But, the panderers as well, I mean, I don't know, man. I really don't know about that shit, man, because, in conversation or whatever like that, like, just because you agree with somebody doesn't mean you pandering, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, because you ain't got to be an antagonist in every conversation. You know what I'm saying? If somebody says something that's right and correct, and you like, oh yeah, I feel like that's correct, then, you know what I'm saying, just to go in agreement with it. I'm just not with the pick me and pandering joint, so I'm not going to just stay on that.
What's a
Um,
pander or a bagger? I'm sorry, I don't know what that is.
A panderer is like somebody that's like, all right, so a dude, right? He just a girl, like say, you know what I'm saying, he kind of fond of this woman on the uphill, whatever like that. He just agreeing with everything that she's saying, just to get on her good side, and you know what I'm saying, or whatever. So she can, he can make her feel like he support her, you know what I'm saying, to get closer, if you follow what I'm saying. It's a lot of pandering that does go along, like a lot of we call it yes men. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of yes men. That's all it is to me, for real. You know what I'm saying? What you think about it?
That sounds pretty good. Like what pander
Yeah.
out here in the streets, pretty much.
This funny when I tell y'all because I looked the definition up from both of them though. But go ahead, Face, real quick. It's funny. This might be
I
funny.
just wanted to respond really quick to what I think that was Julian in Malaysia was talking about. You keep saying, is it her fault that he's cheating? I need people to understand the way a relationship works. It's two parts. It takes both parties. For anybody to go outside of the home and cheat, both parties got to take accountability of that.
Mm.
It does not just fall on the person that went outside of the home. It falls on you too. Because where we mess up at, and this is what I had to learn with myself in my own marriage. As a woman, I spent so much time demanding safety and demanding to be safe, but I never offered the sanctuary. I never offered the same amount of safety to him that he was given to me. We expect things from them, but we don't give them anything in control. And then we want to use our juice boxes to control them. It does not work that way because it's a billion other juice boxes out there that's probably tighter, righter, and smoother than yours. So you have to be correct when you come to these men. If you want safety, baby, you got to give it first in order to get it back. A lot of times we ain't giving it. So
I
they
just want to
don't
know.
do these things.
I just want to know if I heard you correctly when you said it's never, ever, ever your fault for someone cheating on you, because they always have the option to leave you. If you decided to step out this relationship, it's your fault, and something is wrong with you.
What?
Yeah.
Did I say that?
You said women have some fault, and if somebody cheat on, I guess vice versa.
It takes two parts.
Nah,
it takes two parts.
Nah, I don't.
If you walking
definitely
around,
don't.
hold on, Malaysia.
You can
If
leave
you
me
walking-
though.
Hold Malaysia. If you're walking around, this is woman 101. When we ask them to do something and they don't do what we want them to do, or we want to have a conversation and they don't give us a response that we expecting from them, the first thing we do is give them the silent treatment. What we don't realize is the silent treatment is the form of manipulation over that man.
But what
You
does that
do
have to do
realize
with
that?
somebody stepping out and
Because how long are you going to keep manipulating a person to get your way before you sit down and put your shit on the back seat so you can hear what he got to say too, so both of y'all can work it out together? Stop handicapping these conversations and word police and everything he says. If you do word police everything he says, he's going to go outside of the home and you have to accept your accountability.
No, but he can just leave you though. Why would he have to cheat on you?
Sis, you're going to stay in that type of relationship and keep attracting those type of fellas as long as you have that type of mentality.
But what I'm saying is it doesn't make any sense for him to go step out if he can just leave me. If I'm talking to him wrong, if I'm manipulating him, he can leave and go be with somebody that's better than me. You don't have to cheat on me and betray me.
Here's the thing, baby. Why do I gotta leave something and find somebody better than you when I find the world in you? I just wish you would change a couple of things the same way you need to change it.
Nah, sis. Nah.
Because a man, but see too, and I understand your position, but because a man cheats on you, it doesn't mean that he doesn't love you. we got we
Mm.
Go
y'all
ahead.
He's
y'all
tired of
it
That's
doesn't
talking to
true.
your ass.
it
He
doesn't
tired
mean
of
that he loves
talking
you.
to
He
you.
don't
He
want the
tired of
other
saying the
chicas.
same
She's
thing.
He
thinking,
don't
Bagger,
hold
I'm
on.
sorry, sir. Malaysia
Go
is
ahead.
thinking, I agree with you. I want to add to what you said. Malaysia
Go ahead,
is
brother.
thinking, respectfully, Malaysia, you're thinking from the perspective of a woman, right? A woman would leave a woman typically cheat on a man because she's trying to replace him. That man might know what he
Mm.
has at home. He
That's a
ain't leaving
fact.
the one he love. Okay? Kobe Bryant did and did everything he wanted to do, but he never left Vanessa. You see, same thing with Denzel Washington. They know when they put you in that number one position, and this is why I would encourage men, the modern man moving forward, to stop agreeing to that. Stop agreeing to monogamy 100. Don't even agree to it if you don't know that you can do it 1000%. And
That's
this
real
Mm.
is
shit.
where men are wrong, right? Because, like they say, women fall in love with their eyes. Women fall in love with their ears. Men fall in love with their eyes. So women will always wear makeup, and women will always wear makeup, and men will always lie. I'm just, I'm not condoning it. I'm just telling you what it is so you can decide for yourself how to deal with it. You're
Mm.
looking at it from a woman's perspective, which is cool. But if you're trying to understand that man and what makes him tick,
I'm
then you
looking
got to
no.
understand his nature.
I'm looking at it from a love perspective. If you love someone and you know what you're doing is wrong, it's not like you're cheating in your girlfriend or your wife's face. You do it behind her
Mhm.
back because you know it's wrong. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. And if you
No, he does
love
it
this
behind your
woman,
back because he knows you can't handle the truth.
But here's the
but
Mm.
thing:
what
why do
what?
they have to do anything behind your back when we can sit down like grown adults and discuss
Wow.
what's not happening within the relationship?
Malaysia, are you
Sometimes
a
that is
Christian?
discussed though. Sometimes that is
Wow.
discussed, and it's not. There's no change
But
that
it,
comes
but it,
from that. So then it's
but
like,
if,
all
so
right, boom.
if the
You
man
still
can
want to
do
Toya
it,
wild
got some
out?
good
I'ma
points.
start wilding.
but if
Malaysia,
the
are you a
man can do
Christian?
it,
Are you?
no,
Is the man you dating or dated Christians?
no.
Mm.
So why are you trying to
I
apply a
know you said
Christian
I know
standard?
you
Wait a
said
minute, wait a minute,
Ooh,
wait a minute. Why are you trying to apply a Christian standard on a worldly person and
that is
expecting
a good one.
them?
That's
You're
good.
I
expecting
don't.
them. Listen, baby. You're
Mhm.
expecting them to live up to a standard that's not their standard. That's
Ooh,
unfair. Period. They're
I
gonna
be
make
saying that a lot
Expectation.
too. I
they're
said, "What
gonna
is
they're
cheating if
gonna
you don't
make
even believe?" That's funny.
we are jacked up.
That's crazy.
And what
That's
do
a
you
You're
good
want?
you're
one
Can I
though.
saying
I'm
tell
gonna
you what?
start. Yeah, I gotta make that a topic
you
though. That's
saying
funny.
Miss Van, you know
you
what they need
saying
to
it's
change
not
it
their
to? They need to
standards.
change the
But if
vows of
you
marriage nowadays. It is no
but
longer I do, baby. It needs to be changed to I'll try. I'll try to commit to
Ooh,
you. I'll
this
try
makes
to
no
stand
sense.
10 toes for you. I'll try to take care of you through sickness and for
Yes,
better for
yes.
worse.
That's
It
more
is no
realistic.
such
That
thing as
makes no
I
sense.
do. I'ma
Yes.
try my best to stand 10 toes, and if I'm missing one, I'ma stand nine about you.
It
And
it
mm,
see
just it
the
just
thing
sounds
about
like
it
it
too,
just sounds like
Julian.
to
I
me,
got you,
man.
Julian. I'm with you.
If you ladies were to cheat on your significant others, you would think it's okay and it's fine. But if you were to do the same thing that the man was doing, the man wouldn't want to stay with you.
Because we're different, Malaysia. That's the
I'm a
That's
part
what
we're
I'm
believer.
missing.
saying. So why should I stay with you?
We're different. What I'm saying to
don't
you
stay.
is
Whatever.
our motive and your motive is different. Like when you say talk about love, right? You're still looking at it from a woman's standpoint. For a man, for men, I really, because I can tell you you're young and this is important. For men, we feel love. The feeling that you get, let's play opposites. When you feel love, you feel safe. When we feel love, we feel respected. It's different. My function in life is
But
different
wait,
than your
you said
function
you
in life.
still love and respect it, but you're disrespecting me. That doesn't. You're not making no sense.
Here's
No,
the thing,
no.
Malaysia, and this is the last piece
This
I
gonna
have
be a
to add
tough one,
to
yo. I'm
it.
gonna go ahead and go on mute.
This is just it.
I'm done,
At one
baby.
point
Yeah, I'm going on mute,
of
man.
any relationship, baby, you got to get to the point where you can take the you out of it. You got to take the you out of it. And if both parties take the you out of it, then both of y'all are thinking of how to handle the situations from each perspectives. If I know you well enough, I'm going to learn you. I'm going to know what you need. And guess what? When I drop that ball, that's when I said take accountability. Because if I know what you need and I know everything that ticks you, that flicks you, that tickles your fancy and sprinkle your pickle, if I know all of this and I choose to not do any of it because I'm upset with you, I'm mad with you, I'm annoyed with you, or anything, and you decide to go out there because I purposely stopped doing something for you, I have to accept my accountability of that.
I just wanted to mention, and this is for everybody. I don't want to feel like I'm attacking anyone. We gotta stop internalizing what other people action. Like we gotta stop internalizing this
Facts.
crap.
I said it a lot.
How someone moves has nothing to do with you. Nothing. How someone treats you, how someone talks to you, how they make their bed has nothing to do with. We cannot internalize all this stuff and walk around and think we a healthy human being to even get in relationships. Baby girl, you internalizing everything. Every word you
The
saying is
thing,
just it's
the
hurt. It's
thing is,
hurt.
the
Listen,
thing
baby,
is,
it's
I'm not,
hurt.
I'm not
And listen,
internalizing
baby, listen,
anything. I'm
listen.
not
Everything
putting
out
up
of your
with
mouth
it.
is hurt. Okay, we can hear it. It's spewing all over the live. So when a man comes in your home, he feels that he don't know how to interpret because he don't really have that intuition like we do. But he knows something off. So because he feels just that in the atmosphere, he might think you cheating or something already. So we gotta also make sure we clean internally. They're not clean and we're not clean. But at the end of the day, what another human being does has absolutely nothing to do with you unless you yourself
I under,
are
I
causing
understand.
are,
I fully understand
unless
that
you
with
yourself are causing
someone,
an action.
yo, I fully
I'm gonna say this
understand
uh,
what
real quick,
someone
Malaysia. I'm
does
gonna
to
say this
me.
real quick, and I'm gonna get out your way, Malaysia.
Listen,
Look, real
oh
quick,
my
sweetheart, real
God.
quick. I got you. Listen. See, so I'm gonna tell you something real quick, and I hope you don't take this as an insult. I can tell, we can all tell just by talking to you right now, baby. You do not listen. Your man probably stepped out because you do not listen, and he
Whoa.
cannot get through to you. That could be one aspect, and that's not disrespectful. I'm just trying. I hope it. You know what I'm saying? It's an advantage for you ahead, so you know. But you don't listen, mama.
I'm
And we
telling,
trying to like encourage you and help you. So if you not listening here, I promise you
I'm
won't listen
trying
to
to
your man, and he got
encourage,
tired of that shit.
I'm trying to encourage and help y'all.
And he
Y'all
went and
sitting
smashed the
here,
next door neighbor.
y'all sitting
Malaysia,
here
Easily.
baby, listen.
telling me,
As long as I've been married, sweetheart, I do not need your encouragement. I just pushed 15 years, 17 years together, baby.
and
I
how
don't
many
need
times
your
has he
encouragement.
And
cheated?
my husband was with me 20 years before he passed away, and I'm in my
And how many
30s.
times has they
Let's
cheated?
go,
That's
Miss
the question.
Venetia. Okay. And here's the best part, Miss Venetia. Don't you love how when you love your man, you learn how to communicate with your man and
Oh
shut
my
out what the
God, we didn't
outside
even have
world
to
say?
talk sometimes, sis. I just walk in the
That
house, he know what's
part.
up. Hey,
It's that eye
Hey, if y'all
contact.
became cool, remember, give me some credit.
That becomes eye contact.
you
I
get
be
the credit.
telling
You
these
get the credit.
females, 101, the best thing that you can be for your man is his homie. I don't care what nobody says. Stop trying to be his mama. Stop trying to be anything else. Become that man friend, and that man got you down. Okay, you ain't got to worry about things. You ain't got to question things because he coming to you first. Baby, let me tell you what homie did. Now, what he did. Let's go. Let's talk about this. What we
Hello?
talking about
Oh,
today?
sorry.
You gotta be that
Facts.
man's friend. If you
Yes.
ain't his friend and he don't like to see your face and he don't want to kiki with you, you ain't
Mm,
fucking. I'm talking about
mm.
coming in the house, picking up the controller, playing what is this? Black Ops. I don't know how to play it, but I'm
I'm
gonna
talking
play
about
it and
sitting on
spend
his
time with
lap.
you.
What? With a
Yep.
controller. Amen. Glory.
That part,
Hey.
just spamming the hell out of that controller. But I
That
do
sounds like a
everything
pick
I
me.
gotta do to get on his level so he understands I'm your friend first. I'm not your
Mm-hmm.
dependent, I'm your partner. I got you 10 toes. Yabba dabba do Flintstones. I got you. See, you have to learn that when it comes to men. And a lot of times, especially for my younger sisters, the reason y'all talk to men the way y'all talk to men is because y'all refuse to learn from the women that already learned the lesson.
Talk that shit.
Mm.
Talk that shit.
There's no lesson to
That
learn
sounds like a
when
big
you
uh-oh.
allow
Talk that
someone
shit.
to cheat on you. There's no lesson to be learned.
Malaysia. Uh, I'm gonna assume you're in your mid to late 20s. Is that fair?
You said what?
I'm gonna assume that you're in your 20s. Is that fair?
Late 20s,
I,
yeah.
yeah, I'm kind of looking at your picture, so that's not fair. But
I'm in
I
my late
think
20s. But what does that have to do with me having boundaries and respect for myself?
no, you should have boundaries and respect. The reason I brought up your age is because you're talking. I'm listening to the women that obviously have experience with men, and maybe once upon a time they thought the way that you thought, and there's
They
nothing
don't
wrong
have
with you having.
boundaries,
No, you should have boundaries.
Whoa.
You
but
should
they
have
don't.
boundaries.
Kev, can I
I don't
please
I don't I
respond?
don't I don't
Can
know.
I
I would say that.
hold on, Julian.
Why
Hold
would you
on,
assume
Julian.
that?
Hold on,
If
Julian.
you allow
Because
if
the
you
way
allow
homegirl
someone if you allow someone to cheat on you and you decide to stay with them,
I'm not gonna let you talk
That's a
because
pick me.
you're not about to come up here and inflict your foolishness off on me or Miss Vin when we said that we are married women and we learn how to communicate with our men on a certain level. Baby, you would never disrespect us to say we don't have certain type of values or anything of that nature. Ain't nobody say it's okay for a person to cheat on you. But what we
Not just
did say
women,
is,
women of God. We have
thank you,
standards, not just values. We
thank
have
you.
moral standards. But I'm
We
gonna
are.
Baby,
mute
you
up.
busting it wide open for the universe
There you go.
whatsoever. And you over here calling us pick me energy. If I'm a pick me because I make sure my man's mental is taken care of, I be that. If I'm a pick me because I make sure my man's lunch is packed when he got to go out to work, I'll be that. If I'm a pick
Roaster.
me because he don't eat off no plastic plate or no Dixie cup and I make sure he eats steak and potatoes off of a glass plate, baby, I'll be that.
Get them.
Because
But
I've
what
been
does
a pick me for 15 years while you
but what
still
does
over here hollering about a man cheated on you 4 years
but what
ago.
does that have
Baby,
to
be
do
great.
with
That's not what we gonna do.
what
You
does
will
you
Damn.
never
giving him on fine
disrespect me
china
as
have
a
to do with
wife, nor
anything?
Miss Vin as a wife and a widow, the way that you are right now. You don't know anything about us, but instead of you learning from a younger mentality, you want to sit here and try to degrade us in some type of way because we say you out of pocket, sis.
Because
I'm
that's
not
not
pocket
on the
you out of
inside.
pocket.
She's projecting. It's not. Don't internalize it
Wait,
because that ain't even about us. That's something she dealing with.
She's projecting.
wait,
But you know
what?
what? You know what though, ladies. In all fairness, though, I'm gonna say again, and I don't mean no disrespect, Malaysia. Is I could tell, ladies, that y'all have experience. And Malaysia, even the way you dealing with them, you know, it's a different generation. Even the way you looking at them is a level of disrespect. And you're
Wait,
talking
what?
to a woman who just said, and she's kicking wisdom for real. Now she's been married for 15 years. You don't know the ins and out of it, but I can tell by the way that she's talking. I'm going to tell you as a man right now. Men are attracted to that. Men are not attracted to. ins- This is if we want to be if we want to be
What?
honest about it. You're projecting your insecurity about other women and your man cheating on you, and that same energy is what's going to create a
But what
disruption.
does how am I insecure because I'm not putting up with it? I'm confused.
But Malaysia, what did I say? Anything that I said, what gave you pick me energy?
You guys just sit up here and said if a man cheats on you, it's your fault. You got to
I did
take some
not for
accountability.
Neither
the
one of
five
us.
You said,
million
can I
Me,
talk?
times.
we
Baby,
didn't say that.
I
Are y'all
need
gonna
you
let
to
me speak?
understand what I said because
You
it
don't have
takes
no
two
you pay
parts.
no you play no part in someone cheating on you though, sis.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yes, you do. Can I
Most of the
speak?
time, you do. Most of the time, you do. Yeah, most
May I
of the
speak?
time, you do.
Yeah,
I don't understand how
so
you're
you
saying that
basically
someone
just
plays a
did
part.
what the topic itself. You're just using it because and that's what a lot of these, especially women, right, that getting their feelings right, and they just want to misuse a word because somebody disagree with you. So that's why, and you just actually just showed it in 4K though, because
Hmm.
everybody else is understanding one another, and it's obvious. And then you saying that they pick me's and all this other stuff, but then you're not a pick me and still got cheated on. So that just don't make no sense. So it's something you doing wrong.
No, I was a pick
So
me in the
the
past.
the
That's what I
the
said. I said that already.
yeah, so the thing is, that's why I say you can't just because you don't understand or agree with what people. Actually, I wouldn't say you agree. I just think you just don't understand. Just because you don't understand what they're saying, because you can't look past of your traumatic thing that happened to you, and you just taking every last piece of word that they saying because it's not like they condoning it. They're not saying that they just saying that it takes two people for the most part. Because some people would say that I had nothing to do with it or whatever, but you still chose this guy. It's something that you probably withheld from him, probably made him feel less than something like that. Even though he make his final choice, right? But I'm just saying you still played some part. Just like if I was to motivate somebody, or if I was to provoke somebody, right? I still played a part. I didn't make them make that final decision, right? But I still played a part. So no matter how you want to look at it, it takes two. It always takes two in every situation for the most part, right? Because if you was giving him what he needed, he wouldn't have had to step out. It was something. So I mean, even right now, right? That's why I tell people the way people handle themselves online or treat other people. That's most of the time they're gonna treat the significant other the same way or whatever. And I'm pretty sure that's probably I'm not trying to put it that way, but I can probably get a hunch of why he probably cheated. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't listen. You don't listen to nobody, and if you do feel a certain way, and you've been like that for a while. And I do I actually
Okay.
mess with you though because it's like
Okay.
when it's stuff we do agree on, you be preaching. But when it's stuff that
Okay,
don't
but
make you feel right, which I notice about you, if it don't feel right or sit right in your spirit, then you just gonna keep pushing back, and you would purposely not want to understand it because it just don't feel right to you. And I know you just go off feel. If it don't feel right, it ain't right. But sometimes some things, the truth might not feel right. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta be able. But that take maturity. That take a lot of internal growth, and also it's going to take you to recover from that, because it's obvious that cheating must have hit you heavy. So it's like you can't look
You
past
know
that.
what?
So it's just,
You know
I
what,
mean,
Kev?
everybody else
so it's
understand
not
it, so
just
you can't call
any
everybody else a name or something like that. They
disrespect.
can't be considered a pygmy because you the only one that don't understand up here.
No,
You
I'm
know.
saying
You know what?
disrespect. We were just on the topic of cheating. But what I'm saying is, y'all sitting here telling me that
And
it's
you ain't hear
my
nothing I
fault
said. That's
or that
crazy.
it's somebody else's fault for that. You can leave a person. That's always an option.
Right.
Got you. Ain't
Of
nobody said
course.
that wasn't an
But
option.
Right.
Right. We
Nobody
agree
said
why?
if
that.
you want to
Grateful.
leave.
At the end of the day, Malaysia, I'm grateful I got picked. So if you say I'm a pick me, baby, I appreciate the title. Okay.
I'm
I'm
glad I
gonna
got
call
picked
my
too. I
husband
was
home.
chosen. I wasn't
Thank
picked. I
you.
was chosen,
Yeah,
baby.
we was designed for these fellas because that's probably
Malaysia.
one of my favorite
These
fellas.
these
So
two women aren't
Yes,
normal.
ma'am.
They're exceptional
So
because
are y'all
most of
going
our
50
women.
50?
No,
are we
Malaysia.
what?
Look this.
Are y'all going 50 50?
Are we going? I'm a stay at home mother, man.
Um,
Period.
can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. After you go, because yeah, it's obvious we just talking to. It's just a brick wall time. Nah, it's brick wall time.
Um,
But you can go ahead and go to. We gonna go with
my
baby. You next?
my question is to Malaysia. What? First of all, do you know your man's love language?
Oh my,
Yeah.
you hasn't heard some more questions. Oh
Words
my
of
goodness.
affirmation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Words of affirmation.
Do you actually do that for him, or you just tell him what he wants to hear?
Yeah.
I hate love language.
Love language
Uh,
is another form of manipulation. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Say it again, face. What did you say? Wait, what'd you say, face?
I said love language is another form of manipulation.
Hey,
Why you
I
think? Why
love
you
it.
say?
I
Why you
was
think
hoping we
that?
agree on that at least, because that junk is trash.
what was Lillian
At the end of
saying
the day,
about being
because
exceptional and stuff?
Love
Like
is love.
he didn't get
and
offended.
love is
Yeah.
love.
What I
Love
wanted
is
to say to
love,
the young
man.
lady.
All of the
What
languages
I
that
wanted
they
to
have
say
within the love
was
language is learned behavior. That's it. It's learned behavior. It's not
This is
something
how I
you
want
came up
you to
with.
love me.
Exactly.
What?
I think Malaysia needs to understand this is actual fact what I'm getting ready to say because I said that face the truth and Vanessa I call them exceptional and what I mean by that is that Malaysia, whether you realize it or not, but your group of women, black women, are at the very bottom in terms of dating and marriage. And this is chosen by men. This is the group that you're from, right? These two women, even them being a little older, they're still black women, and they're exceptions to the rule because they did something that made men pick them. Unless
Mm,
you're going to get down in one knee and propose the marriage, that means you have to be picked. You have to
mm,
be picked. Okay, so they have been picked. You have not been picked because, as
mm.
you say, you're not going to put up with it. Well, you don't really have much of an option other than being alone. And trust me, the man that you want, he don't mind you being alone because we're seeing the mothers and aunties. I got 3 daughters who are in their 20s, and all of their mothers are alone, and a couple of them talk the same rhetoric until it's
Give me a
time to be
broski
alone.
real quick.
The fact that you assume that I was alone is crazy.
I think at this point, Malaysia gonna want to hear what Malaysia want to hear. It don't even make sense.
Well, if you're not
because
married, I'm
No,
speaking about marriage. I'm counting
I'm
rings.
just stand on my beliefs and what I believe in. I'm not
Yes,
going
yeah,
to
you can do that. Ain't
settle.
nobody tell you that.
I'm
Ain't
not
nobody
going
tell
to
you different.
settle for nothing that I don't deserve, and that's that.
I know. Well, you're in your 20s. You say that
Right,
now.
right. You'll figure it out later down the
Yeah,
line a
you'll
little
figure it
bit.
out
But
later. You're not
So
gonna
go
need
ahead.
biology.
some
Go
things
ahead.
might sound like settling, but no matter who you date, you never truly know this person. You just
Yeah.
love them enough to say, you know what, I'm giving you my heart and I'm trusting you to do the right things with it. You have no way of determining if this man gonna cheat on you, if he got a side dude, if he gonna leave his job. You don't know. You stay
Once
because
you,
you love him.
but once
You
you
don't
find
stay
out, you
because
don't stay. You
that's my
leave.
wait a minute. That's my choice. If
But
I
why
Okay.
not
stay,
Malaysia? You stayed. You said you stayed. multiple times.
And I learned from that. That's what I'm trying to tell you
Yeah,
guys.
but you
I
can't
learned from
Let
that.
me
skip
tell, let
that
me
part
tell
of
you
the
something that
story.
happened. Let me tell you something that happened in my life. Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit personal. I don't have to share this, so just know that. Me and my husband got together. I was 14 years old. We had 2 kids in high school. My mom put me out her house. I ran into the arms of the one who loved me. He married me out of school. Right. The first 2 years of me staying with him, he had a little side chick, a little piece, but he never disrespected the home. And I understood why, because we had done been together since we was little kids. You think I looked at that man differently because he went and got a little cake? Nope. I went and got me a
Oh, he
little
ain't
cake
never
too.
leaving you. He ain't never
I
leaving you.
went and got me a little cake too.
So
So
wait, is it an open
so
marriage at this point?
no. Can you finish? Let me plane. Okay. All right. So this still in the beginning, baby. He was doing a Donnell Jones on me. Okay.
I'm saying
But
it
I
just sound like
but
open
I
marriage if y'all both was cheating on each
baby,
other.
can I please land a plane? Please. I ain't gotta share this with you. You ain't get that part? Okay, so let me so I realized we both young. We need to have a conversation because I was only reacting from what he did to me. So when I was honest with him about what I did and we talked about what we did and we cried about what we did, we vowed not to do this to each other anymore. So no, my marriage was not open. However, there was some infidelity in it. Now, after that, here's another 15 years of no infidelity. My best friend, the love of my life, but we were young. Like, people change. Like, you got to give people grace for what level they on. We were immature. Like, I'm not going to treat him like he's supposed to be 30 making 30-year-old decisions and we both
Y'all grew up
teenagers.
together.
We did,
Y'all
and
grew up
we
together.
we did, and I love every
Okay, so
moment of it.
can I ask you a question? When you said he cheated on you, you cheated back. Did
Hmm.
you cheat to make him upset, or you just like what was the reason that you cheated back?
Because I was upset.
So why not leave?
Because I wanted my husband. I got 2 kids by this man already by now. I'm not leaving. For what?
What does that have to do with your dignity?
That was my choice. It had nothing to do with it.
So
I still have dignity.
why are you applying her dignity when you went through the same situation and you stayed
I
with
left.
no kids?
I'm not with them now. I left. That's what
Let
I'm
me tell you
saying.
the difference between my relationship and your relationship. 1, I knew how to communicate. 2, I was very mature for my age. And 3, I knew how to extend grace. So because I knew how to extend grace, because we knew how to communicate, and I love this man and all these elements that I had within me, we were able to get past that. And it
So
never happened again.
you saying y'all knew how
So,
to communicate. So the night you cheated, you came home and told him.
no, not that same night.
That's communication though.
No, it's not. I,
I think at this point, Miss V, I get where you going and I get where you trying to go, but she ain't trying to get on the ride.
I
She
understand.
ain't
I
feeling it.
understand. But long story short, guys, when he passed away, it was a very beautiful marriage. And we, like brother by me said, we grew up together. We were teenagers, 14. We didn't know how to do a relationship. It didn't come with an instruction manual, but we made it through. That's the beauty of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Mm.
Venice, Venice, that when I said that
Before you
y'all,
before you go, Julian, hold on real
no, go ahead,
quick.
Kev. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's get you cool. My bad. I don't want to say her. That name. She gave me a hard name. But go ahead, BBL.
Okay. Hello, panel. Good evening. Um, I really was coming up to touch base on what Face was saying about how cheating does take 2 parts. And I'm going to give you guys a personal perspective. Um, I'm just outside, baby. Give me 1 minute. Um, almost every man I dated before my husband, I was cheated on. I always looked at it like there was something wrong with me, and that they didn't love me, they didn't care about me, and that was false. I when I finally looked inward, I was pushing things on these men that they didn't want. They didn't want to do. It wasn't their goals. It wasn't in their even brain. So when I'm forcing these things on them, it was making them not like me. So that's why I came to terms that that's why they cheated on me.
I applaud you for taking that accountability, sis.
Bigger
See,
and,
I never
and
ever felt like I did something or I was lacking in certain departments Because, like I said, and I'm going to keep on saying it, if I'm lacking or if I'm disrespecting you or if I'm not giving you enough sex, whatever the case may be, we can sit down and have a conversation and you can say, this is that, this is that. And if I'm not willing to change it, then you can go. We can part ways. I'm fine with breaking up. I'm fine with not being with you. I'm not going to sacrifice and belittle myself and my worth just to make you feel comfortable. Because what about my feelings and my needs? Like, you can't just think that is your fault.
What is
There's
the
no
most
way.
important thing to you when you look at your husband to be, Malaysia? What is the most important thing to you?
Loyalty.
You mean monogamy?
No, loyalty is the most important thing to me.
Well, men show loyalty different than women do. You understand what I'm saying? Are you saying loyalty means monogamy?
No, loyalty is just only one. Is what do you mean? Its own definition. There's no
Means
different
I'm down,
definition.
I'm down with you to the end. That's what loyalty means. No matter what, through thick and thin.
Right, and I
You know.
think men and women view the same way, right? I mean, how you view
Well,
loyalty?
well, a lot of times, well, if a man steps out on you and sleeps with another woman, do you
That's
find
not
that
that's
disloyal?
disloyal. That's disloyal. Yes.
Okay, okay. So monogamy is a part of that for you, right? That's the most important thing for you, right? Right? No. Okay.
Monogamy,
What I'm asking is,
but
if you met the perfect man, and I can tell, and you should have standards, and you should have things that you want, that you expect out of a man, right? And I'm pretty sure your standards are high, and they should be. Okay.
they're not.
So,
They're not. I mean, I wouldn't say they're high, but I'm simple.
well, you know, you mentioned 50-50, you mentioned open relationship. See, this is all this new talk of this
Oh
generation.
yeah, if you go 50-50, you'll pick me
If
for
you go,
sure.
so
Let me
you believe,
ask.
wait, okay, so we're getting somewhere. No, we're getting somewhere. So what should it be? The man 100%?
Exactly.
I'm not trying to disagree with you,
No,
but I don't
yeah.
want to jump.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
real quick, so is height a thing for you?
No. That's
So
not.
he could be shorter than you?
Yeah, that's not something. I mean,
Okay.
I don't put it.
So
I don't
Wait,
go
wait,
for the
wait, Julian, did she agree that it's a 50-50 or no 50-50?
He
no
said the man
50-50.
no, no.
100%, but she
No
talking
Yeah, no,
all
no,
this
but
shit.
listen, no, but I need to. You see where we're going? She has to hear herself.
No, no,
She
no.
has
She's
to
not.
hear herself.
She not hearing herself because first of all,
No, not yet,
uh,
not yet.
wait a
What I was
minute.
going to ask her is Malaysia. So do you want him? Obviously, you want him to make more money than you because you want 100% him to go 100%, right?
I mean, he
Is
don't
that
have
what
to
you're
make
saying?
more. He don't have to make more money. I mean, no, I don't. It's not necessarily that he got to have enough to pay the bills. Yeah, they ain't got to be more.
Well, what are you gonna do?
Take care of the home.
And what else?
Why you talking all that junk and don't listen? But he paying the cost to be the boss. I'm
Yeah,
confused.
no, you're not taking care of no house.
It's not
That's
the. It's not the cost to be the boss. That's just his role. That's just what a man does.
Paying the cost to be the boss. He could talk as
wait,
much
wait
junk
a
in
minute.
there.
Wait a minute. If a man is paying 100% of the bills in the house and he come home, baby, he don't want to hear your mouth.
Period.
Why you think he's gonna hear my mouth?
But he go hear your mouth.
Oh yeah, he definitely could do that. But why
Well,
you think he's
so
gonna
so
hear
you
my
do you
mouth?
believe that the man is the head of the house, Malaysia?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means it's not 50-50, right? I mean, because I think you mentioned the Bible. I think you mentioned Christian,
I didn't. No, I didn't
and
mention that book.
I
oh,
think at
wasn't
the
you?
end of the day, it's going to be 100 because again, if you're going to pay 100% of the bills, you're still responsible of the functionality of the home without complaints.
Right.
I mean, why we said that book like that though?
But that's well, I thought I heard somebody say
No,
the
that's
Bible,
me.
but
I'm the Christian girl. But why we said that book like that though?
oh, because that gives if you are a Christian, then that gives you a
No, you wasn't
standard.
the one that said I don't read that book. I ain't mentioned that book. I'm wondering why the tone was the way it was.
Oh, I don't think I said that.
No, you didn't, baby. It was two people talking.
At
Oh, I'm sorry.
Malaysia, at the end of the day, sweetheart, I hope you find whatever piece it is that you are looking for. I'm just saying at the end of the day, and I hope you take this however you may. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to learn some things. And the best thing that you learn how to be when in a relationship with a man is silence. They
That
don't,
is so true.
they
That's some
just
good
don't,
advice.
yeah.
Wait.
No, well, really,
How you know?
humility first.
How did y'all come to the conclusion that I'm not
Some
silent?
great advice.
Just listening to your conversation.
We're having a
These are two.
conversation.
These are two women. Listen, these are two women that are successful in their marriage in a time where there's less black women married than ever before. There's less women married than ever
What do
before.
you consider successful?
They sound happy, and
See,
the
y'all
way that they
pause. I
talk
think
about their
Miss
man,
y'all
Okay,
the
give
so
way that they
what do
talk
you
about their
successful?
man.
Let me
y'all
give you
pause for a
Hold on,
successful.
hold
minute.
on, y'all. Hold on, hold
I
on, hold
believe
on.
Miss
Cause hold on, cause
your
Kev want her to give him our break. Go ahead, Miss.
that's what I'm saying. That I mean, you stopped me from saying it, but go ahead. Y'all have. I'm gonna get out of
Go
here.
ahead, give them our break. Kev already said it, so go ahead.
Okay, y'all. I didn't want to interrupt because you guys were kind of getting somewhere, but we're going to do a little mod break. If you're enjoying the live, if you're enjoying the conversation, tap the live, share the live, hashtag FYP. If you don't know how to share, the quickest, easiest way, hold down Kev's face. Oh, he's not there, but hold down Kev's chair, and then it'll pull up a list of all your friends. Go ahead and invite them all in. We all need to be talking about this. We all need to be learning, bouncing ideas off of each other. Also, I know you all be on Instagram tapping on them big booties. So let's tap on Kev's screen because it is free. And we got to get people in here. We got 22 people. We've been at 9,000 likes for a minute now. Let's get Kev to 15K before we got to shut the comments off. Third thing, the little heart by Kev's name, the little beautiful yellow one, join his team. It's just 1 cent and it will push this live to the popular FYP page. Lastly, Kev does have a YouTube. Go to his profile. Go ahead and subscribe because just in case we ever lose this wonderful app, we can all meet there.
Thank you.
Kev, you trying to steal my mod? I'm about to steal yours. So what we talking about?
I was
I was
about
thinking.
to
I was
say,
thinking
man,
the same.
she
I was
called me
thinking the
off
same
guard. That's
thing.
my friend. She called me off
I
guard
was-
because my other minds ain't my main ones that be in here, they well, all I'm not saying nothing against y'all, I'm just saying, but the ones y'all know that be sticking their chest in it.
Hey,
You
BBL,
know, she called me off guard. That was a good mob break. I ain't gonna even lie. She was
I
good.
got
That
you,
was good.
BBL.
Thank
Come to the
y'all.
Ken,
I was
woman's
nervous.
side,
Ken,
okay?
I'm
they
still
had me.
stealing yours though. It don't matter.
See,
It
this how
was
men
great,
are.
and it was a
Men,
good shift in energy.
men
We needed it.
recognize when there's a valuable female presence
Well,
around,
Deja, baby,
even if it's not
Wait, before y'all
sexual.
go, I think Venetia was the last one talking that I heard.
Oh, it was
I think she
me.
wanted to
I was
finish something.
trying to play referee, so Miss, I don't know how to say her name, I don't know. I was trying to pause
I'm
the
sorry.
live
It's
for
Isa
her
Gary.
because she was trying to get in, and I just
Oh,
got,
I got you. I got you. Go ahead.
I got trampled underfoot because I guess multiple, I don't know.
can I just respond to one question that Malaysia said? She said, "What makes their marriage successful?" Baby, I can't speak for every marriage, but let me speak for mine. 4 acres, a house, 2 dogs, 4 children, all tested top 2% of the state of Georgia. Baby, just saying. A whole husband, not a cheater, military wife, veteran, truck driver, owner, operator of his truck. Baby, if that don't read black success to you, I don't know what is. Working at a 70K managing business for a hotel, decided to say, no, you don't need to work no more. I got you. I need you home with the boys. I got this. Baby, if that's not success, I don't know what is. Because I'm happy and I'm home with my kids and I don't have to answer to nobody. Baby, when I say I needed a job, he didn't go and make me get a job. He went and got me a studio for me to host
Go
my
ahead.
own podcast in.
Go
That's
ahead.
a man. That's success. That
I'm
is what
following
you
your
call
face of
a
truth.
boss.
And yes, all 6 of my children, except for the 2 who were born with disabilities, the 4, they all own their own businesses. I'm the owner of Afrocentrics here in Orlando. So even though my husband left, he left us with
Orlando,
tools.
Florida.
Yes, he left us with tools, and I'm right off of Hastings, in Pine Hills, Orlando. So
I
yeah,
graduated from Dr. Phillips,
okay, go ahead. What year?
88, and I live in Las
Oh,
Vegas now.
oh wow, I'm class of '04. But yeah, so I think that right connections and good marriages and showing that humility and sticking by somebody can be profitable if you learn how to shut your mouth, to humble yourself, and just be willing to work with somebody. And you're not always right, and we can clearly see from this live tonight you're mostly wrong in most cases. So you may want to just bend a little bit.
Three
I don't think
gifter down at the bottom. I don't know who you are, sir. You said that's not everyone's story. That's great, sir. It don't have to be everyone's story. But let me tell you the different part of the story that you missed was the fact that you didn't hear a black woman on this app dragging another black man. If I wasn't doing anything else, I was boosting the other black man that I have because I'm not that type of sister, brother. So before you come at me and you tell me that's not everybody's story, it might not be. But for two kids that was raised in South Florida in the hood, and we made it out to the country and we don't depend on nobody, ask nobody, beg for nothing from nobody, whatever I need, desire, acquire, or just think about, he makes sure I have it. So at the end of the day, my brother, that might not be everybody's story. But if that
That's
is the
very
story
hard to
behind the
find.
black man that I chose, baby, I'm gonna tell his story every day.
And
Period.
please keep
Hold
telling
up.
that story.
So let me say this real quick, because it's like he playing a reverse Uno card for how he feel. So all you have to do is admit that you jumped in at the wrong parts. You can't say that she's being defensive. No, you're the one that's probably defensive because the way she just came back because you just found out you were wrong. So the thing is like, man, what the freak? There was something about to say. Man, what the freak? There was something I was about to say about that, but basically you just try to do the reverse Uno card because you feel some type of because you jumped in at the wrong time. That's some funny stuff though. Because all she was trying to do, all she was speaking on was that about because what Malaysia was talking about this time and talking about man freak. I forgot I just threw my own stuff.
No, he's 100% right. Success for other people is not the same for other people, and that's her story.
Well, my success was very different. The point is, we both had successful lives and successful marriages. That was the message. It wasn't how much. Look, I'm successful, and I'm not. What is the word? Wealthy, but
That
I still
part.
have a level of success. Her success just looks different than mine. It's still black success, and I love it.
And let me put a nail in the coffin. Both me and my husband was raised by black and Hispanic single mothers, and we still made it out. It was a choice that we made. It was a choice that we decided to get out of that environment to build better for us. So, baby, it might not be your story, but it's encouragement for you to create your own story and stop letting people tell yours for you.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I just thought about what I'm about to say. But that's why I say that's what people do when they, I guess when they feel a certain way. So I guess, like I said, it made him feel a certain way about it. So he like, well, that's not because what's the point of saying that's not everybody's story? What was the point? Nobody said it was. She was speaking, some type of which I even made a topic about that. I mean, a video about that. I said, why not people just sit here and boost marriages instead of saying all the negative stuff about it.
There
So
you
I
go.
would rather hear that it's some type of success. But when you either envious or you feel a certain way or you're mad because something didn't work the way you worked, and so you're gonna say the worst on every year. Well, okay, that's just you. I don't go for things like that. I mean, but that, what I'm saying. So look at it in a hopeful type way, not in a. But I don't know, like when people, that's funny though. But people be so hurt about their past that they cannot see, they can't see success or even just admire or congratulate it. They rather hate on it.
But a lot of
That's
times they can't see the success because they move into these extra relationships out past the hurt relationship, right? But you never unlearn the triggers, the traumas, the issues, the burdens, and everything that came with that past relationship. So now you're going to hold every woman accountable for the issues that the last woman caused. Instead of you going to heal yourself and sit with yourself and keep your little ding ding in your pants, you want to keep implanting yourself in everybody else's fortress and wonder why you don't like women because you mixing all them spirits up in your body, sir. Go sit with yourself. My story ain't got to be your story, but it's mine.
not the ding ding.
It's mine. This is
I'm gonna
where
bring
a
you
lot
up.
of people need to sit with more healing and heal before they move on to another relationship, because then they end up projecting and expecting everybody to live up to their expectations of what a person is and what that story is supposed to be. Proceed.
I wanted to ask Malaysia. Oh, well, are you going to say something, Mr. Dorsey?
Miss Face the Truth. No one was saying anything to be offensive or to make you that triggered. When you mentioned, when you was talking, you said that's success. You never said that's my success. You said that's success, as to say, if you don't have this going on, then that's not successful. So when you didn't make it personal, you made it just like a umbrella. That's the reason why I said that's your story. because you never said that. You were just saying that's success, and you start naming all the attributes and all this. I'm happy for you. I'm happy
Yeah.
that you got successful kids, that your husband doing all this stuff. That's wonderful. But when you didn't make it personal and you were saying that's what success is, that's when I chimed in and said, that's not everybody's story. I didn't know that
Yeah,
that
you
would trigger you. I never said anything. Hold on. I never said anything personal about
I'm
you
feeling bad
or
the whole
everything
time.
that you said, sis. So you got personal. Oh, my ding ding and this, ma'am. I wasn't trying. No
what?
one argued or said anything negative about you or what you said. I said one thing.
Do you know
Period.
what? But do
Yeah,
you know
it's
what? Do you know what's triggering in that conversation? I'll own the fact that I was triggered. But here's why I was triggered.
Yeah,
I
tell
hate
me.
when I sit in conversations where we hear so many melanated men saying melanated women just tear y'all down. And here's a melanated woman that's boosting up a melanated men and other melanated men just like them.
Ma'am,
But you
what did
come
I
in
tear
on the
down?
back end. No.
What did
You
I tear
came in
down,
on
ma'am?
the back. See, but
What did I
who's
tear
being
down?
yeah.
triggered right
Let me
now?
say
What
this,
did
face
I
before you say
tear
that though,
down?
because
Triggered right
he
now.
not. Let me
What
say
did
this
I
real quick
tear
though,
down?
because look, Dorsey, that's what I'm saying. That's my whole point, and that's what I was mentioning while you was down in the comments. You came in late. She was right. She was right with what she said because she was talking to Malaysia, right? And Malaysia was talking to Venetia and Face. She was letting her know this is what success, and that was her talking about her own personal thing. She didn't have to specify because everybody else in this room heard how this went down. I think you just caught the tail end, and you think that she was speaking for everybody else. No, she was speaking for herself. That's why I said that you came in at the wrong end, though. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
and if
You
I
know,
came in, okay, and if I came in at the wrong end, I apologize. But brother, you was making it seem like,
That's
oh,
the
you're mad. No one's mad, man. I gave an opinion, just
it's
like
it's
anybody
a
else would give it.
misunderstanding. I
But
understand you, brother.
you made it seem like, oh, you're mad and you had all this hurt. No one said
no, but
anything
okay.
personal about any. I never said one personal
Got
thing
you.
What's
I got
about
you. I got
anybody.
you. I got
but
you. I got
So
you. I got you.
I
So
never.
it was a misunderstanding. That's all
Yeah,
it
no
was,
one
man.
said nothing personal. I never said
That's it.
anything about what she
Bro,
had
is
going on.
you hearing anything I'm saying though? Really don't have to explain yourself. I
no.
just said it was a
It's okay.
Everybody, real quick. All I'm trying to tell them is, okay, we'll get it. It was a misunderstanding. We ain't got to prolong it or nothing, man. It's not a big deal. We should have it now. You don't have to explain yourself. I don't have to explain myself anymore. Nobody should have to explain themselves. So we kind of move on from this point.
It's water under the bridge, Dorsey.
I wanted to make something on that point for y'all moved on.
Not you wanted to make something. We trying to put the
I'd
fire
rather leave
out.
it alone, man.
But it's gonna be short, I promise. Cause right after Face told her success, I literally followed it with my success. So there was more than one version of success. So so it was kind of like weird to see only one person that needed to respond to it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thanks for your opinion, man. Thanks for your attribute.
I think everybody has their
Yeah,
own
can I
version
say
of
something?
success.
Oh, shit.
I think
Hey,
everybody
Kev,
has
can
their
I say
own
something?
version of success. But yeah, real quick, Gemini, 10 seconds. Just give me 10 seconds. I think from what Malaysia described as wanting to be with a man that can take care of all the bills, and that sounds like that's what the YouTube women did, and it sounds like that's the same thing that Malaysia would call successful, except the part about monogamy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So they have children, and apparently be successful children. For me, that's success. That's what traditional family is about, is that you leave your children in a better position than you were in. That's how we keep evolving as a people. But the way you're talking, to be honest with you, Malaysia, the way that you're talking is anti-family. It's part of the issue, and it's part of the problem. And it's unfortunate because I know you're in your 20s, and I think they say by 2030 that 60% of women are going to be by themselves. And I don't think you really understand what comes with that. So go ahead, Gemini. I'm sorry, sir.
That's your opinion, but okay.
Hey,
She just being honest needed. She been waiting for a while.
huh?
Jim, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna go after you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, coming from somebody who marriage is like super fucked up right now, and who have seen his share of fucked up marriages and relationships. I want to give like the roundest of applause to y'all women and what y'all got going on, and keep up the good work. That shit is beautiful.
Why
Alright.
you, Dorsey? Why?
So I'm gonna say,
I have to say
um,
I agree.
I'm gonna say, I'm a firm believer in you get what you put out. Meaning, if you a person, you coming in, you know that you give your partner a bad attitude, expect him to give you a bad attitude. If you sit up here and you making somebody's day lighter, expect them to want to make your day lighter. I think people be bringing in unnecessary ass problems into their relationship because they like to argue. And some people just like to have conflict when over the smallest shit. You could work past things. The thing is, a lot of people don't want to work past nothing. It's like you get to a point where it's like, okay, you only got 1 or 2 chances with me and then your ass out the door. And that's the problem. You shouldn't sit up here. I don't think it's right to sit up here and, have somebody pour their time, their energy into you. And they're putting in work to make the relationship work. But as soon as they trying to get you to put in some work, now you want to be a stubborn, or you want to give them an attitude or be a sassy type of person towards them. And expect them to sit up here when you no longer mad. You expect them to just get over it. I done seen people like that. And that shit is not healthy. Don't nobody want to be with somebody who could easily say, hey, you can get your shit and leave, or it's no problem for me to sit up here and pack my shit and go. If you're the type of person that seriously want to walk out on every problem, every situation, a relationship ain't meant for you. Because problems gonna come. Whether you like it or not. That's what you got to go through in a relationship. You're going to have some problems because those problems are there to test your faith, to test, to see, do you believe you can make it through these situations that was meant to break your situation up and destroy your foundation. Truth be told, you gotta learn how to sit up here and say, hey, yeah, we going through our problems, but I still love you enough to sit up here and work through them. I still love you enough to try to understand. I love you enough to sit up here and, hear you out, even if I don't agree with it. See, a lot of people should learn how to properly get along with somebody before even getting into a relationship with them. Like Face to Truth said, like, you need to learn how to be a person's friend, because you're gonna be with a person through so many that you with, it's not gonna work. Because I could say I love you all day. I could tell you how special, how beautiful, how much you mean to me. But if I don't like you, that's a problem. Because when people don't like somebody, you know what they do? They start to go talk to other people about that person. They be like, man, he'll go to his homeboys and be like, man, I love her, but I just don't like the way she talked to me. I just don't like the way she sit up here and she shut me down as a man. She'll sit up here and shit on my thoughts. But she claims she loved me. She claims she the woman that's for me. She claimed she wanted to marry me. She want to be my wife. But I just don't like how she approach certain things, because it makes me question what kind of woman she is. I think a man can tell if you a good woman by the way you speak, especially when it comes to other men. I think a man could hear about the man that you done you wrong, that you had a bad experience with. They can hear that shit And they be like, okay, so he was a problem. She blaming everything on this man. So he can already listen to the fact that if he gets with you, he can become that man that you saying, oh, yeah, he was the problem. I wasn't the problem. I wasn't pouring no bad energy or trauma onto him. Men could hear that shit. Truth be told, a lot of women don't want to take accountability for the part that they played in a relationship. And it's hard. It's hard to look up in that mirror, especially when you know that the things that you done that was hurtful or that hit below the belt, they can hear that shit and be like, okay, yeah, I see where she would try to take things. She would try to take things and be like, oh, F your dead homie. Oh, F your grandma. Like, I just think people need to take time to learn a person before actually moving forward with a person on a serious level, because honestly, you don't know who you getting yourself involved with. Yeah, everything might be seeming good for the past 6 months or a year. Truth be told, you won't know a person truly till you live with that person, till you wake up and go to sleep to that person, till you actually learn that person. The best kind of man that knows their woman is the man that learned his woman. He ain't gotta say, she ain't gotta tell him when she hungry. He already know. She ain't gotta sit up here and tell this man about her favorite flowers. He already know what she likes. People think that because you're in the dating stage that you are automatically supposed to come in knowing what a person likes. Oh, he should have got me flowers. He should have known. That's what a man's supposed to do on the first date, is bring a woman flowers. How do he know that you're not allergic to certain flowers? How do he know that you're not allergic to chocolates? Now he up here feeding you some shit that he don't even know, that can sit up here and basically y'all ever seen Hitch? You seen how he ate that shit, and she had to learn that he was allergic to sushi, whatever he was allergic to. See, you gotta teach a person about you and how to love you, who you are, truly. It takes time. But yeah, I ain't about to talk y'all ear off. But yeah, Kev, you can have the floor.
As everybody went.
I think that silence was healthy for a second. I think that moment.
Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I relate to Malaysia a lot because, like I said, I have three daughters, and I saw the change in the thinking in the generations. See, Malaysia's still obviously attractive, and she's still attracting men. She has options in terms of the men she's attracting. So she believes at this point, and she's right to a degree because she's in her prime. So she has a lot of options in terms of attracting men and men trying to get at her. Okay, but if your goal is to be married and to be with a man that has the ability to pay all of your bills, which we live in an economy now that it takes two incomes, to grow and get built. It sounds like you're ready for you're going to be looking for a man who's already ready made, who's already capable of taking care of you and providing for a family, and that puts him in a high level of earners in this country, which makes him very rare. This is the wall that you're going to run into. See, right now you ain't seeing it because you still got guys hollering at you, but as you get older, your options are going to dwindle. So let me just ask a question to Malaysia. If you found a man that would be 100% monogamous, but you guys had to go 50-50, would you be okay with that?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because it's not my role to go 50-50. I can handle things in the house, furniture, curtains, house
So
appliances.
then so how much money would he have to make for your lifestyle for you to be happy?
I mean, I told you that I'm a simple person, so I don't need like a 5-bedroom house, cat, dog. I don't need all that. I just
So
want you to
can
be
he make
loyal.
average money? Like,
If he can pay the bills, if it's average, then yeah.
okay, so like they say that. So is it have to be a black man? Is that what you prefer?
Not necessarily. No, I haven't dated no one besides black men. So I
But
mean,
do you have a preference?
no, I'm not. I'm not like I would date someone that's outside of my race, but I just never
So
like
looks are
gave
not
them the
important.
attention.
So looks are not important because you mentioned you didn't care about height. So
Hmm.
you don't care about race. So what about them being physically fit?
That doesn't matter.
Okay.
But no, no,
So
no. I'm lying. I'm lying. I don't want to deal with no one that's like, yeah. That's where I draw the line at. I can't. You could say that. I don't want to date no one that's like larger. I don't want to say the word fat, but yeah,
okay, so what if he made about $1,000 a week, which is about a little bit more than 50
doesn't matter.
money?
I
Okay.
wouldn't be. I
So
wouldn't be physically attracted to him. So it would be. It would be. Yeah. I wouldn't even give him the time of the day.
you wouldn't give, what do you mean? You wouldn't be
Like
physically
someone
attracted
that
to
lives
him?
an unhealthy lifestyle, that's overweight. I wouldn't
Okay.
find them attractive, so I wouldn't even give them the time. Like I wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Pay them
So
no
okay, so
attention.
looks does matter to a degree. Yeah, they can't be
I mean,
grotesquely. Okay.
health matters.
No, I get it. I get it. I guess what I'm trying to understand is that it sounds like you want a traditional husband. Um, if you're not a virgin, then you're not a traditional wife. And I'm not going to get into your sex life or whatever the case may be, but
Hmm.
this is part of the problem with this generation is that this is the most promiscuous generation, and black people's outside of what happened to us during slavery, but consensual smacks. This is the women of today that the men have to pick from in the United States are the heaviest in terms of weight, which matters to men. They're the least attractive, which matters to men. They're in general the most masculine and combative, which matters to men. And when I hear you talk, it's like, what do you what I, you want to be a stay-at-home wife, right? And provide for the children while he takes care of everything else and is monogamous and everything else. But at the same time, um, you have a thing with this 50-50 thing. So do you are you saying that in that type of household that you would recognize him as being the leader and you would respect his authority as a
He is
as
a
a
leader.
father
Yeah.
okay, and you would respect his
As a
authority
male,
as a husband?
yeah. That's his role. He's supposed to be
Okay,
that.
okay, okay.
And
Well, I'm gonna say it.
that's not like a Christian way or like a religious way. I just think that you can look at male species in any animal, anything. Males are normally back out. Oh my god, my dog keep on getting out. Hold on.
I'm understanding the philosophy of this generation of women. And this is why this is, in my opinion, this is the issue that we're having in this society, that family and gender roles and all of that, and this pick me and panderer and all of these little shaming tactics for women being women and men being men. But at the end of the day, Malaysia, you want and desire a traditional relationship. And when you talk about men and species, look at the biological makeup of the man. The biological makeup of a man, and I'm in my early 50s, but I can still produce children. You see what I'm saying? And women my age, which I typically don't desire because they've lost in their beauty, they can't produce children anymore. But I can until the day I die. That's biology. You think the creator made a mistake? I'm only saying that for you to understand a man's nature. What those women were saying, what they were describing, is they provided a place of peace for their man to come to. And because of that, he's been able to be productive. And I think it was Vinny, she was talking about basically they grew up together. They made mistakes together. They forgived each other. You know what I'm saying? And they've been together since they was kids. That's how it used to be. Grandma used to get married at 18, 19. Nowadays, a man can't even provide for a family because it takes him a while in this economy, usually his mid 30s, to even be in a position to comfortably provide for a family and to provide for children. This is just the world we're living in. And it's a world that women fought to have equality. But when I hear these conversations, they're against 50-50. But they fought to have equality. And most women, when they desire a man, their standards are so high. He's taller than them. He's smarter than them, typically older than them, makes more money than them, et cetera, et cetera. But then everything is 50-50. No. In every metric, you want a man. It seems that most women want a man that supersedes them in every metric, a man that they feel that they can follow. What's going to happen, Malaysia, is very typical in the society. Let me tell you what's going to happen. You're going to get with a guy that's either going to cheat on you, tell you what you want to hear, either cheat on you, or get with a guy that other women don't want, that you settle for. Sierra settled for Russell Wilson. She wanted Future for Russell Wilson, but she really wanted Future. She chose to be one of Future's baby mamas. So from a natural attraction standpoint, she wanted Future. But from a security standpoint, she settled for Russell Wilson. And guess what? The odds are she's cheating on him because she doesn't have that same sexual attraction, even though she has the security. But typically, what women do is they cheat on those guys, and 80 to 90% of the time that there's a divorce, it's the woman filing. And that's because she probably married someone she's not really into. Because I'm gonna tell you from my experience, when a woman really loves a man, she'll tolerate some of the cheating, and it doesn't break her the way it would break a man. She'll tolerate it until he grows up or whatever the case may be, because she really loves him. Typically, women do not leave men because they cheated. Most women want a man that has the ability to cheat. Most women want a man that other women want. I know this from experience. You don't like to admit it, but most women like this. You like the same guys. You're going after the same ones. And if you can't get him to do what you want him to do, you settle for what I call a buster, who you don't really look up to, you look down to, but you have your security because you know he can't or won't cheat on you. But before you know it, you cheating on him. I'm gonna leave it at that.
I just be wondering who is. My bad. I just want to say, I just be wondering, how do people expect to sit up here? Because I get the whole providing thing, right? I don't feel like nothing wrong with a man providing. But my thing is, if that's the only reason why he's you with him, or one of the biggest reasons, main reasons why you're with him, you got a problem. Truth be told, anything can happen in y'all situation to where he might not can't provide. So it's like, okay, when he don't provide, does that mean you gonna leave that man? Does that mean that you're no longer gonna be the woman that you need to be just because he's not a provider? Because truth be told, when you marry somebody, for richer or poor, that's a real thing. At the end of the day, regardless whether my man got it or don't got it, I'm gonna be right there. I don't give a damn how long. He could not have it for years, and I'm gonna still be right there. Cause I signed up to be with him. I ain't signed up to get what I can out of him. A lot of women sign up to get what they can out of a man, and don't even be signing up with the man.
No, that's real. You know that's a hustle. Marry the rich guy, have a baby by the rich guy, and have a child. That's a hustle. That is a common. Let's agree. That's a common hustle. You're right. Everything you're saying is absolutely right. But when you see, and this is just facts, 80% of the time that there's a divorce, it's a woman who's leaving, and because the courts, in a lot of situations, make sure that if she has kids, that's taken care of. She deserves half of whatever he might have. But this is a hustle. Women trying to get pregnant by the right guy. And when you have that kind of mindset, you ain't really trying to build family. You just really trying to get what you can get to boost yourself up to go find the man you really want. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to use Sierra, but it's true. Sierra chose to be one of Future's baby mamas. Russell Wilson, who didn't have children, chose to marry one of Future's baby mamas. This is not an accident. She said, okay, I made a move and had a child by someone I was truly attracted to and in love with, and I can't handle the fact that he's doing what he's doing with other women, and so therefore I have to leave him. I'm not putting up with it. Let me go find the guy that loves me more than I love him. And that's
The best
always a
thing Sierra could have done was sat up here and she told women what she did. She even put it in one of her music videos. She put it in God's hands. That's the best thing you can do after somebody done did you wrong. The thing
yeah, and I'm
is,
not
she let
yeah.
she let God find her man. She ain't go out there and looking for him. She let God bring that man to her.
Well, she went looking for him. Let's start with that. Let's start with that. She went look, and listen. I'm not saying she made a bad decision. She
Brother,
probably made a great decision.
no Saint been waiting to talk for a minute. I don't know
Okay,
if you
let me be
want to
quiet.
wrap it up.
Yeah, let me be quiet. Go ahead.
AJ knows she can hop in at any time. She a mod up in here.
I just want to see, is there still an echo? Can y'all hear me? Let me know if there's an echo.
Not when we're muted. So just
Yeah,
when
when
we
we
say
want me to hear it.
Okay, let me drop. I'll come right back real quick because I want to make sure that ain't an issue. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Hold on.
Nah, you not echoing. That's
yeah,
somebody
go
else.
ahead. It's only when we all are unmuted. So you good when it's just you. You good. We can't hear it.
For sure. Well, real quick, just as a mod, we're gonna do a quick mod break. So if y'all can, just tap the screen, share the live. If you're in the boxes, tap the screen, share the live. Let's also be respectful in this live as all times. I do see Kev got a lot of trigger words in his topic as always. So please try not to be in your feels. In the event that this live gets a little too much for you, feel free to hit the X in the corner. Definitely exit you out this live. That's perfectly fine. And if you can't be respectful in this live, there are plenty of flight attendants to shoot you up out this live. You can go anywhere you want to go. You ain't got to go home. You ain't got to stay here. So also, what's up, everybody? I just want to run through the questions real quick because I'm not going to be in here too long before all the fireworks and stuff start and it starts messing with my head. So pick me, misused word on social media. Why? Because like most words that are overused on social media, somebody heard it somewhere and then they thought they understood what it meant. And so then they just kept using it over and over again. And then, the cycle continues. It just is what it is. How do you dislike pick-me's and support panders at the same time? I don't support anybody who's going to be on an extreme side like that, to be honest. I want to answer with you for sure. Yeah, no, I don't, anybody who's on an extreme side of anything, I don't typically care for it just because to me, it just tells me you're unbalanced. And you're definitely not somebody who can come over here and try to preach to me about having some sort of emotional intelligence, emotional control when you function in extremes like that. At the end of the day, if you're one of those people who, you're standing 10 toes down on what you stand on, then it is what it is. But if you out there just trying to be a pick me for the sake of being a quote unquote pick me, and I put that in quotes because of the way TikTok uses it, then fine, whatever. You know what I mean? That's you. If you want to be a pander, then be a fucking pander. I can care less. Just do so away from me. Okay? I really don't care. I don't like that like extra extremist shit. That's just me. How can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt? You can tell by the way that they're talking. You can definitely tell by the way that they're talking. When you have to degrade somebody or something while you're trying to give somebody advice, you coming out of a place of hurt. If if you can't take accountability for what you may have done in a situation, that also tells me you coming from a place of hurt. Like at some point we're adults and we all have to take accountability. Don't matter men, women, everything in between. I really don't care. If you're an adult, you got to take accountability. You can't keep talking out of places of hurt. Maybe you need to get up off the internet and go talk to that psychiatrist or that therapist or whoever else it is, but get the F off social media and do all that. That's crazy. Is an individual at an all-time high and the reason we can't speak for the individualism. Absolutely. I think again, people are functioning in extremes, right? Either people are so individualistic that they forget that other people exist,
right? I like to call that, what is that? The I'm the main character era that we're in, where people just think that, oh, well, everybody has to cater to me and I don't got to cater to anybody else and only I matter. Everything's about my feelings. Well, the problem is everybody's functioning like that. We don't get anywhere, right? But then on the other end, you also have a lot of people who don't take accountability for everything and then just blame everything on society and everybody else anyways. So to me, again, it's an extremist thing, right? I think honestly, at the end of the day, there is a point where you do have to find the balance of individuality and then also understanding that you live in a collective and in a community and that you have to also do what's best for the community, right? So many people turn around and keep saying, oh, well, I can say anything in a live. It's a free country. You're not going to tell me what I can and cannot say unless you're saying something, unless you hear somebody saying something problematic. Now you want to jump in and try to govern what everybody else is saying. We can't do that, right? When we're on these platforms, it's just a little tidbit, just kind of the way I see things. While we're on these platforms, do we need to be mindful of the rhetoric that we're pushing out? Absolutely. Do we need to be mindful about the way we explain things? Absolutely. Do we need to be mindful of the messages that are being pushed out? Yes, because there are young people who are on this app that do not understand what the hell you were talking about. And most people are not articulate. So I'm just going to say that. They don't know how to articulate themselves very well. So that's just me. Well, what's wrong with choosing better? At the end of the day, if you're having a problem with somebody telling you to choose better, that's telling a lot about you, okay? Because at the end of the day, all that's telling me is that you don't even really know what the hell you was looking for in the first place. You were following some trend, you're following what everybody else is telling you what to do, and so on and so forth, and now you're confused and frustrated, and you're just like, no, this is the reason why everybody is like this. No, at the end of the day, you need to figure out what it is that you want, what kind of lifestyle you want, who's that ideal partner, and what you need to do to get there. That's it. And at first, and before you start trying to date anybody, this is my advice. If you're going to try to date anybody, make sure you're able to give that shit to yourself first. Okay? Don't be over here talking about, I need quality time with you, when in fact you want quantity time. That shit's annoying. Nobody wants to sit up there and listen to you breathe. Nobody wants to do that shit. They don't. Okay? Don't be sitting over here and be like, oh, I need words of affirmation. No, you don't. You just want somebody to kiss your ass and not tell you the truth. Be for real. Be for real. Don't sit there and be like, oh, I need you to be physically affectionate. You don't even necessarily give a crap about me. You just want me to sit there and have sex with you. That's all you want. You want lust. Figure it out. But, list goes on and on. That's just my personal opinion. But I'm going to go ahead and be quiet. I'm going to go ahead and land. Is what it is.
Nice.
You're cooking.
Go ahead, Secret. How you feeling, my brother?
Man, I'm doing good. How about y'all on this 4th, which I don't celebrate the holiday?
I'm blessed. I got my nephew and my dad out there celebrating right now. And like, where you at?
That's what's up. I appreciate the gifts. Yeah, I was gonna say I was listening to Julian and the girl, I don't know what her name was, the conversation earlier, and I heard Brother Julian said that he understands the philosophy of what's going on now. I don't understand this philosophy. This is crazy. Like, they're wanting the men to be traditional while they're not even wanting to hold any traditional type of roles or values. I don't understand that philosophy. It's crazy to me because they want the men to do like a majority. I'm not saying all women, but hearing some of these women, they're talking about, well, if I got to work and he works, I don't think I should do anything. But at the same time, even if he's working 24/7, and well, I'm exaggerating with the 24/7, but even if he's working, like, and handling the bills and everything like that, it's like they still don't want to. From a standpoint that I listen to some of these women, they still don't want to bring anything to the household or to the equation or to the table, per se. So I don't get the philosophy. It's just crazy to me, what I'm hearing so far.
If I may, Secret Identity, you got to understand female nature, man. I hate to just put it like that. Just like men have a nature, women have a nature too, and they will try to get over on something if it benefits them. This new thing is 50-50 when it benefits us. You see what I'm saying? In our community, the Black community, our women been working since day one. Black Wall Street was built on both sides working together. and the two women Venice is still here, but they have worked with their partner for years. It's
Right.
this new thinking, which is purposely designed now. It's purposely designed for them to be delusional.
Correct.
The girl that was on here earlier, I already know her destiny. She's delusional, and she's only afforded for being delusional because of her looks right now. She still got guys getting at her, and so she believes because guys are sexually attracted to her that her value is higher than what it really is.
Okay, and
You
I'll say
see?
this to you, Julian.
Go ahead.
So yeah, so I'm not really long winded, but yeah, I understand the female's nature. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I don't understand the philosophy because the philosophy doesn't make any sense. It's just a bunch of BS. What I do understand is that there's a bunch of rhetoric that's been spewed out here that the women are following along with. They're taking it as gospel. I call it the radicalized feministic ideology. That's what they're hearing every single day, even through the airwaves. You got the social media. You got the music industry, you got the entertainment industry, just like Hollywood, so they're seeing a lot of this stuff right here. And then, like I said, they sit back and regurgitate a lot of these things. That's what I'm seeing as far as, how things are playing out right now. And it's only getting worse because the rhetoric, just seems to amplify each and every generation. So that's what I see.
Hey, hold on, y'all, real quick. I'm gonna need everybody to tap this screen, and if I gotta come off mute and ask y'all again, I'm turning these dang comments off. Tap this screen. Let's get this live up to 25K. This is crazy. Let's go. Also, Kev, I know I dropped, bro. I don't know why you look so sad, but I was just dropping to get rid of the mute, bro. And then I came back, and then you smiled, so like we fine. But I wasn't leaving you, dog.
I
It's
wasn't even
okay.
paying attention to that. Maybe it is something in my. I don't know. Maybe I do get my feelings hurt. That's only because it's AJ.
Bro, he looked real sad.
I didn't even notice that. That's crazy.
Just
It's
look
so
like
tiny.
he
I can't even see his facial expression or anything. That's so crazy.
I'm tapping.
No, I just want to point out, when it comes to men and women, though, some okay, we can go on and on about like each other's nature all we want. We also, again, I hate saying this because I feel like I'm always pointing out the obvious. We definitely, obviously, we operate differently. We notice things differently, and I think the problem is that at least for women, at least I'm only gonna speak for us women because I can speak for men. I ain't a man, but a lot of us women, if I can give any of us any advice, we need to stop expecting men to sit there and react like we are. They're not us. Okay, we keep turning around. We want you to be vulnerable. We want you to be vulnerable. Male vulnerability don't look the same. It don't look the same like it does for us women. Okay, we can sit there and cry and ugly cry and snot bubble, and that's okay. That's perfectly socially acceptable. They cannot. I just wanted to point that out there. But I'm gonna shut up.
I agree. I just
Facts.
think I think when a man being vulnerable or a woman sitting up there looking at that shit like this crybaby ass nigga. And I gotta say that. I gotta be real
No, that's
because
real. That's real. Go ahead.
I gotta say that because in reality, women can only take so much crying from a man. Like it'll be like okay, one time cool. Alright, 3 or 4. Alright, this nigga need a therapist.
You gonna be like that. You gonna be like, here's some tissue.
She gonna start to feel like, okay, I don't want to be around this weak ass man because in a way it's showing like, okay, even though he's being open with his emotions and stuff, I get that, but it's like almost like, damn, if I gotta continue to sit up here and be like, okay, baby, it's all right, it's gonna work, don't sit up here and cry about it. It's like if I constantly gotta do that with you, then I'm not gonna want to be around it. And I think a lot of women don't want to be around that shit. Straight up, I don't give a damn. And I think when a man is what they say emotional I want him emotional and tuned. And I hear that shit. I be like, y'all don't want no damn emotional man. Truth be told, an emotional man is a dangerous man. And I always say this because when a man is in his emotions, everything that's logic, everything that got to do with taking your time to think it out, He's not in that mode. He in the mode of I don't give a fuck. And when you in that I don't give a mode, you gotta sit up here and understand he passive right now. That's why a lot of women be sitting up here. They can tell you, a lot of women could tell you about dealing with an abuser or an abusive man because he was so emotional. He was too in tune with his emotions. That's why he flashed out and hit your ass, because it's like he ain't being logic. He ain't thinking about no police. He don't give a shit. He like, call the motherfucking police. I'll help you dial the number, ma'am. like he don't give a damn. So I just think that a lot of y'all don't really want an emotional man, because an emotional man could lead to being an abusive man. So be careful what you ask for. That's all I'm saying.
So you don't want a man that if he like bumps his head on like the counter or something to start crying, you don't want that? Don't be like that, man. I'm messing with you.
I think what she's saying is, I'm being serious.
I'm messing with her. I was being facetious.
I think innately in a woman, I'm talking science and biology, right? So a woman wants to feel protected, which is part of the reason why most women want a guy that's taller than them, and they want to feel safe. So if they see a man that can't handle adversity, there's something inside of them that triggers that this dude is not up to par of what I'm physically and sexually attracted to. You know what I'm saying? So what she's saying is a man who's always offering too much feminine energy, as we would call it. But what I want her to also understand, if we play opposites, this is what masculine men get annoyed with. We get annoyed with women who are too damn masculine. Okay, that's annoying to us because for us, for us, that's equivalent to the same type of guy you just described, right? The guy that you just described is crying all the time, complaining all the time. When we come together as men, whether it be playing sports or on the football team or in the army, military, whatever, we don't like the whining and crying. We don't like that feminine energy. It is annoying to us, and we separate. There's a hierarchy in the jungle. Okay, the pussycats don't convene with the lions. This is what men do. This is how men become so-called alpha males. Women don't decide that. Men come together and men compete, and the ones who are the winners and the strongest ones and the leaders of the pack, they rise to the top. And it's typically the type of man that most women are attracted to. Problem is, most women can't lock a man like that down. So they settle for the guy that's crying and whining all the time and making excuses as to why he can't succeed at something. So I just think that that's biological, that a woman is turned off if she sees a man who's too often in his feminine side. Well, ladies, we're the same way. We get turned off when we see a woman who thinks she's a man. It's a biological turnoff. We want softness. We want femininity. I do understand. I'm gonna be real quick and land the plane. I do understand in our community as Black people that women out of the necessity for survival has had to become masculine. I do get that. I do understand that. But when you come across a man and you come with that BS, he's gonna sit you down simply by walking away. That's the real power of that type of man that is in that higher echelon of men, is his power to walk away and replace you. Because that man knows that he could replace you a lot faster than you could replace him. And that might sound like arrogance, but it comes a time when a man gotta put it down, like, wait a minute, just like in the jungle. You know, a man just can't say anything he wants to another man. We deal with it. So when a woman comes acting like a man, it's gonna be very necessary for that man to establish, wait a minute, first of all, you're gonna respect me. You're not gonna woman. And matter of fact, get too much of my emotions, first thing I'm gonna do is walk away and find another one.
Hey, she just, you want that man to, if he see a spider, he's gonna jump on that table and he gonna be like, oh, hey, can you kill it for me? You want that.
I think that's the main problem with feminism right now, or the feminist movement, is that they're trying to make females do like to take the male role in their relationship. You know, men like to have the reins, but like good men will take the reins, but consider what his female wants in the relationship too. You know, I mean that's basically the best. But when a female tries to step up and take that role, you're taking his masculinity and you're literally just stripping it away from him, and that's what causes men to lash out a lot. You know, and because they're not feeling like a man anymore, you're literally stripping him of his pride and his everything, basically, because that's what men strive to be. And I don't know how much better way to put it, really.
Yeah, I'm gonna
How about this?
hold up. I'm gonna need everybody to keep tapping the screen. Y'all, like the fact I even had to turn it off and y'all barely
I'm hitting it.
let's get it up 35. Let's
I'm
go.
tapping that.
Right.
I'm
Everybody,
saying, listen, I'm
that's
tapping. Trust
fine.
me.
That's fine. But you ain't the only one in the live. I got 25 people in here.
Okay.
Y'all all be tapping.
Yeah,
Everybody
y'all need
tapping
to.
collectively. That's crazy. And also, let's get these shares up, bro. Like, let's get this up. They said matter of fact, I want to see 115 shares. Let's go. If you don't know
Let's
how to
go.
share, tap his box.
Let's
Go
go.
down to Kev's box and hit share. Hit all of them all the way down. Share it to all your friends. Let's go. We'll see what
Shout out to Taylor. I don't know. You said 4 of them? You said 4 galaxies?
Yeah,
Or
she
like
sent
say 4
she
games?
sent you some foreign galaxy,
Oh
Kev.
my goodness. Good looks. Good looks, Tay.
Is it your mentor? I just see your mint. Your mint. How about this? If we look at a relationship as if, you know, like a team, right?
Yeah.
Football team or whatever, where the man is the coach and the woman is the star player, right? Both are very important. And very often, most of the time in sports, the star player makes more money than the coach, right? But you're a team. Men cooperate, operate together with an order, right? Men also understand, wait a minute, he should be the starting quarterback. He's better than me. See, we don't argue. No, and how is that proven? Well, he beat me on the field. We don't argue necessarily with what's fair because we understand that all of us have different abilities and this, that, and the other. When a woman tries you like that, when they try to take your manhood or emasculate you, let's remember that's a test for her. That's a subconscious test. She's testing you because she's dealt with so many men who allowed her to do that. And in her subconscious, she's bringing that habit. I'm all, every time I cohabit with a woman and meet a woman, I'm expecting the test.
That's the
She's
thing.
gonna take.
Like I'm married, right? Like I will let my wife take the reins in certain situations, and mostly the situations I know that she's stronger in, you know. But when I know I'm stronger in a situation or whatever you want to call it, I will take the reins, and I will not let her take those reins. Like
She's a star player.
Yeah.
What good coach doesn't listen to their star player? You see my analogy? If they drop, if you're on a team, I'm sorry.
Julian, whatever you munching on, bruh,
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
gonna need to share with the class, bro. You making me
I didn't realize this pick. My bad. I'm eating watermelon. I'm
No,
sorry.
you good, dog. You good.
Damn,
Hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
bro.
Thank you.
Whatever you snack
I don't know how I
on.
sound. Thank you for not letting me. But I was trying to say that star player. That's the way I look at it. The woman that you choose, whatever your goals are in life that you want to accomplish your goals, you got to have a franchise. You got to have a star player. And what good coach does not listen to the star player?
Yeah.
There's been times where the coaches, and like Michael Jordan or even LeBron James, where the coach is ready to draw up a play, and Michael Jordan say nah, or LeBron James say nah. They know when to override the coach. I understand what you're saying, and I think women have, real quick, I'm gonna land the plane. I think women have this fear that their voice won't be heard. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the thing. Like my wife, like she knows, like there's very specific like things that like I won't touch. I'm like, this is all you. You know what I mean? Like she knows.
Yeah, I was going to say something right quick, and then I know because I know some other voices want to be heard too. Because I think the men are overpowering this panel right now. I'm only hearing the guys' voices, but I want to say this right quick. So yeah, we do understand that there is a dynamic. There's a yin and a yang. There's there needs to be a balance, you know, and we do understand that, hey, yes, if a guy's bringing a lot of feminine energy to that woman, she's going to be turned off, just like she just, I don't know the full name. She's just being honest. Okay. Just like she was saying, you know, she was like, oh, that's, you know, repulsive, or that's unattractive. If a guy, you know, bumps his head and start crying and lean in her shoulder and be like, hold me, wipe my tears. You know what I'm saying? Like, we understand that. And it's the same for men. It's a turnoff when women are super masculine or whatever the case is, because we don't want that. At the end of the day, masculinity is attracted to femininity, just like femininity is attracted to masculinity. That's the problem that a lot of people face. Women seem like, there's some women that seem like they don't understand that concept, you know, so I try to give them like examples of, you know, such constructs of how that looks, you know, and then once I give it to them, they're like, oh, I don't want that, you know. And sometimes I hear women say, hey, if a guy is masculine and then he can put me in my feminine, but that typically isn't even the case. It typically doesn't work. So here's how it works. There still needs to be a balance. She can be masculine all she wants to, but that guy has to be feminine in order for that thing to work, you know what I'm saying? Because it needs to be a balance. It needs to be a balance. So at the end of the day, that's the only way it can work, because you're going to be bumping heads messing with a masculine woman, and you're masculine. You know, it's just going to be an all-out war. You know, y'all going to be trying to fight for, like, what am I trying to say? Like the title or leadership or
Yeah,
whatever the case.
leadership.
Yeah, and that typically always goes awry, and you two will be miserable and upset. So in order for her to win, she would need to get her feminine dude, just as, you know, that you know, feminine dude needs to get with that masculine. You know, this just works like that. That just, it's just balance, yin and yang.
I think masculine women, I think a lot of them, they've been through so many disappointments that they had taught themselves how to be tough, because they once was that woman who sat up here and listened to a man. But the thing is, she listened to the wrong man. Now she don't want to listen to no man, just not any man. So I think you got those women out there, they'll sit up here and be like, hey, straight up, ain't no just sitting up here coming at me any kind of way. Ain't no just taking me on a date. Ain't no just like, so they ain't going for the bare minimum, because they already tolerate that shit from a dude who ain't ish to them. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna require more. I'm gonna make sure the next dude that come along, oh, he see marriage. I want to make sure that the next dude that come along, that he's not toxic, that he's not just one-sided, that he's not all about what a man thinks, just or about running the relationship his way. I want to make sure I have a say so. I want to make sure that I'm with somebody who can fully contribute, but also let me have a voice in this relationship. Because probably they was in a relationship where they probably ain't have a voice at all, or they have to sit up here and bite their tongue a lot. But at the same time, I think a lot of masculine women need to work on being feminine, being a lady, and just being nice. A lot of their ass is rude as hell. You don't you don't like, when I see masculine women, I see the women, because I could tell the difference between a masculine woman and a feminine woman. Like, if I'm in a restaurant, right, and I see this how I think, also people could tell if you're masculine. If you sitting in a restaurant, right, the masculine woman gonna sit up here, she gonna scream at the waiter. She gonna be like, excuse me. That's masculine. See, a lady, she just gonna wait till the woman till the waiter comes to her table, and she's going to say, excuse me, sir, because my thing is, it's a way that you do things.
Or she picks table or booth, like she picks, like, demands, or she tells the man where to sit at the table or booth.
I ain't never heard that one, but okay.
That was good.
I've seen a woman, you're sitting there, you sit there. He didn't get to pick where he was going to sit.
Oh, yeah, that's a new one. I ain't saying they ain't doing it. That's a new one.
Like, I just said that because I just understand, like, you know, there's I think that's another thing. I also seen that a masculine women, they have a problem with feminine women. It's because those women are literally acting like ladies, something that they want to act like, but you be told they don't know how to get there. And so it bothers them to see a woman sit up
They
here.
tell them you acting soft.
Yeah, that it
You must
bothers
be a
them that she can
pushover and
speak.
stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. It's like it bothers them to see a woman speak softly. You know, she comes at a guy soft, or she cutter him in a or approach him in a soft way, and it'd be like, oh hell nah, like, oh, this wanna be pick me weak ass girl, like, oh, she gonna bite her tongue. I'm gonna say whatever I want. It's not that she's biting her tongue. She just know when it's most important to speak and when it's mostly important to not say nothing at all. But AJ, go ahead.
You good. I just had a question because I'm trying to understand a little bit, right? Because again, like a lot of the stuff y'all talking about, like it's not really in my purview a lot of the time. I don't really hang out with women that like the women I am around aren't trying to like be men. You know what I mean? Like they're not. It's I don't know. It's just different. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out is it necessarily that they're trying to be men, or do you think that they may have misconstrued what like being a strong feminine energy is, or like a matriarch is? Does that make sense?
So
Yeah, may I answer
Like
that?
them misconstruing it? Yeah, it's just a genuine question for the panel. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I think I brought up the masculine part. What I mean more so than a woman like consciously saying I'm going to be no. It's especially with our women, we have to acknowledge that Black women have a different dynamic because of our history in this country. Through the course of survival through slavery, our women was purposely put out front. So that's been embedded in our community. But the masculine part, when you hear men say it, it's a certain energy. And the only way I can make you understand it is if we flipped it. As a woman, a man may not believe he's acting feminine by complaining, by crying, by being emotional. He may not be doing that on purpose, but typically most Black men are raised by women. And that woman,
Let me hold on. I just want to give like a reason why I'm asking that question, right? Because to me, somebody who does that, male or female, I'm assuming you're childish, right? If you're crying and you're complaining about absolutely nothing, you're a child to me. You need to grow up, right? I don't care, women, men. I'm gonna tell you, you need to grow the hell up, right? But where I come from, like I said, it's just a little different. That's why I'm asking, just for some clarification. So,
right, where do you come from?
like if we were to reverse it, I come from the South Pacific. So where I'm from, it's matriarchal. So for as a woman, it's not that I'm masculine or anything else. It's just it's completely different, right? Like that's like the best way I can really describe it to y'all. It's completely different.
it's
Right.
an
It's not the same.
energy. It's an energy,
Yeah.
and I'm speaking science now, okay? Because it was she just recently brought up how a man, it's a turnoff if he's overly vulnerable, because we know that at the core of what women are attracted to is some sort of security. So if your man he feels vulnerable all the time, that by nature is going to make her feel like he can't protect me, and that's where the discourse and actually the turn off begins. She begins to lose respect for him, and she's sexually turned off. For a man who's a man, and there's a woman and he wants to lead, and that woman is always challenging his leadership and trying to be the man, as he would put it, it's an energy that turns men off. You're from the South Pacific. I'm thinking Guam. I don't know. I hope I'm not wrong, but it's a
I'm
different culture. I'm sorry.
I'm not from Guam, but it's a different culture. It's okay. But go ahead.
Okay, I'm very curious. I'm very curious. Where are you actually from?
I'm from a small tropical island in the South Pacific called Palau.
I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, I was like,
Um,
most people don't, so that's why I'm like, you were probably the closest, but
as a matter of fact, there's a big difference between the South Pacific and the other parts of Asia.
Mhm.
And I respect that culture, the South, what they call the Southeast Asian, more so than say the Korean or the Chinese. Okay, but I don't want to get into that. But there's
That's
a
a whole
dynamic.
topic. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a dynamic here
amongst black people in America, which is not only different than any other place in the world, is different than anything in the annals of history. Our culture was fashioned with the woman being out front and the man being hiding behind the woman, not being out front. Under the slave system of the United States, that didn't go on for 10 or 15 years. It went on for hundreds of years. So we have it in our culture where our women, has had to basically survive and keep the family together. And they were positioned to be the head of the family through our culture.
Oh, okay, I
That's why we
understand
have
now.
characters like Medea.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
grandma
Okay.
was the one that led the family. And that dynamic alone has made many of our women have a masculine energy. I'm only pointing it out because I'm not saying that they could be completely into men, but because of the fear, because most men, and let's agree, most of our men are incapable and have, like she was just saying, have our women have had bad experiences, so they carry that experience into the next situation. And at that point, that's when it's on, in my humble judgment, it's on the man to establish that I'm not like these other men. I'm not like that. And so I'm going to set standards and boundaries for myself. And I believe that 9 times out of 10, when a man does that and she sees that he's different, that's when I believe a woman will fall naturally into her feminine energy when she feels safe enough.
Hey, let me get a couple people in here that ain't say nothing. We get a Lovely in, then Ty, and then my boy Gemini. I don't know if it's signal fixed, but you can go after that.
Yeah, I mean, just to hey Kev, how you doing today?
I'm good. You already know. How you feeling?
Happy whatever you want to call it day.
Another day to chill with the fam. That's what I call it.
Exactly. I love what everybody is talking about, and I think it was Julian that just pulled that up, but talking about how women are now raising children on their own, but we have to understand that a lot of women fell in because of their trauma or things that they've been through, depended on the system to do something that they were already capable of. And I think we've talked about that before. It was like, people will put expectations upon you. We keep giving back to the things or to the people or to the likings of things that we don't even agree with just to survive. And here we are, just trying to survive off of ideologies, or I'm not going to bring religion up because I'm not religious, but I believe in the Most High. So it's like we have these capabilities and these incapabilities, and now we're sleeping with other people, we're meeting other people, we're in relationships with other people. And I love what she Honest just brought up. There are some women out here that just, they're so emotional and they want an emotional man. That's like asking for somebody like you. Why do I want somebody who's like me? I need somebody who can actually correct me and protect me at the same time.
Go ahead, Ty.
Thank you, Kev. I appreciate that. What's going on, everybody? Guess who's here? Tyson. What's going on? So I appreciate that, Chad. Yeah, I always need to autocorrect. But I would definitely say, for the first one, do you dislike pick-me's and support panders at the same time? How do you dislike pick-me's and support panders at the same time? Honestly, I don't know, man. Like, I have no idea. Okay, I don't know how they end up doing it. But at least from what it seems like from my angle, it seems that they are okay with panders because they believe that specific men have certain powers to make things move. So they are willing to sacrifice the pick-me's and stuff because the panderers are on their side. It's like, you're on my side, so hey, I might as well. They're saying something I don't like, and I said that yesterday, brother. They are okay with panderers calling women pick-me's and disrespecting them, which is crazy to me. Because you were saying how bad men are and all that other stuff, right? Yet you are perfectly okay with other men calling women pick-me's and disrespecting them. So as soon as you call them a pick-me, it gives people free range chicken just to disrespect women, especially black women. How can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt? Bro, man, when I'm on this app, bro, for my technique, the things that I do is that I listen to the things that they say, okay? The first sentence, 2-3 sentences, bro, is always a quick kicker. Because some people, they can't hide the fact of their anger or their hurt or their stress. So, ladies and gentlemen, especially when you're hearing a conversation from people, listen to the words that they use, the emphasis that they use on those words. If I hear a man, the first 2 sentences, 3 sentences that he say is this: these females, these females this, these females that, bro, automatically I'm like, yep, you one of those, yep, yes sir, check. Just like some of these women be like, oh, these men's, oh, these all men, and all of these things, when they use certain type of words, absolutely, it checks off. So at least for me, as I said, like when you allow people to speak long enough, they tell on themselves. Is individualism at an all-time high? And the reason why we can't speak for the general nowadays. I agree, brother. I believe individualism is at an all-time high for sure. There are so many people that want to just be special and unique in their own way, but it's fine because we should be special and unique in our own way, but to a part where people are making it seem like, hey, you're not good enough, or you're not this, you're not that. So it's more of a, in a way, not classism, but in a way, you kind of, you know what I mean, trying to put people in certain classes and stuff like that. So it makes things worse because you don't see the people that are actually, that's been through the things that you've been through. So in other words, you kind of look at people like, you know what I mean, they're less than. And the reason why we can't speak for general nowadays is that we can speak for the general nowadays it depends on what you're saying, you know? But we understand that every single person is not single person is not the same, not a monolithic or whatever you want to call it. But we do understand is that there are certain things that are common nature for a lot of people. Common nature in some men and common nature in some women, that's a real thing. And then I'll end off by what's wrong with choose better. Choose better, ladies and gentlemen. I will never agree with that. And say this personally, it's all good. Because choose better is kind of, in a way, it's like throwing people's feelings and stuff to the side. Let me explain why. When you say choose better, there are other people that actually have heard the term or heard that other people say, choose better, choose better. You gotta choose better, you gotta choose better. Some of those people that are saying that have devilish intent, have mean intent. So they don't even give a damn about your feelings. You know what I mean? So in some ways, some of the people that are getting told it, they're like, oh, somebody said that to me, and they only said it to me, and it's going to trigger me to think that they truly don't care because they're just saying choose better. But there are some people on the opposite side, like you, Kev, and a couple of other people. They say possibly you should probably choose better, right? They'll still get triggered because they heard it from so much idiots on the internet. So they'll automatically get, you know what I mean, triggered. So it's definitely on that person to, of course, regain power of those words. But at the same time, too, since we understand that's the life for some people of being told this in a negative way, we could be a little bit understanding, like, hey, maybe the person that you run into the next time, or the person that you want to date or whatever, maybe next time you do more your research on that person. Maybe you do something to make sure that you keep yourself safe, right? That's the same thing as saying, choosing better. But of course, you're breaking it down and you're seeing it a different way. So I feel like the term itself is what people get upset about. That's all.
It's how you didn't do.
Yeah, it's the. What'd you say, Secret?
Oh, so you need to do the top one. Pick me, misuse word on social media. Why?
Oh, wait, hold on. It says, what did it say? Sorry.
Pick me, misuse word on social media. Why?
Oh, man, thank you for telling me, brother. Yes, one of the most Man, one of the commonly used word, brother. Oh my God, pick me. What's another common word? We was talking about that yesterday. A narcissist.
Yep.
All of these
Shoot,
words, bro.
accountability.
Yeah,
Yeah, the A word. The A
all these,
word.
yeah, especially accountability too. All of these words, ladies and gentlemen. There's a group of people that are using it right. There's another group of people that's using it wrong. There's a other group of people that don't even know what the heck people are talking about. So definitely, I agree. It's misused, and as I said, it's just yeah, it's misused recklessly because of the simple fact that there are some people out there that don't like what you have to say. Ladies, especially the ones that are called pick me, there's a decent amount of people that don't like what you have to say, so they don't know what else to do to disrespect you, so they're just gonna call you a pick me. And they allow everybody to say, okay, that's a green light. So even a man and a woman can call another woman pick me. So it's just another word of saying, I don't agree with you, I don't like you, because I feel like you're pandering to men, so you're a pick me.
Well, it goes
That
back.
literally just happened earlier. If you was here, that joke was crazy.
It goes back into labels. Like if you go, you mentioned narcissism. Look at what everybody talks about: trauma and triggers and labels and bipolar, or all these people that are coming out with all these psychology degrees, and then now you got to pick me and a panderer. They're not even in a diagnostic like manual, you know. So it's like they're creating all these words for people that are only part of maybe a clique, but not part of the community.
Yeah. So that's why I'm glad. Yeah, fact. I'm glad on that one that it choose better. I was about to say you end up saying it yourself. So it's like that's all I was about to say. It's context, depending on how it is, though. But I do get what you mean. How some people be using that junk. But I'm gonna get Chad in, and then I'm gonna get a feminine millionaire. I've been at least listen. I heard her from the millionaire a few times. It reminded me why we had added why I added her. I don't know who added who first though, but I was like, dang, we actually agree on a lot of stuff. 'Cause I was just hearing her recently. I'm like, dang, she be preaching. But I just thought at it.
For a
But
long
yeah.
time.
Huh?
I've been following her for a long time.
Yeah, I was following for a while too, though. But when I just was hearing her recently, I'm like, dang! I said we on the same page on a lot of stuff. I guess the only time I've been seeing her lately is I'll be seeing her like do her what's that stuff called the challenge things. I forgot what it's called. That's the only time I've been seeing her lately. But I didn't know she'd be preaching like that. I'm like, dang! That's why we follow each other. But go ahead, Chad, and then Feminine Millionaire after that.
Do I go one by one?
Yeah, if you could do it as fast as Ty did it, sure, I don't mind doing it that way.
Wait. Kev, can I say this last thing, because you guys Julian said something earlier, and I kind of glossed over that, because he said, damn, I just had it. Oh my God, I hate when I just have things and I just lose it.
Is you in your 30s?
Of masculinity. What was that?
Is you in your 30s?
Yes, 31. Yeah.
Welcome to the 30s. That's why you forget. I'm talking John.
31. Oh yeah. God. Oh yeah. But yeah, masculinity. Just like that's like Chad, of course, was able to help me. Pseudo. I consider it pseudo for sure, because at least for me, I know it's maybe just personal, but I'll just say anecdotally, right? That whenever I run into a woman and you know what I mean, like whenever she's yelling or she's upset or she's this, I don't consider that masculine. Honestly, me personally, I don't consider that masculine. In my mind, I consider that just like just arguing, just maybe bitterness, maybe upset, maybe angry, all types of different emotions. That's what I consider it. I don't even consider it masculine. Even with dykes, I know it sounds crazy. Even with dykes, even the ones that be trying to act like men or this and this and that, in my mind, in my head a little bit, I kind of chuckle a little bit because I'm like, come on, like good try. But so it's like as I said, it's like a pseudo type of doing it, but I don't truly feel like women could really be masculine. Maybe they try to fake like it, like they can, because some parents, especially moms, they feel like, hey, I got to be masculine a little bit just to raise my kid, you know? So they don't even know what it actually is. I feel like they just trying something out at this point, you know? That's all.
Yeah, that's an energy though. We got it in both of us
There you
though.
go.
We got masculine and feminine in both of us, in all of us
There
though.
you
I
go.
don't think it just stuck with
There you go.
one gender.
Thank you, Kev. I was gonna respond to that. But just to add on to that, because I think that's a confusing thing. In act, it's not about complaining. It's not about. I was only using an example. If that woman, if your energy, regardless of what you do or what you say, it's an energy thing that attracts one the other. You see what I'm saying? And he's right. Ego is a masculine emotion, but women have ego too. Fear is a feminine emotion, but men have fear too. But be a man that's afraid all the time and see how that turns off the opposite sex. Or be a woman who's in her ego all the time. That ego could cause you to argue. It could cause you to do anything because you're in your male ego too much, and it's a turnoff for a guy who's truly masculine. That makes
And
sense.
let me say something on that, Julian, because I use the acronym of EGO, EGO, an emotionally generated opinion, because you're driving with your emotions. That's your ego. But
Absolutely.
emotions is energy in motion. You know, we
There you
bring
go.
our energy into certain spaces. We
I
not
like
only
that.
have to understand other people's energy, we have to know our own. We have to know our own energy so that we know how to respond to other people's egos or other people's responses or other people's opinions, you know, so that you don't get butthurt and you go along and you carry all these emotions and this baggage with you, and you're just like, well, I'm so resentful and I'm so bitter because what they did to me. Well, they don't even care about you right now. So, you know,
Right.
how long you gonna
Let
care?
me
How long you gonna carry it?
yeah, let me get Chad and let me get them two in before we do this open panel. Go ahead, Chad, and then
Pick me misused word on social media. Why? Yes, definitely misused a lot. However, sometimes it's 100% warranted. Um, how do you dislike pick me's and support pandas at the same time? A lot of people don't understand that they literally support both because pick me's and panders engage in gender essentialism. But pick me's are definitely worse, but they both engage in gender essentialism. How can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt? You can usually people give advice from hurt when they didn't succeed in the thing that they're giving advice in you. In the topic that y'all are discussing. Is individualism at an all-time high? Yes, we're in late stage capitalism. The reason we can't speak for the general nowadays, no, it depends on the conversation that we're talking about. If we're talking about like social issues like racism or some shit like that, then you can often speak in general because those things are usually systemic. And when we talk about relationships, you can often deal in generalities because oftentimes, especially nowadays in relationships, people usually are attached to traditional norms that we've been taught for generations and generations and generations. What's wrong with choose better? People usually only say choose better as a way to deflect from a person bringing up the fact that the relationship didn't work out and the fact that they feel that the dating pool is trash, quote unquote, because the dating pool for a lot of people is probably trash. They feel that they can't necessarily work on themselves, so they feel that they have to, quote unquote, try to find the right partner, even though you're not going to find the right partner until you work on yourself.
all right, okay, I see what you did. That was a quick little fast, boy. Go ahead, feminine millionaire, then Gemini, then we do open panel. Because I know a lot of people got a lot
Hey there, thank you for having me.
for sure.
Let's see. I'm gonna try and be quick because I know we want to get to open panel. So one thing, when we get into emotions, and I believe someone said that fear is a feminine emotion. Emotions are neither feminine nor masculine. Emotions are physiological reactions, and your subconscious is actually telling you what that physiological response should be, and that's how we get our emotions. Now, there's masculine and feminine energy, and typically masculine energy is going to be linked to like actual like action, ambition, logic. Feminine energy is normally linked to like intuitive, nurturing, creation, things like that. But everyone has
Surrender.
emotions. They're neither feminine or masculine. Now to answer these questions, is pick me misuse? Absolutely, positively. I see more women that they use it to hurl an insult if you don't agree with them. I see a lot of I see a lot of women running around bullying other women that don't necessarily agree with them, right? So if you happen to be family centered, or who cares if you're a woman that's male centered, or saying, yeah, I want the male gaze, whatever, or if you can disprove some of these extremist feminazi views, then they're going to call you a pick me. When the reality of the situation is, anyone that's out here, sleeping with several people in hopes of being picked is really the true pick me. But I digress. We'll talk about that later. How the pick me's and panders are one and the same. If you dislike a pick me, you dislike a pander. I mean, it's the same. Just one is in a female body, one is in a male body. How can you tell if someone is giving advice from hurt? To their anecdotal experience versus being able to listen to their anecdotal experience versus being able to listen to other people and factor in their experiences as well, and understand that their experiences may be different. Also, I noticed that people that are speaking from hurt really struggle with taking accountability of the part that they played in different things. As far as individuals, individualism at an all-time high, absolutely correct. I believe Chad was just speaking. He's right. We're in a capitalistic society. There's a lot of socialization around you do what's best for you, not necessarily what's best for your family or best for your community. It's what's going to give me the better outcome. And then what's wrong with choose better? I actually don't think there's anything wrong with choose better. I think there are a lot of times in our lives, a lot of us could have chose better with relationships, chose better with finances, chose better with health decisions. Some people need to choose better with what they eating every day. You know what I'm saying? So all of us, in reality, when you think about your life as a whole, you're responsible for if you're happy or not. You're responsible for if you wind up where you would like to be or not, right? If you're a CEO of a company, if that company tanks, they're going to blame the CEO. You're going to be responsible, right? If that company wins and, is highly profitable for decade after decade after decade, they're going to say, oh my God, this person was a genius. They were the greatest ever. Well, you're the CEO of your life. So the reality of the situation is, if you're unhappy with it, change it. You're mismanaging resources. Choose better. And if you're happy with it, keep choosing the way you're choosing.
Hey, okay. Gemini, then we open panel after that.
I think humble is a word that people use too much, and they misuse the hell out of it. And I feel like they do that because they don't fucking know what it means. And nobody never went and looked up the definition. I don't have an answer for that second one. I don't know. Like the only thing I can come up with if I had to answer it would be because it's a woman doing the choosing, and they like men, so they're gonna lean more towards the panderer than the pick me who's a woman. Other than that, I don't know. It's the same thing. It don't make sense to me. By the word choice, the delivery, and it's something else. It's like three phases of it for me. I can only think of them two right now, but yeah, that's for me. That's how I can tell when somebody is talking from hurt. Most of the time it's pretty obvious. And this one, yes. I don't think it's enough individualism out there, in my opinion. I feel like everybody want retro sixes, but they just want a different color than what the next person got on. You know what I'm saying? And just because you change the color on something, yeah, you individualize it for yourself, but like you still okay. Or take it this way: everybody want that big 6-bedroom house in the cul-de-sac, but this person over here want to put a white fence around. This person want wood grain on their shit. This third house, they got everybody got the exact same house on the block, but theirs they painted the shutters gray on their shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the exact same shit. They just want to tweak it just a little bit so it look individual, but everybody pretty much got the same mindset. And can't speak for. I actually think we can speak pretty general nowadays because, like I say, everybody trying to get in the next person damn footsteps and follow right behind on what everybody else got going. But again, personal opinion. I don't think it's nothing wrong with choose better, unless. Oh, and I don't. Never mind. Let me take unless off. I don't think it's nothing wrong with choose better, especially when they start the story off of how at the end shit was fucked up, but they started it off with, yeah, he was doing this and he was doing that, but I loved him, so I thought I could change him, or I thought that would change. Yeah, you need to pick better or choose better. But like sometimes choose better don't really fit the situation because they did an immaculate job of choosing, and then whoever they chose switched up on them. Oh, I was wondering why everybody kept talking about pick me being the wrong word. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I do. I have to agree with Feeling Millionaire. I think pick me is misused because again, motherfuckers don't even know the right definition, and they're just using it as a slight to somebody they don't like, when it's really like, the person who going out and agreeing with everything that a man say just to gain his favor and or attention. Um, yeah. Oh, one more thing. Julian and I think it was maybe Secret Identity. They was talking about they kept throwing the team analogy around, or the star player and the coach analogy around. And one thing that I wanted to add to that is when people get their relationship to work, like you can have a coach, you can have a star player, like that's cool, but like, or if you want to have somebody say a quarterback and uh wide receiver, I don't remember, but like the thing is, everybody involved in that relationship knows when to step aside and let the other person do their damn thing, because it's a team sport, and you like if I get MVP but we lose, that don't mean shit for us. You know what I'm saying? So the people who get their shit to work the best is thinking team, thinking us, thinking we, instead of thinking.
Isn't that what you brought up earlier, Gemini? You brought up the word humble, right? You
Yeah,
brought up
yeah,
the word humble, yeah, which means low. Like you can't look at yourself as if you're better than the other person or bigger than the other person, but you're at a low level, so where you can allow that other person in. And I don't know.
Well, see, what humble means is to lower, or to look at your level of importance as lower than the next person, or to place
Right,
yourself under
right.
another person. You know what I'm saying? And a
Because
lot
you've
of
been there before. You've been there before. We've been there before.
oh
Many of
yeah,
us have been in that spot.
but yeah,
That's true.
Hey, Julie, you gotta drop and come back. I see what they talking about. I can't hear you.
Oh,
I
I
can't
can,
hear you on my
tell
backup.
him,
They
tell him to
can't hear
mute.
me.
I can,
Hey,
I can
Kev,
hear
Kev,
him.
tell him to mute and unmute. No. We can hear him since we're on the panel, but the people on the outside can't. Tell him to mute and unmute. Now say something, Julian. Unmute and say something. See if that works. Sometimes that works. Sometimes you do have to drop, but sometimes that might work. All right. What about now, Kev? Because I know you're using another device. Can you hear him now? Say something, Julian.
He sounds good on my end.
No, we don't. I don't hear him. I don't hear him.
You're gonna have to drop though. No, we can hear him on our side. Yeah,
Come back
lovely.
up. Come back up.
Lovely. We can hear people on the panel, but
Yeah, we can
people
hear
that's on the
people on the panel.
outside.
They can't hear. Yeah, that's how it be. Yeah, because I got my backup. I don't hear nothing. I see what they was talking about down there.
He's got like 3 phones.
I want to answer.
Yeah,
And
I literally do have 3
I
phones.
want to answer the pick me question.
Go ahead.
So pick me misuse words on social media. I do believe that. I think the people that sit up here and misuse the word, they'll sit up here and misuse it because they try to offend, trigger, or just really make somebody feel some type of way about being called a pick me. I think a lot of people don't know what a pick me is. I mean, regardless, I think it just shows that shit, you've been chosen. No matter if you think it's a servant, whether you think the woman is weak, truth be told, she only weak because she's the opposite of you.
right, honest. And honestly, I always thought about this like, who created the word pick me?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Who thought of the idea of you're just a pick me?
A woman with no man.
Yeah, yeah, because it's like what you were just saying, honest. It's like this means you're chosen. That's a good thing. Why is it? It's like a pick me. You're a pick me. But there's most women when they hear the word pick me will attack a pick me
It's a
because they
shaming.
aren't.
It's a
Yeah,
shaming
it's
language
shaming.
because let me tell you
Yes.
what it is. There's we gotta agree on certain things, and every woman that I've heard on this panel is feminine, right? But there's what I call a woman code of silence, kind of like in the police force, they have the blue wall of silence, and the good cops don't say nothing when the bad cops, do bad things, and they're silent. Well, a lot of times women feel that you should side with them simply because they're a woman. You see what I'm saying? And they use all types of shaming languages, and like I said, I have 3 daughters. I'm a TV producer. I produced a all girl reality show. I've dealt with women, and one of the first things that I noticed that they do when they congregate together, they click up, and they kind of expect, if I don't like her or if I don't like him, you should not like him either. You see what I'm saying? If I have my beliefs as a woman and I want to be independent and feminist or whatever I want to label myself, if you don't feel the same way that I feel, then you're a pick me. That's where that comes from. When in reality, damn near all women want to be picked by the right guy. It's really a game. One woman might feel, well, she's doing more than I'm
That's
willing
not
to
true.
do. What's not true?
They don't want to be picked by the right. They just want to be picked, not by the right guy though.
Well, what I
They throw that booty up in
oh
there.
no no
They
you
be
no
like
no
looking
no
for Mr. Wrong, Mr.
right
Take
no
that
no
backup. That ain't no
no
right
you're
guy.
right. No, wait, you're right. I'm saying the right guy in their mind at that moment. See,
Okay, you can say that
because
that right now guy.
the
So
right
let me
there you
stop. All
go.
right, I got
Right,
you
right.
though.
I'm speaking from their perspective, and I'm only going by what I've learned. Uh, I want to address something real quick. What Gemini said. We were talking about the team thing, and ladies, I think that's real. If you could really understand this of why men are like this, you have a lot. You have a lot better chance at understanding how to get what you want out of a man the right way. If there's a team that if there's a coach that has a star player, if that team is losing, because that's what you were talking about, Gemini, working together as a team, but a team has structure. It's understood that Michael Jordan is the star player, but the coach is responsible if they win or lose. The coach is going to be the one that gets fired by the owner if he can't get the star player on the right page, if he can't get the players to respect him, if he can't get the players to play together, the responsibility is on the coach. And that's why I believe in most dynamics of a man being with a woman, sorry about that, this is fireworks. In most dynamics of a man being with a woman, if that relationship fails or if she cheats on him or whatever, I put the onus on the man, guys. I put that whole choose better. Yeah, that speaks of accountability. So often, especially this is one of the things with our women who are the most likely to have children out of wedlock, and then they blame their baby daddies. You are the one that holds the keys to SMEX. You're the one that holds the keys to childbirth. So you have that right and that freedom of every child that's born in this world. Every man is going to pander a little bit to get the smecks on some level, got to take you out. He has to do something besides showing up and looking good in most situations. He has to do something. So he's got to pander a little bit, and we're willing to do it a little bit within reason, most of us. But it's because you control the smecks and you control childbirth. So if you are the most likely, our women, black women, the most likely to have a child out of wedlock, that is your choice. That is a choice that you had complete control over. If I married a stripper and she left me, took all my money, and cheated on me with my best friend, and I married her, that's on me because I hold the keys to marriage. And when you say choose better, I understand what the one brother was saying about being empathetic. We agree. That's how you learn. You make bad choices and you learn from them. But then there's the other part about not taking accountability, where women are deciding to have these children with these no good men, and then they blaming the man. No, baby, choose better.
I just really wanted to finish my point real quick.
Thank you,
Cause I
Honest.
was
Your turn. Your turn.
I was speaking from shit. Cause I said I'm trying to remember what the fuck I was about to say, but yes. I
No, I can
think
remember where you
I think when
learned.
it comes to when I said that the woman who's sitting up here calling other women pick me, they're sitting up here speaking from a place because they see the woman is moving different than what she would do. She's actually moving in a way where it's like, okay, I'm gonna serve my partner. I'm gonna sit up here and make sure they got food. I'm gonna feed them mentally, spiritually, emotionally. I'm gonna cater to them. And when you calling somebody a pick me, you're not a person that's catering to your man. You sound like a person who's more of trying to the person that's calling the person a pick me, you sound like you're envying the person based off of them being a feminine woman. Because that's what a pick me is. Anytime you hear a woman describe what a pick me is, it's like, oh, she caters to how a man thinks. Okay, so she can get along with and see a man's point of view to where she doesn't have a negative outlook or opinion when it comes to his perspective. And that's what you don't like. You don't like that she can actually see things from his point of view and she's not a girl's girl. That's the problem. A lot of women, they be wanting this girls type of relationship with women, meaning you only want to be friends with a woman who can't agree with you just cause you a woman, just cause you sitting up here feeling like, oh girl, I could relate to you. Or and truth be told, when you don't run across a woman that's agree with certain things or certain ways a woman thinks, oh, now you're trying to offend and insult that woman by sitting up here calling her out her name. Because I think when you calling somebody a pick me, you're trying to disrespect the person. Now you feeling like you want to sit up here and personally attack the one's character. Truth be told, that because she can sit up here and she can cooperate with a man and she can work with a man and understand a man clearly doing something that you don't know how to do. All of a sudden, now you trying to paint her in a bad light and make it seem like she's just I'm a follower behind this man, instead of understanding, no, she can just be relatable when it comes to him in certain ways that you probably don't relate to. Like,
Hey, oh, sorry.
go ahead, Secret.
Oh, I was just gonna say I didn't answer the first question either, because I got in here and I started talking about with the open panel situation. But I'll just do the first question. Pick me misused word on social media. Why? I would say yes, it is a misused word. And the thing is, when I see it, I read it and it said that it's the validation of men. And the thing shows 2023, so it is weird. I mean, I think it's been used before 2023, but I see that it's been placed in Google, from 2023. So I don't really get that. But the way it's being used on here is if a woman is saying something or agreeing with the guy, even if he is correct, they get upset about that and they think that that's considered a pick me when it isn't. So they do misconstrue words and they just butcher them things and try to turn it into whatever they think they should turn it. Just like the 4B movement, they just switched that whole thing to fit their narrative. And that's what's been going on here lately with these words and the misuse of these words. And I'll end with that.
So I'm gonna let Chad go real quick because I know he sound like he stirred up. I seen him in the comment. Then Baby Pineapple, you next. And it's still open panel though, but I'm gonna get Chad and then Baby Pineapple.
Yeah, it was just like a lot of misinformation and just like nonsense being said. That shit was funny, bro. I couldn't even keep up. But a woman who wants to cater to her man, her relationship, that doesn't make one a pick me. A pick me would be a woman who says that, oh, if you don't cook and clean for your man, your relationship not valid. Or saying that if your relationship isn't, I guess, quote unquote, traditional or whatever, then it's invalid. A pick me would make it seem as if because she doesn't have sex as much as other women, then she's therefore better. That's some shit that a pick me would say. Or saying that, oh, my man pay all the bills, I don't gotta pay nothing. That's pick me shit. But that's just the small shit. The bigger shit would be like aligning with certain beliefs or values that are detrimental to both men and women. And with panderers usually, they don't give any type of statistical data to back up their stances, or they can't give any type of historical context to back up their arguments or back up their points of views. Derek Jackson was a good example of this because he would often say things that were in women's favor. However, he never really gave any historical context or any type of backing to a lot of the stuff that he said. It was basically just like, avoid bad niggas, which is, elementary first grade advice.
Fair warning, they are lighting fireworks outside my building. So like if you hear a pop, I might have to go
All
look
of
for
us getting
something.
it, man. You alright? I'm doing it right now.
Here too.
Yeah,
Baby.
trust me. It's crazy out here. But okay, so I'm gonna talk about the first one and just like I have to because I heard some misinterpretations of definitions of these words that I'm not feeling. First of all, just because you're quote unquote feminine doesn't mean that you're a pick me, by the way, because there are women who are masculine, quote unquote, who are also pick me's. I know that sounds outrageous, but it's true. Second, the real definition of a pick me is a woman who will put a man before anybody and everybody, right? So if you put a man before your own children, right? A man you don't even know, not even like I'll give you an example. You feeding your boyfriend before feeding your kids, that's a pick me. Why are you feeding your boyfriend before you feeding your kids? He's not the you know what I mean? Or hold on, hear me out. Or, right, when children are essayed, right, or somebody in the family is essayed, this happens a lot within the black community. there will be family members who will come speak to you because they are essayed by a male relative, and they will throw it underneath the bus to protect that male relative. That is also pick me behavior, okay? Defending, putting somebody else, putting putting a male relative on that type of pedestal like that is not healthy, and it is not safe for anybody in the environment, because typically it will happen again, right? That's not safe for anybody. Okay, so putting anybody on that type of pedestal is wrong. Panderers as well. Panderers are not healthy. Drake is it will be my common definition of a panderer. He will say things to get into women's ears, and oh yeah, this is, oh yeah, I'm here for the women, but in reality he only says those things so he can get into women's pants. That's not like, I don't support panderers either, because they're doing it for their own initial motive. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? It's not like you're actually supporting or advocating for women's rights or whatever you're defending here. I don't support pick-me's and I don't support panderers, because pick-me's are gonna cause the declination of women, right? Like, I'm in full support. Like, just because you cater to your man doesn't mean that you're a pick-me, but it does make you a pick-me when you put your man or other men before your family. Like, if you're putting other men before your family, that's a little crazy. See? Let me go on mute real quick. Hold on.
I think that this is
Yeah,
the
I hate.
truth.
Let me
Oh, go
say.
ahead. Go
This
ahead.
is annoying. They've been doing this for like 2 weeks now.
Oh yeah, I'm getting it right now as we speak right now. But that's what I was saying though. Like we y'all. It's funny. All y'all saying the same thing. So far, everybody just doing their own definition and stuff. From what I looked up, right? Because it's simple Google. It's just Google, man. Pick me. It's funny because pick me and pander is dang near the same exact thing. That's why I made it like I made that first question like that. And you said, and I don't know why people be saying that. If you choose your husband over your child, like what that your child gonna have a life of their own though one day. So I don't get the context behind it though. Now I can
Yeah,
get it
but if
depend on the
it's endangering,
situation though.
if it's
But you
endangering the
already picked, so how
well-being
can
of the
you be a
child,
pick me in that situation? In that, you
Wait,
know,
Kev,
I think I think they
Kev,
trying to refer.
Kev,
Let me finish because I already let y'all rock. I'll let y'all rock for a good minute. So I don't how y'all let it's like that one thing. I bet y'all who gets the plate first type situation. I know it's some of y'all probably referring that junk too, or whatever. It's like, dog, y'all act like the child is never going to eat or nothing. It just simply show that that's who they prioritize in life first over that. Because everybody, what's the point of being with somebody you're gonna put second to? Now imagine if your man put you second to his child. You know what I'm saying? They don't like it when it's the opposite end. You know what I'm saying? Especially say if it wasn't even y'all child, right? You really wouldn't like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't hear it on the opposite end saying, well, if the man put I'm trying not to make it seem like I'm saying the same thing on the other one, but basically I'm saying that I don't hear, because you just said that it's a woman that put their man before the child, but that's not true. That's
if your
some
man
stuff
is eating
we made
steak
up
and
though.
your child is eating Fruit Loops for dinner, that's wrong. You know what I mean?
who's
That's
feeding that kid
But
Fruit
feeding someone
Loops?
that
Fruit
was a
Loops
situation that did
and
happen on the
cooking a
internet. That
meal
was
for
outrageous.
cooking a
Fruit
meal for
Loops?
someone.
Get the
That's
oh
not putting
nah.
someone
There was
before
a
them.
lady. Well, there was a kid who went viral because
But that's a
his
total
mom gave him
different
Fruit Loops and she
situation.
made sautéed onions and steak for her
Okay.
boyfriend
But
or
that,
whatever.
that's a total different situation
No,
to
that
like
applies to pick me
cook
behavior
Fruit
separate meals.
Loops?
because
That
you
Get
that's
out of
prioritize
not
here.
feeding
that's
your
not the
man
same. That's
before your
not the
children
same as
are.
fixing That's not my same. That's not the same thing though as fixing your husband's plate first.
We're
Like
not
if you
talking
cook the
about
same
husbands.
meal
When I said pick me's, I'm talking about
and
men and
everyone's eating the same
putting
meal.
Hold
So
on.
the
we're not
problem is,
talking about
Kev, the reason
husbands
I
when it comes
think
to
that
pick
these
One
things
me's.
are
thing we're
coming
not
into
gonna
play.
do on this panel is over talk. We do not do that here.
Right.
So show people mutual respect. Go ahead, feminine.
Thank you. So, Kev, what I wanted to say, I think this issue with the conversation of feeding a boyfriend or a husband or the man comes first is because we have a lot of households that aren't traditional nuclear households. And what I mean by that is if like literally, like if it's a husband and a wife and they procreate together, well, then there's not, this decision or this thought in your head of, oh, if I feed this man, if I fix his plate first, I'm putting this man in front of my children or over my children, right? Whenever my mama would fix my daddy's plate, I've never in my life felt like, oh, she's choosing my daddy over us. We understood that that is the order that things go in. When I would watch my grandma fix my papa's plate before everybody, and it was a lot of, cousins and uncles and aunties and everybody there. For me, none of us were ever like, oh, she's choosing a man in front of us, right? Because we were all in the same household and had the same parents. So I think that this starts to become a discussion whenever you have single moms and single dads, and now they're out, meeting new people and bringing new people into a family situation. And then, at that point, you may have a child that feels like, oh, well, when my mom got a boyfriend, it was him first, or when my dad got a girlfriend, it was her first. But most of the time, if you speak to people that come out of a traditional household, we don't feel that way. We have no resentment towards our moms and our dads because they recognize each other as a priority, because they understand the best environment for their children is to have two happy, healthy parents, right? And that's just the order that it comes in the household. So it doesn't affect us like mentally or emotionally the way that if you're a single parent introducing someone new, those children may be affected.
When we were talking about when I told my definition of pick-me's, I wasn't specifically talking about husbands, because that is a completely different family dynamic. That is one, like that could be one possibility, but it is a variable of putting just like you're putting men above your family altogether. Like I said in the example, this video went viral on TikTok. It was a woman who gave her child Fruit Loops for dinner, and she made her boyfriend, whatever, a sauteed steak with onions. I mean, sauteed onions with steak and potatoes, whatever. And he was calling the little boy was calling the father like, hey, she cooked dinner for her boyfriend, but she gave me Fruit Loops. I'm hungry. Like,
Wait, did you say boyfriend?
Her boyfriend. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. When you prioritize males over your own kids, that's a problem. You know what I mean?
Why are you having kids when you're not married? That's the first
If it
question.
endangers the well-being of your child, I do see it as a problem. You understand where I'm coming from?
The first time I agree with Chad. That right. Why have kids if you?
Wait, but hold up. But Pineapple. So I somewhat agree with you with your definition of pick me. But I don't necessarily believe the order in which you serve your family is necessarily that. I mean, it depends. But like, if my mother serves me and then serves my dad, it's really not that deep. It's not that deep. That's not necessarily.
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
well,
it is.
No, it's
It
not.
show you your mentality where it's at. That's what it shows, though. I know it seemed like baby stuff on the outside, but it show where you at, where your head at. It just show how much important you feel. What you feel is more important in your life, right? That's what it shows.
So it's not a hold on, exactly what you just said. So it's not a problem if you feed the husband first, but it's a problem when you feed the kids first. You could wait. The kids can't.
This is why the
kids move around.
I'm gonna say this straight up. I think that it's very important to sit up here and serve your partner. Because at the end of the day, they the reason why you even eating. They're the reason why your kids even got a plate in front of them. At the end of the day, if you got a hard-working man, he is supposed to get his plate first, period. Because a man that works, he gonna eat, period. Simple fact is, whether he's a boyfriend or a husband, if she decides to give that man his plate, she's giving him that plate because he earned it.
So
he
you
ain't
feel
just,
like,
at the end of the day, hold on, let me finish.
Sorry, go ahead.
At the end of the day, I get the whole feed your kids, but at the same time, them kids gonna eat. Them babies gonna eat. Trust me. A mama ain't never gonna let her cubs starve for nothing.
It's like
Truth be told, I think you have people who abuse their kids. That's a real thing. You do have some abusers out there who will sit up here and they'll feed that man and not feed them kids. That is real. But I think a woman who sits up here and she take care of the household, she take care of her man and her kids, regardless of the position that they're in, she gonna make sure everybody in that house get a plate, no matter the order. But I think the man should definitely come first because he works the hardest to sit up here and put food on that table. He worked hard to sit up here and provide for that family that he sit up there and love and cater to in a way where it's like, yes, you may not feel like, oh, he deserve his plate first because you feeling like them babies need to eat. But truth be told, I think it shows respect.
I mean, but all the work and dedication that he puts into working all those hours and getting the money that he wants to provide for the house, it is for the house. So you feed the house first, you feed the kids first, and then the parents.
I don't personally believe that I think if a woman feeds her man first, I don't think that like makes her a pick me.
Yeah, I don't
I think
either.
that's
Like, but
ridiculous. But I do think in the black community, especially, there is a neglect of children, which is, I mean, that's understandable. Because a lot of black people claim, I want family, I want, to have a happy, healthy family, but they often neglect their kids, and then their kids end up growing up hating their parents. That's why this happens generation after generation after generation. And I think people just have to try and reimagine certain things that they've been taught, but a lot of people won't do that because they still cling on to tradition, even if that tradition festers itself in generational curses and generational trauma, which I think it's better nowadays.
at the end of the day, as long as the kids are in a safe, happy home, that's all that matters. If you're putting a man first before your child and it's endangering the child, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it endangers the child's well-being,
Why do
if your kid is eating Fruit
why do
Loops and
people
fruit
go to the
snacks
worst
every
all the
night,
time?
I'm not. This is real. This is
It's
what happens. What are you talking about the worst? Kev, come on.
boy, it hurt that bad to serve a man. we got
No, I'm not saying to serve a
boy,
man.
and
That's
that's
not.
all of, and that's the funny part that the man automatically serve. It's like I always never understood like why does this seem like it turned to slavery when it comes to a woman serving a man. But when a man, it's like, oh, that's you being a man. That's you just being a man. You supposed to do that for your family. But when a woman do it, that's slavery. What are you doing? You're taking my rights away and all this other stuff. Like, why the? I don't never understood. We only negotiate these things with women. I never understood that. It's always a crime.
Wait, Kev,
That's
can
why
I,
I use that other
wait, Kev, can
example
I
with
explain?
that. That's why I use that other example. Like, you wouldn't like it if a dude was to chose his kids over you first. You'd be like, "Where my attention at it? How you would have been this?" That's what I'm saying. People be so funny when it comes to stuff like this, and y'all
What do you
don't really
mean? Yes,
see
it would.
the unevenness or the freaking
I
unfairness.
would.
Y'all just
I
never
think
see it.
that's really
Y'all just really
mature.
don't care that much about men, and it be showing.
I think that it's really mature that a man would put his kids first over me. I'm just saying. That's just me. Go ahead. hmm No, I wasn't talking about. Kev was the one who brought that up. Y'all got that misconstrued. I'm. I know, but I'm saying he was the one who brought up the whole who gets fed first thing. He brought it to the table. hmm hmm
Hey, lovely. Hey, lovely. 1 second. Lovely.
Oh,
Can you mute and
communication.
unmute? Can you mute and unmute? No one can hear you in the
Who?
chat. Yeah, yeah. Just mute and unmute.
Her stuff glitching too. Yeah, you got to drop and come back. That's what you call it. Tried that earlier. Who
Nah,
was
nah. I
that?
got it. I got it.
Julian.
Yeah.
Good.
Julian, they said we can't hear you either now. Hey, what the heck is
What is
going
going
on?
on? I guess you have to drop everybody from the panel.
I
I
can
don't know.
hear him.
I guess you have to drop everybody from the panel. Or just mute and unmute.
And I can hear Liz. Yeah, I can hear Liz.
I can hear you.
No,
Okay,
I
now
can't
you're
hear
good
you.
now.
We can't hear you.
They said they can hear now. It might just be TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, Julian, you gotta drop. I can hear. I'm listening to you on my third page. I don't hear you at all. We can hear Lovely now. So you gotta drop and come back up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. TikTok tripping today.
Yep. And they like it's the fireworks. I'm
They
telling you.
tripping in general because a lot
It's
of
the
people that
fireworks.
a lot of people that are posting are just getting like 0 views when they post too. So maybe they're doing some updates or something that's causing glitches.
Yeah, you seen? Oh, was you talking about that on when you post a video over like 1 minute and you get Z? Cause I got 2 videos that just didn't post today, and I was in another live talking about that. But that junk
Yeah,
is true
you
because
gotta
I posted a video that was at 59 seconds and it actually posted.
yeah, and if it does it again though, what worked for me is I put it on private and then I put it back on public and then all of a sudden I started getting views. So I guess when it's uploading, it is reading it as a private upload instead of a public upload maybe. I
Oh
don't know.
wow, that's
Yeah.
slick. I like that. I ain't never thought about doing that. I might do that.
Can y'all hear me now? I'm on mute
Yeah.
because I got fireworks going on. But can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hear you now. We hear you now.
Oh, we're back in business. Well, real quick, I just wanted to say that she was given. Let's be fair now. She was given extreme examples of what pick-me's are, even though I believe most of the time, it's misused.
Steak and Fruit Loops is extreme? No way. Alright, I'll give you another one.
No, wait. Let's use that, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, I've seen, this is something I've seen. I've dated women who have children, and I
Mhm.
have a problem with this. They let their kids very often eat what the kids want to eat rather than what they should be eating.
Right.
So when I hear that scenario, first thing I think of is perhaps that's what that kid wanted, and she was weak enough to let the child have it. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm. No,
I
but
see
he was
that.
calling his dad like, "Dad, I'm hungry." He was
Oh, and
basically explaining to her dad,
that's
like
dead wrong.
yeah,
Yeah, no.
he was basically explaining to his dad. The son was explaining to his dad like he eats this on a constant basis, and like he's been eating Fruit Loops for like a while now.
Well, this tells me, let me tell you what this tells me
Yeah.
about the mother. Okay, first of all, if he's able to call his father, that means the father's is in the life, is in that child's
Mhm.
life, right? Any man that would sit up there and let a woman do that, like the guy who has steak, he's not a man anyway.
Yeah.
Most of the time, let's be real, guys. Most men who are in that situation, they're not sitting saying, "Well, I got to eat first." No. Most men will make sure that the kids are okay first. Most men. But what we really talking about is this idea of how important the man is and if he should come first. You see what I'm saying? But I'm just defending
Real
the.
quick, y'all.
Go ahead.
Real quick. Yeah, cause y'all slow down. That's cause my other my main mod and left and stuff. Y'all trying to play around now. So real
I
quick,
got
the
you.
next
My
goal is
bad, homie.
45K. Right? Let's go ahead and hit that.
50K.
Everybody can tap. I ain't seen not one person tap. That junk is free. I
We
actually
need
seen Feminine
50K.
Millionaire. She just got that tapping a little earlier and stuff. But I'm just saying we should have been at 40 though. Y'all just playing at 38. So just tap real quick.
50K and
Join the
share
team.
the live.
What'd you say, Lovely? Oh,
And
join the
share the
team. Go ahead, Lovely. Go ahead.
and share the live.
Yeah,
50K.
somebody get to that. I want to get to that. Yeah. So join the team real quick, right? I can tell if y'all joined the team because y'all gonna have a little symbol, just like y'all see with she just being honest. She got the little number 2 on the side of there. That little heart let me know if you joined the team or not. So if y'all don't got that little heart, that helped me push me on a popular live. I learned that. I just learned that some about a few days ago and stuff. So join the team is 1 penny, right? It's next to my name. Say laugh, and I don't see the full thing. Yep, see where the hearts is. Y'all just send all the hearts right there. That's how you join the team. 1 penny right there. There you go. And also share the live out. I like sharing it the other way by holding y'all finger where my box is at. No, did he? Hold your finger right there for 2 seconds. and you will see a list of friends. Just share it. Just keep sharing it out. Share it to everybody. Share to everybody else stuff. Wake them up. Say, hey, happy 4th of July. We gonna make them pop up in here and say accountability. Trick them real quick.
Stop
And
being
then also hashtag FYPs that help it keep it active down there. Did I say everything? Oh yeah, and subscribe to my YouTube because I'm gonna try to, hopefully I can move down to there by this year, right? So the easy way to do it is just click on my page and then you'll see the YouTube and just add there. Also on YouTube, if y'all ain't know, Kendra dropped this video. That boy got 1 million views before an hour. Ain't that something? But I guess we got one more spot that's for the box or whatever. I think I mentioned everything now, so we should be cool now. So who was talking last?
You good, but we need 10K more likes though. So if everybody on the panel, everybody in the comments, we got 36 people here. If they tap it 100 times, we're good.
I'm good for 1,000. I'll give you 1,000. I've done 1,000 already, I think. You know what I'm saying? But I'm good. I'm gonna put 1,000 in myself.
Hey, Kev, you still haven't let Buddy up top say anything yet.
Oh yeah, go ahead. With that little scary little monster thing up there. I gotta remember your name though.
Yeah, Cat, I changed my profile picture from the green one with what's it called? My silhouette on there.
That look like something off of I would say Final Fantasy or something. Little monsters that you
Pokemon or something.
I was thinking the same thing too. Yeah, just basically going more close to my persona, but that's besides the point. But anyways, what's up, people? Yeah, literally when it comes to the whole entire pick me debate and everything, the one thing that's always bugged me was not necessarily the point of pick me, because that has been going on since very close around 2016. When you start seeing like different people talking about different issues within like the men's community and stuff like that. Like you had the first person I originally saw that people were calling that was some YouTuber by the name of Olivia Alexa, where she was basically saying a lot of different things like on top of men's issues and the different things that was going on, basically calling out different things that women would do that a lot of people were like super duper angry with her about. But then came more like prominent figures that was coming out like Roma Army, and most recently it's Tay Tay Baby and other different people like that. And then you also have like the most recent ones like Pearly Things and stuff. It's like they were coming up and they were calling them pick-me's. And the main thing that made them pick-me's was the fact that they were saying all this stuff, but they didn't have a spouse. They didn't have anybody that picked them. So they were basically saying almost anything and everything that would basically have some sort of guy be like, yo, why the heck didn't anybody pick them yet? Like, they definitely need like a guy. I want to definitely have them. And then girls were calling them out like, yo, they're just saying that just to actually what's it called? Just to definitely like have guys like flaunt over them. Like they're not actually trying to have you be with them or anything. They're not looking for a guy. They just want to actually do that. But then they started actually having wars with each other. Like Roma Army and Tay Tay Baby definitely don't like each other. Like there was times in which people were like, yo, you guys say the same thing. You should definitely like be with each other and stuff. But then they would actually argue with each other because Tay Tay Baby would say something completely crazy. And then people were coming at Roma Army because literally her Patreon was showing a lot of adult content from before, and people were leaking it out. And they're like, oh, they're both the new term that came out before panderers and everything. Even though pander is an old term, they were using the term chameleon because they were not actually trying to actually have somebody with them. They were basically trying to like show the fact that they had a particular type of look. And they basically were saying things that would actually like ease into a guy's ear so that they would like get more content, more people that actually loves them. And then you have their quirky personality on top of that. And boom, you basically have something that basically generates a whole lot of people that would be on top of all that stuff. But the thing that gets on my nerves when it comes to pick me was that originally it was single females that, well, single women, single girls, whichever one you want to use and everything. It's like them that were basically not like getting any like guy that was basically next to them. But now you have married women especially in the black community, that would actually hear like different people in different communities actually like bashing men and different things like that. And they're like, yeah, I understand your sentiment. I understand the pain. I understand what you're saying and stuff, because there's a lot of really messed up guys out there. But there's a lot of really great men out there too. I'm married to a really great man, and he treats me and my child really, really right. And then everybody would completely attack her. And it's like literally just today, I was literally listening to another creator. I think her name is like You're Triggered or something. And there was like a woman that basically her husband died and stuff. And she basically, it was just her and her kid. But she was like, yeah, I hear the pain and everything. And I agree. There's a lot of messed up guys out there. But there's a lot of really good guys here too that are also hurt. And all they want is just somebody that would actually be next to them and stuff. And every single person, like literally in that like entire like thing was just bashing her, and it was like, you missed me with that. And then Your Trigger just literally like aired her out and then blocked her, and then everybody was applauding her for that and stuff. And I'm like, yo, all she literally said was like, there's also some good guys out there too, especially in the black community. There's like a lot of married women, especially in this space, that just want to literally see black men and black women come together and actually like live in harmony, because there's a lot of people out here now, especially overseas and whatnot, that are literally trying to like go and like grab black men. Like you got people in Japan, like that one thing that just randomly happened where people were like, hey, black men, we need you to definitely come out here to like Japan and like do that. I saw a woman in like Russia that literally was talking about why they love black men and how they're so exotic and how they love them. Literally, I have people left, right, up and down telling me to go to Brazil because there's a lot of people, like a lot of women over there that are going to definitely treat you white. There's a whole lot of people that are saying, go to the Philippines, go to Thailand. And it's like, yeah, like I don't got a passport, and people are like, yo, go get your passport and everything. And then I start hearing like now people in the community saying passport bros are just losers that couldn't get anything in the US and
Wait,
stuff.
wait. I'm a passport, bro. So hold that
Yeah,
thought.
that,
Go
I
ahead. Go
know.
ahead.
Like, I'm not bashing or
I, I,
anything.
I
I'm
want
just
to touch on that
what I
when you're
see and
done.
stuff. I don't have my passport, and
Right.
people were saying that I should get it. I study capoeira, so I really want to get my passport to go and
How
actually
old are you, if you don't mind
everywhere
me
around
asking?
and stuff. But people are like, no, get a good woman from out there. Never
Wait,
bring her back to the U.S. I'm like, I'm just trying to travel the world with somebody. I'm trying to find my player too. That's it.
if
Like
you
for
don't mind me
real.
asking you, how if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 27.
Okay, perfect. So you sound like you're a black man. Is that correct?
Almost definitely.
Okay. Well, I said I'm a passport, bro. That's a recent term that they're giving, right?
Yeah.
But I want to advise you, man. I have a daughter that's a little bit younger than you,
Hmm.
and I want to advise you. And I also want to say, Kev, look, this is something we haven't touched on. Okay, nature is going to take its course, and most of the high value, so-called high value intellectual men who have some value about themselves, nature is finding out that, listen, there's an internet now. Men are going outside of this country. I'm one of them, to date and marry, because I'm gonna be quite frank with you. What the majority of the women are selling in the United States, men are not buying when it comes to marriage and family. Men is not with this whole promiscuous thing that's going on in our society and this pseudo masculine stuff. Men are looking for feminine, domestic, submissive women. And the fact that it's called passport bros now is only because black men who are non-military, with their passport, they're starting to not look at the United States like it's a plantation. Competition is real, ladies. And to be quite frank with you, a man who is a free thinking man who wants a family and who wants a queen and all of the things that men say that they want, especially black men, I gotta say this. Because here's one thing about America, black men, that most of us don't know. This is why you need to get your passport. We have been promoted around the world. When they see the black American man, you have no idea how they
Hold on one
hold us
second.
in high esteem.
One second, brother. Hold on,
Huh?
y'all. We got to get back on topic. We got to get back on topic because I understand the whole passport thing. We got to get back. That's not the topic.
Yeah, but I
Well,
think
it connects to it connects to the pick me because the man is going to pick
I
what he
don't see.
wants.
I would like to just get back onto the topic if we can
Okay,
get right back there.
we're not okay. We're not off of it, but the point is that men are the
That and
pickers.
it's also Chris's turn. Let him finish, and then we
Okay,
it was
all
open
right,
panel
Chris.
to yeah.
mm, it's actually Cheshire, but or Kid, whichever one y'all prefer. Yeah,
Oh,
my name is really
Chester.
Chris.
Okay, Chester.
Yeah, like
But
Cheshire
Chester,
Kid, whichever.
get your
It's
passport,
no
Chester.
worries. I spell my name completely weird. It's ridiculous, but yeah, it's a thing. But that being said, yeah, it's like there's a lot of hurt honestly coming from like all this conversations and stuff. And like the minute that like people are actually trying to show like, hey, there are actually some good people out there and stuff. There's literally 8 billion people in this world. There's no way that every single person can be the same. But then the minute that they actually try and show that and try and say something about that, they basically get triggered. They get hurt. They get like really, really like defensive. And the people in that echo chamber don't want to actually hear that, unfortunately. And that's why a lot of like people, especially in the like black community, are trying to actually bring like the brothers and sisters together and actually say like, hey, there's a lot of people out here that definitely want love, definitely people out here that just want somebody to be by their side and everything. And then the other issue that I also have is the whole entire choose better situation, because of the fact that like I don't have a problem with the term choose better. I have a problem with those that basically got angry the minute that you start hearing the term choose better, because of what I was saying before, how there's literally 8 billion people in this world, a lot of black people in this world, even though we are still said to be the minority. And yet even when like they basically see all this going on, that there are a lot of black people out here that want them and everything, but then they actually get tossed to the side. And it's not saying that there aren't a lot of people that are like messed up and abusers and different things like that, because I've seen and have been associated and distanced myself with a lot of guys that are like completely messed up. There's a lot of guys also out there too that just want that love, that are not getting that love because they look a particular type of way or they act a particular type of way. But then you'll see those same exact girls that basically chose the other dude that would literally like just be completely angry the minute that he goes off and sleeps with somebody else, or the minute that he tosses her off to the side because she basically wasn't doing this or that for him. And then afterwards, they would basically attribute that one guy that basically was kind of a copy and paste of all these other guys that are kind of the same exact way, a same exact look, a same exact type. And then basically say that all men are basically these guys and that all men aren't ish. But then it's like, it's kind of the whole entire situation that was going on TikTok right now, how literally like a month, if not weeks ago, people were saying that women were repeatedly choosing the bear over and over again. And then guys, they were in like the whole entire sprinkle movement and everything that was going on with that too. But then literally last week and like literally the past few weeks a little bit, there was this one guy that popped up that was named Wade Wilson. And Wade Wilson happened to be a guy with like all these tattoos on his face. He's 6'2". He's literally a felon that like, I know that you're not supposed to use that word, so I'll say unalived 2 women, and one of them was like so badly like messed up that their whole face looked like spaghetti from what they basically said. And for some reason, so many people out there were saying this guy is fine. I want him to take out my eye sockets and a whole bunch of other different stuff. And it's like, yo, I could have sworn y'all were just saying that men were dangerous because of all this different stuff. Now this guy, this another word I can't say, so I hear people saying YT for some reason, this YT man that's like literally this high and he's a completely messed up person. You guys are literally fawning over, basking over, and literally all this different stuff over this guy. Even though he's completely messed up, people were saying that they were doing the same thing for Jeffrey Dahmer's. I remember that one guy that got locked up that literally was called like Felon Bay or something like that. And he like literally got an entire modeling thing basically off of the fact that his mugshot just looked extremely aesthetic. Is like there's always an exception to the rules of like different guys and stuff. But then when something wrong happens to them and they start saying how they were abused and how they were hurt and how they basically were like coming after like being like treated terribly by these narcissistic men and everything like that, it's like you gotta like vet these people properly, because there's a lot of people that will be inside of like said friend zone and stuff, and like they'll say, oh, not nice guys are not actual nice guys and stuff, but there are a lot of people that I've seen that are genuine nice guys, that are definitely people of that like darker skin complexion and whatnot, that are a little bit quirky and are a little bit shy and whatnot, but when you see their strengths and everything, they are really great, phenomenal people, but they just don't get chosen because of that one particular like thing that just doesn't like tip them over the scale of, hey, I want that person and stuff. And that's the reason why I have like an issue with people that take offense to choose better, because there's a lot of people on this earth, and especially inside of the Black community, that are so deserving of love but won't get it just because of the person they are compared to the person that they're desiring. And I feel like there is something that has to give. Like there really is. But that's basically how I feel about it. There's a lot of hurt that's going on inside of our community. And there's a lot of healing that basically needs to be done. And the minute that we actually do open that up to all of us and stuff, and we start coming together and showing ourselves to those echo chambers, especially those of us that are actually like doing pretty well and stuff, I feel like it's going to definitely eventually crack some sort of like barrier that is basically being put up by like a lot of us, because we used to be together so crazy. I hear a lot of stories from people much older than me that had like really strong relationships and the things that they basically endured between outside and inside, and it definitely touches my heart, and it makes me think about love again. But seeing my generation and how it is at this very moment, it is very disheartening. But yeah, that's basically all I got to say about that, though.
All right. Kev, who's next? You? Everybody else spoke. Me? Yeah, Bro. you. Then if Nikki want to slide in, she can do it too. She just mine right now at the moment. Oh, okay. Hello, peoples. Hey, y'all keep hitting them likes to only see Nikki and Lovely tapping right now. We're about to go to 55. Get the likes up to 55K. It's like 35 y'all in here. Just fill that bar. Take a break after that. Yeah. All right. Hello, people out there, humans. Good day. So it says, how do you dislike pick-me's and support panders at the same time? So I wanted to show y'all the earliest usage that I've seen of pick me, right? And it was in 2005. Y'all probably might know the show called, oh yeah, topic questions also. Okay. The show called Grey's Anatomy. There was a character on there. Her name is Meredith Grey. And she liked a guy named Derek Shepherd. Yeah, Derek Shepherd. She actually had a line on there where she was in front of Derek because they was they were going through their BS, right? But she really wanted to be with him. So she said, pick me, choose me, love me. She's actually the earliest form that I know of what pick me is, right? So she actually is the one that pretty much, I would guess, popularized it. So after 2005, this is pretty much how that's been used. But if we know how Meredith is, she's more of that progressive feminist type woman. If y'all seen that show, she does a lot of crazy shit, especially in season 3. Where she had both of those guys like dating her at the same time and all that type shit. That crazy stuff.
So she's actually the the earliest form of what I think a pick me is, which would go against a lot of what most of y'all said. It's not just a woman who would put her kids, who put a man first over her kids. It's pretty much just a person who is just desperate for attention. If you're gonna have that type of logic for what a pick me is, it has to be that across the board. So this would make anybody a pick me. Anyone could be a pick me. Those 304s can be pick me's, or those other people can be pick me's. So this thing where it's just for men and all this stuff is crazy. It's not how definitions work. But then again, pick me isn't even a word, it's a phrase. It's a phrase. So it's not even a real word. There are words that you can use for people who do these types of things, gullible, naive, stuff like that. Things like that. Those would be, words that you could literally use across the board for people who just do crazy shit. Like I heard someone say a woman who would pretty much hide the crimes of a man that did something to her child. That's not a pick me, that's an accomplice to a crime. she's a criminal. Or so no, I don't. I would say anybody could be a pick me. I think it's kind of it's lopsided when you just put it onto one thing, because it makes it seem as if you're just attacking women, and it's usually women attacking women with this word. It's crazy though. Interesting, right? How women use this word to attack other women, but in the definition it says that, well, in the definition I hear most women say, it's women putting down other women. So you calling another woman a pick me would technically make you a pick me too. Because you're downing other women with a phrase. See, this is why I don't really care for these, like the little buzzwords and shit like that. TikTok has really got y'all minds in a rut. It's hilarious. But yeah. So yeah, I would say with that whole thing, sure, you could just say the whole panderer thing. I guess pandering is a word. You can actually use that for men and women, right? So sure, you could say you can, I guess you can gender specific it that way too. I guess you support female panderers, but you don't support male panderers. That, yeah, I see Kev nodding his head. I got some confirmation. So when it comes down to it, I would say yeah, it does seem pretty contradictory. It really does. Very, very contradictory. And I see where you were going with that, Kev. I really do. I see where you but
You wasn't supposed to call that.
yeah, I know. I was gonna catch that. I definitely was gonna catch that. So, yeah, I think it is. It's hilarious. So when I heard the whole people giving their definitions, me personally, I was driving home. I was laughing the entire time. It was funny. It was funny because like I said, the word itself it's hypocritical and it's oxymoronic. It really is. It's not even the word. My bad. The phrase. It's oxymoronic. So yeah, but I do see where you were going. I see the trip up that you was giving them people too. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Out here trying to trick people. You're supposed to be teaching people, not tricking them. Out here. Yeah, calm down. But do you want us to move on to the next questions, or do you want me to do the
Yeah, you going through all of them. Everybody went through all of them already.
Oh, shit. All right, shit. All right.
Then there's open panel right after you.
All right, brother. Okay, so how can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt? Okay. One, when you don't take accountability and you use nothing but anecdotals. Most people, if they were okay with their situations, they wouldn't complain about other situations. Me personally, that's what I think. But I would say, yeah, if you are healed, you know what accountability is. So you would know where your flaws are, especially if you would want to fix something. You would know where your flaws are, and you would be able to do that. But if you get affirmation for your BS, right? And then you give that out as advice, especially in an anecdotal way, you're giving advice out for her. This is what we call those trauma circles or trauma bonding. That's what we tend to say. Oh, I already know, yeah, feminine millionaire. Yeah, we on that same wavelength, you know, you already know. So yeah, I think that that's really what that is. You know, you could definitely tell. You definitely tell. I think people that think, you know, tend to think that certain things are extremely subjective, more than likely don't have a good judgment, I would say. So they tend to do and make these, you know, give that advice and think it's good advice. When it's not. Okay, so is individualism at an all-time high? And well, I would say, okay, so yes, yeah, it is kind of. I ain't gonna lie, but people do not care about people. And the reason we can't speak for general nowadays, yes, it is. I'm gonna let you know, boy. People. So, I think that's actually the main reason, because people are so individualistic. They refuse to acknowledge or understand that there is things amongst us that are generally true. And these are people that you tend to hear them actually say this, actually, hey, don't generalize. when I'm gonna let you know, most of the world was created off of generalizations. If the world was made out of outliers, we would be in chaos. Chaos. Because the world has a standard. Everything has a standard, right? But if there was no standard, then there's no value in certain things, no value, blah, blah, blah. That means anything goes. If anything goes, i.e. chaos. Dang, Kev, you gotta, put the question back up. Question back up. Can't see.
Last one was choose better. Is the phrase choose better bad? Or hold on. I can't remember verbatim, but I think it was something. Is it wrong to use choose better?
Oh, is it wrong to use choose better? Okay. I would say, in a sense, yes and no. All right. So, me personally, ultimately, no, because you would always want to do better, right? I mean, of course, if you had some shit happen, I'm gonna guess this is pertaining to relationships. So, of course, yes, you would definitely want to choose better. You wouldn't want to choose the same shit, because obviously you're gonna have the same complaints, and then you're gonna run into somebody saying, well, you should choose better. But I think this phrase alone is probably detrimental. That would be like me telling you the answer to a problem and then not showing you the work on how to do it. And then they tell you, well, this is the right answer. And this is well, how'd you get it? And then they're just sitting there with the right answer, but they don't know how to do the work. So if they run into something like this on their own, then, well, I don't know how to. So I think this should be coupled with advice on what happened. I think this would go into the other question about the advice. I would say you would definitely try to give them, the best advice on what's going on, right? They need to understand that there's correction first off, because they do need to choose better. But I guess, of course, there's a process in which so you know how to choose better. So I would say this, coupled with good advice, would definitely actually help you choose better. But it by itself, it seems kind of like a slight. So I can understand that when guys just tell women, hey, just choose better. That's it's kind of like a slight. Well, it's like, well, damn, well, what the fuck? How would I do that? how do I do that? You could at least help. It would be the equivalent of men, having, being in their emotions, and then a woman saying go to therapy. It'd be slightful because it's like, well, that's it. Like what? No links, no nothing, no. Yeah, it'd be kind of slightful. So I would say, yeah, that couple with good advice. It's what's kind. But other than that, I don't think anything would be wrong with it. It by itself is though. I guess I'll start by my mod minute. I answered everything.
May I say something on what Tone had to say, Kev?
Yeah, after you go, then I'm gonna start Carrie with the open panel. But go ahead, Lovely, and then I'm gonna start Carrie with the open panel.
Yeah, because what you're saying on people, sorry, the fireworks are going crazy out here in Cali. What you're saying on like people, oh my gosh, I lost my thought. The fireworks killed me. No, go ahead.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry, Feminine. I accidentally asked you to unmute your mic. I may have actually pressed a whole bunch of just random stuff, but I'm gonna respond to Deshante. So she said, "How is this a slight, especially when you are complaining about your current partner?" Okay, so I said it's a slight when it's just used by itself, like choose better, just choose better, and they say nothing else, right? Obviously they know they would have to choose better, right? Like you said, they need to choose better, right? But if you don't have any advice on that, then it's just like there.
I get what you mean on that. Yeah, I ain't think about it that way today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You the
Like,
first person that I ain't think about it that way though. So I do see what's wrong with choose better. That's crazy.
Yeah, me personally, like I said, I've actually, I've told, women, yeah, you need to choose better. I mean, of course that, but I definitely try to couple it with good advice though, because I'm not just that type. And if I can't help you, I will refer you to somebody that can help a little bit more than me. But I will say, yes, there is probably a flaw,
Hey,
there is a
Tone.
flaw in there once a car. But that's all. I'm not saying,
Hey,
what's the matter?
Tony, you brought me back to my thought and what you and Kev are talking about. So it's like they're choosing better, but it's like we have a thought and then we have an idea of what we want it to be in the end, but it's the process in between. There are different choices that have to be made in between to make it a better choice, if that makes sense.
So I understand. There's always going to be a process to everything, and that's the thing that I'm trying to harp on, because there's a process to anything. There's a process to everything, and if you just skip that to the choose better, then you more than likely may have a problem, because you didn't explain or at least lead them in a way in which they would be able to choose better. Now, if you gave somebody advice and they don't take it, then you're more than likely dealing with somebody that is just ignorant, in which they know that they should choose better. If they don't take the advice that you give them with it, coupled with it, then they're just ignorant. At that point, you do it this way, right? Biblically, you say you don't cast your pearls to swine. You already did what you had to do. You planted the seed, right? Now, outside of the Bible, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. At that point, you just do that. That is it. It is what it is. That would be the understanding. But I'm an understanding person, though, so I'll try to help. I'll try. I guess I can do the mod minute now. Or honest, you gonna do it?
Go ahead, whoever.
All right, you already know.
I'm telling the mod that just dropped.
Nikki Hudson. All right, so
We're
how many
almost
likes?
there. You want 75K?
All right, so I need y'all to get this to 100K in the next 2 minutes, right? Hell no. Next 2 minutes or the live is ending. I'm gonna need y'all to tap the screen though. Invite your friends. Invite y'all friends. Invite the pick-me's. Invite the panderers. Nah. Get them fingers to working again.
Literally could take a break right at 60. I know y'all been tapping all day.
Yeah, y'all been tapping. Well, I haven't witnessed it, so therefore it didn't happen. Therefore, y'all need to tap again. So, yeah, invite y'all pick me friends and y'all pandering friends, right? Invite all of them because we want to hear what they have on the topic and stuff like that. Um, especially the panderers, the ones that be pandering to the women's, but they don't like women's. They don't, especially they own women's. They don't like them. But hey, that's a slight. I ain't gonna lie. I'm slighting at some. But anyways, invite all of them. Invite all of them, especially the ones with the wigs on. We see y'all lace front of y'all picture. We could see it. It be lifted a little bit. I'm playing. But not yeah. Like the live share. Kev's got a YouTube, y'all. He's got a YouTube and he posts all his shit on there. He be posting all his stuff on there, so you'll be able to hear my voice, even though you probably don't want to. I don't like it. You'll be able to hear Kev again. You'll be able to hear all the beautiful ladies up here and all that stuff. Be able to hear all the, the pick-me's and panderers and shit like that. Y'all be able to hear all that shit again. Take notes. And he also has a Cash App. I can't see that shit at all. What up, news? I can't see that at all, man. Yeah, you gotta make that a little bit. What they say? It say Mr. Money Broke. What the heck? Anyways, so yeah, just like the live, be respectful, y'all. We gonna go to open panel. We gonna go to open panel after this. Stay respectful in the comments. If you get disrespectful in the comments, I will mute you forever. And that shit is fun. I might just play actually. I might unmute you so you can like try to tap it, text again, and then I'll mute you before you do it. But yeah, just be respectful, yeah. That and on the panel, y'all. All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna get Carrie to start it off though. Go ahead, Carrie. What you hear? Anything you wanted to talk about or address?
Oh, hey.
Hey.
So, y'all, somebody told me that I should not be speaking like this because I'm not from here. So, I am going to talk like this to the best of my ability because apparently I'm not from here, okay? So, do you want me to speak on the topic or you want me to just jump in?
I don't think, actually, I thought about it. You didn't. I don't even think you did the topic itself. So, yeah, you just run through them and then Zeus. Every time I say I'm about to do the open panel, if somebody pop up, somebody new pop up. Yeah, because I know a lot of people want to say something. But go ahead.
Well, this is a great topic. I like it. So, let's just say, okay, let's start here. So it says, how do you dislike pick-me's and support panderers at the same time? That's a great question. Yeah, how? How do you dislike them? And then like it's just I don't want to bring up nobody's name because if I bring up nobody's name, they're gonna think I'm being messy. So let's just say that there's a certain people on this that came on this live, right? And a lot of people came over here. Don't look.
Well, I knew you was going there. Everybody probably know when you say that.
Yeah, so everybody
Did I miss it?
So who?
You most definitely missed it. I know what she was talking about.
I'm sorry, y'all. If you
But she talk about everybody who you think you talking about. The only person you think about as soon as you hear that name.
Yep. So that
Well,
is
who is that? I'm lost. Tell me,
a
because I'm lost.
If you don't know, you don't know. Just know when you hear the word pander, everybody think about the first person on their mind. We already
right. Yeah. So let's just say that it's the fact that they follow these certain people and they bash the people that wants to do the righteous thing and whatnot, and then they goes to say, oh, you know, I never had a father in my life. So I was like, wait, hold on. So how you gonna speak towards men and what they're doing wrong, and you have never raised with a father, so you would know what protection and leadership is, right? So with that being said, you can't contradict yourself in a way. So if you really wanted to, like, you know, how would I say it? If you really want to stick to one thing and one side, stick to one thing and one side only. You feel me? So to the other question is, how can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt? Oh, that's quite simple. You hear it on here all the time. Oh, don't get married. Don't this, the third. Don't. Make sure you have hush money. Make sure you have hush money before you marry him. Or they would say stuff like, you know, oh, just because you dang, I don't even know I don't know how to say the other word, you know, because I'm speaking in my accent since they said I'm not from here. Anyways. But like it's usually they usually do it here online. Like if they have never experienced something, and or let's just say that they were hurt from something, they will immediately like attack it in a way where it doesn't even make any sense. Like they will say, oh, do this, but make sure you have that as a backup. Oh, do that, but make sure that he's not doing this or she's not doing that. So it's always like a very I don't know, it's like a very up and down situation. I don't even know how to explain that. It says in individualism at an all-time high, and the reason why we can't speak for the general nowadays. Individualism, oh yeah, it is definitely an all-time high. Everybody always come with this self-care thing, like this. Oh, you gotta be very selfish with your life, but at the same time trying to depend on somebody for something. You know, they always wanted to say, oh, this is how I want to be loved, but at the same time you're not willing to give it back or give it to the person or be reciprocal, if that makes sense. I think in this generation, it will allow a lot of generational wealth, quote unquote. I said that because I think that people don't know what that actually is, and speaking on it in a terms of what they can benefit from instead of what they can give the benefit to and what they can add value to it, if that makes sense. So, in that case, if we're going to speak on something that can come together, make sure you're looking at somebody else's situation while you're looking at yours at the same time. You can't just look at your situation and say, oh, this is what's better for the community because that's how you feel about it. You know what I mean? And then it says, what's wrong with choose better? I don't think anything is wrong with choose better as long as you're better. As long as your money long. Let me stop. As long as your mindset is from a place where you learn something to elevate from. Like, okay, you've seen somebody did some sort of a mistake. You don't want to do that mistake, but you can learn from that by not doing that mistake, right? So in order for you to not do that mistake, you can always not even just ask the person, but you could always ask somebody that may have elevate or evolved from it and see where it takes them, if and only if that person has actually succeed from it. Because you cannot succeed or fail. I mean, you cannot succeed or win at life if you don't know what failing is. You know what I mean? You have to be expected of the no's, a lot of no's, and and then you're gonna hear the yes, but you can only hear that few yes if you have never heard of the many no's, if that makes sense. So yeah, I believe that choose better doesn't necessarily a wrong thing as long as you are better at what you're at in life.
Hey, can I say something to Carrie right quick? Do not
Sure.
change your accent to appease people. I like your accent. It's nice.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Right. Throw
Oh
some more corn
no,
at her
oh
though.
no, secret. Are you pandering? Are you?
Damn
No, I'm
it!
playing.
I got caught. Okay, okay. No, no,
You
no.
got
But
caught, my
in
boy.
all honesty, it is. I like her accent.
I'm about to say I do like her accent though.
Definitely
But
pandering.
I wanted to say this though. So somebody said this earlier though, and I get why somebody was like, well, they don't have an individual mindset because they following I guess they following the same thing. Somebody used the Jordans or something like that, right? So I can get that though, but even with that, you saying they got a mind of their own because they following the Joneses and all that. So I get it from that point. But when it come with the individualism, right? It's still it's for self, right? At the end of the day, so they want to look the freshest for themselves, and usually with the Jordan thing, they still competing with that. It's competition, you know what I'm saying? I still want to look good for myself because I heard this is what make me look good. So just because they don't have a mind of their own when it comes to that, you know what I'm saying? That don't make them not an individualist or don't have an individual mindset, you know, because at the end of the day, it's still because this is what I got told that's gonna make me look better than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what that is. But I think I get why they were saying that earlier about, well, they don't have a mind of their own because they want to be just like everybody else, but they want to be like everybody else for self. That's all that really is. You know what I'm saying? From what they got told. You know, they don't want to be lame or whatever they call it nowadays and stuff or whatever. But yeah, that's what I want to explain that one. Well, open panel.
It's okay to be a lame. I think it's okay to be a lame.
It is as you get older and mature. Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's true because at the end of the day, you know, when you're young, you want to experience a lot of things, right? That's great. But let's just say that I've always been a lame. I've always liked the very old classic stuff. Like, for example, opera. I like listening to that, and I still listen it to this day. You know, but there are times when, like, I like to drink. Let's just say we like to drink alcoholic beverage, but I don't like to drink Casamigos, and I don't like drinking dark liquor. I like drinking bourbon, y'all. Okay, like, and people think it's lame, so I guess I'm lame. Okay.
Well, think about it too, like what Kev was just saying. Like when we talk about the individualism, you know, everybody has their own individualistic, uniqueness about them, and this is why we have a self-identity crisis. But a lot of people don't understand how to build relationships within their individualism. And two individuals are now coming together. How many times do we go on lives that they're talking about relationships? And they're talking about relationships. It's like, no, you're two individuals that are coming together, and now you're individual, but you're also interdependent. You're also relying on each other. You know, so where does that construct come in, where you become an individual, but
So
we were actually born into a relationship. We were born into one. We came from a mom. We came from a dad. We came from that. And I think it goes back into what you were saying earlier, Tone. Like, if people come through different experiences, different understandings, different understandings of the way that life worked. But once you get to be an adult and you make those choices and you get to choose better, and that's why I go back to that last question that Kevin asked, is that choosing better. What do you know when better is?
Hey, you know what? Even though you said that, but a lot of us was born out of lust. Some of us born out of selfishness, no matter how we want to look at it, because some people are like, well, I just want to do this for me, and I think this baby would be for, you know what I'm saying? So that junk still stretches out, you know, so
Yes.
it is, looks like you says many ways of how people became born or whatever, or, you know, that situation, but that mindset, that junk is stretch.
yeah, so I think when it comes down to the individualism, right? We all should understand and know that as people, we have our own minds. You have a mind individually, right? But we have gotten to the point to where our individualism is extremely selfishness. It's self-centered. We don't think about anybody else but ourselves, right? Even in relationships, people are saying that you can be independent in a relationship, which is crazy. Like we have literal phrases that contradict each other so hard because we like it's hilarious. And I think these are principles in which people who are either one very secular or they have satanic they live by satanic principles, and one of them is to self-indulge. That's one of the main ones, is to self-indulge and to and to self-satisfy, gratify all the time to a very extreme amount. And that's what you're seeing right now, so much to the factor where you're seeing a lot of things with kids, being harmed, like that type of protected class is being harmed by people's individualism. We've taken it extremely too far to where now it's not what can I get out of a relationship. It's literally what can I get out of this relationship instead of what can I do for this relationship. That's how bad it's gotten. And we destroy each other. And then we take those pains into the next relationship, thinking that somebody should fix us. You know why? Because we're selfish. And we think that people should be able to pick or deal with me how I am, take me how I am. If you can't deal with me, blah, those sayings. Instead of being better for the other person, understanding how they are, seeing how you can compromise and stuff, like all of these things have been thrown to the wayside, and it's what can I get out of this? Which is why people are so scared. People are so scared to be in relationships now. This is why everybody seems so detached when you get into relationships. I've heard some very detached ass relationships. It's not no reciprocity. There's none. It's more like a if you say so, or whatever. As if you're not going to be hurt on the other side of this. So like I said, I think it's extremely toxic. It's a very toxic nature in which we live in. This individualism, it's destroying us because we're super selfish. We're super duper selfish. Hopefully that made sense.
I want to say this real quick about the pick me situation. So I listen to some of these conversations on the lives, and they could be like, a lady could be like, I'm married and I fix my husband like a plate. You know what I'm saying? Like let's say there's no kids in the equation. Just say it's just the husband and the wife, and she'd be like, yeah, I'll fix my husband a plate, and then they'll automatically call her a pick me when it doesn't even correlate to what the definition is saying. So that's the problem that I have with it. And I agree with what Kev got in the background, that they misuse these words and these phrases.
Tone, you there, Tone? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I like was been listening to you like for the past, I don't know, 30 minutes, and I think I agree with 95% of what you're saying. The elephant in the room is there's a difference between the genders, and when we talk about choose better, there's so many aspects to that. Because we should be taught how to choose, and I think when we talk about pick me and using these words, individualism, let's be honest. These are words that we've created or phrases that we've created in our community, because us as Black people, we do that. We come up with ebonics and cool phrases or whatever, and these are kind of like our phrases. You don't hear other races talking like that. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that because we're in a unique situation. But if we're not taught how to choose, and I think, Tone, this was your point, and I agree with you. We have to be taught how to choose. So if you don't teach a person and a person's not given, morals and values and principles, whether it be at home or in school or whatever, or even through the media, television, TV shows, music, or whatever, none of which we control. Okay, someone else controls what they feed us, right? And we have the opportunity to listen to it or not to. But if a child is raised and is not taught how to make choices, then the rap songs are going to teach them. Then what's going on in school or social media is going to teach them how to make choices. And so when they make choices, they blame others, not understanding that they were never really taught how to make choices. So typically, as men, when we hear a man say, "Well, I married her even though I saw the red flags," and typically we take our lumps. Like, you just got to do better, homie. You understand what I'm saying? But in this gender thing, we living in a society that has, for the most part, allowed women not to take a lot of accountability. And it's a society that does that now. Because when we talk about choose better, women are choosing who they decide to have sex with, who they decide to have children with, and our women are at the lowest in their choices as far as that is concerned compared to all the other races. So they're making babies with these so-called no good men at a rate higher than any other woman. They're the least married than any other woman. And when you say choose better, because if you listen to them, they're practicing individualism. I got my degree, I'm doing this, that, and the other, so I can be independent. Whereas men typically do all of those accomplishments and go out into the world to be producers so that they're qualified to provide for a woman in the family. Men are actually working on a goal not to be separate from the woman, but to be in a position where the men can have their options and choices of what woman that they actually do choose to pick. So the motive is what I'm trying to point out, is the motive of the man is typically, whether he fails or succeeds at it, but his motive is typically to come together. Whereas a woman's motive in this society, Western society, is let me get my education, let me get my job so I don't need no man. And I can be individual and I can do what I want to. You understand what I'm saying? So let's keep in mind, and that's kind of how we got on that, looking across the entire world at other cultures. Personally, my first preference is black women, and we have to understand that America is not the only place in the world that has black women. You understand what I'm saying? So if the majority of the women here are not offering me what I want as a man, and my preference is black women, so I am limited because we only make up about 15% of the population here. Whereas Africa, for example, or maybe even South America, Brazil, they have more black people than we do. And they're not having the exact same issues of, I want to be an individual, she's a pick me, he's a panderer. And that's another thing. To me, I think you were talking about DJ earlier. I hope I was right about the panderer, but it's money for men to pander to women. The preacher does it all the dang time. See, that's where men misuse their power. They understand they can play on a woman's emotions and they'll get support. They'll get money. The preacher will get money. The panderers will get money. So they're actually hustling. Panderers typically hustle. They know and understand. And guess what? Women are not naive. A lot of times they want to be lied to. It makes them feel better. They would rather support and give their money to someone who makes them feel good temporarily, rather than someone who's going to actually teach them something. So one last thing, when I have typically heard choose better, even though I appreciate how you put it, Tone, because basically you're saying choose better, how you to know how to choose. You understand what I'm saying? Isn't that part of the learning process, making mistakes? So I appreciate that. But when I've used it, it's because I've heard our women complain about these men ain't this, these men ain't that, and it's like, never, like, what did you do? Like, it's really your choices if you really look at it. It's not, I'm not gonna blame it completely on you, but you are controlling the babies you choose to have and who you have it with. You have complete control over that. So maybe you need to look at yourself and ask yourself, why do you continue, or why do we continue? Why do our women continue to make those bad choices? Because there's more men that are marrying age who don't have children than there are who do. So I'll leave it at that. I'm sorry.
No problem. So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Um, I used it. I used what I was saying to point out everyone. I understand that this is that is a problem with the women. I definitely do, but I was just speaking more in general. But yeah, I definitely get it. Now with my now when it comes down to the whole choose better thing, yeah, I do couple that with advice. Like I said, I think it's kind of a slight or disingenuous to just say that. Think of me if me and you were sitting on a podcast, right? And there were women that came in there and they probably, let's say she was a single mom, dad wasn't shit, right? One kid. And she told us the story, right? And she told us the story, right? Um and then we looked at each other, and then we looked at her and said, choose better. And then, it just kicked out the platform. We would probably be a laughing stock, not only to women, but to other men, because we wouldn't be seen as problem solvers. That's mostly what we are. That's mostly what I feel as if most men should be problem solvers, and most of them that don't,
I agree.
um,
I
and
agree.
most of them that don't are, you know, they're not. They I would say they're just as worse as a panderer. I would say they're probably about the same thing. So um, that I would definitely couple that with advice. And when it comes down to that, I say it like this: there's always a process to solving a problem, right? There's always a process. There's step by step, um, you know, process to solving a problem. And not everyone knows this. Or if they do know of it, not everyone really utilizes it, especially on themselves. It's really hard to do that. So I do go through that with certain people, be it men or a woman. I go through the whole process. They won't even know it. I'll just be asking questions. And sometimes, of course, there are people that are just stuck in their ways, so therefore you can't help them. You just hope the best for them. More than likely they'll run into somebody else that may understand. But other than that, I go through the process. But when it comes down to it, choosing better, I think a part of that is accountability. So you're gonna have to understand that if you want better, you need to understand that there's something you're not doing right, which means you're going to have to understand, and you have to understand that there's a problem, which is accountability, and now you have to fix it. Once you understand it, fix it, you know how to do it, now you're ready to understand that there's better. Now you need to choose that, go for that. that's
Tone,
that's that's typically how I approach these, if I
Tone,
get it right.
I was gonna say this song. Now, if you're on a podcast and then you got somebody that's on her 10th baby daddy, what would you say then?
I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm messing
I'm
with
not
you.
gonna lie.
Yeah, no,
I,
but that's
I'm
the
not
point.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's the point. I think that's Tone's point. Secret identity. And because I agree. By the way, Tone, I agree.
I'm only
Um,
messing with him.
no, no, no.
I'm
I think I think we get it because as men, like if someone tells us to choose better, right? Like with women, it's typically like choose better men. But with us, choose better friends, choose better what you eat, choose better in your decision making. It's just it's so much more it's so much more expected of us in terms of from women. Women have a long list of demands that they expect us innately to live up to, some of which
that's
is out of our control. See
and
what I'm
that's
saying?
why and that's why I loved how feminine millionaire broke it down. Like the way she put it, I looked at that as like precise, and it was beautiful.
You mind if I actually piggyback off of that though? Um, Basically, I like literally just off of like everything that was definitely heard, and knowing like also on top of that the whole entire idea of like people saying like choose better, but like nobody actually giving like the whole entire like idea of how to actually choose upon that. One big thing I would say is just knowing your worth. That's something that a lot of people are missing these days. Julian even talked about it also earlier too. Is like just literally as like people my mom and dad are both from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So I would definitely say Congolese American because I know my background in that sense. It's like you gotta know your worth. In that same exact sense, also, I'm not exactly too sure what everybody's like faith or religious standing is and everything like that. My parents raised me like not super Christian and everything, but they had me literally at Sunday school at like 6 a.m. in the mornings when I did not want to be up whatsoever. It's ridiculous, but it's like you gotta definitely know your worth. You gotta know exactly where you stand and who you are as a human being and as a spirit that is literally traversing this earth. And like one of the crazy things about it is that like even though a lot of people don't like to like read the Bible off of just like a lot of the different things that come with it and everything, I would definitely recommend to anybody that definitely is looking for true love for the AA, because that will literally lay down the entire thing of what you need to know, whether the person that is literally in front of you that you're literally choosing as like a potential mate, whether or not they actually do love you, if that makes any sort of sense whatsoever. And even if you don't like the Bible, look at other different like practices and what they basically see as love. Like, for example, a lot of people will literally talk about their love languages and whatnot, and they will say the 5 love languages and try and add upon that and whatnot. But not a single person that I know, other than a very select few, will literally say the like 8 definitions like that the Greeks came up with when it comes to love. A lot of people will literally say, oh, I want somebody to make me feel good and make love to me, but they don't know about literally being sacrificial to the person that is literally struggling on the street, or having that self-care to know that that person is treating you wrong, or to know that that one person isn't in love with you, but with the idea of you and trying to change you and manipulate you to actually be their thing instead of actually loving you for who you are. And then other people want you to actually accept their flaws and how terrible they are, and literally accept that they're not going to change and say, look, it's either you have me or you have nothing, when that's not the case. It's like a lot of people will literally hear that one word and they'll have an idea in mind, but not know exactly what they mean when it comes to that. They'll listen to the words and how beautiful and how fluttery they are and how it makes them feel, but they'll literally dismiss the actions that they're taking that contradict every single thing of what they're saying. And it's like, that's why you got to know yourself and you got to love yourself and you got to be able to know what you're worth, because then you'll be able to get what you're worth. You're going to be able to have that energy of what you definitely need in your life come over to you. And even if it isn't that thing that you're looking for, you both can literally climb and upgrade together to know that at the end of the day, it will be worth it. But you got to know your worth first. Because I can't tell you what to love. I can literally say, don't get a person with tattoos, or do get a person with tattoos. Don't get a person of a particular body shape. Do get a person of a particular body shape. It's like people are such wild cards. And as humans, we're not a monolith. We're not a one shoe fits all. There's always going to be something small and different that literally changes the trajectory of where our future goes. But as long as we basically know ourselves and what we definitely are, it'll definitely change everything, especially the relationship standard, by a million, just by knowing that small little thing that people refuse to actually work on, which is healing themselves.
Well, Chester, let me ask you a question.
Most
When you
definitely.
say when you say know your worth, right? Now
Yeah.
you're speaking in terms of the market, the dating marriage market, right?
I don't even like considering it a market, only because I don't want to literally say
What I'm
that.
saying, what I'm
Mhm.
saying is, let me be clear, because when you
Yeah.
say worth, like if you're working for a company or you're in the army or whatever, you have
Hmm.
worth on what you get paid, right? And that's typically based on the market, right?
Yeah.
Or let's say you're selling your house, right?
Hmm.
You don't dictate the price, the market does, right? So we're speaking about relationships, pick
Yeah.
me's, panderers, individualism, choose better, right?
Yeah.
So in the context of relationships, when you say know your worth, in my humble opinion, That's the biggest issue, especially in the United States, is a lot of women overvalue themselves. The low value woman believes she's entitled to the high value guy, or the average woman believes she's better than the average guy. So there's a problem with a misunderstanding of worth. Are you understanding where I'm coming from?
Oh, not just that. I agree with that 100%. Like I literally just earlier, like much earlier, saw a TikTok of a person that literally had the idea of if you literally have a child and you like literally had one with your baby daddy and they don't want you no more, and you're literally telling the next person that you want to like literally remain celibate and stuff. You should have been a virgin when you did that. You can't
Exactly.
literally tell somebody that you want them to do your nails, take you out to expensive dinners, do your hair and whatnot, and then just literally not give out or anything on the sign and stuff because you got to be a realist and stuff. And that was a 50-50 take to me because I
Well, let me ask
totally
you this:
understand where she's coming
what
from.
what low value guy expects a high value woman? Like what guy that's sleeping under a bridge expects a supermodel?
Exactly.
So you see the dynamic that I'm pointing out.
I
And
totally
tone,
understand it. Yeah.
this speaks to kind of what we were talking about earlier about the passport thing. Having the passport allows you to really see your value. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Definitely. Yeah.
it benefits you to have the option to date a black woman from anywhere in the world. Now I'm gonna promote our women. I'm gonna promote our women. I prefer our black women. But
Mm.
if we have the idea that we should only be limited to having options with black women in America, that puts us at a disadvantage as far as our value is concerned. If the men are naturally the pickers, the one who says, I'm gonna put a ring on your finger, I'm gonna give you my last name or run my legacy through your womb, the men who are pickers, right, or who are capable of traveling, first of all, capable of going throughout the other parts of the world, I think that will change the dynamic that we're facing here in the United States, where a lot of lower value women or average women feel entitled just because they're women to higher value men. And I think that's the biggest issue.
I feel that. I definitely feel that perspective.
Let me say something
I
real
just
quick.
Oh yeah, sure.
Um, it's not to you specifically, but um, it was about knowing. Like I'm hearing, know your self worth and all this stuff, right? I think a lot of people gotta understand truly who they are. Like, who are you truly? Because you got a lot of delusional ass people out here, and what I mean is, you got a woman out here thinking that she's entitled to, she can get the same man that Cardi B gets, right? And you got some people who think that they're living like Cardi B. So when a person say, oh, know your self-worth, a lot of people be like, oh, well, I'm a baddie, so I deserve, the baddie treatment. Truth be told, you only as bad as the person that sees you as being bad. A lot of
Go ahead,
people,
girl. Go ahead.
a lot of people think that they got billions of options. No, you don't. And it shows. It shows who have a lot of options and who don't have a lot of options. It shows who can be picky and who can't be picky. So I think a person truly got to understand who they are and where they truly are in life, and where are you truly trying to elevate yourself to in this world. Because I think it's a false sense of reality where people not even living in reality. Excuse my background, y'all. They going crazy over here. But yeah, I think people create so many identities with themselves. They don't even know who they are. It's so many, like, literally different personalities out there, and a lot of people, especially women, like, ain't gonna lie, they changed the hell up. They put on a different wig, different eyelashes, different makeup, and feel like they in a different body. Instead of understanding, like, you got to be the same woman that you are without that shit. Meaning,
Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
because it's some women who feel like they can only snatch a man with the shit on and not without that shit on. If you know what I'm saying.
So let me preface this real quick before Feminine Millionaire goes. I'm for my women's here, my black women's here in America. I understand that we got a lot of shit going on. They being ignorant, but I still love them. I can't get away from them. Plus, that's what my Bible tells me to do.
Oh, I love them too. I love them
Yeah,
too.
all
I
I
like
was
that.
just saying was that a person can't know their self-worth until they know self.
Yeah.
That's all.
But check it out though, Tone.
One
I love them.
second.
I love them too, man. I love them too.
Yeah.
That's my first choice.
Yeah, I understand that. So I'm not gonna lie. When it comes down to the Passport Bros movement, I really don't support it because I do hear them tend to, and especially the ones that I'm around. I'm not generalizing all, but I know I've heard a lot of dirt kicking on the way out. That porch kind of dirty on the way out. So I have heard that,
And
but
that's
I'm not
wrong.
saying that's all.
That's wrong.
And so I would say it's a slight to the women here that are really, really great. I have myself a really, really great melanated black woman.
Oh, they out there now.
We are. So I won't leave my whammons behind. I won't.
But check this out, though, Tone.
I'm not gonna hold up because Feminine Millionaire has to. She wanted to say something
Oh,
too.
most definitely, yeah. She just gotta go.
So yeah, I won't leave my women's behind. Not only not just because my Bible says so. It's also because I loves my women's. The beautiful black skin they wrapped in, the brassness, all that, I love that. So I won't, but I won't knock your choice to do that. But
No,
just
it's
be
an
mindful
option.
that there are
It's an
some really
option.
good women here.
Tone, because I agree with you. I don't want the narrative of I'm saying, give up on these women. But the reality is that we talking about choose better, right? Less men are getting married now than ever before in recorded history. Not just black men, men, period. And because of the divorce rate and because of the way the society has gone, men have chosen not to get married. Not that they don't want to be married, but they don't like the new rules. Real quick though, in terms of having the ability, let's just be real as men. When you have options as men, and women understand that you have options because they typically want a man that's attractive to other women. They don't typically want a man that no other woman wants, right? But that's the only thing that I believe will get rid of this entitlement situation. When women start seeing that men are buying something different in terms of what men want in terms of marriage and family, when they start seeing that men have options and are willing to exercise those options, then I think a lot of the things that we complain about, especially individualism, that's the biggest thing right there that, in my opinion, is hurting our community is when a woman has a mindset of I'm independent, I'm separate, I need to do my own thing, I don't need no, then you're not, that's going against what your Bible teaches you, what God says about the purpose and the role of man and woman. So as a spiritual person, as a spiritual man, and I'm looking at the United States, this is not the best spiritual in terms of morality and all of that place to pick a wife from. It's just not. That's just reality. So I like to bring up the fact that, look, black men, you can still stay with your people, with your sisters, with black women, but in a culture where, things are taught a little bit more in line with your traditional values.
Hey,
Because
fellas.
don't nobody, one last thing,
One
don't nobody go to
one
church more
second,
than our women, man.
remember,
I
Feminine
want the woman.
Millionaire.
I'm trying to get the woman to speak in here. That's all.
Yeah, I was
That's all
gonna
I'm
say
doing.
Feminine Millionaire. She wanted to say something real quick.
And
Go
Nate
ahead.
also. Nate's been
Yeah.
patient too.
Yeah, right after that, Nate can go. Go ahead, Miss Ashley.
Thanks, Tone. Thanks, Secret. So, if I'm being honest, it's like extremely disheartening to hear this constant rhetoric. And again, everyone on here is entitled to believe what they believe. Everyone has their own opinions, but there are so many stable Black women, good Black women. We uphold, we esteem, we show a lot of reverence towards our Black men. We speak up, we defend our Black men. We're the number one people saying there aren't all Black men, and then to hear a Black man constantly go on and on and on. I've been here about 2 hours, and there's so many disparaging remarks and commentary made towards American Black women. And if that's your experience and your belief, you're entitled to that. But the gross generalization is really annoying, just to be honest. And then even, just a constant disrespect. There's several times that Tone was like, hey, would like to let feminine in and speak. And you disregarded it because you wanted to speak, because you feel like your opinion and your thoughts clearly are more important than other people's opinions and thoughts. And the reality of the situation is, I wish that there would be more focus on the good attributes, the good characteristics of women, how to choose a godly woman, how to choose a beautiful woman, how to choose a woman that's going to be family centered, how to choose a woman that's going to want to build with you and align with you versus, focusing on these dysfunctional women that are obviously not your cup of tea or what you don't want. And I see a lot of people that have your ideology, they really tend to hyper focus on the dysfunctional women that are leaving, negative residue on our community instead of uplifting and highlighting the women that are positive. So then it leads me to believe, is this more about people that following that ideology and their inability to be able to attract and line up with the type of Black American woman that they say doesn't exist, or that we're far and few in between, because there are tons of us, like we're everywhere. I know a crap load of them. Majority of my friends are Black women. We're married to Black men. We're very family oriented. We, run traditional households as far as order of God, our husband, then us and children if we have them. A lot of us are very, very happy. Our husbands are extremely happy with us. So it's just it makes me, I start to wonder, like, okay, is this more about their inability to recognize the attributes of the type of woman that they say that they want, the same way that those men would tell women that they need to choose better or pick better because they're not doing a good job of recognizing the attributes of a good man. To say that some average woman feels entitled to, a high figure or a high value man is really a bit ostentatious. Are there some men and women that overrate their value or have an overinflated sense of self-awareness? Absolutely. Is that the majority? Absolutely not. When you talk to the average woman, she's looking for an average man that's going to be faithful to her, that's going to be kind to her. I meet women every day that say they have no problem pitching in, paying bills. They, want to invest something. They want someone that they can share dreams with. There are lots of women that they would be excited to do things for their man if that man is treating her well. I know women who go above and beyond for boyfriends and guys that they're dating, and especially once they get to their husbands, they're very happy. They see it as an honor and a privilege to do those things. And there are so many good men and good women out there. Just one of the issues with our community, especially in social media, I just feel we spend too much time highlighting the dysfunctional people in our community instead of like actually saying, hey, what are the good attributes of a solid guy? What are the good attributes of a solid woman? Here are the characteristics. You know what I mean? Even if it came down to running drills, you have woman A, woman B, which one do you choose? You have, man A, man B, which one do you choose? Because if we have so many people being born into single households, then it's understandable because maybe they haven't had the proper modeling of healthy relationships and healthy dynamics between a man and a woman. So those of us that have a good footing on that, it just seems like we need to do more time highlighting that, because you find what you focus on. In the same way y'all will sit here and say that these women need to choose better, which I agree they do. I'm in the belief system at this point, these men need to choose better as well.
All right, go ahead, Miss Nay. Also, Mystical. I don't know who you are, so please don't tag me. Wait, hold up 1 second. I remember you. You're that white lady that was talking about you just need the DNA of a man. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, you're disgusting. Go ahead, Nay.
Okay, the pick me question, like that word is really like so misused now on social media, especially on TikTok. Like they will call you a pick me, like if you want a family or something, oh you're a pick me. Like, why is that like even a thing now? Like, y'all don't have nothing else to say but call somebody a pick me. Like, that's getting old. But anyways, how can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt? Well, like, if someone is giving advice from hurt, like, I can really tell. Like, I don't know.
Y'all done talking? Or
Can
can
I
I
say
say something?
something before
Oh
I
Oh,
jump?
no.
go ahead, Carrie girl.
Like, especially like relationship advice, like now, like that is like the main thing. Like I can tell like they coming from a hurt place.
Okay. Wait. You want to answer the next question if you let's say if you ain't done yet, or unless you want to pass the mic on to Carrie real quick.
Carrie can go.
All right,
Hey,
go
baby
ahead.
girl, Nay, how you doing? Thank you. I'm gonna drop real quick because I got a crochet. I got a lot of stuff to sell. So sorry. Told, what did you just say?
Yo, okay. I can explain. I'll explain a little bit. So yeah. Okay, so we were in a live and we were talking about pretty much how fathers are essential and stuff like that. And she pretty much came up with her all her caucasity, saying that, oh, you don't really need men. And she brought up some really garbage ass study talking about how men aren't needed in the house, and then she started making a whole bunch of comments about, yeah, just give me the seed and I'll just throw away the man and shit. She's one of those you know pale feminist
Asian?
people. She's one of those
Can you say Caucasian?
Okay. I'm gonna. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, so
All right,
yeah,
to
she,
the
she,
pick
she
me
pretty much started coming
situation,
around
I
us with
definitely have to agree with Nay. I think that we throw around that word a lot, not knowing the actual meaning of it. I don't know it's even an actual meaning due to the fact that I try to look for it in the dang on dictionary. You can't even see it. Okay, so
Exactly. Especially on Janine TikTok, like they will drag that word
right,
through the dirt.
exactly.
Like
Yeah, because you don't like the fact that someone actually has a husband and actually take care of their husband. That's adding value. You are like Tone said earlier, you are so focused on getting the benefit from someone and not adding that adding that benefit or adding a value. You don't even know what adding value is, let alone knowing what the pick me word is, because technically it's almost the same thing as I said almost, maybe similar to pandering, because at the fact that because you know how it is in the world of women that does not let us just say most women, and I'm not gonna say all of them because I don't think all women are like this, but the majority that's upholding the society of single motherhood, they are majority of them are the pick-me's. because they are going after the aesthetics of what they can get from that man. And then once that man is gone, they are so quick to say, oh, since he's gone now I'm going to be selfish and do this, that, the third. Now I'm going to be entitled to that. It's the same thing that men does, but at the same time, here's the thing. Most men live in reality. Most men look at the probability of things, but that doesn't mean it's a possibility that it will exist for them. Even for a guy that even has over 100K in his bank account a year, let's just say yearly, right? But the thing is that they still look at the reality. They're only looking at the fact that how they can uphold in their family. They only can look at what as a whole, a group. We as women today, we're not looking as the group as a whole, as a community. We're not looking at those things. We're looking at about what we can get from that man. Every time I get on these panels, or let's just not on the panel, but more so like in reality. Oh, if he ain't paying my bill, I don't want nothing to do with him. But if he was paying a bill, you would accept what comes with him. Because a lot of the times when these women get with the men that have money, they deal with the cheating, they deal with the beating, they deal with the different baby mama on the side, let alone a different lifestyle. I've seen this. I am from Jamaica. I've seen this firsthand. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, when we're talking about the pick-me, let's actually talk about those pick-me that actually does that to the community, because they are more than likely to be selfish. They are more than likely to be selfish. I'm not selfish because I look at my husband as a value that I can add to. I can add to his value. You know what I mean? It's not about just cooking and the cleaning. It's about how I can teach his children how to play different instruments, how to learn different languages. A lot of us don't even know how to say bonjour, comment allez-vous, or hola, comment allez-vous, or denane. Like, come on now.
Can I
Just
ask you a
saying.
question? Can I ask you a
Go
question?
ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm born and raised in the United States, right? Okay. I figured by your accent that you was either from Jamaica or Barbados, right? Let me ask you a question though. Do you have any brothers?
Oh yes, six of them.
Okay. So
Biatch.
if you had a baby brother, right? And he was looking, and I just want you to be as honest as you can. And he was looking for a wife and wanted a family, wanted a good woman, and wanted to be a productive man, etc. Right? Would you, and he said, sis, is it easier for me to find, my wife in the Caribbean, or and now black woman, of course, in the Caribbean or in the United States? What would you tell him? This is your baby brother.
It might. Hey, let me tell you. I'm gonna be honest with you. It might come from a biased answer, but I will literally say in Jamaica,
Okay, why?
because women in Jamaica do sticks to the traditional value. Women
Okay,
in Jamaica do stick to, oh, I'm going to
okay.
take care of him as much as I know that I can take care of myself.
The
They
the
don't look
way that you're talking, the way that
the
you're making my
same.
point, the way that you're talking, even before you told me you were from America, I mean
Mm-hmm.
that you were from Jamaica, I could
Yeah.
tell that you weren't from here. And see,
Right.
this is my point. And I love my American black women, right? But this is my point. When I say a black woman in another culture that is more in tune with what I want, that's not being taught in this society, in our community. Individualism, independence is what's being taught in the American community. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So when you put your little brother, someone that you love and care about, right? And
Yeah.
you say, well, I know what he wants, and this is a better place for him to find it. When I mention it, and I understand why the
Mm-hmm.
sisters in America feel the way that they feel, but the reality of it is, men are going to adapt. Some men are going to settle and stick it out or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But men are naturally going to go find the type of woman that they desire.
Right.
We're not
One second, one
slaves.
second,
We're
one
not
second, y'all.
slaves.
One second. I hate to have to bring this up again. First off, we gotta stop the passport promotion. We understand you if you want something else, we get it. That
Right.
and
And I want to say something out there. You get done, Tom.
Yeah, that and mystical. The study that you had brought up was completely old as shit. Like I'm probably gonna stop being nice. That study was old, and the participants on both sides weren't even equal. And it was done in the UK 60 years ago. Stop. Please stop. That shit was done in the UK with 44 participants on one side and 37 on the other side. What are you trying? Why are you trying to prove that? Why are you trying to say that proves a dominant narrative or a dominant projection of what single parents can do versus two parents? How is this legible? Like, come on now. Like, for 20 years, from the 60s to the 80s, in the literally when feminism literally took its height, and you only used 87 families or 77 families, in which there were more single mothers than there were two-parent households. Like, come on now. Like, let's stop being dumb, okay? Yeah, you posted it, and I read it in another live, and me and another person embarrassed you. Let's stop, okay? Just because no man doesn't want to have a kid with you doesn't mean that men don't want to have other kids with other women, okay? Don't stop spreading your misery, okay? Stop doing that.
All right, let me answer the next thing. I ain't even get to answer none of these damn questions like that. Let me get up in here though.
Do you mind if because I love to hear women speaking, but I was going to try to make my points real quick, and I'll make them real fast because I really do want you to say your point, and I'm going to drop and then just get the lights up. So if that's okay, I want to ask you first.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Okay, so I do want to say this: to equate pick me with panderism. I'll just say that. When I speak about pandering, I speak about men that enable bad behaviors. So if you're gonna say pick me on that same spectrum, it would be to enable bad behaviors. If you're gonna use it in that type of way, but then the way that the women keep using it isn't even like predicated towards that. So they're definitely taking it out of context and not using it properly if they're going to use that word. The last thing I'm going to say, I'm going to speak about the passport situation because they keep going back and forth to that, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't, because none of the topics speaking about a passport. I understand that you're trying to get your point across, Julian, and to maybe even try to guide. I think his name is Chris. Chester. I understand that you're trying to give that information, and a lot of people have already heard a lot of these type of talking points. So you don't have to, reiterate or just keep telling people and say, "Oh, well, yeah, I can tell you from here, and I understand that the plight of America and the way that the relationships are going is ugly. We get it, But at the end of the day, there still could be some women here in this country that is still worthy enough to get with. I understand that.
Going somewhere else to literally find.
Hold on, Chester. Hold on. I understand that that there's some underlining subliminal messaging that's being taught here, and there's a bunch of indoctrination that's being taught here as well. There's a lot of radicalized feministic ideology talking points that people are picking up here as well. We understand that.
What about the laws?
No, hold on. We understand that. We understand a lot of this stuff. I mean, majority of stuff that you've been spitting out tonight, I've said a lot of these talking points a lot. So it's not anything brand new. A lot of people have heard these things, but you're just sitting here just putting them back out again. But again, we've heard a lot of these talking points. And yes, I understand the laws do have some parts to play with it as well. But all I'm saying to you is that you don't have to continue to reiterate it, because some people know it, but we're still going to say that there's still some good women out here that can still be picked. And then, yes, you're not wrong about, hey, you can go to Africa and still get black women. If they're saying that, hey, Black Americans was taken from Africa and brought here. So yeah, I guess in essence, it wouldn't be a bad thing to go back to the motherland in order to get, somebody there, if that's what they want to do, but it's not necessary for us to keep switching this whole dialogue back to passport when we're speaking about whatever Kev has on his platform. I think it would be indicative and really good to stick on these topics. I understand that you want to try to correlate and put them and tie them all in together with the passport situation. I get you. But if you can, just try to keep it, specifically on
Yes,
the
sir.
specific
And
topics.
I didn't bring it up, and we're gonna let the young lady speak. But choose better. If and I'm divorced, by the way. So choose better typically means yes, it's possible to find something like that here in the United States, but it's not probable. So it's on me as a man to choose the culture that I want to pick my wife from. So that's me saying I gotta choose better.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna drop down. Honest, you go ahead and handle this thing. I'm gonna go spend some time with the.
Good night, y'all. Thank you. I'll come
For
back up
sure.
later.
For sure.
Wait, were they trying to say that I was trying to push a particular narrative amongst that
No,
because that
no, no. I
wasn't?
think he was talking about me. I believe.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
got it.
yeah,
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 because
yeah.
I just it did sound originally like I was saying like, oh, know yourself, but the know yourself thing is kind of misconstrued. That's why I gave my background beforehand, saying like I grew up in a very like Christian household and whatnot, because they basically had me reading like the Bible, not front to back, left to right, but basically pointing out a couple of different things that actually does say what your worth is. It doesn't say that your worth is literally with the amount of money that you have or what you basically use to like change your hair or put on makeup and stuff. It basically says that you're fearfully and wonderfully made. It says that you are made in the image of God. It says that when you are married, that the male is the head of the household and the woman is to be treated like Jesus loved the church. And Jesus loved the church. Like it says every single thing of how and what ways to love your woman. And if you didn't love your woman, then you was basically like nothing. That you're basically the equivalent of like
Well,
the
most of
lowest
our
of.
women don't believe that.
Yeah, a lot
Most
of
of our
men
women
don't
don't
believe a
subscribe
lot
to
of this
that.
stuff too. They will
Right.
literally gravitate to women are not, yeah, are supposed to be only submissive to their husband. But it doesn't say submissive, but it says that both bodies are not of their own, and it goes really in the particulars of what all of that means. It's like you have to read all of it and you have to understand it. Otherwise, you're no better than the other people that changed the Bible to actually like do it for their own worth. That's the reason why I said you have to know yourself. You have to know what it actually means to be a spirit wandering on this planet
You
and
do
how
under,
strong that
you
actually
do
is as a people. Yeah.
you do
I
understand, and
just don't like bringing up the Bible just because a lot of people ain't living by that shit, especially
no, most
nowadays.
people ain't.
Like
Most people ain't.
I just said that. I said majority of people not living like that nowadays. And I just don't think that a lot of people nowadays are even believing in the Bible anymore. Um, Me personally, shit, if people really wanted to do right, live right, they would have followed that shit. They would have followed what was right. A lot of people would have done what was right, meaning you would have got married before you carry somebody's legacy.
That's right.
At the end of the day, a lot of people are showing that they are reckless. They have bad choices. They have bad behavior. A lot of people don't want change. That's why they
Exactly.
complain. So
Yeah, I wanna.
you said
But
what,
y'all
man?
on y'all the women that have spoken here, especially you two, she just and Nay, y'all are not the type that the way I hear you talk about, how you feel about pygmies and panderers, like you're not the top, you're not the norm. And what I'm saying is not based on my emotions. I'm looking at our women and I'm so disappointed by it that our women are ranked lowest when it comes to dating and marriage. They're ranked lowest. That's just a fact. And I'm understanding why. It's because the way that the younger generations are being taught, like getting shamed because you may agree with the man or you may want traditional values for yourself. We live in a society that shames you for it. And I wanted to ask Kev something real quick and see if it makes sense to him. Is when we talk about choosing better, right? That comes down to accountability, right? And the reason that I brought up the man's ability to go outside of these borders is because to let him know you have choices. You're not limited to the United States. That's part of choosing better, is to know what all your choices are. A lot of times people make choices because they believe they can't do any better, or a lot of times women get manipulated by men. Men play on women's emotions and whatnot, and the women get manipulated by men and they think that they can't do better and they don't have choices. What Cheshire is saying is like knowing your worth. You have to know who you are. But here's the thing, I don't think he understands coming into the dynamic of America where there's already black people who've been here for hundreds of years. And the biggest thing that they taught us was to hate and not know ourselves. This is our biggest issue. We do not really know who we are. We just think we some ninjas that came over in a boat, and we don't really know and understand our history, Cheshire, because they purposely kept that away from us. And for hundreds of years, we weren't even allowed to read. So when you see the American black person, you see where we are now. This has been a strategic planning by the wise rulers to keep us at each other's throat. And the biggest way that they've done that is they've misused the Bible and they have misused the gender roles. They blurred the lines about what a woman should be and what a man should be to create confusion. And so now, for me, if I'm a man trying to procreate with a family and whatnot, and you tell me to choose better, but you tell me this is all I have to choose from, then that is making me feel like you still believe that I'm a slave and the United States is a plantation. I'm gonna choose my own first, but I'm gonna only go so far because not just black men, but men, period, of all races are choosing not to get married because of the laws, because of the mindset, because of this culture. This is a failing culture we live under. It looks good on the surface. And if you read that Bible, we're in Babylon. If you read that Bible and believe in that Bible, then where is the United States in that Bible? It has to be in there somewhere because there's never been a nation like the United States. And by the way, that's another reason, why I talk about leaving America, because America's in that Bible. And it's called Babylon. And that Bible says, come out of her. It means come out of her thinking, come out of her way of life, because it has failed us as black people. It has failed us, and I hate it. I'm on here having a conversation with y'all, and especially with these black women, out of love. And I have a beautiful black woman as a girlfriend. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not speaking about my individual situation, and I do give flowers where flowers are due, but we got to start taking some accountability. Kev, I love the fact I just noticed you got accountability at the top, accountability room, and it's always been there, but I missed it. I went straight to the pick me and all of that. But that's kind of what it comes down to, man. We gotta hold ourselves accountable. And ladies, unfortunately, the black man in America has never really had the real power to hold our women accountable. We haven't had that power.
Julian, can I reply back to you?
Of course, of course.
Like, so yes, like I definitely agree. Like, so people, well, like I'm just gonna say like that. Like, so I'm just gonna say that that's so people like just can't like they just can't fathom that like they can like have better or anything. Like they just think that they just have to settle for less, and it's like you can actually have better. Like, I don't know, like I just don't think they can fathom it or think that they can have better. Like, you do not literally have to settle. So
No,
yes,
no
like
one,
I
no one,
definitely
no one
agree.
does. Yeah, no one does. No one has to settle, but at the same time, and like I said, I could tell by talking to the women in this particular conversation. You know, the women who would disagree won't even get involved in this conversation. You know, the men call them, women call them pick-me's, but men call other men simps, right? But you have to understand, sometimes you have people that are just trying to get over. Derek Jackson was just trying to get over. Very often the preacher, he's trying to get over and get money in that cup. So he tell you whatever you want to hear, as long as it make you feel good and you continue to give them money. They don't really care about your development. They're just tickling whatever feels good, and men are wrong. Men do this a lot. Whatever feels good, they just trying to get it out of you. You see what I'm saying? A lot of women do this too. It's a hustle to marry the right guy and when I say the right guy, the rich guy, the guy that makes them. It's a hustle to get pregnant and just so that you can have a baby from them, not because you want to be a wife or not necessarily even because you want to be a mother, but because you want to live a lifestyle. This is the United States. This is capitalism. It teaches us to capitalize off of anything we can capitalize off of. And if Derek Jackson wants to play with your emotions and talk bad about men to make you support him and give him money while he's cheating on his wife, then he's just a dude trying to get over. And there's a lot of men that just no good dudes trying to get over. I'm speaking about the sincere men who want traditional relationships. If you're going to put it on us and say, okay, well, you've been divorced, you got baby mamas, next time you need to choose better. And then he's looking at the United States, he's listening to all of the music, he's looking at the entire society and what it's teaching, and he's looking at the fact that this is the worst place, according to the numbers, in history for a man to get married and have a family. So why when you say choose better, and this is all you give him to choose, and then he fails, then you say choose better again. No, when you say choose better, that means you should be able to look at and assess all of your options to make the best logical, responsible choice. So when you hear me talking about the possibility of men going outside of the United States, I understand why women may not like that, but that's not your prerogative. That's our prerogative. Men go and men conquer and men explore. You see what I'm saying? I understand a lot of women really don't like that because it's just like the whole pick me thing. You know, there's a tone and energy to that of, you know, you're going against the girl code by giving men what they actually want. Well, if that man is ambitious enough, he's going to go. Me personally, I don't look at the United States as a plantation. The world is 196,940,000 square miles, and I'm a black man. I'm the original man on this planet. The entire world was ours. Anywhere you go in the world, the indigenous people there are black. So I feel the way that this society is going, which is anti-family, this ain't the best place for me to make a choice. Now, it's possible, but not probable. It's possible, but not probable. I'm lucky enough right now to have a beautiful black woman in the other room. I'm not just thinking about me. That's individualism. For the brothers who really want a wife and really want to do right and have a feminine woman, yeah, I advise them first I advise them to stay black and date a black woman, but I also let them know that, listen, brother, did you know that there's more black women in Brazil than there are in the United States? Did you know that? What? Yeah, man, black women. So that's all I'm saying. If you say choose better, a man should be able to exercise his choices before he chooses.
That's kind of why I wanted to actually go back to the other comment, because I was fully aware that not everybody does practice Christianity. That's why the other point that I brought up was the whole entire like other studies from other different places, like how the Greeks back in the day came up with 8 definitions of what love can actually be and how it actually is. Because one of the things that they talk about is eros, which is passionate love, which is literally like wanting to actually be with somebody physically and wanting to actually be one body with them, actually bringing life into this world because you actually feel that physical attraction to them. You want to actually bring everything of you with them and everything. But they also say that that love and solely working your love into that love is not healthy, and that most relationships that actually are focused particularly on the physical in that aspect usually fail because they don't have anything else to basically go up on top of that. But then you'll hear a lot of different people left and right on both sides saying that they literally want a person that has this particular physical trait because it feels good, or this particular physical trait because it makes them feel pretty great in that way, that they can't be a particular weight or they can't be a particular height in one particular, in like some sort of sense, when that shouldn't be the main thing. Does it matter? Yeah, definitely. We're human. It definitely does play a factor, but you can't have that be the sole factor. It also talks about pragma and how that basically is not the same thing as agape, which is sacrificial love, but it's long-standing love in a sense that you basically put in the work for a person. You sit there and you actually have that conversation with them and come to that realization of saying, this is a person that I want to last as long as I possibly can with. I want to literally go so far, even beyond like the confines of like what life will actually allow me to be with that person. And that is the least practiced love out of all types of love, out of the 8 types of love that is actually there. Less than self-love, less than obsessive love, less than the sacrificial love. Pragma is the least practiced one, because a lot of people are so hurt off of literally sacrificing so much of themselves for another person that they just don't want to have to deal with that long game. They want to literally just get whatever makes them happy and just be content in that way because they can't trust another person in that sense. And that's why you have to, that's one of the reasons why I'm saying that leads back into knowing your worth and choosing better. Because the more that you actually put yourself into knowing those 8 definitions, the more that you actually understand what love is, which is why I pointed out Corinthians 13. That's like literally the whole point. It doesn't have to do with what you believe in and whether you like take God as your personal savior or whatnot, because I'm pretty sure that you can look at any other religious practice, whether it's Buddhism or Hinduism or the Shaolin teachings and what they do, which I know some of them is also related to that too, or even Islam, or even like other different stuff. There's so many different things that will tell you their take on love and basically understanding what actually reaches to you and what feels to you. Like there is always going to be a certain part of empathy that actually reaches out to what somebody says love is. And that's what you should be choosing. The person that actually connects with that same exact energy and literally tells you, hey, I understand you. I love you. I understand your flaws. We can work on that. I'm not saying to literally be the type of person that says, oh, I can fix them. I'm saying that you should actually see if there is like not potential, but if there is something there and they definitely are 100% action truthful and saying they want to be better and they're doing everything that they can, that one bit of like just literally saying, yo, I'm willing to work with this with you, will take it a long way. Being able to look at what they're basically doing and help them along the way and stuff without forcing them to actually do it. You're not trying to change them. You're trying to be a catalyst and actually show that somebody out here is actually willing to go above and beyond for you as much as they want you to go above and beyond for them too. And that's where like love actually is. But a lot of people are too hurt to actually see that.
Malaysia's back. Nikki Hudson.
Oh, I
Nikki,
really
are,
want to
are
hear
you?
Nikki because I was just waiting,
Yeah,
but then they disappeared and then came back and then disappeared again.
yeah. What's
Yeah,
up, Nikki?
cause we haven't heard from Nikki or Bagga in a
I
Yeah.
can
minute.
go first. I'm cleaning off a toddler right now. A moment.
Okay, go ahead, Bagga, and then Malaysia could go.
Well, you good. I was up here earlier, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sure where y'all at, man, but where y'all at for real? I don't want to just, you know what I'm saying? Because I already answered the first question, but I
You
didn't know where
can
y'all was
start.
at for real.
You could speak in general. But they was talking about wasn't y'all what's wrong with choose better?
What's wrong with choose better? Ain't nothing wrong with choosing better. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody needs to make better choices. You know what I mean? It starts with self first. You know what I'm saying? Once you make better decisions and choices for yourself, then you'll choose better outward. You know, as well. So ain't nothing wrong with that. I think I already answered the pick me's and stuff earlier. How can you tell if someone is giving advice from hurt? I mean, everybody can judge, man, and have assumptions. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you really can't tell, especially on these platforms right here. You got a lot of people up here posing and faking and fraud, and you don't really know when somebody really being genuine or not, or keeping it real. But, you know, you can tell some people be bullshitting or, you know, just want to chime in and ain't really going through the experience type shit.
I want to answer that one too.
Yeah. I mean, you can go ahead for real. You know what I'm saying?
I just really want to say on that one, because I can get the answer out. But I think you could tell if someone is giving advice from a hurt place by the way that they speak. And I mean, if every time that they say, "Oh, well, I had an ex," or, you know, my homegirl, she gave me advice on, you know, when it came to my ex and woo 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 woo, and he was still ain't shit. And it's like you can hear the hurt behind it, because my thing is, you don't bring up people that you moved on from, that you claim you don't care about, but you care about this person. You care to bring up this person because they hurt you. They left a scar on you, which is a dirty mark. And I say a dirty mark because anytime you hear a subject or something that was relatable to something that they did that hurt you, that's how you know that you're giving advice from a hurt place, because you're going off of past experiences of what somebody did to you. And now you're telling them, oh, well, to prevent that from happening to you, maybe you need to take this advice because it could be helpful. Truth be told, that because you had that kind of outcome doesn't mean the next person gonna have that same type of outcome. I mean, it's good to sit up here and give a person insight on what to look out for, but if she's not dealing with the same type of man that you done dealt with, then it really is not gonna be really relevant to her situation. Or his, whoever. But Malaysia, go ahead, mama.
But y'all was on the how can you tell if someone giving advice from a hurt place?
Yeah, that was the most recent one that we was just chiming on.
Yeah, you can answer all the questions if you want to, but that was just the most recent one that we're on.
I mean, it's kind of like what she just said. Like, you can tell if if their point of view is very negative. If everything they say is negative and nothing positive comes out of it. And like she said, being hurt from putting everybody in one category, like saying women is this or man is that, when you haven't dated all men or women. So it's definitely coming from a hurt place that somebody did something to you.
It's individualism at an all-time high, and the reason we can't speak for the general nowadays. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of this stuff, man, a lot of what we are right now is social engineering, man. That's why we all be on these platforms arguing, going back and forth, debating. You know what I'm saying? You know, I say it all the time, it's 8.1 billion people on this earth, man. A lot of different experiences, whatever like that. Like, you know, it's all to speak for. I mean, you can't come in this world just thinking you know it all and got it all figured out. You know what I'm saying? Like, be an individual, but still, we all go through the same situations, but like, we got to really, like, I don't know, man. This shit is just crazy. We be up here arguing all day, yo. Like, it's just wild, you know what I'm saying? Everybody think they got to figure it out, but you don't know somebody else's situation, but we all going through the same shit, so we just need to resolve and come up with solutions and resolves, man. Like, you know, so I don't know, man.
What do you think the solution is?
Well, I think we got to start being compassionate towards each other and recognize where we at. Like, we all in the same water trying to swim to the other side. Even though it's different lives, we all in the same situations. So we
I
got to
think
stop being...
I think we got to be compassionate towards ourselves. A lot of people don't want to be the hurt person or be the person that's living paycheck to paycheck. Like, it's a lot of things that, like you said, we all going through, but we don't have compassion for ourselves. We want to put on the front as if we our bills is paid, we taking trips. Like, it's just everything is for a facade and for an image. People are not real nowadays. That's how I feel.
Yeah, cats be up here fraud and imposing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to have, like, what we faking for, man? You know what I'm saying? We all wounded in a sense. We all need, you know what I mean, therapy. There's nothing wrong with therapy for men and women. You know what I'm saying? Like, even, you know, relationships or whatever like that. Make sure you hold within yourself, right, all the way before you even embrace relationships that can be friendships and, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, trying to find a spouse or something like that. You know what I'm saying? We all on the same battlefield, the same waters, the way I said. We need to come together, stop arguing, and then we know everything, you know what I'm saying, ourselves, and really, like, you know, compare our resources to heal and get right. Ain't no point of being up here throwing darts, shooting arrows all day. You know what I'm saying? With people you don't even know, you ain't gonna ever meet that
Are you
person.
from
We need to be
Virginia?
learning.
You from Virginia?
I lived in Virginia. I'm in Vegas now. Yeah.
Oh, I live in Vegas too. I picked up on your accent.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
hey. So what part of Virginia you from?
Newport News, Hampton. Newport News for
Oh,
sure,
that's
though.
that Michael Vick sound. That's what
Yeah,
I
you know what it is, bro.
No, but I got close friends from Tappahannock, man, and Richmond.
That's what's up. That's crazy you picked up on that, man. Some people can't pick up on that, you know what I'm saying?
Man, look.
I love Vegas, though. I've been
No,
out
I
here in
can tell.
Vegas, man,
Listen, I
living
can
and shit.
tell. I'm from Florida, right? Like I said, I have people who actually live here in Vegas that are from Richmond and Tappahannock. You know what I'm saying? So
Word.
I
Yeah.
knew. I was like, I'm just gonna call it out. Either you from Virginia or you from that DC area.
Yeah, you know, man, for
But I live
sure.
in Vegas
For
too.
sure.
I live in Vegas too.
Yeah, we got a link, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm a bouncer, do security at I ain't gonna tell y'all the nightclub, but the #1 nightclub out here in Vegas, you know what I'm saying? So I be
In Vegas?
around, bro. No, sure, I'm at the Omnia, bro. I'm at the Caesars
Okay.
Palace.
Well, when I say Tappahannock, you understand. I'm in the music business, so when I say
Word.
Tappahannock, you can put two and two together.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
It ain't far. Yeah, my man. So I'm gonna definitely follow you and
Oh,
message
for
you and we gonna
sure,
link up out this mug, man.
for sure.
Damn right.
My friends, the most famous people from Tappahannock. So you know what I'm
Word.
saying. So
Yeah,
I'm in that.
the
I
goat
thought it
is
was
too.
great.
CB.
Yeah,
CB
of course.
from
Yeah,
you know
of
what I mean, the
course.
goat.
Right,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So
Absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely. His family lives here. Part of his family, his
yeah.
auntie, cousins, and stuff. But anyway, I appreciate what you said, man. And even like everybody in this conversation, I'm gonna be quiet for his Imperial to say something, but everybody in
Yeah,
this
y'all rock out.
conversation, I believe, have good intent. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like like I haven't heard no arguing in this particular conversation because I believe the people that actually want to argue, they don't come into these kind of conversations. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's slight disagreement, you know what I'm saying? But like the people who use the word pick me and throw that word around, you have to understand they want chaos. They want someone to agree with them and entertain their madness. There are people like that that
Right.
they want
Big
to, they
facts.
yeah, if they see a woman that is pursuing her happiness or whatever, and I'm telling you, this is a woman thing. I got three daughters. I did a reality show with a bunch of girls, and they're catty. That's one of the things that that I noticed that a lot of women will shame other women for not going
Say it
along with
again,
their program.
Julian.
They're just, I mean, but you got to put it in perspective that and misery loves company too. I see, unfortunately, I see older women not talking to younger women, almost trying to compete with younger women. You understand what I'm saying? So, but those type of women are not in this conversation. This conversation would make them uncomfortable. They only go where, again, where people can feed into their madness and agree with their BS for a particular time period. Now, Malaysia, we disagree a little bit, but I don't put you in the category of someone throwing that word pick me around. And when I say we disagree a little bit, I agree with you about, traditional family and all of that. I agree with you there. I just kind of disagree with you about really understanding male nature. You know, I don't think you can process that a man could absolutely love a woman with all his heart, but still have sexual desires for another woman. I don't think you can
Mm-mm.
process that.
I would never process it. I don't. How can you say you love me but have? It could be a jealous thing.
Y'all
It
done
could
went
be a
back to
self.
that
No, it is a
cheating
jealous
again.
It
thing.
could. It
It
could be
is
a
a jealous
selfish
thing.
thing on my behalf, but that's just what I stand for.
No, I agree. Listen, there's a lot of things about women that we wish we could change about y'all, but it's just the way God made y'all. And so there's a lot of things about men. I'm gonna say again, a man could love his woman with all his heart, never gonna leave her. She's the best thing to ever happen to him, but still be sexually attracted to another woman. Typically, if you
Being
reverse it, if a
sexually
woman,
attracted, being sexually
All right,
attracted, or
let me get y'all some understanding. What? Because I get what she's saying. I do agree with that. I do think a man can still love his woman, but still have, like you said, desires. Um, and I say that because men who cheat, right? They never leave or want to leave the woman that they cheated with. I mean, cheated on. They want to keep that family dynamic. They want their family. They want that wife. That's why they care about not getting caught by that woman. And the woman that he cheating with, he don't care about keeping her. She's literally just a good time and a move on. It's like he ain't trying to sit up here and get her ass no ring. He ain't trying to sit up
yeah,
here and build a legacy with her. He
yeah.
ain't trying to sit up here and have her drive the car that you drive, get your hair and your nails done. He ain't trying to do that shit for her. You think he want to sit up here and cater to that woman? Hell no. Nah. It's like nah, she doing what she does best is be the side chick, be the side piece. She be in the background. She ain't spending birthdays. She don't get Valentine's Day. She get probably the weekend after Valentine's Day. She don't get to celebrate. He ain't celebrating her birthday. Shit. He just sitting up here clapping them cheeks and going home. At the end of the day, I think in reality, some women who are with men, they don't realize like you could lack as a woman. And what I mean lack, if you're being sexually pleasing to your man. If you're being nice in the home. If you're actually catering and doing what you're supposed to do as a woman. See, a lot of women think that they got their shit on lock. Truth be told, when you ain't sitting up here and your dude telling you, oh, we only did it once this month. I want some more affection. I want some loving. And you ignore that shit, understand that could be a possibility why he's stepping out. Two, at the same time, when you have certain, because I think men who cheat, you got certain men out here that can be easily manipulated by a woman. And I mean, to the point where it's like he could be out walking, right? And a woman could walk past him. She can be thick, looking good, whatever case may be, whatever his type is. But it is always his choice. I always say men make choices to sit up here and step out on a woman. Because I don't see mistakes.
And by the way, I'm not saying that that's right, man. I want to be
Oh,
very clear, right?
we know. I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
that.
I'm
I
not
know, me
saying.
personally.
That's why I say do not Now, most men ain't gonna do it, but ladies, let's take some accountability. A lot of times, what y'all do, you Malaysia, I can look at you, you fine. So you got guys on you, and and guys will lie to you just to. I'm just warning you. I'm trying to give you game now. Okay, they're gonna tell you what they want to hear if they want to get with you bad enough. You feel what I'm saying? I'm just trying to give you game. And what I'm saying is, listen, I don't even understand it sometimes, and I'm a man, right? But listen, we could love a woman. It's gonna sound horrible, but it's true, Kevin. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be honest now. We could love you with all our heart. We never gonna leave you, especially for no 304. Okay. But there is a weaker part of us that apparently a lot of times we can't handle, especially when we're young. And
And if
then
you
on top
can't,
of that,
Julian,
and
if you
then
can't control it, why get into a relationship?
because the men, that's a great question. They
Let me
don't
go
know
in
that.
after you.
They don't know that necessarily. Number one. And number two, it has nothing to do with being in a relationship. It's got nothing to do with love. Get that out of your head. Okay? That 304 could get hit by a bus as soon as we
I
leave her
know,
house. And I know it sounds horrible, but
I
we could
know it
care
doesn't.
less.
I know it doesn't have to do anything with love. I get that. But if you love that woman, you wouldn't do that to her.
That's why
That's
we feel
that's it. That's
bad, and
all.
that's why a lot of dudes lie, because we don't want to hurt you. Now I'm not
That makes
condoning it.
no.
I'm
That
That's
giving
makes
the
no sense.
purpose of him caring not to get caught. You think he
But
purposely want to cheat and get caught by the woman that and to sit up here and sit in her face and say,
don't
yeah. See, Malaysia,
don't
you
do
gotta,
it.
hold on. I want you to understand something. It's a difference between, I always say this, it's a difference between a man that made a bad decision and a man that's just a bad man. See, a man that sit up here and just a bad man, he don't give a fuck about cheating on you in your face. He don't give a fuck about you knowing his dirty work. He don't care about your feelings. He don't care about doing wrong by you. See, that's a man that don't care or fix his actions behind what he did. See, a man that made a bad decision, he gonna sit up here to your good graces. He gonna try to sit up here. You gonna put him in a doghouse. That's cool. That's cool. That's what you're supposed to do. Um, I think when a man make a bad decision, it's based off some factors. Damn, I know I done some fucked up shit that I know I hurt my woman, you know, and I know I got to get back
and that's
right with
a
her. I
hurtful
got to get
feeling.
back right with her. I got to earn her trust back. I got to make her get that safe space back. I got to make her understand that, you know, remind her why she chose me. So it's like he gonna do everything in his
That's a
power to
hurtful
sit up
feeling.
here and fix that situation, because no man wants to sit up here and let go of everything he had built,
So
especially
do you
not the
think?
woman that he built with.
So do you think the man is truly sorry, or he just sorry because he got caught?
I think the man is
Well,
truly sorry. The man that made a I
let me
think the
speak
man
from
that made a
experience of
bad
a man who's been
decision.
caught. Let me
I
speak.
think hold on.
The,
Let her
I
finish,
think the
or I'm gonna
man
start muting folks, guys. Come on now, let her finish.
I think the man that made a bad decision, I think yes, he is truly sorry, because he's about to put in work to show you how sorry he is. He's about to goes literally go to church, go to pray. He about to sit up here and literally, that's why I think he's gonna sit up here and make it right with you, for real, for real. If he truly want his situation to be better, if he genuinely wants to keep his family and he wants to keep what y'all built, he gonna do everything he can to make that shit right. Because my thing is, if he don't care, he just gonna let you go about your life and go continue to mess with the side chicks.
That's why you
and
leave.
believe me, that's all that they are. And even as men, we clown each other. If you wife a 304, we clown each other for that.
You're goofy. You goofy as hell.
Yeah. You don't get no respect amongst men. The man who wipes the woman who everybody could have, he's not respected. He's simply not. I'm just telling you. And Malaysia, I'm really just trying to give you game because, reality is one thing, but it's like if I was to tell a guy, wait a minute, dude, you married to a supermodel, but that guy doesn't expect that other men gonna look at her. Other men gonna look at her, and she's gonna enjoy, not necessarily that she's gonna take them up on it, but she's gonna enjoy that attention from other men. Women enjoy, and it doesn't mean that they're gonna be with the other man or whatever, but they enjoy validation from other men. And this is something that's obvious with the social media thing when you talk about pick-me's. If you look at Instagram and all of that, all of them females are hoping that the right dude to them, okay, they're hoping that the guy that they think is the right dude jump in their DM. If you look at Instagram and you look at the majority of women of marrying age, they are advertising themselves, hoping to be picked by the right person. Okay, but
Um, I was
the
asking that
part
comment.
about
I was asking that question in the comments. What are the benefits of marriage?
for a man or for a woman, for a man or for a woman.
For both.
This is what I was saying
There's
earlier.
different
In this
benefits.
society, well, in this society, men are finding it is not beneficial. It's more of a liability to men. This is why they're not choosing to get married. The laws have done this. The laws have, and there were good laws, child support, alimony. These are good laws, right? These are laws that are meant to protect the woman, right? But just like there's good laws that are meant to protect the police, like police officer, if you ever feel a need of safety for your safety, you have the right to use deadly force. There's police officers that misuse that law and say, I just want to kill me a ninja today, and I'm just gonna say I was in fear of my life. Well, women do the same thing. If I marry him in a certain state, I can get this half, and so a lot of men are saying, wait, what's the benefit? Especially now that I could sleep around with women and not be married to them. I could live with them and not be married to them. And women are more promiscuous than ever before. What is my benefits? It's more of a liability in the United States. In the United States, it's a liability. But typically, men have always wanted to get married, and the biggest reason, biggest benefit, has been to leave a legacy, a son. Kevin the third and Kevin the fourth and Kevin the fifth. You know what I'm saying? But there's not much benefit. I mean, what? Let me ask you, Malaysia, what would a man get out of marriage that he couldn't get being single in the United States?
Say that again.
What benefits do you believe that a man could get in the United States for being married that he couldn't get for being single? Like just having a girlfriend.
Um. Okay. Well, so we considering having a girlfriend as being single. Um. Me personally. I think it's the same benefits.
Which are what?
Girlfriend and wife. It's the same benefits.
I'm saying like I know why you would want because you described earlier like you would want monogamy, you would want to be taken care of and be in your role as a woman. So that
hmm
benefits you to have that security, right? But what does the
But I don't
man
think I
get
need to
out of
be
it?
married. I don't think I need to be married, but like you said, a legacy, a family. And I don't think we have to be married to have a family.
Right, I get it, but we're talking like in the United States. Wouldn't you agree that we live in a society that's anti-family, that's become anti-family?
Yeah, I definitely believe that there's no family values. Like most women, most men, I can't just put it on men or women. Both genders don't have family values. Most people have babies just to keep a person or to lock a person down. So it's like they don't look at the child's life as a actual life. You get what I'm saying? It's more so of a bound or like a chain to you. Like I gotta mess with you for the rest of my life because we have this kid together. Versus we need to raise this kid to be better than us. You get what I'm saying?
Oh no, yeah. And by the way, even though we disagree on the whole monogamy thing, I do agree, and I do commend you for wanting to be married and to be in that role. I really do. I think the difficult thing though is
I
that
mean,
again,
I don't want to be married. I don't mind being married, but it's not like it wouldn't change how I feel for you if we married or not. I don't. look at marriage like the end goal
Okay, so
because
you don't need the contract, is what you're saying.
basically, yeah, because that's really what it is. But
She
people break
basically
those
feel
down
like
every
there's
day.
you're not doing so you feel like that you're not doing nothing different or getting nothing different that you wasn't getting or doing in your
Okay.
regular relationship,
Well then,
No,
right?
well then,
because
Right.
no, because from the get go, I'm going to cook for you. I'm going to do those things because
okay,
that's who I am. I'm not going. A ring is not going to change how I treat you or the things that I give to you because
okay,
I love you. 'Cause I'm in love
okay.
with
I
you.
think we
So
agree then, because when you said marriage, I thought you meant the contract part of it.
I
You know
mean,
what I'm
that's what
saying?
it is though. The I feel like the
No,
marriage,
you're
the
right.
wedding, and all of that.
You're
That's
you're
really
right.
a contract when you could just be down 10 toes down for that
Yeah,
person, vice
yeah.
versa.
Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. What I
We
mean is
gotta
like
get his imperial in there too. He haven't said
okay,
anything.
just give me 5 seconds on that contract thing. 5 seconds. I meant like a contract with the state. Like anytime a man and a woman say, "Hey, we're gonna be together," they really are making an agreement. But I mean like the legal with the state involved in your. Yeah, that's a liability for men nowadays.
But that's another reason why the numbers, like how you said, the numbers are the divorce rate. I mean, people are not getting married nowadays because most people, the people, at least my circle, marriage is not the end goal.
Okay, I agree.
His imperial.
His imperial, you the
Yes.
man.
Yes. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing this fine morning?
It's still nighttime on the West
We
Coast,
good.
but we good.
It's 2 a.m. where I'm at. That's what I'm saying. But nah, okay, so this whole conversation is actually kind of refreshing. I just came from a live full of debauchery and lunacy. So I ain't got no real arguments. All I'm hearing is good shit right now. But I want to put a spin on something. And this is something that I've seen throughout my travels throughout the world. Almost every place else in the world where you find melanated people, women don't have the same social hierarchy problems that they have over here. A man has 2 women in his life. He has 2 households he's responsible for. These women aren't caring as long as their household that they're in is taken care of. That man's doing whatever he needs to do. But over here in the United States, we've been taught that men are supposed to be monogamous and women are supposed to enforce that. That's not biologically sensical and that's not nature. Like I've said this for years out my entire life. A man can have more than one household, a woman can't. And a lot of women get upset when I say that, but that is the honest general facts of nature. My only thing is this, if you're gonna make the contract to the state, you're putting the state in your business. That's a third party entity that is allowed to tell you what you can and can't do. That don't make no sense to me. Because a real marriage don't need a piece of paper. A real marriage don't need a ring. A real marriage is commitment, love, honesty, and keeping you and your partner or partners in agreement with each other and what's going on in their lives. You don't take away from them, you add to them. That goes on both sides. So a lot of the Western society has me fucked up, especially modern Western society. And I'll land with that.
Kev, you got something you want to say?
Oh, he always got something he want to say when I start talking because he like to come with a double-edged sword.
What happened? What the heck? Huh?
You heard me, fool.
Yeah, like you that special. What the heck?
I'm always that special.
I
No, I'm
don't
just playing.
I don't like triangles.
What happened?
I don't like triangles. And for men, like you saying the same thing that Julian is saying. It's in a man nature to have multiple, or woman can get pregnant, she got to sit down for 9 months, a man can get 9 women pregnant during that time. That's nature. Okay, we know how y'all stuff works. But who's to say if you, I'm going to keep on saying it, if you love someone, you love this woman,
You just don't
well, it
treat them
depends
bad.
on if, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, it's going to hurt her. You know
Oh, how
the
I feel so
decision you
sad.
make, the things you do. You got to have self-control because having eyes for other people, okay, she look good, she's pretty, he look nice, he's pretty, that's one thing. But acting out on it, nah, that's a different level.
You
All right,
don't
so hold
have
up,
you don't have what we
hold up,
have. You don't
hold
understand.
on,
Sometimes he
hold
got a
on,
mind
bro.
of his own.
Hold on.
I'm telling you, those be those
I got you.
weak-minded men.
That's not
Those
true though,
men that
because
can be.
our pocketbooks got a mind of their own too, but we have restraint. And if we in a relationship,
Did
we
you
going to
say
be thankful for our
pocketbooks?
man.
Did you say pocketbooks?
You know what I mean.
Like your wallet? Y'all definitely don't have no
Nah,
control. You
she
can spend
talking
it.
about
He
she
know what
talking
I'm.
about
He
them
know what I'm
other
talking about.
Oh,
separate.
Okay.
oh, that's because you're different. Okay, I got you. You're
No, when we
different.
was kids,
Right.
we used to call. My mom used to call it that.
All right. So let me
Like,
break
don't
this
let
down a
nobody
little
touch your
bit better.
pocketbook, stuff like that.
Right. So let me break this down a little bit better. The way that I was raised, if you're going to go put another woman in your relationship, you bring that new woman to your woman and you let them sit down and have a conversation, see if that's going to fit in to the program, and if it ain't, they don't come in. There's
Okay,
no
so his
physical
imperial,
What
intimacy
was you raised?
before that.
his imperial. Tell me how can another woman fit in?
Because they add more value to
Just
the
give me a
family.
scenario.
Okay, say wife one is in the hospital. Wife number two is taking care of all the responsibilities that wife number one normally takes care of.
No, if wife went in
That's
the hospital, you take care of the responsibility. What?
no, you're taking care of both of them.
What?
Wait. Where you
Yes.
from? Where you from? What's your background?
What's my background? Well, see, first off, I'm Hoffa, so that is before Hebrew and Muslim.
And what's that noise in your background too?
That's them crickets and them cicadas, my boy. I'm on the back porch.
Man, you in the
Them
woods.
things. That's.
I mean, not really, but
I thought
it
Yeah,
somebody
I
is
was
was
what it
just
breathing
gonna
and
is.
say
something. I
he
didn't know what that.
outside.
What state you
Are
said
you
you
playing
in?
Call of Duty or something?
I'm in Georgia right now. I'm originally from up in Yonkers.
Um,
Well, you're talking about
So
polygamy.
you still didn't give me no
no,
benefits. So
no,
what? So
no, I'm
you
not
saying it's a
necessarily
business that?
talking about what modern day people call polygamy. I'm talking about traditional ways of our people. When I'm talking about our people, I'm talking about the melanated people across the world. We got indoctrinated to believe white tea society's rules, and we've been following them ever since. That's
I
absolutely absurd.
I agree. I agree with you on that note, but I still don't see no benefits of having two wives.
Well, you're not understanding that the Creator made man capable of doing it.
So
That's
that
the
means
part
you
you
want
Well,
to
refuse
do
to
it?
accept. Say that
okay.
again. Say that again.
So is that does that mean you're supposed to act out on it because you can release this amount of sperm per day? That means you're
No,
supposed to
it's
do.
not. It's not. No,
It's
what he's talking about, what his imperial is talking. By the way, I agree with you, sir. What he's talking
Black
about is
House is
that
crazy.
men are capable. We're talking beyond smecks. Okay, we're talking the emotional aspect of it, like all of the aspects of maintaining more than one woman, right? Okay, men are emotionally, physically, and if financially capable of doing that. And I wouldn't advise it for most men, but certain men are capable of doing that. And even your Bible teaches you that, Malaysia.
right. Now,
So
with that
well,
being
okay.
said,
So if
I'm
you say that a woman naturally snatch back after intercourse, so when I snatch back, is it okay for me to go let somebody else enter inside of me? Because it's going to
no.
snatch back.
No?
Why not? I mean, it
Okay, well, let
naturally
me ask you
does.
that. Wait, but let me ask you this though. Maybe you can understand. Like when you like, obviously you believe in monogamy, right? So, but you're only going to be monogamous with the man that you really want to be with, right? Right? So when you're in love, and I don't know if you've ever been in love before, but when you're truly in love, and this man is your everything, your husband, the guy you want to be with, do you desire other men at that point?
No, I don't desire other men, but I can notice that when somebody look fine. Oh yeah, he looks good. Oh, he got a nice body, but I'm not going to desire like the one to sleep and be in bed with them. I
Well,
mean,
that's where we're different.
what,
That's God made us. Like again, like you think that the
don't put
Creator
God
made
into
him.
this.
Well, I'm using His rules. I'm using what you say you believe in.
I didn't. I just don't think that has nothing to do with the creator. What you're saying is you can't fight temptation if you don't have control.
No, what
That's
what I'm
lack of
saying
self
is
control.
no. I'm not saying that every man should go out and sleep with every woman he's
I mean,
sexually
is their
attracted
nature.
to.
They should though, right? It's their
No,
nature.
no, 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 no. I'm not saying he should. I'm saying he
But
should
he was
always
built. He
regard.
was designed that way. So
No,
would he
follow
be going
me.
against himself if he
Follow.
doesn't?
I'm trying to give you some game now. I'm just trying to give you some game. When I say some games, like I'm trying to give you the blueprint of how men are, and you can take with it what you want to take with it, right?
Go
But
ahead, you got it.
what I'm saying is, even if a man's not in a relationship, even if a man is completely single, don't have a girlfriend, he should still exercise who he sleeps with and who he doesn't sleep with. I'm just outlining a very basic point.
He can't
You could
control it.
be
You just said he can't control it though, sir.
No, I'm saying he can control. It's not about him controlling it. It's about him having the desire. When you are completely in love with a man, you don't even have the desire. You understand what I'm saying? A man is functional where he can be truly, completely in love with you. You're his queen, you're his wife. He's never going to leave you, this, that, and the other, and still be sexually attracted to another woman. You are saying to me, and I understand, because you are designed to be with one man at one time.
Oh
Right
my
now,
goodness,
because of
I can't.
because of the way that the Creator made us. If I chose to, I could. I got an 11-year-old in here, but I could put a watermelon in each and every one of you in one night. I don't have a biological clock. This is what the Creator created. Whether you like it or not, that is science and biology. We are designed differently. And I'm only telling you this because you're going to face it. You're going to go through it in life. You're going to see it as being a reality. But it's a lot easier to accept it now than 15 years from now.
That's I will never accept it.
Then it's not going to work in your favor.
No,
Okay, so
it's going
then
to work. It's going to work. It's going to work in my favor when you get with
You just
somebody
gotta
that
get a
truly
man
loves
that
you.
just you gotta get a man
well,
that just you know for a fact he ain't gonna cheat. I
Yeah.
mean,
right. No, I have a
yeah,
question
Man, how
then.
so
many? Listen,
Hold on,
she's an
I
attractive
got a
woman.
question.
She's an attractive woman. She's going to require an attractive man on a certain level. Unless she settles for something she really don't want,
Right.
and she's young, she's going to go through that whole cheating. She's going to go through all of that, whether you
All
like it
right.
or not.
So I have a question then. I want ladies, I want you to answer this because this is the one question that seems to be escaping everybody. We're gonna use that woman that went to the Chris Brown concert, had a whole man, but she had a meet and greet, paid that man $1,000 and probably got bust down. Is that acceptable? She got a whole
No, that's not
relationship,
listen.
but
Hold
acceptable.
she
on,
but
hold on,
she
hold on, hold on.
but she got
Come
bust down.
find out. Hold on, come find out. I did some real deep on research on that because I did do that topic. Truth be told,
Me
that
too.
man was never her man. The dude that paid, who said that was his fiance, that was never her man.
By woman standards.
No. I think
No,
I
no,
think
the
I
dude
think the
came
point
out and
is
said that he just did it for clout. He
no,
said
but
because he
believe me,
knew.
listen. I know Chris personally. Okay, personally. Earlier when we were talking about Tappahannock, Virginia, that's who I was talking about,
I
and I know
know,
how
I
those.
knew it.
Okay,
I
so
got you.
that's how. Let me tell you how those meet and greets work. Even if you're using that particular woman's situation, his point is this, and he's right. Those women, and there's hundreds of them, two, three, 400 of them. They pay him $1,000 to take pictures and all of that kind of stuff. And I think what his point is, this is something that we don't like about y'all women, but it's true, and it's called hypergamy, right? If you believe that the guy is worth it, you'll break all the rules for him. If it's a Chris Brown or if it's that one in a million guy, all of that stuff goes out the window, and you say, well, I know I got a good
Wait,
husband, Chris Brown woman.
what happened with Chris Brown?
Well, like I said, I know her
Nah, they're
personally,
talking
and
about the women that
I'm a,
was.
I'm gonna
They was
tell you
talking about
something.
the. Hold on, Malaysia. They just was talking about the women who went to go pay Chris Brown at I think it was 2100.
thousand
I don't know
dollars.
what the
No, it's
fuck
a
it
thousand
was,
dollars. It's a thousand
but
It
dollars.
was a band.
yeah, and
Yeah.
they it was some of the girls they men left them.
I know that to
I'm
be a fact.
100% sure they was definitely single.
No. Let me tell you something for a fact. I live in
Mm-mm.
Las Vegas. I'm telling you something real now. I don't know what the girls be telling y'all, but I'm telling you something real. Okay. 95% of the females that he deals with have a boyfriend. I live in Las Vegas. I'm in a relationship now, but before I got into a relationship, I probably say 85-90% of the women that I dealt with had a boyfriend. Because this is what tip this
The men be having girlfriends and they still can't fight their urge. So what's the difference?
no, but here's the difference. When a woman is cheating on her man, and I'm not
Mm-hmm.
talking about on some get back stuff, I'm talking about like if she goes out, she's trying to cheat, she's actually looking for something better. She's trying to replace old boy. She don't respect him. So she's going out with the intent of not to have smacks because y'all can have smacks whenever you want to. She's going out to see if she can monkey branch and find a better. We call it hypergamy. Let me upgrade. She's trying to upgrade.
Well,
See
no,
that
that's not
man?
true because majority of the women that cheat, they cheat with a man that ain't got nothing to offer but that. You know what I'm saying? The
Right?
man
No,
at
but
home
no, no,
could
no, no,
the
but
man
no.
at home could
Right.
be the trophy, but he just don't
That's
know how to
see.
lay her down in the bed. So she's gonna cheat with somebody, a Pookie or a Ray Ray.
No,
You
you're
know what I'm
right.
saying?
No, you're right about that. That's the other side. That's, in my humble opinion, where you're
I'm
headed.
saying the same thing you said
No,
about
no,
the side chicks.
no.
He
The
loved his
90.
wife. He just trying to get his stuff off. Same
Right?
thing with
No,
the
no,
woman.
no, 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 no. You're right. Wait, no, wait. I'm agreeing with you. Now listen to what I'm saying though. When they see Chris Brown, for example, oh, I have a chance to get with a celebrity, right? And if he happens, this is all fantasy. If he happens to actually like me, maybe one day I can be his girl. Right out of the blue, that dude, that poor dude, because she then felt that she has the opportunity to upgrade, he's done. He's done. And all I'm saying is that's the difference. A woman knows that she can pretty much have sex damn near anytime she wants to. So when she's with a dude and she decides to step out on him,
Man, that dude ain't lying, no.
yeah, yeah. So when she decides to step out on him, she really trying to replace him. Now, the situation you just named, and let me tell you, this is very, very, very common. The female cannot get the guy she really wants because he's got other women. So she settles for the guy that likes her more than she likes him. And then she gets with him because he's the safe guy. And then when she gets bored with him, she'll sneak out and get her some, but run back to safety. That's the game.
Once again, he ain't
That part.
lying.
That part.
He ain't lying at all.
This is why. This
Let's
is why.
shoot the
This is why
face on
Sierra.
that.
Listen. This is why Sierra.
The crazy
This.
thing about
I
it
think
is
I
that he
think the
said,
dudes that get used by unsatisfied women. Meaning
Of course.
meaning if she really ain't into you like that, she gonna use you. If she
Of
really
course.
if she ain't on your bumper, and meaning if you gotta do what you can to keep her, she don't care to keep your ass. Cause
That's
You
real.
right too, and that's just what he was saying in a sense.
yes,
Yes,
like she
Onyx.
definitely got other options. Versus because this is all about playing for keeps. Who trying to keep who? Truth be told, it's like, are you into me more than I'm into you? Or am I into you more than you into me? Because the women that's more into Chris Brown, they gonna fight to get his attention versus
Exactly.
Yep.
him trying to fight to get theirs because he's not thirsty for them. They're thirsty for him. So it's like
Because yeah, he's that one. He has it all. He has
versus
women
her
love.
dude, she ain't
Everything
probably
what they
it's
feel
like the
like they
beginning.
think they want.
I think the
And
beginning when
listen,
a woman, if she likes a dude, she gonna like. I'm just talking about somebody that's not Chris Brown, like yo dude, like your regular guy. If you're literally dating him and you was like trying to get his attention at first, you gonna not probably more than likely not have eyes for a damn Chris Brown. Because I think a person that only have eyes for their partner, you don't care to
I
look
don't
at other
know.
people. You're not
I
attracted
don't.
because I already been through that phase, young phase of trying to date the man that I believe I wanted all that shit. Like I already been through that. Truth be told,
I could tell you.
I
I could
think
tell you mature. I could
I
tell by
got
your
to the
conversation.
point where it's like I really understood. I only got eyes for my partner. I don't care to look at the next man or another man because at the end of the day, I'm
And that's what a
satisfied with
man
who
really
I'm
want.
with. I'm
You
happy with
fuck.
who I'm with. A lot of women don't be happy with who they with. So it's like you
Yeah,
get
no, and so they think they can
dissatisfied.
do better. No, you're right. No, because they believe this is the
Exactly.
thing. This is the thing about women that men don't like, but it's the way God made y'all. Is it's like chase up, settle down. You chase the highest guy you could possibly get, and then when you can't get him, you settle for the guy that likes you more than you like him. And then a lot of times women feel safe because they know, quote unquote, he ain't gonna cheat. Sierra is married to Russell Wilson, but Russell Wilson has no respect amongst his peers. His career has gone down because he's her second choice. Her first choice was Future. She settled for Russell Wilson and made an executive decision for her security, which is what she did. But this is the type of woman that stays in the situation for security, but her sexual needs, she's sneaking out the back door with Pookie and Ray Ray. And that's kind of the
Now,
direction I'm saying.
I wanna
You
add to that
go ahead. Go ahead.
because I'm down here in Atlanta, bro. I'm gonna say it like this: y'all don't know that she running around every time Future hit the city. She go to see Future. If y'all don't know that, y'all don't believe that. Guess what? Everybody here in Atlanta knows that to be a fucking truth. That's just basically what it is. As my man just said, she made an executive decision to keep the safe guy that she don't really give two fucks about. Now, the reverse of that is this. If Future wanted her, trust and believe he can have her anytime he wants, any day of the week, any second, any hour.
I believe they creeping, personally.
They've been creeping, bro. They've been
But
creeping.
wait,
Everybody knows this.
well, wait,
Now,
y'all
hold on.
say
Let me
Future.
land real quick, because
Sure.
the whole reason why I brought up Chris Brown in the first place is because, my boy, I know who your circle is. Your circle ain't that much bigger than mine. I know a bunch of people from Virginia up in that area. I got family in that area. I got family in Yonkers, Jersey. You know what I'm saying? A couple people in Philly. So I know the demographic of your people just like you know the demographic of mine. Our circles aren't that big, but when I brought him up, I used that example for a reason. I wanted to see where the hypergamy was going to kick in. And it kicked in immediately. That's why I made that analogy. Now, she
Yeah, do
might
they know
not.
what? Do y'all know what hypergamy is? Do the women know what that is?
I want to get back on the Future and Sierra situation. Y'all sit here saying that Future really want to be with, Sierra really want to be with Future, and she's settling for Russell.
Been
Yeah,
settled.
because let me explain why I
Where
say
did you
that.
get that from?
Well, let me explain why I say that. Right? Sierra chose to be one of Future's baby mamas. She chose that. Okay. Sierra's from College Park, I believe, right? Some of her
Right?
ex-boyfriends include Bow Wow, include 50 Cent. She done been through all the rappers. She's pushing 40 now. So now she's thinking about, damn, I ain't married. So the next move is because
Wait,
time is ticking.
Julian.
Uh-huh.
Um, well, like I just want to say, like, well, I don't think that like they necessarily choose to be baby mamas. Like they just do too much for boyfriends. Like if you doing too much for a boyfriend and now you pregnant, then yeah, you just gonna be a baby mama. Cause
But didn't she choose
like,
that though?
cause what else is there for him to do? Like,
But Nay, this is where accountability comes in. A woman chooses who she chooses to have sex with, and she chooses who she chooses to have a child with. She chose that.
But y'all speaking. But listen. I believe when she got with Future, she seen potential in him. Because women date for potential. Women can date a guy that has nothing, but see potential in him, and hopefully one day he turns into something else. A butterfly. A caterpillar turns into a butterfly. But what I feel like with Sierra and Future is she thought she was the next level up, like the it girl for him, which she really
Right.
was, but he couldn't see that. So you get what I'm saying? So he broke his promises, betrayed her, and she moved on to the next. She don't want to be with
Well,
him
what
because
she
she was
did
dealing with
was
him.
she chose better, right?
Right.
Russell
And that's
Wilson
what I'm
is
saying. So
better.
why would y'all think that she would leave Russell for Future?
No,
Or
no,
she want to be
because
with Future?
let me answer that. And this is the direction you headed, right? With your thinking, right? Because she's genuinely sexually satisfied or sexually attracted to Future. She's genuinely. It doesn't turn her off that he got 4, 5 baby mamas. It doesn't turn her off. See, it doesn't turn a woman off sexually if a man got a bunch of women. It turns a man off though. If you got a bunch of dudes, we might lay down with you, but it turns us off from marriage. That's the way we're built. You can tell she's genuinely sexually attracted to Future, and she's settled for Russell Wilson. And no dude at the top of
I
his
don't see
game.
that.
Of course you
Russell
don't.
doesn't. Russell don't cheat on her.
Of course
Russell
you. Of course
with
you.
her family. Russell is the guy that she
Because
wants to
Russell
be
is a
with.
buster. Because
Wow.
Russell, nah, listen,
listen,
look, I'm gonna say
That's
it like
crazy.
this,
Russell is
and
a
y'all can get
buster.
mad. Listen,
That's
I'm gonna say it like
crazy.
this. Y'all can get mad if you want to, but in men's world, not women's world, Russell is a punk.
He is
What
not
makes what
respected.
makes what
He
makes
gets no.
Russell a
Listen,
punk though?
let me explain before you interrupt. He gets ran over on a daily basis. He ain't got no authority or say in his house at all,
How do you?
and that was
How do you?
proven.
I'm saying what is proven?
That was proven. He can't say
When?
shit to Junior, and that's a fact.
Wait,
Well,
to
not only
Future
that,
son?
look what he's doing. Look what he's doing.
What
Look
y'all
where his
talking about?
professional career has gone. He's
But
been
what do you
on,
have
I
to?
think, no, Malaysia, we're trying to explain to you. He said to you, we need you to listen. In a man's world, he's not respected amongst his peers.
And I'm trying to figure out how do y'all make that analogy. He said he don't listen to Junior. Who's Junior?
Because he's at the top. Listen, he's at the top of his game. He's at the time before he met Sierra, he was a Super Bowl champion. He was the face of an NFL franchise and arguably one of the top 2, 3 quarterbacks in the league when he married her. Right? He
Of
married
course.
a woman who chose. This is why he's a sucker,
Oh my
because
God,
his
that's
value
crazy.
is way higher than hers. Right?
But
He's a
what?
sucker because he married one of Future's baby mamas.
Oh my God, wait,
Let
what?
me just put it as bluntly as I can be.
You
You
was
married
cooking
one of
earlier, but
Future's
now it just sounds like I don't even. What makes it? You're not explaining nothing. You're not saying nothing. What?
because a man who does listen, a man who does not have children, right? To marry a woman who's kind of been ran through, Sierra's been ran through in the hip hop world, okay,
Wow.
right? And she chose to have a baby with a man that has, I don't know, 7, 8 baby mamas. She made that choice. She's
But
lowered her value. You understand what I'm saying?
wow.
She's lowered. This is a man who's at the top of his game at the time he married her. Had no children, lived his life right, no children out of wedlock, none of
But
that.
now he has a happy family with Sierra, though. That's what I'm
He's not
saying.
happy. He's not happy.
Wow.
He's not happy at all
You can
by any
tell where
means.
his career has gone. His career has gone, and plus the way she's disrespectful.
Wait, she's
Every time you
disrespectful
see her,
now?
she's trying to advertise herself. For real, she's not
But
acting like a
she was.
wife.
But wait. She was doing that. But
NFL
what does that have to do?
franchise.
But what does that have to do with anything?
It has
That's
How
everything
is
to do with it.
everything.
how
It
is
has
it
Everything.
everything to do with it.
how
How
is it
she presents,
disrespectful?
listen.
Wait,
How she presents herself in public
Public is a
to the
reflection of her
world.
man.
he's
That's
a
a
public
reflection of her man.
figure. What
No.
do
That's an excuse.
how, no,
Listen, let me
he's a
tell you something,
public
Malaysia.
figure. That makes no
Malaysia,
sense.
I wish the hell I was Russell Wilson and she told me some crap like that. I'd have been like, listen, I done
He
wifed
already
you up.
under,
You already,
he already
well,
understands
because
that
he's a
because
sucker. Listen, she found her a
no.
sucker. I give her kudos. She won. She found her a sucker. I'm
Wow.
just telling you that he's not even respected in the locker room. He's not a leader of men. I don't
Wow.
know if you guys know about football, but he done played on 3 damn different teams and they all say the same thing. This dude is a BITC, you know what? This is what the men say about him.
Wow.
Yeah, he make a lot of money. Great. But guess what? I promise you she's sneaking out the back door with the trainer. I promise you
Wow.
that.
You really think that?
Hell
It's
yeah.
not a think, it's a no.
Oh
We
my
know
God.
women. We understand women. We get it.
That's crazy. This is crazy. Women just want a good man that's gonna take care of them, not cheat on them, and love them. And
Well, why did
Future
And
she
if
choose
does.
that
to have a
was
baby?
no,
Why did she
But
choose to have a baby
Julian,
with
Malaysia,
Future?
Julian, hold up. I got this one.
wait,
Right here, real quick. If that was the case,
oh my
if
God.
you really wanted that good man, the first man you ever let enter your body would be the man you with for the rest of your life. End of
She got
story. No other change up,
she
no
got
game.
Exactly. We have to
she
stop
got
doing too much for
finesse.
boyfriends. Like,
She got finessed by Future. Okay, that happens. All
She did
Bow
not
Wow
get
finessed
finessed. She
her.
was
She
very
did not get
aware of what
finesse.
was going
Stop with
on.
that.
Oh my
Stop the
God.
cap.
This
Stop
is
the cap.
crazy.
Because I'm gonna say
Wow.
it like this:
There's
if
only
that was
one
the
person
case
got
when
finessed.
no,
Russell
hold up,
Wilson got
hold,
finessed.
right? If that was the case when Soldier Boy was tapping it, when Bow Wow was tapping it, when half of Atlanta was tapping it, this in the underground rap scene, nobody said nothing. But the moment that we all know that a dude's about to get played and get suckered, we're like, bruh, don't do that. Everybody in Russell Wilson's circle said, bruh, don't do it. Don't do it. Reconsider. And there's a whole song about it. Andre 3000 made it. So you feel me? I mean, I wish y'all ladies would understand where we're coming from, because it's not hard for men to understand what happens in the spotlight really
I
destroys your
also,
reputation.
yeah,
But what
women don't
happens
understand.
but hold on. But what happens in the darkness will kill
Will
you,
come to life.
will
Y'all
unalive you.
see,
I believe. Hey,
y'all
listen, I
see,
believe it's gonna
y'all
come
see
out
she
soon.
ever in a happy relationship, and y'all saying that he's a sucker and
She's
she's
not
sleeping
happy.
out with the trainer.
Listen,
This is
listen.
crazy.
I understand that you don't understand, right? But when you look at Russell Wilson as a man, you can look at how that man's career has gone down since he's been married to her. You can tell he's unhappy with her going out. He's a conservative guy. Her going out half naked, just the stuff that she's been doing, you can tell she don't respect her husband. And that's a reflection. He's the face of an NFL franchise. At one point in time, I don't know, he's making 30, 40 million a year. I wish I was making that kind of money and my wife talking about my career. Okay, well then you can go have your career. Let me find somebody that will listen to me.
Wait, what? What makes you think she don't listen to him?
He's a conservative guy.
Hold on. Right. Hold
He's a
on, Julian. I
conservative
got this.
dude.
Y'all
I got this.
reaching.
Okay. So let me break this down to you. If she listened to him, her whole demeanor in public would not be what it is. She would walk out the door
Literally,
wearing something that would be
she's
classified as
literally a
appropriate.
public.
Hold on.
Listen, she's
Hold on.
literally a public figure.
Let me
You think
finish,
she ever
please.
dressing like that
No,
24/7?
she's
Let
a
me
wife
finish.
first. She's a
Let
wife
me
first.
She
let
ever
me let
wear
me finish.
sweatpants every day? Like what?
No, no,
Y'all
no,
got it
no,
mixed
no.
up with a
Listen.
public
Let
figure.
me finish, so that way it makes sense instead of interrupting, because I'm not going to interrupt y'all. The point that I'm going to make is this. When a man steps out and he's wearing whatever he's wearing, he's still representing his family, no matter what he's wearing. When a woman steps out and she is a wife, she is representing her man everywhere she goes. That means that if that man has not been respected, they will wear whatever they want, do what they want, say what they want, act how they want, and be with who they want to. And that destroys that man's reputation, that destroys that man's money, and that destroys that man's value
Okay, so
all the way across the
let
board.
me get this correct. Okay, let's say a guy's into a stripper. He loves strippers. He fell in love with a stripper, like the T-Pain song you said. You said that earlier. He falls in love with this stripper, marries her, and then say, "Baby, I don't want you to strip no more." Does that make any
Well,
sense?
he's a sucker
Then
though.
she shouldn't. Then hold up, wait. First off, then she shouldn't strip no more. And the
But
story.
he met her, was
It
dating her
don't
for
matter.
5
It
plus
doesn't matter.
years.
It doesn't
Wait,
matter.
what?
You don't see again. This goes back to,
That
does she
marriage
want to
shit
be a
got y'all.
wife?
No, that marriage
Wait,
shit got y'all tangled up. Cause it's like
Malaysia, you
if you
you
don't want me
being
as a wife, listen.
you
If you
contradicting
don't,
yourself.
I'm not
You
contradicting
con
myself. If you don't want me as a wife, why would you date me as a girlfriend for 4 plus years and then ask me to marry you, but you don't like that I strip?
Well,
That makes
this
no
is this is
sense.
why men are advised not to marry strippers. Men are advised not to
No,
marry
I was
single
just I
mothers.
was just
This is but your point
Kiara
is the
was a
exact
well
reason.
known.
You said earlier, a man that's capable of taking care of the house and being monogamous. I believe Russell Wilson is monogamous. So she has this perfect guy here. So F her career. He should be number one because he's at the top of his field. He's the best that she can get, and she gonna talk about her career. This is what the fellas was talking about earlier, and I don't think he was on the phone. Is a man in that position needs to be number one. Period. Point blank. Nothing's coming before me except your child with future. Nothing's coming before me.
So why ask to marry her?
So that
You
Um,
she
you
so
knew
to give
you
her to
knew
provide
this
her
was
the security. Wait
you knew
to
this
provide her
wait.
the security
I
that
let you
she's been
speak
longing
though.
for.
But listen, if you knew this was Sierra, you knew Sierra do the videos, she'd go on the red carpets looking cute and sexy,
Hmm.
and you asked to marry her, the same person that's doing these things, walking, looking sexy, doing videos, whatever you said about
Hmm.
her.
Hmm.
Why would you think you
Oh,
married
trust me,
her?
she wasn't doing. Listen, she wasn't doing this when she was trying to get married.
She what?
She wasn't doing none
Oh
of this.
wow, this is crazy.
No, go back and
Okay.
look. Go back and look at her history. Oh,
Okay.
she was when she met him, and she brought she brought Future's son to training camp to get a photo op. That's when I knew Russell Wilson was a sucker. You letting this woman come up here to your work, to your job, and bring another man's son so she can make him jealous. That's when I knew he was a sucker. But let's take it a step further. Then they went into the whole thing of, we're not having smacks until we get married and we pray together and all that kind of stuff. Even though I let Future run up in it raw and put a baby in me, I'm gonna do it right and we gonna pray together and all this. That's a sucker move. That is a woman who's after that man's security and his resources. Period.
Okay,
And now that
so
she got a few babies from him, no, let's keep it real. Now that she got a few babies from him, she don't respect him. And the fact that she don't respect him lets me know that it's impossible for her to be in love with a dude she don't respect. Let's just call it like it is. Sometimes women marry for the bad. I'm not hating on her because she won, but let's call it like it is. He's not respected as a leader of men, so I know he ain't leading his household. I know he ain't leaving this out. And every time she goes out, the way she's dressed, let me tell you something. Because a lot of women think all of us men are dumb. We're not dumb. It's just like when you go out, Malaysia, and you know a guy is trying to sleep with you, right? And he's ordering drinks, trying to get you drunk. You understand his game. Oh, he's trying to get me drunk. Well, we understand as women when we see a woman going out half naked, this that. She's trying to seek attention from other men.
Exactly.
She's opening the door like, damn, I think she'll go. I think she's trying to shit. She'll go. She got a husband, but she kind of letting us know she'll go.
It's
And
not
that's
even that she
disrespectful
letting
to
Like
us
you
him.
know
can't
she
be a
go.
304 and a
Went.
wife too.
Hold up,
Real.
look. I'm gonna say it like this. It's not that she's letting people know she go. She's letting people know she went. That's the thing. That's why a lot of this conversation that we're having, that I have this conversation in real life. I'm gonna break this down to you. I'm a manager at 3 different locations, right? Most of the women that I work with have OF pages, and they started telling me about it. I was like, yeah, I already knew. That's why I don't talk to you. I don't got nothing to do with you, because you're not the type of woman that I would bring home to my grandmama, my mama, my aunties, or my sisters. So if I can't bring you home, you're just for fun. I'm going to kick you out the door the moment that the fun's over, because you are not the caliber of woman that my mom raised me to be with. End of story. That's not who my mom, my grandma, my aunties, my sisters, my cousins, they're female. They didn't raise us to be with those type of women. Those are women of the night. And they were going to stay right there where they are.
I feel
And
so horrible.
that's the scary ass truth of it all.
Just tell you a quick story. I feel kind of horrible, but I had to keep it real. I have a female friend that I've been, sexually involved with over the past 5, 6 years or whatever. But she's just a jump off, right? And she asked me for tickets to the Chris Brown concert, right? And when she was asking me for tickets, my tickets ain't just tickets. They tickets where you damn near in the front row and members of his entourage will come out and say
They're
hello to you
they're
and
they're
all of this.
VIP deluxe.
Yeah, they're VIP deluxe.
Oh,
So
trust me, I
so
trust me, I know.
I told her, I had to be honest with her. I said, I'm not comfortable with that because of the way you behave. And it's a reflection on me. It's just, that's just real. The way that you behave now, I let you
Wait,
behave like that because I keep you.
Julian,
You
Uh-huh.
said she
slow
was a
down,
jump
slow down a
off?
little bit. You said a woman that you just have casual sex with.
That she
Somebody,
was just a jump off?
wait,
Is that
wait,
what I heard?
I can't hear
Yeah.
myself.
You was gonna sit up there and buy tickets for a jump off?
No, listen what I'm saying.
I heard you.
What
You
I'm
said you
saying
was
is,
gonna that she was a jump off. This someone that you
Well,
just
you need
smashed
to
on.
like.
no, let me explain though.
What's the
I have
explain, bro?
a,
You sat up there and
Can
said,
somebody mute Bro Knight?
why don't you listen, homie?
I got you. Go ahead, cuz. Go ahead.
Okay. I was talking about I have a special relationship with Chris Brown and his family, right?
No,
So
wait,
she
wait,
was
wait. No, Julian, don't finish, don't finish. You said she was a jump off and you was messing with her. She asked you for tickets and you didn't want to give her tickets because how she act will reflect on you. But isn't you? I'm confused.
What are you confused about?
How would it reflect on you if y'all just having secret relations? Don't
It's not
nobody
that.
Because
care.
it's
It's
not
not. Wait,
it's
wait.
not a
It's
secret.
it's not a secret. It's not a secret, right? But to
Wait,
get
what?
here's the point. Here's the point. It's not a secret. Okay. The point is, yeah, she's a friend. I would have gotten her tickets, right? If it was a situation where, you know, I wouldn't
Wait,
be
what?
concerned about her behavior, right?
Why would you
But
be
when I,
concerned about her behavior if y'all not together? That's not your wife.
that's exactly why she's not my wife. That's the point. Her behavior,
You confusing me. I'm confused.
okay, men
Okay.
compartmentalize, right? Wait, men compartmentalize, right? There's typically one space or maybe two spaces for wifey. Okay, that space is for her, right? That don't mean the other women that we might be involved with that we disrespect them, we don't treat them well, we don't. No. They still get privileges and whatnot, but they don't get wifey privileges. And because wifey privileges means that you are a reflection of me, the way that you behave and the way you carry yourself, because I'm respected in my circles. I'm not bringing you in a circle because you don't know how to act. It's just really that simple.
So do you want to be with these women or do you just want to have casual sex with them? I'm
Oh,
confused.
most of them, and I'm just talking about men. We're gonna keep it 1,000% G. Some men are different, but men, right now I'm with one person, but
Right.
I've
Somebody
been with,
said she get friends privilege. She's a friend, and a friend asked you, "Oh, can you give me tickets? Cause you
yeah,
supposedly hang with Chris. You know, you the man. Why not give your friend tickets? You say, "Oh no, I don't want you to go because of how you act.
because
Will
when I
reflect
leave the
on me."
tickets, listen,
That's one of his
understand this.
resources.
Yeah, understand when I leave the tickets, right? The person who's leaving the tickets, they're gonna come out and say, "Hey, you Julian's friend. Hey, nice to meet you, whatever." I'm not sure how that person's gonna act.
Oh my
She's a
god.
304, okay?
Malaysia.
She's a 304. That don't make me look good. You feel what I'm saying? Men are respected. Men are judged. We judge each other by the caliber of women that we bring around. This is just real, and it's understood. Like if we come around with an unattractive girl or a girl who's a 304, we tell the fellas, listen, I'm just tapping. That ain't wifey. You see what I'm saying? These are the
That
conversations
part.
men have.
Listen,
We
that
this
made
this
that
is
made
why you.
no sense. That made no sense because it's like you yeah. I don't know.
Okay,
No, it's
so
it's
let
distinct
me hold up. I
categories with
got
us.
you. Right. Let me break this down real quick before you get to the three
You're not
categories.
making it no
Okay.
better.
No, I'm gonna give you something that's going to make you understand if you can comprehend. Okay. This is the thing. When a woman is asking for resources from us and they are not in the position to get those resources, why would we give them? That's the first thing. The second thing is this. If you are out here running around and you're with me and everybody knows you're with me, but you're with the whole city got you, why would I put my reputation on the line to allow you to do that? That makes no sense to destroy my public image and my reputation with my family and friends to allow you to run around, do 304 activities with people that are respected of me and
But
who I am.
but you knew she was a 304. I'm confused.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that
He
we're
said you
going to
knew she
allow
was.
her to get our resources. We're not going to
Exactly.
allow her to ruin our reputation, our good name,
She just gonna go to the next
our
one.
standing.
She just gonna go to the next one.
Well, that's what she's
Okay, and
gonna have
that's
to
fine.
do. That's what she's gonna
And
have to
she can
do.
keep it. She's gonna have to keep it moving then, because at the end of the day, this is the difference between why men do what we do. We do this stuff because we are ingrained from birth to be able to succeed in life. And depending on our hierarchy and status of who we hang around, that's how far we're going to get, if not excel. Okay?
Yeah.
Because, now listen, because Julian rolls around in some of the circles that I roll around in, because he knows
Are
what
you
a
fucking
high
kidding me?
caliber, huh?
Are you fucking kidding me? What? You can't make this shit up, Cass.
What you mean?
You don't
Okay,
like
so anyway,
you don't like
What's
male mates.
happening, man? I can't cheat on my live in peace. What's happening? What's being said?
Cause it's like you definitely cheating. It's it's like what y'all
I
saying. It's like y'all saying the girl. You know the girl's a 304. You probably got her from one of your friends anyway. So y'all telling me if she asks you for tickets, you could just say no. I'm not getting you no tickets. You're gonna say no. I'm not getting you tickets because the way you act might reflect on me. She gonna be in there fucking all of them.
No,
What
no,
the?
this is what I'm saying, and this is how I am. I like to be honest with women.
But
Like
you
I
know
don't
this
go for
girl is
that.
a 304. You said she's a jump off. She's a 304. Like what you expect from her?
That's why I
To go
wouldn't put
around
her in
there
that
and be like a
position.
nun and dress up
that's
and wear nice
why
clothes?
That's
You
why
know
I
that's
she's
why
a
wouldn't.
we won't
304.
look. Okay,
If
that's
she,
like saying okay. So hold up. That's like saying I take her up to New York and I put her in the social circles of my people, and she go and do something dumb, and I got to deal with that. No,
She is dumb.
that's
She's a 304.
you're missing
no,
the
that don't make her
point.
dumb. That don't make her dumb
Right.
because she's a 304 now.
It actually make her smart. But what I'm saying to y'all is what you expect from this girl.
If she's with me,
Exactly, exactly.
I expect her to follow the program that I'm setting down. The program is that you're not going to make me look bad in any way, shape, and form, embarrass me, degrade me, or yourself for that matter, in a public setting,
Straight up.
because you disrespecting yourself is disrespecting me if you're with me, and vice versa. That's what that's saying. So I wouldn't dare take none of these females that I've met in the last couple of years anywhere near my social circle that I actually grew up around, the people that I know that are of higher status in life, because I know that they would clown the dog shit out of me, and I would probably
No,
get no, listen, I would probably get
it's not like
disowned
Nay
by
said.
my
It's not a
real wealthy
relationship.
family members.
But it's not a
It doesn't
relationship.
matter if it's a relationship or not. You're
So
missing the understanding.
So why lay down with
You're
somebody like
speaking to
that?
talk, and you're not listening to understand.
It's
yeah.
not making sense.
Because we tried to tell you
Let's
that men
let
don't
me let
attack sex.
Real get in because he ain't
See, his
got nothing
mic is
yet.
echoing. He gotta come down and come back up.
It's still
Jacob,
echoing.
say
Yeah, my
something.
brother, it's still echoing.
Wait, if y'all mute up, let me see. Let me see if I can hear him. Hold up. Go ahead.
Oh no, is he speaking? Go ahead.
And
He
he
might
ain't
need
saying nothing now unless
he
it's
might
not just
need
me.
to drop off,
He
close out the app
he ain't,
completely, and then come back.
yeah, he ain't saying nothing. It got
Oh no, no, he's
disrespectfully
trying.
quiet.
Wait, no, no, he's trying. He's trying because he hit
Said
mute.
And then
disrespectfully
he gotta get
quiet.
out the room and close out the app and come back in the room.
No, he's trying now. There you
No,
go.
I'm
Nah, it's
Oop,
still echoing.
and the echo is back.
yo,
You
that's
gotta close the whole
bullshit.
app out and then
It's
come back.
man. Hold on.
Somebody said it's clear.
I
Hey,
think,
as soon as he got his turn, that's
I
crazy
think
though.
he thought I was. I think he thought I was simping. You know what I'm saying? But Malaysia, it's this simple. There's
Hold up.
wife and girlfriend privileges, and then there's jump off privileges. Okay.
A jump off ain't getting no tickets.
No, it's not so much as the tickets, but it's the fact of my relation. It's really not about the tickets. It's about me bringing her around people that respect me.
Why would you bring a jump off around people that respect you?
What?
That's my point.
Am I still echoing? Can y'all hear?
You still echoing.
Thank you. You
Damn.
probably good when you everybody mute up. You probably.
I can mute up. Yeah, that's true.
No, no, you keep at. Oh, there.
Yeah, everybody just mute. Just let him talk, man. Because every time somebody say something, let me just see something real quick. Go ahead. Real, you're something. Every time I'm gonna test it out, he paused.
Yo, Kev, if you mute up too, it should cut the echo down from
That's what
him.
I'm. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just
Okay.
waiting on him to unpause.
Right. And to add on to this, look, I'll put it to you like this. Ain't no roundaway jump off going to ever get to meet any of the social circle that I grew up with, ever.
From my
They ain't getting
understanding,
no tickets.
from
They
my
ain't getting no
understanding,
car. They ain't getting no bag. They ain't getting nothing.
but from my understanding, if a girl is a jump off, you bring her around to friends because she is a jump off. That's the whole.
No,
Ain't that the
No.
bro code?
I'll get a
No.
little something now. Let's keep it
Isn't
real.
that
They
the
Okay?
bro code?
they get a jump off privilege called you get to be seen in the low tier circles that I hang with, but when you're in the upper tier, we don't allow you to come around. That's simple.
That's real, Malaysia. I think let's try. Let's see if Rail can talk.
That's my last time trying.
Oh, you good? Go ahead.
Bro, what the fuck, man? God damn it, TikTok been trying to
Run it, my boy.
do me wrong this whole time. Nah, man. Y'all were talking about the whole Sierra stuff, bro. But y'all off of it now. Shit, it's all good.
No. But it was a point about men who like respect. Like, how do you think he's looked at by other men? Do you think men respect him?
Man, say, I don't know, dude. I hope he is. If not, hey, maybe I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know that cat. I don't know Sierra. I don't know none of them. I'm just on the thing of how does everybody know that he just really just not that guy?
Cause they know him, bro.
I'm really just trying to figure out. I mean, dude, you say
Bro, they know him personally.
I can answer that, Rail. I can answer that, homie. I'm not making a judgment.
It ain't no disrespect. I just be really wanting to figure out, bro, how do y'all know so much about these folks that we don't see on a regular basis? That's all.
You from Oklahoma, Arkansas, or Texas?
Yeah, I'm from Texas. You hear me?
I can tell accents now.
Yeah, man.
Real. I'm just looking at all the evidence, and then I know some of the circles that Sierra roll in and Future roll in, and I'm looking at the evidence. But the biggest thing that I look at, Real, and if you watch football, if you know football, is how his career has gone down.
But that's like everybody's career, bro. Everybody not. Odell Beckham came in. He was the man at one point. That cat ain't. He ain't nothing now. It's a lot of cats that come in. The camera, the spotlight is on.
But reason with it.
But then that shit is dead after for so long because the next group is coming up.
Okay,
there's just not one person that sits up there and just they got the spotlight the whole time.
I don't know Sierra and Russ personally, but based off of what I see, the way she smile, the way they interact with each other, they look like they in love. They may not be in love, but from the looks of it, they look like they're in love. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what they were seeing that makes them feel like Russell's a simp and Sierra cheating.
Well, the biggest thing, like I was saying to Rel, is I agree with you. You're saying players fall off. You mentioned Odell Beckham, but we're talking about a quarterback, which is probably the hardest job in sports when you really look at it, right? And so a quarterback has to be focused. You see what I'm saying? And when she married him, listen, Russell Wilson ain't old. Russell Wilson is a bad MF on that football field, man.
Right.
And at the time when they started messing around, man, he was arguably one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the entire league, man.
Yeah.
He was a Super Bowl champion. He was an MVP. He was at the top of his game, max contract, everything. And every team that he's gone to since then, I'm looking at his leadership abilities in that locker room, homie. There was a big rift when they lost that Super Bowl because he threw that interception. A lot of the players had an issue with his attitude, homie. And so my common sense tells me the kind of man that Future is, and the kind of man that and the kind of men that Sierra has dated, right? It's clear to me that she has a particular type. And it's clear to me that as she's in her 30s, headed to 40, and women get real funny about their age when they turn in 30, when they turn in 40, and even when they turn in 50, that she made a move for security. And I'm not mad at her for doing that. But it's clear to me that Russell Wilson is her second choice, not her first choice. And I never want to be a woman's second choice. Never. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just think he's mentally weak.
I got you.
I'm keeping it. Come on, let's keep it real, man.
But like I said, I don't know the dude, man. So I can't really just say, I'm talking about that he, mentally. I can't say, bro. I don't know him. Like just like I don't know you, bro. So I can't really just sit up there and say like, oh yeah. I mean, you mentally, bro. I just can't say that stuff, bro. Because
it's just my opinion. Listen, it's just my opinion. But I'm basing it on what I'm just, as men, we talk about, we analyze sports, we analyze a lot of things, and I'm just telling you what I see. It started when I saw her bring Future's son to his training camp. They weren't married or nothing, and she knew all the press was going to be there. It's his training camp, man. In football, there's a reason that men leave their families and separate and go to training camp so they could focus. But he allowed her to come up to his job. This is before he was even married to her. They were just dating. He allowed her to come up to his job and use Future's son for a photo op. And don't tell me, listen, I understand female nature. I understand all the little games and the stuff that they do, the way that y'all probably understand the games that men play. So don't tell me she was just coming up there. No, she was coming up there for a photo op on Instagram. For him to allow her to do that at his job tells me that he's weak.
So he
That was the first thing.
So he basically should have just told her, "Nah, take your ass on. Don't come back up here."
Well, you don't, this is my job. You don't use me and bring some, it's just a bad look for him. He's the quarterback of an NFL. He's one of the top players in the NFL. It doesn't look good. You need to, if you want to be my wife, you want to be an NFL wife, then play your part. Your career is over as far as singing and dancing. You're not relevant no more. You got to make a choice. You were on your knees praying and being conservative and not wanting to, have relations before we're married. And now you're hanging out with Megan Thee Stallion. You still think you're 22, 23 years old. Yeah, you can tell that's a reflection of her husband allowing her to do that. She can only do what he allows her to do, man.
So, okay, I got you. Not to the whole thing about, damn, Kel, man, we getting all off your points, bro. My fault. The whole thing.
I'll be paying attention in 2 seconds. Give me a second though, because I see a few comments. Give me a second.
Yeah, bro, you got somebody here. I think it's a troll or something like that.
So what's wrong with choosing better?
There's nothing wrong with choosing better. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that when you
she shouldn't have. I think I get what you're saying.
listen, man, let's agree. When man and woman come together, it's really a game. One side trying to get the advantage over the other. One side trying to dictate the way they want the relationship to go, or what they'll go for, or what they won't go for. Establish boundaries. But when you have a 1% man like Russell Wilson, who came into the situation already at the height of his career, he don't have multiple baby mamas out there. He's done what he needed to be successful. Then when you come into that realm and you find that kind of husband that's willing to take you and another man's child and treat it like his own and marry you and give you lifetime security, generational wealth, what the hell you out there doing being half dressed for? Because you low key trying to get attention from strange men.
Okay.
Period.
Now I got a better example.
So
I got a real better example that y'all either you're gonna get it or you ain't. That's like saying let Meghan Markle, who is classified as nobility now, walk around in a bikini and getting pictures taken of her. That's not acceptable, right? The royal family is going to have a whole conniption about that, right? So why would he allow Sierra to do that if it's not acceptable?
So
same standards apply.
So you being a regular person that you are, you're not a celebrity, you're not an NFL player, you just you. So you're gonna sit up there and stop your celebrity wife from making public appearances and stuff like that, or just talking about the dressing thing, just dressing.
I'm
It's not
talking
the public
I'm talking about
appearance.
game real. This is what I'm talking about. Let's keep it real in this conversation, right?
yeah, you shouldn't even be with something that you're not.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
weird.
what I'm saying. You've been
But
knowing,
that's
you knew
the
what this
whole
person
point.
was in the
Right.
before you even
Yeah,
chopped
from the
it up.
beginning, right? That's
Right. That's
crazy.
the
That
whole
person was
point.
for you
That's
chopped
I
it.
want you to
That's
change
like
because it's
that's
me.
like when you had said
right.
when you was like, oh, I'm gonna sit up there. When you sat up there and said about the whole jump off, you was gonna buy Chris Brown tickets for
No,
the
he
jump
wasn't
off.
buying them.
No,
No,
it
he
wasn't.
Can we
wasn't.
not talk
She
about that?
she asked me to give them to her. I wasn't. She knows that I don't pay for them,
Oh
so
my
she
Oh,
asked me to give them to her.
Wait, who?
And
nah, I'm tripping.
Who asked you?
But I'm just
A jump
The
off.
jump off. The jump off asked for
A
some tickets,
304.
and he said
Oh,
no.
what the heck?
yeah, no, that's
Okay,
crazy.
because she listen, she knows it's nothing for me to get the tickets, right? It wasn't about the tickets, right? It was about if I got her the tickets, my people were gonna go out and introduce, because she's in these circles, man. you vouch for people coming in these so-called Hollywood circles. That's just real, right? And one of the biggest reasons, I'm gonna just keep it real with you, is the police. You see, there be stuff going on in these circles and stuff, and people, so they kind of vouch for you because sometimes some of the stuff is not on the up and up. You feel what I'm saying? It wasn't about the tickets because the tickets cost me nothing. But it's just, I don't know how you're going to behave, especially if you start drinking and I'm not there. I don't trust you. It's
Right
just
on.
that simple.
Right on. Right on. I
What
get
why did that matter if you said that's a jump off?
That's the
It
same as
doesn't
I
matter.
said, Paul.
It doesn't matter. You see, it's
because my
Yeah,
But his
I don't know.
but listen, but I
reputation
felt,
matters. Is she gonna run her mouth? Is that gonna matter?
man, all kind of stuff.
None of that don't matter
9
what
times
you
out of
said
10, I
jump
don't think
off.
she gonna worry about you. She'll
Right.
jump off.
Right, that's
Cat.
what I'm
No,
saying. Y'all
That's
putting
the
too much
part.
to
Yeah,
a
but
jump
that's the
off.
part that y'all sticking on, and you're not listening to the
But
part that's
bro, if you're
relevant.
sitting up there messing with a jump out, you know exactly how this person is. So why even try? Why even entertain the
He's
shit?
That's
trying
like
to
me
wipe
saying
her.
a
He's
no,
trying to
no,
3-year-old
no.
wipe
might go to the
her.
club.
She
What?
asked me. Listen,
I
she
don't care
asked.
about that.
She asked me. Listen, this is just the way I am, and this is especially for Malaysia, right? I'm very honest because she asked me. She knew I could get them. I've been knowing her for 7, 8 years, and she's never asked for tickets before. You know what I'm saying?
That's
She
not,
knew that I could get them.
but
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
not for me. Because if I'm a jump off and I ask you for tickets and you say no, I'm going to ask your homeboy. He's going to give them to me.
No,
That's
but
me.
no, you're not.
No,
No, you're not.
no,
And
no,
guess
Because you're
what,
not.
not at
How
No,
did
all.
we get out
And
what you
here?
don't understand. Listen,
and
see,
guess
How
who I'm
did we
going
get
you're
home
here?
with?
assuming.
Chris
You're
Brown.
assuming. No, you're assuming that we all suckers. No, I don't hang with suckers.
Wait,
Meaning
what?
that the men that I hang with, that woman gonna know. They gonna be like, nah, go talk to Julian. There ain't no. See, a lot of you're right, Malaysia. A lot of men, you feel confident. Well, I just go to him. Nah, not my circle. See, because we don't value. We don't value.
You must really have feelings for this jump off. That's all
Right,
I'm
what the
gonna
heck?
say.
What's going on?
No. Listen, listen.
They supposed to
I'll
be
be
passing
honest
to
with
the
you.
Now,
team.
see,
The
now you
tickets. Listen,
projecting.
the
That's not
tickets are
projecting.
You being
nothing.
stingy with the
Listen,
jump off?
I'm
Bro,
being
that's what I'm
very
saying.
honest. The
I
tickets are
said the whole
nothing.
purpose of a jump off is to introduce her to your friends. Bro, she's a
No,
No,
that's
grown.
not the
What?
purpose. That's
no,
not the
never,
purpose. That's not the
never.
purpose.
That is never the purpose.
What are you
What's the
talking
See,
purpose?
about?
look, hold up. Let me break this down real quick again. I'm
Man,
gonna
bro,
say
you been
this
breaking down
again.
the Lego bricks. You been
You
breaking it
keep
down
on
all
breaking.
night.
Right. That again, I'm gonna say that's like taking
So
Meghan
so wait.
Markle.
If you messing with this jump off, she so happily sleep with your homeboy. Are you gonna be upset?
Yeah, for real.
That's a
Oh
deep
no,
one.
no, no,
That's
no,
pretty deep.
no. I've actually,
I loved you.
that's actually happened with this particular jump off. That's happened
Right.
before.
So did you get upset?
No.
So I don't understand what we talking about.
Yeah, bro, I'm trying to
Okay,
really figure
okay.
it out.
Understand this. Let's remember.
How much more should
Let's
she embarrass you if she slept with one of
everybody.
your homeboys?
Let's remember. Let's remember, ladies. We're talking about Chris Brown. Okay. And what I mean by that is,
Did she sleep with Chris Brown?
damn near every year, this young man is accused of some stuff regarding a female that he had nothing to do with. There's lawsuits.
Bars.
There's a lot of stuff that you just don't understand. It had nothing to do with the tickets because the tickets cost me nothing. Okay, it has to do with you are a liability.
And trying to frame Chris
Honestly,
Brown.
bro, to be so honest, to sit up there and dwell and
Y'all keep tapping, y'all. Y'all jump these live up.
ain't none of
Keep
it.
tapping.
Ain't none of it just A1, bro. Everybody in that industry is literally I won't say the term evil, but I mean, bro, everybody got something to
They're
gain.
predators. They are predators. And it doesn't matter if you took her there or not. If she went there and been quiet and sat in the corner, somebody gonna say something to her.
You say you
No,
got
I told
homeboys that
I
don't
told her I wasn't. I was honest. I said I'm not comfortable.
Yeah, you got homeboys that don't
That sounds
that's
crazy.
not
Say that's not
suckers,
something.
but
It's not like you made up an excuse. You should have told her no, I'm not giving you no ticket. The fuck? Just say
No,
no.
I did, but I did feel that she deserved to know why. Contradictory. It's like you talk about men be lying. No, you talk about men be lying. I'm not gonna lie. I'm
But
not. You're not gonna push
you
me
don't
into
owe
a
her
lie.
nothing. That's not your. That's literally a jump off. You said you know you probably paying her
I ain't
for
got
it.
to
So
miss
it's
it.
like what?
No, I'm not though. No, I'm not.
that's what I was going. I was
No,
going.
she's genuinely she's genuinely sexually attracted. She's never
Nobody
never
know
asked me
nobody
for any.
ain't
That's another
notification
reason.
up.
Listen, that's another reason why I felt obligated to explain it to her because she never
So do
asked
you
me for
like
anything.
her?
As a friend.
Cause
Yeah, I like her. I like her as a friend. Yeah.
So
Smash
if
her.
she just a friend, what she do is not going to reflect on you.
Yeah, she listen. Even the homeboys on here. If I had men that was going out somewhere with me that I didn't feel comfortable with, it'd be the same thing.
Nah, this
A
gotta
man
be
that well, first of
this
all, I
gotta
don't
be a
hang out with
joke.
men who don't know how to conduct themselves.
Nah, this gotta be a joke. Like, there's no way you telling me you don't have
April
feelings for
Fool.
this girl if you saying the things you do may reflect on me, so I can't give you no. That makes no sense.
Of course, it doesn't. To you, it doesn't.
And then you said she slept with one of your other friends, so why does it even matter?
Mm,
Why does what matter?
It ain't no fun.
If the homie said had
No,
nothing.
listen. If Kev or Red, this is just hypothetical. Let's say they had a drinking problem and they get drunk and like to fight. Okay, this is just hypothetical, right? I wouldn't take them certain places.
Now that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's the
that
same.
ain't
Listen, I don't
Now
know
that
what
makes
this.
sense.
I don't know how this female will behave, and I don't want to be responsible because I'm gonna be, and I should be held responsible.
if she sat up there and act a fool out in public, I guarantee you still gonna smash her.
Right.
Oh yeah, I smash, but I'm not. Listen, this is what you got to understand. What you got to understand is the standards for smashing versus the standards of bringing you around my people is two different freaking standards. Okay.
Hell no, not if
You see what I'm
if I
saying?
know you act a fool off top, you ain't coming around at all. You hidden.
Well, she don't act the fool like that. She don't
See,
act the
that's
fool
what
like
I'm
that.
saying. Now you can make it more confusing. Now I say if she was ratchet and stuff, but are you afraid that she's gonna go sleep with everybody, or
No, I'm not
I'm
afraid of none of.
confused?
Listen. I'm not afraid of none of that. What I'm concerned about is, and I'm gonna say again, this is Chris Brown. Now y'all probably don't really understand
Keep
that,
on
but
saying that.
for some reason, every damn day in the news, the world seems to care
So
about
you
whether
think she gonna
he's.
set Chris Brown up or somebody
She
in his
listen.
camp?
First of all, if I was gonna get her tickets, it wouldn't be one ticket. It would be multiple tickets, right? And I don't trust her circles. She's not. Listen, I did this to my own daughter. Understand this.
So
My
wait,
own daughter. My own daughter was working for his mother,
that's
and
your
because
daughter,
of the way that
bro.
my daughter was behaving, I fired her.
That's your daughter, bro. Of course.
But it's the same principle.
No,
It's
it's
the
not.
same principle.
For a jump off.
You would still
No,
wait.
the
You would get
principle is
you
not
would get
about her being
multiple
a jump off.
tickets.
The reason I brought up jump off is she wasn't my main woman, so I wasn't obligated. But the
So
principle
she not
is
sleazy.
you are.
Y'all just had y'all in tingle.
No, here's the principle. It's not even about jump off or tickets or none of that. It's that I don't feel comfortable bringing you into certain circles. My career, everything I do is based on
All right. Okay.
my
I get it.
reputation and
I get it.
respect.
I understand. I understand.
Okay, so
This is crazy.
like they're just friends with benefits. They get busy together. Like he don't feel comfortable bringing her around his family because like she's just a 304. Like she will
Not
never
family. He was
be
gonna take him
like she
like
would never be more than that. That's what it is.
I can feel it.
I get it. I get it.
No, but
Jumping on and off.
listen, I like her. I like her enough. We've been friends long enough
He
that I
wanna
felt.
marry that girl. He
And
like
guess
that
what?
girl.
She
That's
already know
fine.
this. Listen, y'all be pretending. It's
I've been
a
said
lot of
that
times
though. You
women.
said
A
you
lot of
didn't.
times women will act naive so they don't have to take accountability. She already know what I was saying. She didn't argue with me.
I wouldn't be talking to you after that.
Well, she might choose to do that or whatnot, but I'm only going by her behavior. She knows I'm justified.
That's
She
fuck.
knows
That's
I'm
fucked up.
justified.
That's fucked
She
up to
didn't
tell
trip.
somebody.
Listen, I'll screenshot you the text message. She didn't
That's
trip on
fine.
me.
No, it's
She didn't
fine.
trip on me. She didn't trip on me because she knows and she didn't like it. But I think she respected the fact that I was real with her. That's just what it is. I'm just telling you that, there's certain spaces, especially in a man's career, and that's why I brought up Russell Wilson. The minute that he let
Oh
that girl bring that baby to his job, bring that baby to training camp,
What you mean bring
oh,
that
that's
baby? He's
disrespectful.
with that
That's,
woman. So if you're with the woman, she have a kid
nah,
prior
he
to
wasn't
you,
married.
you're
Listen,
gonna
he
treat him
was
like a stepchild. You're gonna treat him like an orphanage. I'm confused. Like
no, no, no.
what's
First
the
of all, he
answer?
wasn't. See, first of all, he was Malaysia. First of all, he wasn't married to her, and
It
secondly,
doesn't matter. He was with the
see,
mom. Like what are you
this is
talking
this is
about?
this is you're headed towards the direction of getting the Russell Wilson type that'll let you do stuff like that and let
Oh
you
my
yeah.
god.
But most men, you ain't bringing. Listen, you are not bringing a real man at the top of his field. You are not bringing another man's child to my job to make this other man jealous. Okay,
Wow.
be quiet. Don't even try that. Try that on a buster.
Wow.
Get you a buster. A real man ain't gonna let you do that.
Damn.
So why? So wait, why would you be with a woman if she had a kid? And if you feel some type of way about it, you don't have to date no woman like that. But
To smash.
honestly, he was
Now we're
fine with
talking about a
you.
1% man now.
Oh my God, 1%.
Russell Wilson is a 1% man. He called all the shots if he really understood his power.
What makes you think he? No, I don't even want to talk about that. It's
He
okay.
called all the shots.
It's all right.
Just stop asking questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stop.
Do you think it's easier? Wait, let me
I
ask you a question.
like how
Do
the
you think
topics
it's
are up
easier
on the
for him to
board.
replace her
They're
or for her to
beautifully
replace him?
placed, Kev. You did a great job, compiling these topics that ain't nobody
It
talking
ain't going
about.
nowhere. It
I'm
ain't
not
going
I'm
like
nowhere.
telling
trying to be
you,
funny, my
every
guy,
time I
but
want to
like
come up,
It ain't going nowhere.
Listen, that man got
hey,
91,000. He got
I say
91,000
we
likes.
agree
Stop with
to
that.
disagree. I'm not
Well,
trying to
I
be a
get it that you don't
hater.
like
I
it.
agree.
No,
I
no,
get
hold
it
on,
that you
hold
don't
on, hold
like
on,
it.
hold on, Julian, because I'll mute you because I'm petty. Look, I'm short and petty, and I'm just trying to tell you that to be honest, okay? I usually unbiased, but this is Kev's Live, and we have taken this conversation now, what, 42 minutes into it. Look, can we just wrap to the can we go back to his topics? Maybe just a little bit, and then maybe take some other off-track 45-minute conversation on a different topic? Because this one is just like, damn, come on now, bro. Please, it's
All right,
midnight here.
same topic.
That
No,
boy got the reminiscing. He like, let me talk. I like this one right
it's
there.
the
ain't nobody worried
it's the
about your
same
topic.
Woo,
topic
Get
we
off
were
woo,
of
woo,
here.
speaking
woo,
on.
woo, woo, woo.
We were speaking on what's wrong with choosing better. That was the same topic.
We're choosing better. Well, Sierra did choose better. Wait, no. But listen, no. Peep game. If her agenda is
Oh
to
my
find
God.
security, wait. If her agenda was to find a man that wasn't going to cheat on
Not a
her,
little bit.
and that was going to give her financial security, and that was a good monogamous dude, she chose better. I'm just saying that's her second choice. That's all I'm saying.
She prayed for it.
Okay, but that's her second choice. That's not who she really wanted.
And she want
And
that dub, Mr.
as a
Break
man,
that
listen.
back. That's what she wanted at first. That's what a lot of women be wanting at first. Then they want to go with the lane. Oh,
They
take
Kev.
want
me
to go
while
with
I
the
have
lane because they can
kids and
control the
while I have
lane.
that.
See, they
Kev.
can control the lane. See, it's
No
Kev. They
way,
can
Kev.
control the lane. Future can't be controlled.
Oh my
See,
Oh
she
God.
can
yeah, that's
control
yeah. I
Russell
can
Wilson.
believe that though. That's what it was. Yeah, I can believe it.
No, they think they want to control the man, and then when they actually get with the man and they're controlling them, they
Yeah, I
get
can see
turned
that.
off.
I can see
They
that.
get turned off because he's allowing. They know innately this man's allowing me to control him.
A man needs control.
See, see what kind of man? What kind of man do you think is a man is going to allow a woman to control him?
We're gonna control each other for the benefit, for the best.
See, I'm gonna catch you 10
All
years from
right,
now.
robot.
No, it's not 10 years from now. We're gonna benefit each other. It's not just a one-sided thing.
I understand it, but when I say that Sierra chose better on the subject, she chose better. Yes, if her agenda was to find a man who wasn't going to cheat on her and who was going to love her more than she actually loved him and give her all the things that she said she
Wow.
wanted, she chose better.
This is
Did she choose better or did she choose somebody that accepted her?
Well, she wanted a simp, apparently.
I'm just saying
wow.
in general. Do you think she chose better? Because do you really think she chose what she wanted or she
Nope.
chose somebody that accepted her?
I think
We
it's
wouldn't
obvious
really know
that,
the answer though, but it's just a
man, it's
guess.
it's obvious, man. Listen, she required a ring from Russell Wilson to have children, but she didn't require a ring to be one of Future's baby mamas. Let this sink in. She chose to be. She
She did want
chose.
50 Cent. She wanted a little Bow Wow. She had
Of
a little list
course.
though.
None of these dudes are like Russell Wilson, though, are they? They all different. All
I
all of the
guess.
rappers. Listen, man, I know the game in Hollywood. They go through all the rap. Eve is one of them. All of the rappers run through them. They can't get the rappers to be monogamous. They start to get older, so they go and find them a sucker. That's just what it is.
Why you gotta be
So,
monogamous? I
so
wanna know.
they left. They
So
left
you
the. They
say
left.
you saying they go find a sucker after all those men done treated
You're
them
looking
bad?
for a sucker.
No, after all the men done treated them bad, did them dirty, drug them through the mud, they finally find somebody that really loves them, want
Mm-hmm.
to start a family, want to get married with them.
Right.
So that's the wrong decision to make because they got a sucker.
There ain't no finally found. They probably, I'm
No,
pretty sure a lot of them already had a bunch of men that really loved them, but they
yep.
didn't want them at that
They don't
time.
want them. Go ahead,
That's,
Kev.
that's what I was
That's
gonna
just
say
all that
at that
was.
time.
Go ahead, Kev.
Sierra's had plenty of options. She's had plenty of options, Malaysia.
Okay, so
She,
at
listen,
that
listen. I'm not faulting her. I'm just saying from Russell Wilson's standpoint, that was a bad decision on his part.
I mean, can we throw Vivica
Well, he
Fox in
had
this
to, so
conversation
that's
real
all that
quick?
matter.
Can we
but
throw Vivica Fox in this real quick
at
since
that
y'all want to keep trying to make this be about what it is? Vivica Fox had all these motherfuckers in her box, and guess what? She's single, bitter, and lonely, and old.
Ouch.
Yep. Still talking about being married at
All
60.
right, so yeah, I feel you. So let me see, because I don't think a few people. So real, I don't think I heard you say anything about the topic. Well, I might not have caught it. And then Nay, I don't think I heard you either. Let me get Crown in. So from this point, y'all can just pick one, or y'all can go through the list.
I'm
Go
rocking
ahead,
with you.
real.
can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you.
All right. So how do you just like pick me's and support panderers at the same time?
Oh, yeah, it's a lot of them that do that.
Man, you know I don't get off into all that crap, bro.
Oh, you can skip it then. You can do some skips. Do a skip me.
Man. Yeah, y'all skip on all that.
Which one? You got 4 other questions up there. Whatever you feel like you want to hit.
How can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt? So listen. Shit. Listen. That's all you gotta do is listen. I'm hearing a lot of hurt right now. That's all I'm saying.
Facts.
I'm hearing a lot of hurt. I'm not even just being funny, bro. I do. I understand that certain folks have, had certain experience and stuff, certain experiences with people, and some people just can't let it go or give it up and everything like that. The only thing I can say is shut up, move on. It's that simple. Let it go. That's all I got. Let the shit go. That person is in the past for a reason. So move your ass, move on. It ain't that hard. It's really not. Okay, how many times do I say that shit? It's not that hard. Move the hell on. Your ass is hurt, cry about it, and then wipe them goddamn tears and move on.
Keep it pushing.
That's all you gotta do. That go for men and women. This woman hurt me. Boy, shut up. Move on.
Dallas? Are you from
Move on.
Dallas?
This man hurt me. Shut up. Cry about it. Move on. Everybody is not a bad person, bro. So go ahead and continue to have your experience. It's okay. You made one little bad mistake or whatever, or decision to talk to this person or experience something with this person. Move on, bro. That's all you got to do.
Man, the way they move on is let me keep talking about what the person did to me all my life. That's how they
Well,
move on.
that's where accountability
Let's
comes
make
in.
lies about the person that hurt
Well,
me
they
too.
gotta get that.
And I get it. I get that. You know what I'm talking about? Accountability is everything. It really is. But still though, bro, just move on, man. That person is gone. You got rid of them. They out the door. If you got a kid with them, do your co-parenting thing and move on. That's how I deal with it. Yeah, the mother of my child did some messed up stuff. Oh, okay. I ain't dwelling on it. I don't too much even care about it.
Probably you.
I moved on. And hell, I moved on way before it was even happening. It don't really matter.
See, I'm on your ass. He asked who was that? It's probably you. whoever
Kev,
feel that way.
do you have a girlfriend, Kev? You like I don't know much about your thoughts on stuff.
Comments.
What are your thoughts, Kev? I don't know your thoughts on stuff. Like everybody's been talking.
Oh, I must say I do mine at the end. Though. I just want everybody to go. I haven't said my all my point of views on this thing though, because I know my point of view gonna open the room up a little bit more. I already know. Not just because
So you're gonna leave us in suspense? Is what you're saying?
no, I'm gonna do it right after everybody go. I'm gonna go.
He always gonna leave everybody in suspense. That's
What'd you say, Nikki?
I vote for you to go ahead and just open up the room.
You said just started right now. Okay.
Yeah.
You said yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say I'm gonna try to do a quick little thing on my point of view on each of these. So pick me. I'm trying to eat my candy at the same time. Dang. I see my boy Cousins is in the building. Go ahead, there's a box open for you. You already know. Oh yeah, we about to get the party started. Nah, the party just started, huh? Ooh, this thing just instantly accepted him. Did I get? Oh, I thought I got booty. I thought I got booty. He came in here so fast. All right. So I guess my point of view on this one, pick me misused word on social media. Just like I believe accountability and narcissists and all this other stuff. People go off how they feel and then they just say this is what the definitions is. I've just seen so many people talking about accountability and yet they blame every last person but themselves. I am an accountable person, but Johnny kept on messing, it's these men, it's these women, that's all I hear. Never say that part. So the reason why I say that with the pick me, from what I noticed though, it just seemed like and the only time I hear them use the term is when a woman agree with a man, and says something like, hey, I have a place, what I'm saying? I believe in gender roles, stuff like that, whatever. They get caught to pick me quick, if they understand a man. Anything that's dealing with something that you would think a regular woman, because I'm pretty sure a woman want a man to understand them. But when it's just like the opposite way, that's when they get called to pick me. What the heck? That's not fair. You're not supposed to understand a man. They only supposed to understand us. So yeah, that's what I noticed is just go based off of that. So I would how do you dislike pick me? So that's a trick question, right? I'm being funny with it. Dang, I gotta tell all my secrets now just because I feel like everybody ain't even go. Dang. So with this one, right? How do you dislike pick me's and support panders? So the funny thing about this, when I looked at the definition, pick me and pander is the same thing. It's about the same exact thing, low key. Because if you look at it, both of them is basically trying to win a person over. That's just all that really is. And it's even the only difference with that one is panders manipulate. That's what make it worse. So they went it over by with manipulation, by telling people what they want to hear and all this other stuff. And sometimes you will catch them on this app getting all the money. Just all I gotta say, it's never your fault. It's that whatever to win the crowd over, you don't lose. You don't want to lose your audience. That's just what that is. That's why some people be so scared to even change, stand on anything low key. They want to stand on whatever the crowd stands on for them, because that's what they winning at. So literally it's the same exact thing, except for panders are more manipulative and pygmies just do anything and say for anybody anything. And pygmy can be a man and a woman. What I'm saying? Pander can be a man and a woman, but the way we use it nowadays, it just seems like, it's the opposite. But it goes back to people misusing it, right? Because everybody's a pick me on this app. As soon as you say anything, what the heck you holding another woman accountable? Pick me. I don't know. That's just saying. But how can you tell somebody speaking from hurt? They never give a solution. That's the main thing. They never give a solution. They just keep saying how bad this person is and how bad whatever is, how bad we're oppressed. They say all this stuff, but they never give a solution to how to break out of it. So that's how you know it's just speaking out of hurt. All their advice always got to be how bad, let's have a trauma bond, and never a solution. Always either love drama, all that stuff. Like they always just say something and never have a solution at the end. That's how you know they talking off of hurt. Competition. Oh, your hurt ain't as bad as my hurt. You don't go through what I go through. No solution at the end. So that's how I know people be talking out of hurt. Is individualism at an all-time high? Is the reason why the reason why we can't speak general? Yes. I think everybody they use their individual because it's uncomfortable to speak in general or to speak for the communal. It make you uncomfortable. That's why they be thinking like when we talk about things like stats and all this other stuff, nobody don't want to follow those things for real. Who wants to really follow that? But the thing is that we realize that we have to sacrifice things about ourselves to make a better community. You know what I'm saying? So some people are not communal thinkers. You know, they want to be like, okay, I'm messed up in life. I don't care about teaching other people. What's that noise? I don't care about teaching other people, you know, to learn from my mistakes. I just want to. So what they do in the counter is like they want to say that we make mistakes, and I want to show you that I can do the impossible and still get what I get. But that's less likely to happen. That's why you see people always fight for the minority versus the majority and stuff, which is dangerous. I'm not about to tell nobody that it's love at first sight. I'm not about to tell somebody that, hey, if you have a kid young, that it's going to, you know, I'm not about to say silly stuff like that, but you got people that do that because they live this lifestyle and they don't want to feel less than, or they don't want to feel like they messed up in life. You know what I'm saying? They barely hold themselves accountable because they made excuses throughout their whole life, all until probably hitting the grave. You know, some people 70 years old still making that same excuse. Well, I did what I did. This is how it is, and I'm different. You can't tell me about that. So, yes, that individualist, that stuff is real, you know, and they make it if my life is like that, and people just preach, all they do is preach for freedom. Who the heck, you don't have to preach for that. We do that anyways, regardless. Shoot, the stuff that our parents was teaching us was already more of trying to see what's safe with us, but we get mad at the whole world from what our parents already taught us. And then what's wrong with choosing better? So I think somebody gave me a good example. I say overall, I don't think nothing wrong, but I do believe one thing that do make it wrong is when you tell them without giving them a solution either. You know, you just tell them, most of it is just to basically throw it in their face and be like, just choose better. You know what I'm saying? But you don't never tell them how to choose better. So that I would say that's where the problem will be at on there. But overall, yes, our overall goal is to choose better in life. Unless you're gonna just bitch about it. I'm gonna say that word 'cause I don't think that's a word. I don't think that's a bad word. But unless you're gonna do that all day, otherwise all you got to do, that's your only option, is to choose better. You know what I'm saying? So that's all my point of view. So anybody, open panel. But Crown, I don't think I heard from you yet, and Cousins, you next.
For sure. What's up,
How
everybody?
you feeling, my brother?
Happy
Anyway,
4th or 5th, whatever time zone you in, whatever's going on. I think it's the 5th by now, but hope everybody good. I'll go after Crown.
The first one, how do you dislike pick me, and something about Pandora. So I have completely removed those two words from my vocabulary. It's subjective, it's ignorant, it's simply an insult, right? And it's no different from the word asshole. If you ask what makes a person an asshole, the answer is subjective. It varies from one person to another. So rather than using these subjective words to define a person or to describe a person, why not use the actual word? So if I replace those two words with the word that I intend, which is an enabler, I don't like enablers. An enabler is a woman who enables a man's bad behavior, whether that's abuse, whether that's sexual promiscuity, or, like, you know what I'm saying, neglecting their children. You make excuses for a man's bad behavior. An enabler can be both man and woman. And so it can be a woman making excuses for a woman's bad behavior. I don't like enablers. And so that's the term that I prefer to use, because it doesn't have a gender, and it actually describes what I'm talking about, where someone actually understands what and we don't have to have an argument about it. I equally dislike enablers regardless of their gender. As far as, can you read the second one? I don't have my glasses on.
So the first one, pick me being misused. Do you believe that I guess you basically said it's subjective. So I guess rock with that then. Pick me and skip me. So I think you kind of answered both the first two then, because you said you're just using enablers. So I like. You tied those two together. How can you tell if somebody somebody what the heck I just say? How can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt?
So, I don't, I advice. So I don't get unsolicited advice. I don't, like people on here saying certain things is not advice to me. It's just people talking. But how do you tell if someone is operating from their hurt? Simply listening to them. Like Real was saying, I was listening to the conversation and I can tell that some people up here are speaking from their hurt. When you blanket things, well, men have complained about this and women have complained about this, and so therefore, and you can look at statistics and all of that stuff. That's hurt. That's hurt. Period. Like, and we will coddle it and give space for it, but it's hurt. Based off of your experience, you're making these generalizations against the entire group of people. That is exactly what like racism is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how they do racism. Exactly how they do it. They take statistics and they make stereotypes and then they justify how they treat these people, us, based off of generalizations. And so it doesn't make sense to do that. It's not real. It's not, you know what I'm saying? You have to get to know the person in front of you. And while I might have dated 10 horrible men and the women that I know dated 5 horrible men, 10, 15, whoever, however many people. And because of that, I could think the majority of men are bad men. But if all 3 of us are broken or have something that is attracting those type of people, I mean, that plays a major part. And so I really when I hear people talking about, women this or men this, it is simply you describing your own life, your own lived experience. And it's unfortunate that you can't see that. I hear people saying, oh, y'all dating the lames and blah, blah, blah. Like, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think people realize if they are the lame or they are the problem. Like, so how do you tell? When a person, it's always someone else's fault. Everything any problem they describe, it's someone else and it's out of their control. There's nothing they could do to fix it. So when problems are always out of their control and it's always someone else's fault, that's hurt. What's the second one is about individualism?
Is individualism at an all-time high,
Mhm.
and the reason we can't speak for general nowadays?
I don't think individualism is at an all-time high. I think it's the same as it always was, but I think there's a narrative that tries to make something wrong with being an individual. You can't make a community is built with individuals, and you as a person have absolutely no control over anything outside of you. You can't control what another person does. And so while what you do affects another person, you still have to be responsible for your life and you. And so it's always been that way. I don't really understand how we are different now just because I think this narrative is only said because people try to justify their bad behavior with generalizations and rather than actually dealing with the individual in front of them. Like I hear them saying like that's an anomaly. Well, love, you may be actually dating an anomaly. Like the person in front of you could be an amazing person, but you are handling them based on some damn statistics you've seen and your lived experiences. well, generally women do this, so this is how we like that's, or generally men do this, and so this is how I'm gonna treat them, and so it really makes it where like I think there's no way to actually to effectively engage with humans by basing it off of statistics. Every single human being is different. Like personality, our lived experiences, all the factors that make you you. You could be, I mean, you're living in a house where you have a brother and a sister, and they had the same upbringing, the same parents, and they're different. You know what I'm saying? They had the same, they should be the same if you know what I'm saying? But they're different. And so you can't deal with a person based off of whatever statistics say or all of that stuff. That's just not how human interaction works. And so it's like trying to force us to deal with people like cookie cutters and like we are, and that's not how we work. It's just not. I I don't care how many times you've been in a horrible relationship or what the like or whatever's happened. You have to go into the next situation learning from your experiences, but giving the next person a clean slate. Like all of those statistics and stuff, it just makes us enemies. It makes us like we're enemy combatants or something. Like I don't know. I don't agree with the generalizations because like I said, it just gives off racism. That's how they justify mistreating us.
Yeah, so I got pushed back on that one for sure. So with the
What,
statistic thing, right?
can I get the last one, please?
What's wrong with choose better?
What's wrong with choose better? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what's wrong with the word choose better?
I think because when people say it, it's just an insult or it's being dismissive. Like when men tell their story, and if a woman says choose better,
Well, until then, keep tapping, y'all. Keep on
What
tapping. We
happened?
at
Did
100K.
she freeze?
no, my
No, she
my
had a
Oh,
phone
phone.
there she
call.
go.
No,
Oh,
my
okay. Okay.
thank you for doing that because I didn't even know my phone was dying. But so, but whenever somebody is vulnerable enough to share their lived experiences, and then a person is dismissive and being like, like if you were to share with me your stuff, and then I say, well, you should have chose better. That's dismissive. It's disrespectful. Like damn, like why are we even talking if you're not trying to if the point isn't to get to know each other or to understand each other better, that whole interaction thing, then what was the point of me even sharing that? So then when women do the same thing, it's rude. It's being completely inconsiderate of what was shared rather than taking the time. Like I think it just removes the opportunity to get to know each other, and I think that's where we have a breakdown in what relationships are. We have to learn how to get to know the person we're talking to, and so that's I don't think there's anything wrong with sorry, I'm moving around, sorry. I don't think there's anything wrong with helping a person to understand where they went wrong in their choosing. But if you just simply say choose better, well, since you have that advice, how, Sway? You know what I'm saying? Like that you giving it like it's as if you went into the relationship that caused you to be upset. Like whatever relationship that went wrong in your life. Did you go into that choosing that person because you just wanted to fuck off some time? No. You chose her for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? Whatever reason you chose her, but it wasn't to waste your time or to get your heart broken or whatever. You know what I'm saying? She was a better choice. That was, you know what I'm saying? So give me more than just choose better.
Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me.
I'm mad this
Did you
no
want to?
thing
Did you
kicked
want to
me
say
out.
something else, Kev?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Kev love getting kicked out his own thing.
This thing
It,
horrible.
it,
So
it
I
was
was about to
probably
say
because you
with
had
the
something to say.
huh?
I said
I
it was
think the
probably
only
because
thing
you
I
had
had to
something to say.
right. I think that thing I had pushback on is the statistic thing because I realize it, the thing is I think statistics itself it just depends on what you're looking up, right? I believe is super necessary. I put it that way because otherwise we gonna live in a trial and error type lifestyle if we just really don't pay. That's basically like don't look at history books or stuff like that just in general, right? Because it's like of course everybody made their mistakes because that's how life kind of started off. I'm pretty sure it started off with trial and error. Then people have to realize, dang, you can't eat that poison. People have to realize you can't smoke these many cigarettes. It's a high chance of you might get this or whatever. Because it's like, I'm pretty sure if they had like a statistic, like people love looking at statistics like, hey, you blow your back out a bunch of times or whatever, that relieves stress and stuff like that. People love those type of statistics. Or, if it was a statistic saying that was like, 9 times out of 10, they coming home at 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that, you might have a high chance of cheating. So it's just really just like it's an alert thing or a warning, just to move a certain way in life. So it's just like it depends on what you're trying to look up, but I wouldn't recommend because you can just otherwise if you don't really look at high chances of certain things, then you're gonna kind of be just living like kind of like a blind. I don't know how to put it in a way though, but it's just like yeah, I think all that stuff is necessary. It just depends on which. I just think some people don't like it because they fall into the statistics. I know that's one thing my dad told me was to not be a statistic. That was something I took to heart. That's why I ain't really got that many tickets like that. That's why I don't have no kids right now because I really wanted to be real cautious. It's a reason. It was like a lot of I don't even smoke. It's a lot of stuff I just don't do because that hit me heavy. I want to be the known person that's robbing something. All that stuff like this stuff is very necessary. It just teach you what not to do. You just move a certain way though. That's all it is. That's how I look at statistics.
So this is what I want. So what I heard you say was I don't feel like it was any pushback on what I said because what I was saying was you don't use statistics to interact with humans. It's not how you gauge the person in front of you. It's not how you decide, you know what I'm saying, like who is for you. You do that by their character. You learn to discern character. Like that the statistics ain't got nothing to do with the person standing in front of me, her upbringing and all of that stuff. Whatever. I'm looking at the person in front of me. Does she have integrity? Is she loyal? Is she kind? Does she like that this person that's in front of me? All the statistics and all of that, if you using statistic, you're operating out of fear, basically. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you trying to protect yourself from, but some of the greatest life lessons come from pain, from disappointments. You don't learn anything from everything going well. You learn from bad relationships. You learn from, skinning your knee up. You learn from all of that is necessary in life. You can't have a life where you just don't get hurt. You don't get disappointments. That's not, that's, so if you go through life trying to avoid that, you're missing out on life. Like there's no way you're going to be a fully developed adult by just avoiding any kind of rough spots. No, you're going to have financial problems. People who are extremely wealthy today had financial problems earlier in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a part. Some people that were homeless, they made decisions that made them homeless. They were a statistic, but they Tyler Perry now. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you can't try to avoid being a statistic. You're a statistic just because you're born. You are already a statistic. Like, what you can't avoid being a statistic. So that what I'm saying is using statistics to date is ridiculous. Using statistics to evaluate the person in front of you is ridiculous. But using statistics to view the world, to understand what's going on, to look at the community, to see how you can affect the community, that is positive. But in relationships, hell no, that shit don't work. You're gonna be lonely and bitter all your life. Like, for real.
Right. Like it, you know, that I would say a tangible evidence or tangible example of that. Like, let's say you went on a date and your date came in a red dress, and then you go back and say, well, statistically speaking, certain percent of women that wear a red dress on the first day means that they're this way. And then you make a decision based on that. That is what Crown is talking about. Like, as one example, you know what I mean? Like, that would be ridiculous. Like, what are we talking about here? But now, if we're looking at statistics on, like she says, like if we're talking about community, right? And we're looking at certain statistics because a statistic is only a report of what happened. It doesn't tell us the reasons. It doesn't tell us any of that shit. It just gives us a blanket statement. And I think a lot of times we use these statistics wrong because we make assumptions based on part of a statistic, and then we use that statistic as the reason, or we use the statistic as a fact, which is not, because there's so many variables that even got that statistic in the first place that we never want to talk about. So really, what happens is we start saying things and we just use these buzzwords and these buzz statistics because we're just trying to justify one narrative that we're trying to push. And so if we see one statistic that verifies that or makes it sound like I'm right, then I'm going to push that and I'm going to use that. And I think that's been the problem, because statistics by themselves are very valuable tools in our society. But I think how it's been used, especially on this app, it has been ridiculous, and it is outrageous because most of them are blatantly wrong, and they just use them in a way to try to weaponize or to try to tear somebody else down or try to, you know what I mean? Like, so I think the use of statistics has been really bad, if that makes any sense.
And this is the other part that I wanted to say. Like, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I know that I am smart. I'm very intelligent. And of all the courses I I graduated with a 3.9. I wasn't valedictorian or I didn't. It was people smarter than me. However, 3.9 GPA and the 1C that I got was in statistics. And it is very difficult. It was one of my most challenging courses. I'm great at science. I'm great at math. Statistics is a whole nother beast. Like, and so I hear some of these people who aren't even articulate. You can tell that they didn't really pay attention in school, and they're using statistics. And it's like, look, I mean, I got a good understanding of statistics and still struggled in the course. Bro, I know you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then many people cherry picking where they don't actually read the entire study, understanding the sample size and the limitations of the study. They don't really understand what's the purpose of those numbers. And they're just using it to as a weapon against whoever they are trying. But that is a tactic that is done persistently in our country, even in politics. They weaponize statistics to paint a narrative and it's so easy to do. You go and find, because you don't even, if especially if you go and find an illegitimate study that was done, whether it was like, there was one thing that they push all the time on this app where they're talking about, men being more involved in their families. And I thought that was I was like, oh wow, that's dope that, that has increased. When I went and looked at what they were talking about, I couldn't believe this. I was like, this is what they're using? And so the study, it wasn't a study done. It was a self-assessment. You can't, that's not reliable. In statistics, that's not reliable. But they're using it as that Black women are the least desirable. That was something done on a dating website. That's not reliable. That's not a reliable source. If you understood statistics, you would know why that's not reliable. But you got people who don't understand statistics trying to use them as a weapon, and it's ridiculous.
Facts. Did everybody else do the entire panel, or is it just me left?
Just you.
Okay. Well, let's get it. But you know what you got to do, because I'm 50. I can't see that little shit you be
Hey, right.
Hey,
Happy belated. I think I missed your birthday too. Happy
Oh, you didn't get all of
belated
them?
half of
I ain't did all of
century.
them, but I need you to go ahead and run that because I like when you be
Okay.
getting shit in.
Appreciate you. Which one did you stop on?
I think you did the topic itself. Did
Yeah,
you?
I did the topic. I
Oh,
didn't
you
do the
talking
pick
about
me
him?
one, and I didn't do the individualism one. Other than that, I did all the other ones.
Okay. So,
Mm.
let me see. The pick-me's and the panders. I think, like y'all, I think I agree with everybody. But I think, I don't know. I think that it's just a buzzwords that's used to insult people, and they are rarely used correctly in the meanings. And I don't know. I just think it's stupid. That's just my opinion on it. I really don't have anything to say. I'm gonna I'll let my boy get on that one. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that alone. Let me see. Because and honestly, let me just say this: if we're gonna be mad at one, then we must be mad at the other one, because it's both in the same vein of
Yep.
BS to me. So I would leave it at that. And what's the other one? Can you tell someone is giving advice from hurt? How?
Yeah.
In my from what I can see, I think one telltale sign, because I heard what Crown said and I agree. I think one other thing to point out would be the biasness. We all have a little bit of a bias, that's natural, right? But when you have someone who is completely just like, it's almost like they are blind to anything else other than what they're saying. They have no room to hear anything else that goes against anything that they're saying. They have to defend it on this cross, and and I'm like, that comes from hurt, because you are, verbally, you're just trying to defend this so bad. Why? And I think it's because, that hurt is still there. You know what I mean? And you're trying to protect whatever it is that you're talking about to a point where you can't even see or even listen and understand anything. We always say, you need to listen or listen to understand until it be listening to respond, right? But that comes because they can't understand, because their mind is closed off because of that hurt. So when I look at a polarized mind, someone who comes in and it's just, they can't even vary from the subject, that is a one telltale sign for me that I know that they're speaking from hurt, and whatever that is. And that is not about that could be both genders. It doesn't matter. That's one thing I look for. So, and Individualism. Again, I agree with Crown. I think, you know, individuals, a community, society is made from individuals. And so I think there's always been individualism. Okay, but I think that there's a place for it, and then there's a place for the community. I think what happens now is that because people don't like what they see as the community, they want to blame individualism because there's nothing else to blame. Because if you got to look in a mirror, that's too much. So I can blame individualism because that's something that you can't tangibly quantify, right? You can't say individualism is the problem. Well, how is that? And then we can just talk about these little nitpicks and little things here and there that really don't matter. But yet we make it seem like it's these big grandiose problems. And so that is, I think, all a distraction to get away from the fact that you don't like what you see in the mirror because
So
you haven't figured out a way to fix what you see in the mirror. So now I need something to blame. Well, it's individualism. It's, you know, socialism. It's feminism. It's whatever type of other ism. And it gives us something to talk about and something to blame other than ourselves. And so I just think that nothing that we see going on right now is new. You know what I mean? This stuff has been going on for centuries. But yet
let,
we
I want to say
have
this
more
though, real quick.
visibility. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I've noticed y'all both answered that question. That's not what I was meaning about that. I know y'all just took out the individual part. So the thing is, with the way the question is, right, is that I think basically I'm asking, do you believe that we are so? I'm put it this way: people are more so selfish, even though it's been around all the time that they. That's the reason why we can't really kind of speak for general now. Now it's kind of tied to what I said earlier. What's the deal, Mac? I see you. So it's like that. Some people are so selfish, and a lot of us. I think it got worse, right? Because like if I compare it to now and back then, because back then we was all trying to really work together and stuff. Now we got more freedom and all this other stuff. Now we like we more on our own now, and we like, well, this is my life. I can kind of care less about that, and you know that has nothing to do with me and all that stuff. So that's kind of what I'm meaning about that. So it's like, well, and then when you speak for the general, right? That ain't got nothing to do with me, and it's stuff like that. So that's what I mean about that. I'm not trying to say that individual is a problem or nothing like that, but I just think that it's gotten worse. We not even. Even now, like we ready to get rid of our own family. Soon as somebody goes left or whatever, well, I don't mess with you, I mean, so that's what I'm going with that.
Right.
I'm sorry.
So I think, okay, I'll let, because I know that might change up how we're going to answer. But since you took all my points before, Crown, so I'm going to try to take some of yours before you go.
Right.
Hold on. But I'll say this. I think we are like in a, what we call this, like every time this goes on every 20, 30 years or so, right? There's some type of evolution of something, and usually it's technology that gives us more information, or we learn something new, right? And then it circulates through the public, and then with that new information, now we start questioning everything that we ever knew, right? So we are in that position right now, where all of these things, whether it be gender, whether it be, all of these positions that we hold in public office and all blah, 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 all these things we are starting to question because with new technology comes new knowledge. With new knowledge comes now, I think everybody is lying to us. And then you got all the conspiracy theories. So all of this stuff circulating, people are confused, right? But one thing that is a true statement is you cannot care for anything else unless you take care of yourself. Now, that is a fact that we can't avoid. But what people hear that, they're taking it to extreme, right? Because you say, I need to care for myself. So now, you, like you said, it's me. But what happens is, I think, in this melee of confusion, we need to take care of ourselves. We need to focus more on mental health. Like, that's the biggest that we've ever had, more regular people focusing on mental health, right? This is the biggest influx ever in history because because of how we have all of the technology and people can talk about it. But now what you have is people, oh, I guess the first thing I need to do is separate myself from toxicity. They're not realizing, like Crown said earlier, toxicity is kind of what gives you wisdom. We need a little bit of balance. You have to have bad shit in your life to be rounded. If you notice, if people that get everything handed to them easy, when something goes wrong, they can't handle it. They jumping out the buildings. They jump, you know what I mean? They doing all kind of stuff because they cannot handle the slightest adversity. Where those of us who came up with toxicity, with some struggles, with some shit, oh yeah, we ready. We get resilience. That gives us wisdom. So, like she said, why are we running from this stuff? But now, since we are on this, healing journeys and all this other stuff now, everybody is, I gotta avoid all the toxic things. Well, if that's what's gonna happen, we're gonna avoid everything. And we're starting to see that, right? So in this curve and in this confusion, we gotta go through this. But I think in a couple of years, people are gonna realize, like, wait a minute, I can't avoid the inevitable. And then it's gonna come back around, just like it always does. And so I do believe it has gotten a little bit worse, but I think it's a natural progression, if that makes sense.
All right, so cousin, like, I want to give you an example of something that I dealt with the other day. I don't know if you were in live whenever chick snapped off on me and said I approve of DV and all that. And my response was to sing a song and dance. And I was like, shut up, just shut up, shut up, shut up, just shut up, shut up. Like, she was going off on some extremeness, and I was over here clowning her. Now, with that being said, could I have handled it a different way? Probably. Should have. But at the same time, though, I grew up with people being mad, disrespectful, and rude to me. So how do I handle it? I can clown your ass. I'm not going to worry about any of that extra when it comes to trying to be nice.
You might.
Go ahead.
Yep.
So
Okay.
when you
I'll listen to that. Go ahead, Crown.
when you two were talking, what was the purpose of the conversation?
Okay, so the purpose of the conversation was, it was part of the topics that Kev had going on.
Like not
And
what the topic is. Like where was the purpose of the conversation, the purpose of you two talking, was it to persuade, to inform, to understand? Like what was the, not exactly what you were talking about, what was the purpose of it?
the purpose of it was, she came up being antagonistic, being belligerently drunk.
I think you misunderstood me. So in the conversation, what was the purpose though? Like when you guys were exchanging whatever the misunderstanding was.
Well, it wasn't a misunderstanding. It was her saying and making accusations that were unfounded, being belligerent, and then trying to disrespect me. Every time I would say something, she would cut me off. Every time I would say, please wait your turn, no, I don't have to. She was just being combative for no reason, and she doesn't like me because she's a Marxist feminist, and it was proven because I know who she is. It just goes back to her. It goes back to her ideology that she can disrespect people because she can.
So what it sounds like, because I've had conversations with people who have a different point of view from me. I've been disrespected. I've been, you know what I'm saying? But I have complete control over my response to anything someone does. Sometimes I have responded very effectively, where the purpose of the communication is achieved, where we were trying to understand each other and we accomplished that. Sometimes I failed, where I got belligerent, like you said you did. And the reason I was asking for what was the purpose, because I mean, if we're just talking to hear ourselves talk, then just, act an ass. But if the purpose is to understand each other, or the purpose is to, like if it was a debate and you were trying to persuade them of your idea, then of course, like, stick with that, because I don't see what you did, how it advanced how it would advance a conversation at all, and it would only put fuel to any kind of, you know what I'm saying, like if you were if you were annoyed with me and then I start singing or I do that, it is it's disrespectful, you know what I'm saying, like it doesn't really help anything, and it's childish really. And so if it I don't think that that it's effective communication. And if the purpose of you talking is to have effective communication where we understand the point, I think that's where we lose each other. Because a lot of people don't
Right.
know how to effectively communicate. We bring our feelings into it. Well, I know who you are, because you went by a different name, and I've been in several conversations with you previously, but
Yeah.
and so because I know how your I believe I know how your mentality is, I could treat you like I believe you deserve to be treated, but rather if we both meet each other with respect, we could actually learn that we're more alike than we are different, and it could actually like where you're trying to convince her she's wrong, or, you know, never
Go
mind.
ahead. No, you're good.
You got a
Okay,
lot
so
going on. It's loud.
yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm stepping out to the back porch.
Well, no, I was just
Okay.
saying because like I have been trying to talk to someone, and then in the middle of the conversation, I realized, oh, okay, now I understand your point of view, and it gives me insight. It gives me a different perspective. But too often we're only trying to communicate our point, not really trying to listen to another person's point. And that's a fatal flaw in communication. If you're only trying to convey your point, but you're not trying to hear another person's point, because even if she's upset and she perceives you as whatever kind of, you know what I'm saying, listening to her point of view, you could actually flip it if we pay attention. But a lot of times we don't listen well. We really don't.
So the basis of what happened was this. I stopped effectively communicating when she decided to say that I was somebody that would put their hands on a female and do DV. At that point, she had completely lost focus of the conversation. Her whole point was to come up and derail the conversation. And I wasn't going to tolerate it. Because if nobody's going to say something to her and she's speaking to me, I will aptly apply pressure and say, look, stop. That's not what this is. Because I even said, this is Kev's platform. The people in here were not about that. That's not what this is. And I just muted my mic and stayed quiet. And then I eventually dropped out and came back.
Your name was Gabriel before, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Still is.
So if she was saying that based on her experience with you,
No, she was saying that based off of the fact that she was belligerently drunk and she wanted to come up and make an argument.
okay.
Well,
Yeah,
at that point,
that's just
I don't mean to interrupt, but at belligerent and drunk, that's when it's a done deal for me. At that
Oh,
point,
yeah.
there is no conversation, right? So you should have just been, you know what, I'm good.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
that should
say.
have
I
been
think
it.
you get a
Like, so yeah, as soon
And
as we hear drunk, now, there's nothing to talk about. You know what I mean? Because she's not
facts.
understanding.
And
So
then even in
yeah.
that, when you were saying that you were singing or whatever, if she's acting, I can see where the conversation is not going to go anywhere. So you just talking.
Right.
I can
Yeah.
understand that. Yeah, no.
And no, I get it.
Gabriel,
And
where in
trust,
the hell are you? What is
I'm in the
that?
back. I'm in the backyard of my
That's
house,
why I had
Is
to
it
keep.
a
That's why I had to
smoking
mute him because he got
smoking
that
a
little
square.
wild
Hold
cricket
up.
things.
but what
Hold
is
up.
that?
I'll mute my
Cicada or
mic.
something?
Yeah,
What
that is
Right,
a
those little
crap ton of
things that be making.
cicadas.
What up,
Yeah,
though,
I mean,
Kev? What up, though, Kev? What up, though?
what up, though?
I just want to say I've been listening to y'all since yesterday. I ain't got no sleep because I've been listening to you motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. I've been waiting in queue
since
since last week.
Dang.
6'4" though. What's
That
happening
part,
with you?
6'4". What up, big bro?
What up? You know what, Crown? My favorite.
Stop lying.
Now, Crown, you know I wouldn't say that if you wasn't. I done lost a lot of citizens out of Red Pillville because I
I
told them
already
I
know.
fucks with Crown. I told them y'all leave Crown alone. That's my Crown. I'll leave her alone. They said 6, we moving out of Red Pillville. So we're going with the Simps then, but I'm keeping Crown.
That part. And Crown, look, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I remember most of the times that I've seen you pop up in the box and some of the discourse that I've had. I'm very volatile when it comes to people being disrespectful to me. Like I grew up running around Yonkers, New York. Like I grew up with a
Bro, you
different
don't have
breed
to
of
tell
people.
me. I done seen you go. I remember you.
Right.
What it was J
I
Love
swear
that I
everybody
remember you
got some
talking
noise in their background.
No, I remember you and J Love specifically, and so I was saying if it was based off of experience, baby, I've heard you say what you was gonna do to a woman. So maybe she was in that conversation, but like I know that when tempers get high, people say things that they may not necessarily mean, but if it was based off of experience, then she may have a valid reason to say that, but that was an opportunity for you to say, I just misspoke, I was angry or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But if it was just being drunk and belligerent, then yeah, and this person don't even know you, never had an experience with you. Because I know that you can have intelligent conversation, but you can get out of line. You get
Real quick.
yeah, you can. Yeah. But yeah, and that all of us can. Sometimes people take us there. So, but no, I don't. I hearing the drunken, I might have missed that, and I apologize for missing that earlier.
No, you good. You good, Crown.
I tell them all
'Cause
they need to stop getting drunk on these lies and start getting high so they can calm their ass down. That liquor got them all hyped. Like, bitch, get you some weed, then come to the live. And maybe your thoughts will be a bit more collected. But that liquor be screaming in your ear and in your mind. You notice the chicks who smoke weed be the coolest on the app. They cut you out all calm. Oh, shut the fuck up, nigga. Get your broke ass. You old
They say
dusty.
they articulate it better.
You old dusty ass. Your broke ass. I ain't fucking with these broke niggas, girl. Drop his ass. Shit, the drunk bitch. Fuck you! Your mama, you hate your mama, sassy motherfucker. You know that's how they be, Crown. You know that's how they be.
They get down just like that.
You hate your mama.
I guess I'm just wondering, like, when are they gonna be tired of that? The women
All right, old boy.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. The only time they'll get tired of it is when they go to AA.
Nah, they gonna get tired of it when that queue dry up. That's when they're gonna get tired of it.
What's the queue?
But as long as
Oh,
them likes and people coming to the page and all that extra, you know what I mean? And as long as they're getting that attention, they're gonna keep it going. But when it dry up, that's when they're gonna be like, okay, now we gotta change something and we're gonna go to something else. Like, I've noticed a lot of like podcasts and things like that. Once they starting to dry up, and now they changing their whole platforms to be political or whatever is the next hot, debatable topic. They go into that because, constantly talking about single mothers ain't working no more, and so now it's okay. I got to get something else. So I just think that's part of it. As long as it gets supported, they're gonna keep going. But so I mean, at least that's what I see. I could be wrong, but
isn't that what everybody do though?
not everybody.
Yeah.
Not
If it
necessarily.
don't
Not
work, don't
everybody.
break. No, the thing. No, I think a lot of people do.
But also,
Or unless people just I think to a certain extent you do. If something working, you don't. Dang, that echo bad.
hold up.
If some basically is not working, you go. That's like marketing. I thought. I mean, everybody should know this. That's not crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna explain this. I
Well,
don't even know that.
well,
But the
it's not
thing is,
it,
huh?
it, it because like if it's not working today, because it takes time to work. You got to affect the algorithm, and so like what may not be working now, you consistency makes it work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like yeah, you can follow the trends, but as the trends change, then so will you have to. But if you're doing something because that's your niche, you know what I'm saying, and it's not working now, you stay consistent and you like you said, marketing part of it, you keep perfect you stay in your lane though. You know what I'm saying? You just keep perfecting and in a like where some people are talking relationships and community, they're gonna have to completely rebrand that to be profitable.
Well, okay, so look at it like
Well, that's the
this.
thing though,
The
Crown. They
50
can't rebrand themselves because they not real with what they talking about. They don't have a real subject matter. That's like, I'm not gonna say no names, but I came across this chick named Jezebel Reloaded, and
I almost ain't got no inactivity. I got the
Ooh-wee.
puzzle popping up.
when I came across, I said, damn. When I first got on the app, that was one of the first lives that came across my FYP, and she was saying, I wish, that old relationship shit. I say, wow, it's 2024. I haven't seen it in a while. When it come across my FYP, it's that, girl, that nigga ain't bought you nothing yet. I said, wow, how we don't grow. If you're going to bring content is just what it is. You talk about different shit. Beating a dead horse, that's not real content. Real content is being able to bring forth a new subject matter daily. You could talk about peanut butter and hold your audience.
Well, I mean, some people have platforms where it's makeup. It's
Right,
they
right,
talk about
right.
makeup, or you know what I'm saying. So you can talk about peanut butter all day, every day, and it be
Yep.
successful. However, like I mean, because I don't want to talk about a particular person's platform, but I just feel like these platforms that cause you to hate another group, individuals. I don't think I don't know. Where it's like women hating men or men hating women, or the single mom stuff. Because like in order for them to be successful, they need single moms to argue with or women to argue with. Um, and when women get tired of going over there, now they have nothing, and nobody wants to watch them do a circle jerk where all they're doing is agreeing with each other, and that's essentially what I've seen some of these platforms kind of dissolve into. But when you have a platform for women by women, eh, yeah, they don't really need men in there. They kind of cater to themselves. Those can actually thrive. They're not healthy, but they can. You know what I'm saying? Those, because they don't need men to come in and argue with.
Right. They
But
could hold it off all by themselves. It could be 200 women in one room, and they
mhm,
all would be on that live for 3 days.
yeah, men aren't gonna congregate with a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like so yeah. I think that's why I say you have to, whenever you're building a platform, you have to look at whether or not it's sustainable. Like this whole men hating women, that's not gonna last. I mean, y'all won't ask. Y'all-
You know the
Eventually,
funny
y'all gonna
thing is,
want Gucci.
You
I don't
stupid,
even think
Crown. You
men hate
silly.
women. I don't think when men hate women. I think they hate the behaviors, and women take it as them hating them.
I
But
think you are.
it's worse. I actually see women that I'm trying my best not to get TikTok, but you know, opposite way. I actually see that. I actually just be seeing it because they get so bad that they literally, and y'all think I'll be joking when I be saying about that divestment stuff. That junk is real. You know, they really trying to scissor, right? They only wanted women on women. That's how bad it is. Like they really trying to exclude man. That's why they come with things like white chromosomes and this, and we can make our own babies. And you don't see men doing that stuff. Quit it.
You crazy as hell. Why are you lying? You don't see men wanting men.
Why I gotta be lying?
Men
What the
sword.
heck?
Because you're saying you don't see men doing that. You don't see men playing sword fight.
I can't stunt, bro. I done seen a lot of dudes on this album. I be feeling like they Peter Pan fans. Real talk.
They
Hold
doing
on,
this
wait a
stuff.
minute, Crown. You
No,
can't
say it
just say
again.
that,
No,
Crown. You
because
just can't
hold
say
up
that and
real
then
quick. Hold
explain.
up, because I think she missed my point. No, say this again. You said I said what did I not see?
You said these women, they just want a scissor. They don't want no man. You saying they want to be lesbians, right?
Yeah.
And you don't see the men, and even the closet ones, the DL ones that pretend that they're heterosexual in these red pill areas, and they secretly want men, and they're convincing men that they need to stay away from women, and that these women are horrible, and they like poisoning the minds of our young men to stay away from men, to stay away from women, like these Jezebel.
Yeah, I can see that though, but I think they still like women though. That's all I'm saying. I mean, they still mess with women though. That's the thing. That's their group because they think they women.
You
But they
are
are
naive.
women.
You are naive then.
Well, I gotta dang. Can you say anything being straight? Dang, why everything gotta be?
Hold
That's
on,
crazy.
wait.
I just
Crown. So what you
y'all
saying is
making me mad though. I'm just trying to see why she saying this stuff though.
wait,
Because I'm trying to see if we
wait
can
a
have a
minute.
regular conversation without all this extra
Okay.
stuff. Because I'm
All
trying to be
right.
nice.
Well, I'm
I'm
sorry.
literally
I
trying to
was
be
just
nice right now.
Hold up. I see what Kev's saying because the way the women be doing their lives and shit like that. However, I'm trying to figure out what Crown, because Crown, have I been on lives with these dudes?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Give an example, sis.
There's a lot of things that we
Yes,
can
give an
take. There's a lot of
example.
shit we can take on this app. I'm gonna tell you that now. There's a lot of shit we can take on this app. But that one, that's like the biggest L. I'm gonna have to DM you.
I'm not gonna tell nobody
Don't
to.
DM. Put it on blast.
I'm not finna be like
Well,
that.
let
If
me
they
keep
don't,
one of
if
the
they not.
secrets. I keep secrets. I don't tell people's business.
No,
I keep
but
my
I mean,
secrets.
okay, so looking at behavior. For what reason would a heterosexual man have a problem with problematic women that they are not interested in? They'll jump off. They out here acting crazy. Those aren't the women they're interested in. They're not their sister, their mother, their auntie, or their daughters. So they just being however they are. Because like as a woman, there are men out here that are trifling, that are out here being disgusting, negligent, abusive. And I don't even think about them. They are not on my radar. I'm not having no labs about them. But why would these men go out of their way to be talking about women that they're not interested in rather than drawing the attention to the women they are interested in? It doesn't even make sense logically. Logically, a person is going to focus on the thing that they want in life. Why? Because it increases the chance of you getting it. Now you're studying the thing you want, not the thing you don't want. That doesn't make sense at all.
I literally just said it though, but whatever.
Hey, real quick though, Kev, when she said naive, that just means not knowing. I don't know if that was meant to be an attack, but I heard how you said it, and I was like, I don't think she meant that as Like
I really
I'm
don't care
trying to
how she
talk
meant
shit
it or
to
not.
you.
I never said anything like that. I'm just saying we can have a regular conversation. That's all I'm saying because
No, no, I know.
I be trying my best to be nice, but I don't expect everybody out of me though. So I ain't gotta do the same thing. So it is what it is. Um,
But I gotta say,
but
man,
what
I
I'm
do
saying, I
see
did
a few
explain
men
myself. I
that do that
explained the
too, though.
situation. It's not no tit for tat thing or whatever. It's even on both ends. It is, I actually explained it in detail. Why is it like that? I literally said it though. I mean, like I said, you see, they don't. We see today that women just don't attack behaviors only. They just go for the whole entire person. It's literally like if you compare it to like if you was to compare the passport boys and the flat out divestors, the 4B movement, right? It was flat out. That's what I'm saying. And if you just look at that, right, just break it down. It's not the same exact thing. One of them said we can't deal with Western women, aka that's a behavior, right? They rather go deal with women across the seas. Now, if you look at 4B, it just say no men, no nothing, no same. It just only really was like same smacks, right? I don't get how much more detailish I can explain that situation. And this has been going on for months. I know we be trying to make fair game and evenness on everything, but it's not. We see this. We literally see this. But I guess I'm the naive or the blind one. But we could play that. But we see it. We see this stuff. One is behavior, and one is the actual whole person. That's the difference.
But Kev, do you think that that is an extreme? Because we're talking about that's an extreme movement, which I would agree with you because I've seen it and I've even made a post about it. And you know me, I'm Switzerland, but I ain't
What movement is that, Gay? What movement is that, cousin?
What I'm saying is like a 4B movement or something like that. That would be considered an extreme posture. Like that's one
That was
side, like
also
all
in
the way
Korea,
extreme,
though. That was in
right?
Korea.
But I'm saying right. But what I'm saying is, so people that would identify that or women, whatever women that trying to get onto that, maybe they have an extreme view. I could see that, and I could say, all right, that is kind of. But on the other side of the extreme, there are some extreme dudes who are saying the same shit, but just on the other way. Now, where I will say I think that there is not as many, I'll give you that. You know what I mean? But we're talking about two extremes. If we're just talking about just the median, I think, you know what I mean? Like there's just as many bad, red pillars, and I no disrespect, Six, you know what I'm talking about. There's just as many of those dudes claiming to be red pill and you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm talking about, the bad players, right? There's just as many clowns in that area as there are clowns that are on the other side, right? Like there's a middle, like this seems like that's just the mud playing in the mud. But then there's a lot of sensible people in the middle. Why don't we ever talk about the sensible people? We always compare the worst case to regular. Why don't we compare, what I'm saying, apples to apples? Like if we're talking about if we're talking about the left, all the way left, and we're talking about what they're doing, okay, well then compare them to the all the way right. Don't compare them to the middle. You see what I'm saying? But that seemed like in these conversations, a lot of people do that. You know what I mean?
They don't have no variation. They don't have no variation.
Right.
But just to my credit, as mayor of Red Pillville, if they thought they were red pill, after they came in Red Pillville, they realized they was not red pill. So get their heads right. They realized they realized I ain't red. I thought I was red pill till I met that nigga. That nigga is a pill in itself. I'm a pill to both genders. So yeah, when I meet them, they ain't red pill no more. They change they become Israelites after I'm done with them.
Okay, so what I've
But I
noticed
will say this though.
with men.
Can I say this real quick?
Yeah, you can.
Because Kev does have a point with the visibility. It is a lot of it, and I don't know what that is. It could be the algorithms that we need to adjust. It could be a lot of other things, but it does come across. If you just scroll and you just like a casual observer, it will come across that in numbers there are more of the I hate men, type of lives and things like that than there are I hate women. You get what I'm saying? I think that's a fair point that
Well,
he
you gotta
made.
understand that's
And I
all.
and so, but I
That's
don't know if that's the actual true representation.
it's
But I'm
not.
just saying from optic, yeah. But from optic wise, I can see why he would say that. If that makes any sense.
Well, can I say something to Kev real quick? So, Kev, I do want to apologize. I did not mean to offend you at all. I didn't. When I said that, I literally meant naive in the way that the word is intended. It was not to insult you or attack you or belittle you at all. I was saying in the sense that you don't see it. I was saying that you're like you the word just means like ignorant to it, and people don't like the word ignorant, so I shouldn't have used that word, but I apologize if I offended you.
Yeah, no, I really don't care about that. I'm not no soft
No,
person.
well,
I was just saying that can we have a regular conversation without extra stuff in it? Because we know we can't. If
when you were saying extra stuff, I considered that to be the extra stuff that you was talking about, so
yeah,
I
it wasn't. I
apologize.
couldn't care about the word. I don't care about the word for real. I was just, but yeah, it's that and a few things. I'm like, dang, every time I say something, yeah, well, ain't no way, stuff. So I'm like, that I'm just like, nah. I mean, maybe that we in two different little areas. I mean, two different views of life. I guess I don't know because it's like I know there's a lot of things I've probably done seen, but I wouldn't be like, hey, ain't no way, stuff like that. But we different. That's what it is. So that wasn't my. I was just saying, can we just have a conversation? That's all I was saying.
Yeah, no,
Now, Kev,
but my problem with it is that I if when my words disrespected you, if you felt disrespected in any way, so that's why I wanted to just pause, and because the fact that he said that and he perceived it that way, then it was clearly received that way, by more than just one person, and so that wasn't my intent. So
I got you.
regardless of what my intentions were, it was the impact that, what I'm saying. So I just wanted to apologize.
Oh, I feel you. I feel you. Cool.
well,
Charlotte,
Kev,
go ahead, Charlotte. I think Charlotte gotta go. She what the heck was that noise? Charlotte, you up there? Let me say this real quick. Pretty privilege. She hate when I say that. Ain't no such thing as that.
okay, so no response. Now, Kev, I'm going to use my example, and you're going to say I'm talking from a hurt place. How many times has somebody came at me sideways over just simply stating stuff that has to do with literal history or facts that have to come from history, and I'm told I'm wrong, that I need to do certain things. They came out of pocket on me 100% of the way, and nobody said shit but me. So it goes both ways, my boy. Understand. That's why whenever somebody comes out of pocket on you and you notice that it's out of pocket, I'm quick to say something. Especially even if I don't know you, you're not going to come out of pocket in front of me and expect me not to be like, hey, yo, that was fucked up. What you mean? So remember, the normal conversation is for people that have control of their emotions. The normal conversation isn't trying to belittle and berate people and put them in a certain light to make you look better than somebody else. And I'll give you an example. Dude was drinking on my job. He's a co-worker and he's under me. He's not management, I am. And he was drinking on the job 3 days in a row. He got belligerent with me. So the last day, he decided he wanted to run his mouth.
You and these belligerent people.
Nah, like literally, when you drink a fifth of Jack, you get belligerent.
I'm just saying you've been encountering them
a lot, but there's a reason for that. But I'm not worried about it. But the point that I'm making is, he goes and tells my boss, oh, he was doing this and doing that and doing this. And I was like, oh, but you wasn't drinking on the job. You wasn't starting arguments on the job. You wasn't over here acting like you ain't got no common sense for the last 3 times that you worked with me. Come on, bro. Like, it goes back. It's all about projecting to make somebody else look different so that way they can still continue to do their negative actions and behaviors. And that's all it really matters, is they want to make somebody else look bad. to make themselves not necessarily look good, but take the spotlight off of them. And 99% of the time, that's what happens. Now, the kicker of the situation is you've got people like Crown, Cousin, 6'4", me in here, that we're not going to play with none of that shit. We're just going to keep it a buck and keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? But you like to slice and dice people with your mannerisms. You're not even going to get mad. You're going to be like, oh, I got you. You're going to hit them with the smooth, quiet voice and destroy their life. Where people like me, we're just loud. It is what it is. Now, Lane.
What I look at, when they go that hard, I know that I'll be saying to myself, that's the biggest mind fuck ever. That's the one who allowed the internet to fuck them good. Fuck their minds real good.
That part.
Sure, you better hurry up and jump in there, girl.
Right, Charlotte, shoot.
I think she might be asleep.
That girl, ain't no way she was trying to talk about 10 minutes ago. I got too much of that 4th of July drinking.
Starting clock that.
Man,
look, as long as we track her, y'all.
We should have let her talk when we had the chance.
Right. Now, here's the kicker, though. I took my ass down to downtown Atlanta to go watch some fireworks, have some fun, and brought my black ass home.
Mr. P in the building. Mr. P.
Shit, my neighbors fucking, they thought they was downtown Atlanta. These dudes had fucking Sky Wars. And I was like, what is going on? Like, how much money did y'all spend on fireworks? They had a whole, like, extravaganza. You understand me?
They probably dropped like 5 bands a piece.
I don't know what it is, but every year, they go back and forth, and it's like one, and I got like this. It's land in between us, so it's like, you got a little ways, and then you see it coming from one side, boom, 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 and then the other dude is fire his off, and they go back and forth to see who's better, and whoever's on the right side, he been whipping his ass for the last 3 years. I'm gonna tell you that, but my man this year, just today, he came back. He came back in a major way. I was like, okay, he didn't went out and got some. He didn't got some Chinese or some Japanese fireworks. He got some real stuff that we don't know about. So, yeah, but I didn't have to leave the house. I was just sitting there watching, like, okay, here we go.
Okay, so cousin, I'm gonna put it to you like this. Back when I was still up in Tennessee, running around with my ex, like I would spend roughly about 2 bands on fireworks, and I'm not getting them from the United States. You already know. So when I would get in trouble for shooting off fireworks, the whole police department's there watching me, and then when it's done, they're like, you ain't supposed to be doing all that.
Now, what country you getting fireworks from for only $2,000?
I'm getting mine out of China. Because when I tried to get them out of Japan, customs got pissed.
Just for the record, I think.
Oh, Charlotte's back now.
Oh, she back?
Just for the record.
Yeah, I'm back.
We thought
I said pretty quickly about 15 times you ain't saying anything.
I was on the phone with my sister, and she's at her guy friend's house, and I was just like, so she pulled up to her guy friend's house, and she sees paraphernalia of his ex-girlfriend, like shoes that the girl bought him and like a rug. So she threw the rug immediately over the balcony. And I'm like, chill. He's in the shower right now. I was telling her to chill because I'm like, you like him. He invited you over at 3 a.m. He clearly wants to spend time with you. He woke up out of his sleep. Just chill.
Yeah,
just chill.
Is that the advice you gave your sister?
I said, just chill. I said, if you like him,
no.
I said, if you like him, go ahead and just chill.
Yeah, we got a
She's
master
over there.
going on.
So I was like, if if you don't give a fuck and you want to show, then do your shit and leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. So yeah,
So
I was like,
I
she's
have a
over there
question.
for a reason. So I don't know.
No, I have a question. Sure, I have one question.
What up?
If that ain't her nigga,
Hold on. Sorry, you gotta mute.
I'm telling you, Charlotte,
hold
she
on.
needs to drop down and come back. She's causing an echo because of the phone call.
She had a phone.
That
Yeah,
might
right.
be,
That makes sense.
yeah,
Though.
that
Yeah,
might be,
yeah.
that
Drop
might
and
make
come back,
sense.
Or she
Charlotte.
could turn the Wi-Fi
Yep.
off and on.
Yeah. Okay. So
I just want to say for the record, I think fireworks is a total waste of money.
Thanks.
I mean, it is a waste of money, but it's also fun to watch stuff go boom.
Watch that go boom.
Oh no, I was
I'm
happy.
gonna tell you like
I got
this.
out
Well,
pretty
that
cheap
is
this year.
true
So.
because I go to the range and I waste a lot of money on ammo. So
Oh, okay.
Right,
So
I was gonna say
what
the
you
same thing.
now my question is, since I'll get back to Char, then I'll hit the gun range situation. So Char, if that ain't her
you can't
nigga,
say the GUN.
all right, the pew pew range. Anyway, if that ain't her nigga, then why she worried about it? You know, in all honesty, unless she wants a relationship and a commitment, like she should just be there to have her fun, talk her shit, pop what she popping and get in. That's it. Then as far
But was this before or after her? Like, is this some residual stuff
It's
that she bought and she
residual.
doesn't want it there? Well, then that ain't got nothing to do with her. What's she tripping on?
It sounds like your sister is the jump off.
No, that's what I was saying.
Not the full
I was
circle.
saying
At
she was
3:00,
tripping. So I
he
was
invite
like,
her over at 3:00. She already know bound chicka wow wow.
right. That's what I said. What are you doing
some Black
over
Dynamite
there?
shit.
I'm
I just
like,
gotta say, the homeboy was lacking. If you're gonna be calling someone over at 3 a.m., you can't be leaving stuff around.
right. That's
That 3
what
a.m. call is
she's
only coming for
saying.
one reason.
Yeah, so that's what she's saying. She's seeing stuff
What you
like
mean? What you mean? It's my house. I'll do what I want.
no, she's seen like a rug that the girl bought, and she threw it over the balcony, like no hesitation, while he was in the shower.
Wait, it's his rug at his house.
Yes,
She wrong as hell, and you should have told her to go pick that shit up.
I told her. I said, "Chill, just chill."
Yeah,
That's
that's
all I
wild.
could tell her.
That's
Because
wild.
when he flash on her, then he gonna be wrong. But
But they've
you
been
just
going
throwing my
on and
stuff
off
over the,
for
that's
years.
crazy. Oh, really? Oh, this is some. Oh, yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna step out of that.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, this
Now,
story
now,
sounds
now,
They've
pretty.
been
now back to
throwing
the.
phones over the balcony, like iPhones and shit. For like,
Oh
I'm
no!
just
Oh
How old are
no!
they?
Then sis, okay, so sis, now then, if you know this is what your sister that you love, you do love her, right? Because she calling you this late, right?
I just told her to chill.
And you
Like,
want the best for her.
right.
Why you won't encourage her to stop fooling with this
Man,
dude?
please. Shit.
That's
Because I just
girls.
feel
That's what happened when you get girls when they have a sense of entitlement during the fucking stage.
okay, yeah, true. That's true.
Oh shit, that accountable word's coming up.
The fact that he is still like, they're still in communication with her, I say that's a strong man. That's all I'm saying. And I just telling my sister just to chill at this point.
He a fool in love.
That's the
I'm telling you,
manipulation.
man,
That
I'm
is a
telling you right
manipulation
now.
type thing. He's a strong man.
There's a fatal flaw with the way that God made man.
I'm with you on that one.
We don't have enough
Yeah.
blood to operate all the systems at the same time. So
Lord.
It's like Blueface, and it's not that bad, but
It sound like Blueface.
Nah,
All
it's
right,
it's
bad.
so
giving
hold
Blueface
up,
and
They
Christian
throw the
Rock.
rug over. It's bad.
hold up, Char.
Hold on.
Char, hold
Anything
up.
close to
Well, I'm
that
about to say
example
even being
is fucking
close to
horrible.
that.
It's fucking horrible. What do you
Right.
mean?
You don't
Who is
even want
that
to
bad?
mention
That
that.
is
That's too
horrible.
Let
much.
me
That
let
is
me get in
terrible.
real
She said
quick.
they throwing phones
That's
over the
terrible.
balcony. They phones,
Yeah, that
plural.
cost $1,000.
The
I was like,
plural.
what?
Fuck
I'm
that. Hey,
sorry.
that
I'm
is
just gonna keep it
terrible
a
with a
Because
buck.
like
U.
a phone
I
costs
got
Right.
a
$17 a
question for
month.
you, Charlex.
What's that?
Okay, so is this like your actual like biological sister?
This is my twin sister. We were born on the
I
same
know
day.
you lying, girl.
Okay,
Identical
so my
twins.
question
Pretty
my
privileged.
question is that we can analyze behavior and patterns, and if we follow what you've given us, what little info you've given us, I see that there's going to be an escalation. So do you want to have a conversation with your sister after a DV
Wait.
situation?
How old are
Or do you
you?
want to have a conversation with her and say, hey, like, pay attention to what you're doing, and this is not a good path for you. This isn't a good journey for you to go on. You know?
Sure,
Look at
how
the
old are you?
facts.
I'm 29.
And have you been in a long-term relationship?
I have.
What's the longest?
I would say 2.5 years.
Have you ever been in a DV relationship?
I have.
How long did that last?
Oh, okay. So actually, probably the same amount. 2.5 years.
Yep.
And how long in that 2.5 years was he
like violent?
Well, okay, now this is the question. In that DV relationship, were you violent against him as well?
No, not really. Like, it would be over small
Not
stuff.
really? Did you hit him?
Like a yeah or no. It's not a middle.
No, it's not like that. I wasn't like that. So, like, say if I ate his leftovers or some shit, I was like struggling. So, say if I ate his leftovers, he would literally like come over and like, you know, oh, you ate my food, and get mad. So,
Was it verbal abuse or you saying physical?
oh no, it was physical for sure.
Dang, bro, y'all getting real.
I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help
Hold
you
on.
eat.
No,
What you
I was only asking because I wanted to
I got the Kamehameha, like Yu-Gi-Oh shit.
I was only wanting to understand your experience in toxic relationships.
So
And
I stopped dealing with that. For sure. I wasn't gonna stay in that. But I was living with him, so I kind of felt like in a compromised position for sure. I was like in school, didn't have no money really, kind of sleeping on couches, you know.
So you
now
were
is
lying.
that is that a life that you would want for your sister?
No, not at all. But she knows her options and she chooses them because I really have a big house in which she could stay in. So
I'm just gonna tell you this, I'm not trying to say that your sister is dumb or anything like that, but some people get so stuck in their own situation that they can't see the simplest routes out. They can't find the exits that are glowing and flashing. They're not visible to them. So, it might do you and her a benefit to just vocalize it and put it out there and say, I know, but this is here. Like,
I
some
did tell
people
her,
just
I actually told her today, I was like, if you ever need anything, you could always come back home to XYZ. I told her the address basically, but it's an ego thing. A lot of people would like to freeload off of me, but they don't want to contribute to the household. They kind of think like, oh, she got it. She's been paying her bills and X, Y, and Z this whole time. So if I come to stay with her, she should be helping me, giving me a break. But they don't want to contribute, and that's where that fine line get crossed.
Can I just say this though?
Let me
I
ask you
think
something.
your
Let me ask you
message.
real quick. Why they gotta contribute? Why they gotta contribute?
Because it's like I also need help, but I don't ever ask for it. So if someone is giving you a significant, like you paying $1,200 for rent elsewhere, and you only have to pay $400, $400 to $500 a month, and you get your own bedroom and bathroom, that should be
Clap
a-okay.
back. Well, here's the thing though. If you already paying it by yourself, then how are you You saying you need some help, but you don't need no help because you paying it by yourself.
Yeah, off of my.
So you don't need no help.
See, that's why I don't like. That's what
No, hold on,
like
listen.
so family
If you
treatments.
paying it by
I feel
yourself,
like a whole man, and I get treated like I'm a man. I feel like a
Oh
whole
my
man out
or
here.
you
God.
Hey,
should feel
hold on,
like a
hold on,
whole,
hold on,
you
hold
should
on.
feel
I didn't.
whole, not homeless. You should feel whole, not homeless. Shit.
I
Right.
get it, but golly, I'm just
Look,
like,
don't
what
Now,
the
nobody
now
want
my
to
hell?
other thing
trade
is
places
how
with
you
y'all.
hold up. How you
I
feel like a whole
wish.
man by adulting? Like make that
Look,
make
hold on,
sense.
hold on, hold on,
Let
hold
me
on, hold
just
on.
tell
I
y'all,
will
I've
help
been
you make
out
that make
from
sense.
work for a whole month. I've been out of work. I've been home resting. I've been out of work since June 3rd. I haven't worked. So I'm literally just kind of thriving and surviving. And just because I don't show my low end or short end of the stick doesn't mean I
I
don't
feel
need
you.
it.
What you do? You doing like Uber Eats and you driving and
No,
everything?
I'm just at people think, oh, cause she's sitting at home chilling,
She
she
said,
don't
"Shh."
she don't need no
Sorry.
help. I haven't worked since like June 3rd, but I have $2,200 worth of mortgage. I have bills and lawyer fees and all kinds of stuff.
And you ain't worked
I
till
don't
June
know.
3rd. You must
I,
got a stash somewhere then if
I
you ain't, because
do, but
normally,
see, that
right.
doesn't matter. My stash just, that's what I'm saying. People that's what I'm saying. I need help too at the end.
let me
All
propose.
that
Hold on,
money.
hold on.
Realize that
Let
you
me
made
let me just.
yourself the topic, right? You made yourself the topic because
I know,
coming
right?
here telling us about your sister.
Oh
I
That
know
was
I'm
But I
trying
was
man.
gonna say
not.
this though, right? Hey, real quick, real quick.
I
Hey,
wish I
look.
had like, but honestly, see, like when I think about the men I'm saying I don't have no man trying to help me. I don't have none of that. I wish, it's kind of
Well, let me
hard.
tell you this. Let me tell you this.
But you're
Maybe here's a. Let
adulting.
me propose something to you. Maybe this is the direction that you might want to talk to your sister because you know as well as everybody else that just heard it that the message isn't, hey, if you ever need something, come over here because you know she needed right now. What it should have been is get your ass over here. You tripping, right? But you can't say that because of her pride. I get that. But maybe if you tweak it a little bit with, listen, I have not worked. You would be doing me a favor if you come by and do this
mutually
little
beneficial.
400. So now she's thinking, oh, you know what?
I need it.
Yeah. And then when you get her over there, now you can, hey, you ain't going back to that motherfucker.
She
You
gonna
see what
throw
I'm
her
saying? Like you
phone.
might have to maneuver this. This is a little bit of maneuvering that you might have to do as a sister. You get what I'm saying? Like maybe that might be the angle that you might approach it. And then that way you kind of are doing your due diligence in helping her, but you also helping yourself. Does that make sense?
True.
True. True.
That sex be good. That's what it
That
is.
back
Well,
blue.
but
True. I
that's
just
what
want
my
people to
that
carry.
Look
was
at
my point though,
real done
right?
got tired of saying
That
LeBron.
no, that's what I was saying, bro. Like because that's true. But what I'm saying is I had to deal with this with my sister. Now I didn't put hands on this dude. We didn't put him in the hospital. I didn't did all I can do, but without being incarcerated myself to get her away from this dude, right? And she still wanted to go back until I had to change the method. And when I changed the method, it put it more like, okay, you know, she was the one that was making the decision, even though I knew what I was doing by getting them. You get what I'm saying? So I just changed the method a little bit and it worked. That's all. I was just giving her the option. That's all. Because I do understand what you're saying, bro. They gonna do what they do at the end of the day. But at some point, we can't give up either if we really love them. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's kind of gives you that little, like, what I'm gonna do. Let's try this. And then when you ain't got nothing else to do, then you're gonna have to look at it like, hey, I tried everything and it didn't work. But if you haven't tried everything, then you still got work to do. That's just how I look at it. You get me?
Yeah, and I just
I'm
want to
trying to
add
put a
on to
little
that really
ump in
quick,
it.
cousin. You know, I get what you're saying, Rel, because I kind of follow a very similar mindset of I expect an equal rate of return. So if I'm going to give you my time, whatever that equals, money, shelter, provision, whatever, I expect you to give me your time in trying to fix your situation. You see what I mean? So I want an even exchange of our efforts here. But that being said, with your logic, where I get mixed with it is say I have your logic, right? And I'm driving and I see someone stand on the edge of a bridge. I pull over and I say, hey, what are you doing? You shouldn't do that. You have a lot to live for. And they say, hey, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And I say, all right, you're going to do what you're going to do. And I hop in my car and leave. There may be a handful of people that say, I'm fine. I didn't do anything wrong. But a majority of people are going to look at me and say, why didn't you just run out there and grab them off the edge? Because you saw that what they were going to do was going to end up with a bad result. And my point was that I view, you know, these toxic relationships, growing up watching my parents separated but both living in toxic relationships, it can be the same result as jumping off that bridge. And it's important that, you know, we weigh what you said. And it's also important too that we recognize some people may be willing to do what they're going to do, but they just need to be reassured and pulled away from that edge and being like, no, you don't actually really want that. So
Wash your hands with it.
I
Yeah. I do y'all hear us down in the comments? Y'all can't hear? Oh, Rail, mute and unmute. They can't.
You said you can't. What?
Yeah. Can y'all hear him now? He talking
yeah,
now.
and I just want to be clear, bro. I wasn't necessarily
TikTok hate
disagreeing with what you were saying.
Can y'all hear Rail
With
now?
what you were saying.
He said TikTok hate me, bro. Okay, somebody.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear his voice when he said that though. Yeah, you got to drop and come back. It's just something up with that box or something. I swear, there's a couple
Is it
people
my
that had to
box?
do that. Now, this time it ain't no echo though. It's just that you just gotta. It's just it be picking random people that you can't hear from in the chat.
Oh.
We can.
But when you were saying that, I totally 100% agree with you, and I think like he was saying, Print was saying, it's a matter of balancing out the two different things of, you know, yeah, you definitely need to, you know, intervene and say something, but at a certain point, a person gonna do what they gonna do, because like while my brother wasn't in an abusive relationship, he was a street pharmacist and he was doing well, but that because he was doing well, it was other people that, you know, wanted to take his life, to take his spot, you know, and so it's such a dangerous thing, and that's not how our family come up, but it was so many times where, and it was before he had children, where we were just talking to him and trying to tell him, you know, get off that, you know, stop doing that.
and he would go to prison, and we be there for him, putting money on his books and all of that. The second time, putting money on books and telling him you need to change your life, and oh, I'm gonna change my life. When I get out, I'm gonna get straight. And after that, the third time he went to prison, I ain't put a dime on his books. It was talking about he ain't have no soap, he ain't have no nothing, and let him hit rock bottom. You need to, because and then that along with having his first child, his firstborn son, that changed him. And so when he got his mind right, he'll change for on his own. There was nothing we could say, nothing we could do. It was when he felt it was time for him to get off the street, he did it. But nevertheless, I wasn't gonna turn my back on him and not tell him what was right for him, But what I said, it could have been like a seed sown that contributed to him getting off the street, but ultimately it was when he wanted to do it.
The thing
I'm gonna drop down really quick.
biggest enablers. Like he probably had people enable him his whole life for him to feel like he could do the things that he has done. Like for the people who are actually leading their family, you have no other option but to succeed. You can't have that option of, oh, I'm gonna try to get it right this time or next time. They know their stance in the family, because if he actually held up his stance and titles like brother, father, sibling, whatever profession he is, if he actually held himself to a certain standard, he wouldn't even had went to jail as many times as he did. And I feel like some people and families have the option to choose if they want to get comfortable, or there's ones that just rise above and you can't even go below that, or you're gonna he doesn't care about disappointment. That's what I'm saying. Like he doesn't care about judgment because if he actually cared, he wouldn't go to jail 3 times. He would actually just do better because he has no other choice. I just don't understand that from people. Like, why not do your best? Why not do the best option? Say if it was to help someone else and to help yourself. They don't want to do it because it's out of ego. A lot of the time it's out of ego. And I'm finding that very prevalent amongst my men that I date. I hate to say it, but it's kind of like that. They would have 4 or 5 baby mamas that can't do nothing for themselves, but they wouldn't choose a woman like me because I'm too, quote unquote, I would basically push them to be better. I'm quote unquote too masculine or something. So, hi. But now they're more in their roles.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna throw in, because you pointed to something, why don't people do the right thing for themselves? And I have a couple different ideas to run by you. I think that first we should recognize that there's tons of examples in literature throughout history of man talking and questioning himself as to why he does the things that he knows in his heart to be bad, and then he doesn't do the things that he knows in his heart to be good. I think that that's a common struggle. And if we want to analyze why that's a struggle, I would say that typically it takes a lot of strength to do the correct thing. And strength requires you to dig deep within yourself and hold true to the convictions that you've claimed. And it's much easier to not do the right thing. It's much easier for me, for instance, I can make it very personal. It's very easy for me to just go make a bag of popcorn before I go to bed and get a nice full belly and fall asleep happy and fat. I know that's the bad thing to do, but yet I do it. because at those moments I lack the strength to tell myself, nah, that's not what you want. I deny myself true love in the form of discipline by going back on what I know to be right. And I think that a lot of people suffer with that. And it's because we don't really give much thought as to, you know, why discipline is important. We know it's important, but we don't know why. And I just kind of hinted at it, is that I think that discipline is a form of love. It's the kind of love you give yourself. And cousin, I know he's probably tired of hearing me bring that up, but it's a valid point, you know. So why don't men do it? I think that men tend to do the right thing once they've established purpose for themselves. And maybe that's, I'm not going to say men as in all 100%, but I'm willing to bet that 80% of the men in the world, once they've figured out their purpose, then they figure out that in order to fulfill their purpose, they have to be operating at the best that they can. And that's when they push themselves. That's when they go and they work the long hours to make sure mama at home and kids at home don't go without anything. So we have in my opinion, our society suffering from men who don't understand how to figure out what purpose means for them. They don't have the tools to even analyze it properly. They're too oriented in their pleasure centers in their brain, their dopamine hits and oxytocin hits in their brain.
And that's what I'd be saying. I'm like, what really matters to men? Because they'll go chasing after a dollar bill like it's worth more than relationships, connection, love, and actually sustaining their family. Like, your purpose can't be solely behind a dollar bill. Like, it's just...
That's because at that point in time, in that moment, that's the only thing that is important. And then he has to get out of that mindset. You see what I'm saying? That's why I tell sisters, you're going to hurt yourself trying to understand why men do what they do. Real talk, because you just got to see them for what it... Oh, these niggas really...
I thought I was muted. I was talking to someone.
Be careful, mute.
I
We
thought I
don't
was
want to hear
muted.
an
I was talking to
accident.
someone else.
Man, Cisco got Too Fast, Too Furious going
Did
on
you
out
hear
there.
him?
Yeah, Kev, they got it jumping off on Finkel in Wyoming. They drifting in the street.
Go tell Dom we said what's up.
We see you, Kev.
Well, the things about pick-me's is that they're not getting picked either. So I just be like, what is up with y'all? Y'all kind of diluting the game down for nothing, and y'all making it harder for something
Yeah, what
that
is you
have
doing?
standards. Like, the pick-me's be getting ran through. I'm not gonna lie. And the pick-me's be... Yes.
Wait a minute, hold on. You trolling. You
I'm
trolling.
not.
I wouldn't have never said that, but it's true.
Yes, they talking about, oh, I be at home, but
Baby,
you have
stop.
Tyrone,
Baby,
Caron,
straight
and
facts.
Post Malone over there. Like, chill. Like, you're not. And it's just kind of weird because the women that actually have standards, men be like, oh, she's too difficult. Let me go for something easier. And they end up on child support. Like, stop. Like, you just fucked yourself with
That's why
that.
they're pygmies, because they're doing whatever they do so they can get.
But men
You
are
know,
logical. They be like, what is the risk
no,
versus
we're not.
reward? And
No, we're
y'all
not.
try to go
You
for what's
listening? Hold on. You
easier.
listening
We're
to?
not.
You're
We're not
listening
logical.
to? You're listening to TikTok conversations. You're
For real,
only
y'all better stop going for these pick me
No,
girls.
I'm talking to
Cause
you.
me?
Yes. When you just said men are logical, you're simply repeating what you heard on TikTok.
Okay, well, when I say that, I'm talking about, like, say if they want to go on a date. There's a movie theater date and there's like a $500 dinner date, right?
Another TikTok conversation.
Well, I'm talking about real life for me, right?
Ain't no $500 dinner date.
What? What is you talking
Yeah,
about?
what the hell you gonna eat? What the hell you gonna eat that's worth
Hold on.
$500?
You just said you struggling.
I'm not paying for the date.
Girl, bye. You trolling.
Let's just say you ain't. Well, what the hell you eating that costs $500?
You also just said
Well,
that
like
you
if
date
each
dudes with
drink
4
costs
baby mamas and
$20
stuff.
and both of y'all get 2 drinks, actually, if each drink costs $20 and you get a drink at the appetizer, you get a drink at the dinner, and you get a drink at the dessert. My drink already costs, what is that, 20, 40, 60, and his is 120. That's not even including the food. That's only drinks.
Why you drinking so damn much? You a lush or something?
It's a first
Wait,
date.
wait, wait.
But
But hold on,
I'm
hold on.
saying
I don't get it.
that's how I drink when I'm by
Do
myself. I
homeboys
drink
not
a
just
drink.
go and pick up a couple fat New Yorks and a bottle and some mixers and
Hey,
fucking
hold on,
have a
hold on.
conversation at home over and grill some food? Like,
I'm
you
Hey,
can
trying
spend
to
let her,
get
$80 and have a bomb
let
ass
her
time.
finish the point though. Let her finish what she was about to get to. So you go on this 500 date. Like, what's the difference? What were you about to say with this before because we about to dismantle this whole thing. And I see it coming. But I
Really?
want to make sure that we on the right page. Like, what was your point by saying this? Like, what?
My point
So finish it. Yeah, go
is
ahead, finish.
okay. So my point is, I'm not even trying to talk bad about the pick-me's. It's panderers too, right? So the guy that would probably pay for a $500 date, he's a panderer. Like I actually don't. His
Shut up.
personality is revolved around his money. Like it's like P. Diddy, like Trey Songz. Like his personality is trash. He has to pay for women's company. But the guy that I
That's a
actually go,
simp.
yeah, the guy that you could go to a movie day and probably spend no more than $40. It's a guy that's actually worth the time because they don't have their money um to what is it, take advantage of their I don't know. So men make up the difference. But anyways,
So you be
the pick
finessing dudes?
but I'm saying the pygmies will go for yeah, you could come over to my house and like they don't even go for a date at all. They have like no standard. They are happy that a guy is giving them the time and attention, and you're feeding that guy's ego. Like I've been to, like if you just constantly feed a guy's ego and that woman just hush mouth, and I'm looking at the girl and that guy is kind of asshole, like that's a pick me. All of Nick Cannon's baby mamas are pick me's. Just anybody who fuck with Drake, that's a pick me. But someone who fuck with Kendrick Lamar, that's not a pick me. That's someone that he actually values. But
Preach. That's
you
the most
know,
sense I heard all night.
is different types.
What
Like
did
and
she
the
say that
women.
you said what made sense?
They
Yeah,
not like
but
us. They not like us.
Kendrick against Drake is like a lion on a gazelle.
Right. I can't believe y'all act. Never mind.
But
Hey,
just think of, let me try to think of someone else. That's in the opposite sense. Okay, Russell Wilson and Future. The girls who talk
What
to
are we
Not them
talking
again.
about?
bro, we just talked about their asses.
Hey, really quick, I'm
I'm
going to interrupt
saying.
everybody. Everybody, really quick, I'm interrupting because I need to do a little mod break right now. We're sitting at 100K likes. Let's get that up to 110,000. We got 60 people in here. It shouldn't take very long to get that up there. If you love what you're hearing, tap the screen. If you hate what you're hearing, tap the screen. If you agree, disagree, tap the screen. We can't see Kev's face in there usually. If I see his face in there, I say if you hate him, go ahead and punch his little face, but it's hidden right now. So feel free to gift Kevin. He's working hard. He's trying to get us laughing and learning in here. Feel free to gift anybody on the panel. Also, let's hit that share button in the bottom right-hand corner. It's an arrow. Tap that. Screen pulls up, a bunch of little heads and circles. Tap 15 of them. Hit send again. Let's throw some FYPs in the comments here, and we can continue on. Rel, you were next. Oh, by the way, I'm dropping down. Have a good night. Everybody be blessed.
Man, look here, bro.
All right, my brother.
I need to know because there's so many damn different definitions of pick-me's and simps and god doggone stuff. Bro, y'all gotta break it down to me, man, because when y'all be using these
What's that say
terms,
good night to the wrong person?
when y'all be using these terms, bro, I really be trying to figure out, bro, who exactly y'all are talking about, man. Cause so now pick me's and simps are people that got money.
Well, it depends. It's not based off of money. It's based off of where you lack and where you try to make up for your downfalls.
So that's one version of a pick me. I mean, that's one version of a simp or whatever. So I guess the next version of a simp is a dude that agree with women.
No, that's not a simp.
I'm asking anybody.
I would say a simp is like, tell me what you want to hear so I could.
Just so I can fuck.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's
You already
clarify.
know the song.
That's
So listen.
weird.
A simp is somebody who is giving a woman whatever she wants to get with her, but she's not getting with him. That is what a simp is. So it is not because he's not getting it. That's the point. So he ain't fucking. He's trying to, but he will buy her all these things, and she will use him and not give him what he wants. That's a simp.
Okay, that
Cause
could
it
be
be
a
that's
simp.
that nigga who fall, and he the one who fall for it every time.
But
He
I'm
fell
not
for
saying that.
it again.
Right. So
He
I'm
anything
saying
fell
else,
it
for
could be two
it
types of
again.
simps.
no. Anything else is not a simp. It is no other.
Because like
It's
so
two
many
types of
people,
Word
simps.
wrong.
so
They
many
use the
folks
word wrong.
use simp and panderers and pick me's, and bro,
Right.
from my understanding, just hearing everybody, because bro, I don't too much use them terms, bro, at all.
Right.
I don't get down with all that, but I'm just saying when I hear it, I swear it'd be different definitions of it or something like that. So I'm just like, well, goddamn.
And that's
What
the
the
thing,
hell?
right? Now, if you are now a
What
sucker,
is a simp woman? That's why I'm trying to hear.
so what I'm
What the
saying,
fuck?
so now if you just a sucker
He
though,
said, "What a."
that's now just somebody who is just getting played. That's just a
Yeah,
sucker. But he might be still getting
Simp
some.
woman.
He might be still doing whatever. But a simp is specifically she is not returning his affection. That would be a simp. You are
What's a simp
continuing
woman?
to
A
pour
swimp?
into. I'm saying you continuing to pour into this woman, but she's not giving you anything in return. That's simping. But if you are like, let's say you just leading with your money, right? So you a sugar daddy. You know what I mean? But she's still giving you some. She's still doing this. She's still going out.
That could
Okay,
still be
you
a
just a
simp.
sucker. But that's not simping because he's getting what he wants. See, when the thing is that what makes it a simp, if you really want to go to the real definition, I'm now saying, if that means that he's not getting what he wants, but he continues to try to buy her, to try to get what he wants, but he's never getting what he wants. That is what would make it a simp. But I
That's
think
evil.
people are using the definition wrong because they're
No, a
just
simp
trying to use
when
it.
they don't have no morals
Yeah, see,
behind.
that's the
Like,
suckers get licked.
Right.
Got it.
like you have to have a moral compass when you're dealing with someone. That's like if a woman is doing OnlyFans, right? She is getting her bills paid. She's driving the car she wants, but that girl is a simp because it's just like she's compromising her morals for what she needs.
But see,
Like,
her morals might not be
because
your
she
morals. That's subjective.
wants other things.
But morals are subjective. We all got different morals, so that's why
Look,
you can't have a
I know what
universal
moral
reason.
compass is, and that is
But what I'm saying is that might be we might all agree with you, right? But still, there are some people who morally that's not a problem. So what I'm saying is, if we're going to give a universal meaning, that's why I said usually when people
all right.
we
Well,
all make
then I see you dating an OnlyFans girl who is like, on that platform.
right.
You probably actually pay for them. I think,
You know,
Are you talking to me?
no.
yes,
Oh, okay. All right. So you
but I
obviously
don't
know
think
who I am, but
you.
it's cool.
I
Look,
def
I'm not even about to address that. That was ridiculous. But the point is this.
because we know you do. You have
Because
to
first of all,
talking like that.
I'm engaged. My life is I'm on a whole nother level. What you talking about? What I'm
I
telling you,
know because
what
you
I'm
can pay for
telling
it.
you, what I'm
If
telling
you
you
can pay
is
for
the
pussy,
correct meaning.
why
That's it.
trip? If you
I'm
could
telling
get
you
what
the
you
correct
want,
meaning.
but you have no
You can take
morals,
it or
like you
leave it.
have
I have no
no
morals.
moral
I'm not even talking
compass.
about me. You the one that's getting personal. I'm not even giving you my opinion. I'm
I
giving you the
don't have
definition.
I don't
Period.
have to get
So it
personal to
doesn't
know that
matter
you
what you
paid for
think.
pussy.
I'm giving you the fact. You can take it or you can leave it, one way or the other. It makes no difference. But what it is, I'm not giving you my life. I'm not giving you my opinion. You don't
But
know
I
what
don't
my
have
moral
to
code
have.
is. You don't know who I am, obviously. Because if
But
you
it
did,
seems
you
like
would
you
have
paid for
never made
pussy.
a dumbass comment like that. But we gonna let it go. Because all I'm saying is this.
I'll
That
let it
is
go.
the meaning of simp. Now, if you have another meaning for yourself, that's fine, and we'll take that. But don't sit up here and try to go personal attacks and all that other shit. It don't
It's not
work on me.
personal unless
Try
you take
again,
it.
boo. Do that with somebody else because we're not going to do that here. Now, that being said, we will move on. Somebody else, if y'all want to talk, please do. I'm going to go ahead and yield.
I'm just saying what it sound like. Who's your number one girl on OnlyFans? I might need to follow her.
What the fuck? Yo, I don't even understand what that just turned into. It ain't that crucial. I mean, uh, but no, I'm just really just trying to figure it out. So that shit is crazy, man.
Warlock, I'm just chilling. I'm not even. You say you's gonna come up here, but you in the comments. I didn't say too much, but I'm just going off of perspective, and I'm just going off of what I'm hearing, and with what I hear, I could make valid assumptions, and if you get offended by the valid assumptions, I'm only led to believe that they're true.
The assumption that you think that he messed with OnlyFans girls?
That's not even a problem. Like if he did, I'm not saying it's a problem if he did.
Yeah, Like, well, shit, we ain't even on that, but all right. No, I just wanted to know because I mean, so many folks use the term simps and all this other stuff. Panderers, god doggone pick me, which is all just basically insults for
It's
whatever
not
reason.
insults, but it is coming up with a definitive way to characterize someone, and they're, you know, it makes it simple.
Okay.
Especially if you're not being direct and they'll get offended by the stuff that you say. Like if anybody, it's just like if the shoe fits, that's what I'm saying.
$500 dates. Who the hell is spending that?
The people that date me, some spend 5, some spend 50.
The first damn date.
Yeah.
So you don't mess with dudes or nothing like that. You just sit up there and get what you want off of.
No, it's I have to get to know them in a way like over the phone. We have to be in communication for a while for me to feel comfortable to actually go on that date. So after that, then I'll go on a date. And some of them are very fancy and some of them are just very chill. It's almost like whenever I look at proposal videos, like of men proposing to women, I could tell who runs the relationship based off the proposal. So I critically analyze proposal videos. So it's like I don't want to say too much unless I have a video to go off of, but the guy that does the most in the proposal has more to prove, right? And the guy that does something very intimate and they know their woman and they kind of like make it special, they're kind of critically thinking. But if they're like overdoing it, like what Kanye did, sometimes men just operate out of ego. I base men on their actions. I don't base them off of the money they have or the things that they obtain in this life because I date all kinds of men. Like I'll date a surgeon and I'll date a carpenter. And I actually like the carpenter much more than the surgeon. That's me. Because they don't have things to hide behind. Same thing with I'm not going to even say money, very religious people. So I've seen a lot of narcissistic men hide behind religion, and they base their whole personality based upon something that they don't live. Like the preacher and the preacher's wife, and especially his daughter. The daughter be the biggest hoe of the town. But yeah, men hide behind religion, men hide behind money, their whole moral compass. I see through all of that. Who are you as a person? Take away all those titles. I see you as a person and how you interact with your highest loved one. And whoever you love the most, that's essentially your God. Whether that's your child, that's who you live for. Whether that's your spouse, that's who you live for. But you have to create a purpose while you're on this earth. And it has to be kind of outside of you to validate your existence at the same time. Because if it's all based upon you and your ways of being, that kind of makes that person a full-blown narcissist. You do have to be somewhat validated.
Okay, look, I've been listening to.
Hold on, well, I want to give everybody get their intro. Welcome to the panel, Warlock. What's happening? I see Neo. I see the clapback man. Welcome up. We're gonna go Warlock.
More than enough. We heard you.
We're gonna go down to the end. All right, go ahead.
Who's saying go ahead too?
To you.
All right. Let me say this. I don't know whether or not she's trolling. I don't know if she's joking or not. I don't really give a shit because I'm gonna make my point this way. I get a whole lot of flack from the fellas when I tell them my goddamn execution of dating. And when I start talking about motherfuckers need to start going Dutch until you figure out whether or not you really want this woman or she figure out that she wants your ass. And this is part of the reason fucking why. Y'all want to go out there and spend $300, $400, $500 on a date? And I know, Clapback, you going to want to get back to that $500 date thing. But this is the reason why I said go Dutch until you fucking figure it out. Why? Because it has been a societal norm that we as men supposed to pay for the fucking first date and all that. But we not dealing with the fucking same type of fucking women. We not. Them motherfuckers will go out with your ass for 2.5, 5 months, 6 months to a year and have no intentions on fucking dating you. Why? Because they don't have to put out no money for the fucking food.
Are we talking
They don't
about
have to put out no money for the
Depends on the
time.
caliber of women you're dating.
Darlax, you were speaking for 20 minutes there.
Talk to a guy that
Darlax, you were
puts
speaking
on
for
her.
20 minutes. Nope, it's my turn now. This is the reason why I said, fellas, look, we have to grow up. We have to get beat up. We have to earn our shit. And then we're going to go out there and just all willy-nilly keep spending it on fucking people that may not even have a fucking interest in your ass. And 8 times out of 10, 7 times out of 10, you ain't even getting no head. But you want to keep spending your fucking money. If that's the way you want to roll, that's how you want to spend the money that you had to grow up and earn. Have fun with that shit.
You know,
like I said, I have no fight in this daggone game. I don't. But fellas, you want to keep doing that shit, have fun with that shit. Keep leading with your fucking pockets, trying to prove to somebody that probably don't even want your ass that you can provide for them. The more that you fucking provide, the less you're going to fucking get from a woman that is the way that Charlotte says.
Let me just say this.
Man, watch this shit. Watch what the response be. Watch. Go ahead. Since you wanted to keep talking.
I don't think you're dealing with women that actually have a moral compass to deal with someone based off of what they can receive, right? I think those are OnlyFans girls where it's like an equal
What the hell is
exchange.
that? You got a fetish for
It's
OF
like
girls?
that would
Hold
be
on. Let
more
me answer a
so.
question because you
That'll
keep
be
talking
more
about this
so.
OnlyFans. You
That's
keep talking
more
about the
so
OnlyFans.
prostitution. If you want to see, you want to put your money where your mouth is, then go to Bissonnette in Houston, Texas. You don't go
Scarlex, let me ask you a question.
to.
Scarlex, let me ask you a question because you keep bringing up OnlyFans and you talk about moral compass. Now, moral compass.
Actually dealing with
Hold on.
someone
Let me
that.
ask you a question. When you talk about moral compass, who determines what morally is right and morally is wrong?
So if you're doing something and
No,
getting
no. Understand my question. I'm saying, who determines before you get to doing something? Who is it that determines whether something is morally right, morally wrong?
if you're sacrificing.
Ma'am, no. Don't go to what you're doing. My question is, before
Okay.
you do it, before you make the decision to do it, who determines what is morally right and morally wrong? It's
The
not, don't
person.
go to the action.
So
Okay,
the
the person.
person who is doing the action.
Okay, so if you have, because you talk about moral compass and you're saying that we need to find women that have certain morals. If I determine that what I'm doing is morally right and it goes against your morals, but you're saying I'm wrong, and you said it's the person who determines what's morally right and morally wrong, how then can you sit here and say that men are not choosing women who have morals? What you're doing is putting your morality on everyone else and saying your morality is superior because of the choices men are making in whatever woman they're choosing.
It depends. Do you have a baby mama?
It doesn't matter. Your moral
If
standard,
so,
your moral standard cannot usurp someone else's moral standard if you just said the person chooses what's
it just
morally right.
depends. Okay, so it just depends on the choices someone makes in their lifetime, right? So I would say I'm more morally sane than a person who has 3 different baby mothers and baby daddies and can't sustain the responsibilities that they caused on themselves.
Okay,
I
and I'm
would.
not going to disagree with that, but what I'm saying is that morals are based upon information that a person has, and you never understand, you may never know why a person made a choice or a decision and have a rubric for their morals, but for you to say you're more morally right than someone else shows your hubris and the thought process of yourself when you try to come at cousins about OnlyFans and try to throw that rock. Because most
Okay,
of us
well,
would
let
say, hold
me.
on, most of us would say you have no morals for attacking a man who did not attack you, that you don't know anything about.
So I don't. Okay, so the thing is that I could go based off upon my life situations outside of OnlyFans. I'm not the type of person that could be manipulated by fear, right? As an unvaccinated person, that you know what happened in 2020? It was the government trying to control the whole population based upon fear. And the most person that could be controlled and easily manipulated is a person that is driven by fear. And
Well, you're driven by fear because
that goes to that goes to Stockholm syndrome, that goes to finances, that goes to a whole bunch of things. As a person that is not easily influenced by others and other people's actions, you
you showed your fear, and most people would say you're immoral because about an hour ago you talked about your fear because you don't have a job and you need a man or someone to come in and help you.
I do have a job.
That is a fear. That is, well, whatever you said, that is a fear, and you need someone to help you. And most people morally would say, why do you, most people would say, why is you
as a beautiful grown black woman is looking for someone to make up the difference for you, and you don't go out and do what you need to do to take care of yourself. I think
But
most people here
the
would
thing is,
say,
I'm gonna do that regardless,
yeah, but
right?
you asked for help. You sat here and was vulnerable.
Closed
You
mouth don't get
exposed you
fed.
needed help. Hold on, dear. Clapback is back. Listen to Listen to You got up here and exposed the fact
Look, okay,
that you are
I get
insufficient
it.
right now,
I'm gonna be a
that you need
man.
help.
I'm gonna hold that shit in like I always do. My bad.
See, now you're deflecting because everybody heard you. That you
Yeah,
need help.
because you know, I
And
think
you're upset.
honestly, it's
You're
a
doing a lot of
point.
talking, but you're not listening.
Okay.
You said you need help, and you even alluded to the fact that those that should help you are not helping you, and you need to find a way basically to get them to help you. Does anybody think that is a moral thing to do when she is well able, capable of, like Crown said, are you doing Uber? Because you can be doing Uber right now instead of talking to us.
Honestly, I am very blessed and I am not complaining at all. So I have no words on that. So that's why I usually most of the time don't say, like, I don't speak on my problems because I get these kind of conversations. Most of the time I do just shut the hell up, you know? It's fine.
You contradict yourself in a live all at one time. Like this is the stuff we be talking about, man. This is the shit we be talking
It's no
about.
problem. Like, it's okay to.
What they say, 6'4"?
It's
You let
okay
somebody
to
talk long
expose
enough.
your. But I'm saying
Yeah,
it's okay
right.
to.
Like that ain't have to say shit. Yeah, I
The
mean
thing
shit.
is, I don't have
What
no
she said
ego.
earlier was cool.
You don't
The
have to
thing
buy a
is,
drink
you
because
don't
you
have
drunk
to
on
have.
yourself.
A woman like myself don't have to have ego. I don't have no embarrassment on saying my situation. I don't care if a man tell
And
me
that was
just
another contradiction.
figure it out. Like, whatever y'all say on this panel, at the end of the day, I'ma still do what I have to do for myself and
Well, that's
my
whatever
people.
they
So
say. I don't too much rock.
so
I don't got
the
like no
thing is,
friends on this app. It's whatever
it
they say.
doesn't matter. I'm just taking an input. And like for a man to say, oh, well, why did you even.
4, 6, 7.
So for like, I don't know, the clapback guy, it just shows that you
Respect my
wouldn't.
name. Clapback guy is the clapback man. Put some respect on my name.
Well, the end is kind of cut off, so it just says clap back. First of all, I don't think a man needs to be clapping anyway. To what? That's like something a female would say, clap back. Like, what is you doing with your name in the first place? So
Hey,
why are you clapping back at anything? Like, what are you,
is.
like, I'm not even trying to say too much, but clapping back, just who does that? A gay man? Oh, sorry. I have never seen a man actually clap back. And if he did actually clap back, you might as well just snap. Just chill on the
I told
name.
y'all I'm sassy. I'm sassy. I told y'all. I knew it was coming.
It's giving sassy.
It's giving.
It's sassy.
Y'all
But
gotta
you
stop
should
doing
probably.
this, bro. God dang. Stop this. Stop.
I
Stop.
won't.
Damn, man.
Hey, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna
Where's
shut
Kev
the hell
at?
up.
Where's Kev? Because it's kind of getting crazy.
I'm gonna be convicted of holding stock in OF in a minute. But I'm gonna say this.
It's Kevin.
Fellas, y'all heard my first part, so I'm gonna end it on this part. I'm going back to some shit that maybe a couple of y'all may not remember. Belle Biv DeVoe, big booty and a smile, and I'm gonna add a soft voice in there. Fellas, don't get taken in, don't get sucked in like a damn whirlpool. It's not always what it seems. That's all I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Real talk though, y'all like, man, it's like it ain't even all that crucial, bro. Y'all get too doggone deep on here. I swear y'all do. Y'all get too deep, bro. I've been watching y'all for a minute. Y'all all get too deep, bro. It ain't that crucial. It's a conversation.
Really a conversation.
Anyway, man. Yeah. Yeah, boy, y'all be tripping up on
Hey, Rel, let me tell you why it's deep.
Nah,
I'm
it
gonna tell you
ain't. Nah,
exactly why it's
you
good.
ain't got to tell me, school. It's all good. Like I said,
No,
bro.
no, because you don't understand where I come from.
No, I'm
There,
not talking about.
even though it's 6 o'clock in the morning, right? You got little kids on here listening to shit. This is my angle that I come from. All right. I don't worry about the fucking adults because they made up their mind what the fuck they want to do already. But you got little kids on here listening to this shit. They envelop this shit into their minds. They on here listening to the bullshit that a lot of people spew, and they try to incorporate that shit into their mind. And now we're gonna have another fucked up generation.
But that's the thing. We're all dwelling in it. So I mean, you a part of that bullshit too. You know what I'm talking about? So
how you figure?
Because of the simple fact that you say it's kids on here watching the stuff, bro. So I mean, but you on here talking about it too, though. You know what I'm talking about? Shit, just like I am. I'm just saying, man, it ain't that fucking deep. Y'all get way too deep when y'all having these convos, and y'all don't even know each other, bro. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Like I said, bro, I'm talking with them. I'm not talking to them. Like I tell people, and you see, this is what you don't know. My daughter be on this damn app stalking me sometimes, right?
Right.
She comes to me that I don't even know that she fucking here. I got my boys that are sophomores in high school. I got 9 and 10-year-olds that's on this motherfucker because most people don't even put the 18-year-old what's name on their lives.
Yeah.
And they hearing this crap. You remember the bear and the man thing? You remember that thing that was on here for a while?
Man, say, yeah, I heard
All
that.
right. So I'm not going to get into it, but I'm going to tell it to you like this. I was at a fucking high school, and they was talking about that crap, and the little boys in that month coming up to me after the daggone thing in the auditorium talking about, Coach, what the hell are we doing wrong, man? I don't know what the hell I'm doing wrong. Why they think like that? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So you say it's not that deep, but I deal with this shit on a regular basis, my dude.
Yeah, me too, bro.
You get what I'm saying?
I teach at a high school. I mean, but I don't. Matter of fact, no, I do not deal with that because as soon as they try to come up with it, only thing I can sit up there and say is, "Hey, bro, worry about your books. Worry about your damn books." I'm really simple when it comes to this TikTok crap, bro. Like I said, I remember when this shit used to just be fun. Now y'all done made it all doggone political and everything like that, bro. It should be weird as hell to me sometimes. But I mean, bro, y'all do what y'all do, bro. Y'all adults, shit.
Well, let me ask you, brother. I hear what you're saying, but here's my question. If we come to TikTok for conversations and we're being open and what I'm saying though is whether they come for whatever, I'm saying is that if a conversation is being had, we can't have a real conversation without digging deep into the real issues because that's a conversation.
But
we're not on
here.
Some
folks dig deep. Y'all dig deep.
That's what I'm saying. You can't have a conversation without going deep because if you're dealing with real issues or are we on here just to shoot the breeze? Hey, how you doing? I went to McDonald's yesterday, this and that. No, we're here to have conversations. People bring situations, circumstances, real life issues. And if we get deep into the root cause analysis behind it, because hopefully we can help the person who has the question or maybe someone listening, it has to go into a deep vein to discover how we can get out of it.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. No, I get that. I get that part. But when I hear certain ones talk, I hear them talking just to talk, not to actually sit up there and really teach. And it got to the point to where some people, what do y'all call it, doxing or something like that, to where y'all want to dig so deep to where y'all trying to mess with people's lives.
But those digging deep is what brings the conversation.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when y'all really sitting up there messing with people's lives.
Oh, no, I don't do that shit.
Yeah, we don't do that. I agree with you saying.
That's stupid shit.
Yeah, that's wrong. But I'm saying when you do get into these deep conversations, even if someone comes up and is doing something nefarious, it opens up a window and a door to talk about a serious conversation that we all have seen, heard, or dealt with, and start getting different opinions. Because what I was going to say, when you go back to this thing about when she started talking about OnlyFans and tried to go at cousins.
Yeah, no,
that things that we all have to understand. No, I'm glad she brought that up, though. And here's why I'm glad she brought it up. This is my opinion. We as men need to understand this. We all pay. If you decide to not be single and you want to deal with a woman, See, we make it all about money, but you're paying something, whether it's your time, your resources, your protection, your money. You're paying something to get that attention from that woman. Now, Cousins gave a great explanation of what a simp is, and that is only what a simp is. A person who gives his time, resources, whatever he's getting, but he's getting nothing in return. The problem is in TikTok society, in the society in which we live in, we have women who are comfortable enough to disrespect men that says, your time is not as valuable as mine. You have to give me a $500 dinner date because I'm giving you my time. Which
Because
says to the
what y'all
man,
want to get in
you're saying to the
return
man, your time
is
is
so
not
minimal
important
respect.
because you get to sit across the table from me, so you need to pay for that. But the man gets nothing in return. And that's the man's fault. It's not the woman's fault. That's the man's fault. Because if you as a man don't know your value and you enter into the dating market and you let someone continue to take advantage of you, I tell women, keep taking advantage of him because he needs to be taken advantage of so he can wake up. So I'm not blaming women for that. And I think too many times on the blame game, we go too far in blaming one gender. And the fact of the matter is that people only do to you what you allow them to do to you. Period.
Yeah, that's it. It's the blaming stuff and all the other crap, bro. Just be a good fucking human being and call it a day, bro. Life is simple. Somebody said life wasn't, but it's for me it's simple as hell. For me it's simple, man. I feel like it is.
I'm here as men and we talk about being providers. Now think about this. We sit around here as men, and I'm one of them. We sit around here and talk about being providers and protectors, right? But then when providing, some part of that providing is in your wallet. So don't sit up here and have 12-hour lives about providing, but then when you leave with your money, your car, where you live, what you got, your jewelry, and then she wants a piece of that, now you got a problem with it. So I'm just saying for all of us, we need to stop and think for a moment. If we're trying to get a message out, how do we best get this message out to be not imbalanced? Because you can't sit up here and say, I'm a provider and don't provide. Now, on the flip side, you have to be willing to live within the means that I have. And it shows your moral character when you say a man who makes $50,000 a year is not good enough for you. A bus driver is not good enough for you. A Uber driver is not good enough for you. Now you have devalued a man to only his dollar amount and his ability to provide. But what about the mental provision he gives you? What about the safety he provides to you? What about the conversation he provides, the direction? All of those things, are those not important? But if men keep talking about their wallets and then get mad when the women say, give me your money, that's not on their part. That's on us. We did that. So we need to correct it.
Right. So you're right on, bro.
I definitely agree with you on that. I honestly would like to see the things that you say come to fruition, because I think women valuing how much a man spends to equivalent to how much he cares about you is kind of weird. Same thing vice versa to how much, like Cassie, like that girl was not valued as a woman. So like when you kind of let go of those things just because the situation benefits outside more than what you could give yourself is kind of crazy. As a woman who gives everything to herself and had mentioned just slightly some of the things I'm going through, you, Mr. Clapback, told me to shut the fuck up and handle it.
I never said those words to you, ma'am. I never said shut the fuck up. I never said that to you.
You might as well.
No, I didn't say. See how if people came into the room right now and heard you say that, they would assume that I actually said that to you. That has ramifications. I didn't disrespect you. I didn't cuss at you. What I said was, you brought your business to TikTok. You talked about your need for help, the struggle you were going through, and you wish someone would help you.
But I'm not, like, the thing is that
Wait. How did you mischaracterize what Clapback said though? Like, how did you get that wrong? Like, you heard what came out of his mouth, yet you were unable to regurgitate it back verbatim. What is up with that? Like, why would you recite? No, not what it sounds like, but what it is. What did he really say?
What's
You
the
see,
real advice?
what I don't understand is that if somebody tell you something, you would hear beyond what they saying to what you think they're implying. You're hearing implications, not what the person is saying.
Yeah, I'm about
And
to
then you say that's
go
what
in circles, and I think Neo trying to say something.
what you thought he was implying. Because if you stick to what he said, then you have no argument.
Okay, which was you the one who brought your situation to TikTok.
He didn't say so. He didn't tell you to shut the fuck up. No. Deal with these words. Clapback never said the words. Hold on, wait, baby. Clapback never said the words to you. Shut the fuck up. Can you agree? Hold on, wait. Can you agree? Okay, so why would you say that? That's lying on him. That makes you a liar.
Well,
You basically said that's what he basically said. He didn't say that.
okay, let me just go ahead and break it down then.
There ain't nothing to break down. You lied. You got to apologize to Clapback for lying to it, or lying on even to this audience, because, like you said, that's detrimental. No one lie on you. That would be bold if someone mischaracterized something you said. Are women capable of saying or having dialogue without being disingenuous and lying and mischaracterizing?
Sometimes I'm very straightforward. I don't beat around the bush when it comes to.
Okay, well, don't beat around the bush with the apology.
Yeah, just I mean, it's an apology. It ain't hard. Sorry, Clapback.
Yeah, I don't beat around the bush at all. If that's not what he meant,
that's what you're doing right now.
That's not what we said. Clapback did not say shut the fuck up. Could you apologize to Clapback for saying Clapback? I apologize for saying you said shut the fuck up.
When it comes to me saying anything, he was basically saying, well, you the one who said you needed help. Well, you the one who said what you needed.
We're not gonna get an apology.
Let me ask you this question. Charlex, I want you to tell me one thing I said that you didn't say.
So
I only repeated what you said.
But the thing is that I kind of hear where this is going. Okay, so you're saying
no, it's
you
not
didn't
going
say
anywhere.
these
My
things,
question to you
right?
here,
I agree. You didn't say these things.
No, I know.
But you could say something metaphorically without saying it.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. But my question to you,
but that's what y'all like to do.
If we were doing that, we would have told you we're speaking in metaphors doing this live.
Let me answer this 6'4". Let me ask you this 6'4". So, I mean, let me answer this. So, Miss Charlax, you don't know if I was talking metaphorically. You don't know if I was talking whatever way. Instead of asking me, you made an assumption, but I just asked you, give me one thing that I regurgitated that you first didn't say. Because the beginning of the conversation, hold on, when I first started talking, I correlated because I wanted to know why you felt the need to attack cousins. And I only brought up the words and the things that you said yourself.
Okay, I attack cousin is because it's like you want a woman with morals, but you pay for a woman without morals.
How do you know that? Do you know him personally?
No, with what he was saying, I said you seem like the exact same type of dude that would.
So wait a minute, I want you to know what you did, because words.
It's almost like the Kendrick Lamar and Drake conversation with their stance in their rap music.
I know you're beautiful and you're used to getting your way. Charlotte, I know that you're beautiful and you're used to getting your way, but this is important because what you just said, you said something seems like. You don't know this man. You took something that seems like, wait a minute, hold on. We're on an app.
I don't have to know someone.
Ma'am, can someone else talk besides you?
In order to make a judgment on someone.
Moderator, can y'all mute her? Because she
Hold on. Look, I don't want to mute everybody. I'm trying to keep it going. I'm trying to keep it cool. You know, I didn't even address the conversation because it's ridiculous to me. Because you have no idea who I am, obviously. So I let it go. I'm not gonna argue with you. You did not say I seem. You tried to tell me what I was, and that's the reason why I stopped talking to you. Okay, because I'm not gonna argue with a woman on this panel. I'm not gonna argue with a woman. Period. So the only person that I might give an argument to is my fiance. So that is the only person that gets my attention in that regard. So I just let you go with it. But now you just sat up here and said that, oh, I'm just making an exception. No, you tried to throw an insult. That's what you tried to do. But it's cool. We're going to let it go. I'm just saying, that's the reason why I have not said anything for the last 40 minutes, right? I'm letting it go. But I appreciate you, and that's what I'm saying. Now, here we are, and you're trying to backtrack, but it's an easy conversation. Just say, all right, my bad, I apologize, cool. But you can't do that. But
no, because it's just an assumption. If I'm wrong or right, if the shoe fits or if it doesn't, you know, you go based upon that. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, but see, we're having a conversation, but I want women to understand this. This is why I brought it up. Let me tell y'all why I brought it up. I don't think most women understand when you frivolously make a comment of fact about something that seems about a black man, or about a man in general. Hold on, dear. I need you to hear
now
me,
you're
please.
a victim, but you started to come back at me.
Can I please finish my statement? Can I finish my statement?
Go ahead.
A lot of women don't understand when you take words that seem like, and then you make a statement that is fact because the way you said it was fact, as though you knew him. Now, there's people on this app. I'm sure this brother cares about his reputation and image. We don't know who's on this app that knows him, that could work with him, that knows his family, knows ... You don't know if one of his fiance's friends or family members are listening.
Okay.
That potentially could create an issue in a relationship because you were reckless with words, because words get into your spirit. And some people may wonder, well, is he buying OnlyFans chicks, but he's engaged? What kind of man is this? Now, if he has a live where he's trying to help the community, now he comes into question of his character because of something you said that seems like, and you don't care that what seems like could potentially mark a man or a human being.
My words have bearing just as much as his, right?
He didn't say nothing though.
Y'all, if there's nothing to defend, then like you could leave it alone.
There is something to defend: reputation.
No,
Words,
that's what I'm
words
saying.
have power and meaning that evidently
But
a lot
I
of
can't
people
deal
don't
with the
realize.
victim mindset right now because I vividly believe that
Bro,
y'all started to attack me, and I just what's Mr. Clapback? Y'all said, hold on, let me get her real quick, let me get her. But it's kind of like.
But it's interesting. She
But
just said,
even Mr.
y'all got
Warlock,
victim mentality, but then
Mr.
said, y'all
Warlock, even
attacking
before
me.
he come up
Notice
on
the
here,
switch up, y'all.
he was like, oh, you don't want me to come up there.
I told y'all.
You don't want me to come up there. So that's what I'm saying. Even you, Mr. Warlock, you was in that defense standpoint whenever you came up on here. The only person that kind of been
Because you
somewhat
was
neutral
contradicting the heck out of
is
yourself.
Rel. Everyone else kind of like, everyone else was
Neo.
very much so.
Let's let Neo talk. Let's let Neo talk because I want to hear how she got us.
I'm gonna mute up.
I want to hear how she got us when she just said, y'all are going to victim mentality. And then in the same sentence said, y'all attacking me. Wait a minute. I'm talking to Neo, ma'am. She just said, y'all are in victim mentality and then y'all attacking me. So how do you say we are going in victim mentality and then become the victim? And then you say, Neo, she got y'all.
Never the victim in a situation I choose to be in. I could easily get off this app and not be the victim no more. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what y'all are
So,
talking about.
all right, baby girl, this is what's happening. So, what I mean by that is because she's got y'all. She's playing. She's playing with y'all. That's how women know, like, when they got you, because she's playing into your sensitivity. You're playing into her sensitivity. If it's not bothering you, she knows you're bothered. That's why women tend to like when I go out with some women, they kind of are impressed because they feel like they'll try the little games, the little pimp games, because she's one of them. I know. They'll try to trigger you, and then when they see they can't, and then you can trigger them, they kind of go, "Oh shoot, okay, you're a little different." The head starts to turn sideways, and they start to relax their shoulders, and they go, "Oh, it's not the same." So that's what I'm watching. She's spinning you guys because she's never gonna apologize because she knows she's like, this is fun for me.
That's
It's
exactly
like
what I
a
was
cat
saying.
batting about a. She's like a cat batting some yarn around. Like she's like, I can play with y'all the way I want because she knows she's got you playing. She's playing with your head,
So,
and
so,
you're
so let
playing
me ask
into it
you,
because you're arguing back and forth and back and forth to a point that she's never gonna.
so
She's never
my
gonna
intention
bridge
is never to get her to apologize to me. My concern is this.
Not stopping.
But here's my concern. How come
Respect.
men, black men in particular, when they are attacked, such as Cousins was, if anybody comes to the rescue to defend the honor of a man, it is playing into the game. When, on the other hand, it is victimization.
What do you guys say? Hit dogs holler?
Hold on, but let me finish this. We have several people in the comment who've had bad things said about them. Today, because of a situation I'm in, I was called a pedo because of the age difference of a young lady I'm engaged to. Grown-ass woman. Had no retribution with saying it. Some people came into the live that were new, and they heard that person say that, and they started saying, what child did he mess with? Clapback likes children now. Now, what I'm saying is that this is an app. We choose to come on here, but we become reckless with our words. But when men step up to defend other men or defend themselves, we are said to be playing into their hands, being weak, being played, blah, 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 blah. We're supposed to take it and not defend ourselves and defend our brothers. Why is that?
That comes from like the G culture.
I do have a question though.
And some women don't gravitate to that anymore. I know it's in the past they did, but the G
For
culture has given
Mr.
up.
Clapback.
Oh, but go ahead, baby girl.
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 57.
How old is the woman that you're engaged to?
I knew that shit was coming.
I'm glad she said it. No, she's 35. She's 35.
I think that's fine. What are they even?
Oh, but they called me a pedo today. They said I'm a pedo.
Gotcha.
And like I said, when they said it, other people coming into the live, and when they asked, here's the thing. When they asked her, oh, Clap is messing with children, she said yes.
What?
And the other
That's
women,
let it fly,
the other women started saying stuff like, basically, she is a kid. What y'all got in common? Then they said, oh, it must be because she taking your money. Never gave her a dime. When we go out, sometimes she pays, sometimes I pay. Never. She don't even know how much money I make. She even said the ring I get her, it don't matter how much it costs because that's not important. But the narrative kept saying, oh, you a pedo, you a pedo.
It's probably because she was an older, bitter black woman
No,
that
she was a younger
would
lady.
like to
She was a
talk to
younger lady.
you,
She was
but
another
you'd
lady.
rather talk to someone younger.
See?
Crown, it doesn't necessarily hurt my feelings. It is again, like you always say, we're on TikTok, and Crown knows, like she says, this is for entertainment only, but it goes sometimes
Clap.
beyond
He's reading you like a book, man. He's pulling the
It
pages.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, brother. Because listen, I've had women on this app contact my job. When you talk about doxing, some people, information have been put on this internet. I've had people look me up and call my job, have sent videos to my employer. I've been called into HR. So
Really?
yeah, it is entertainment only, but some people take this stuff to the hilt.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
ruin
Though.
reputations, just like when when some women, not all, because we got to get away from not making sure we don't clarify. Some women falsely accuse men of SA, whether it's with them or children, do a lot of stuff to ruin the reputation of a man. But every time a man stands up, he's
But you can
sassy.
stand 10
He's
toes
hurt.
down
Hold on, man,
on.
hold on. He's sassy. He's hurt. Why are you capitulating in that? You're supposed to be a leader. All of the things, even y'all remember, she said about my name. Why would you even be called Clapback? That's a little, it's giving. It's giving. And the man is just supposed to sit there and shut up and take it and don't respond back. I find that, as the women say, weird.
Well, that's you clapping back, responding. So you're going to do that regardless, right, of your name. You're going to. So, but that's what I'm saying. If you are something, just stand 10 toes down on it. Like, who cares? Like, if you buy OnlyFans and you like the content, then stand 10 toes. There's nothing actually wrong with some of these actions. It's just
Can we
kind
all
of.
be honest for a minute? Can we all be honest just for 1 minute? Can we quit saying we don't care what people think about us? Can we be honest?
Okay,
Can
well,
we
if
stop
you
saying
I
so
don't.
hard? Hold on.
Maybe.
Can everybody quit acting like you so hard that you don't care? Because you will sit up on a live and claim you don't care what people think about you and spend 12 hours talking to the
I
people and
definitely
explaining
don't care.
yourself to people you don't care about. Stop it, y'all.
The thing is that
I
if
don't.
I actually cared, I wouldn't sit on. There's someone.
Just being honest.
Man, y'all fake because you do care. Because if you didn't care, you wouldn't address it. You wouldn't come up on a panel to give your word, to give your input, your thought, your
Exactly.
direction. All of us care.
Okay,
Stop
all right,
saying
brother.
y'all don't
Wait,
care
wait,
about
wait,
what people
wait,
say
wait,
about you.
wait, Clapback. I've heard you talk for a hot minute, bro. Let me tell you. If you walking down the street and a bunch of people, you walk into a barber shop and a bunch of people are talking. Let's use that for an example. You really leave the barbershop and really just like hold on to what just happened at the barbershop? If you
Let me answer
do,
you.
then that's you.
Okay, so let me answer you. I'm not talking about a barbershop situation. I'm talking about every
It's a
day.
conversation.
Hold on, let me answer your question. I'm not talking about a barbershop that you go in and come out. I'm talking about a place that we all choose to come to every day, get on people's panels, hold lives.
Okay, let's say example, you went into the barbershop every day. I know some older dudes that do that
Okay,
back
so
in the
if I
day.
went into the barbershop every day and I'm having relationships, whether it is a real relationship with the men in there or anyone, what I'm saying is that when you choose to come to TikTok, you're coming for a reason. When you choose to go on a panel, you're choosing to do that for a reason. Most of us, I did a live earlier, and I said TikTok has become the new drug. The content creators are the pushers. The comment people are the corner boys. They go get when stuff start getting hot. Notice, Kevin is up to 105 people now. Why? Because of the contention. Because the corner boys then told everybody, come get your drugs. They
No,
want
I
to hear the
swear
mess.
the views shot up as soon as you disclosed that information.
Oh my
It
God.
went from 60 to 99 immediately.
Exactly, because why? We're intoxicated with the mess. And then we try to say the mess don't affect us. And then you get stupid comments. Why are you letting it bother you? Why are you addressing it? As though you don't address when people say something you don't like. We got to quit being fake. We are human beings. We all have feelings. We care what people think about us. It may not be to the degree that we're going to change our lives, but we absolutely care because we talk back to the very people that we say we don't care what they think. And we do it for hours. But y'all want to sit here and be fake on this app. I don't care about what y'all think about me. But then you give your pedigree, how much money you make, where you work, where your degrees is, your relationship, where you travel, how much your car costs, how much your house costs. You do all of that. All of us do it.
Not
But
me.
yet and still we say we don't care. Some bullshit.
So clapback. Let me say this, and I understand what you mean, and I do agree. I think we all do have, we do care about our reputation. We do, things about like that. I'm only addressing this one because I said it specifically that I didn't care, because of the context, right? But I understand your point, and we do need to worry, especially when we're on here creating content or whatever. But for me, like, the context and when the conversation of what we were having, it wasn't that serious. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I heard the jab. I see okay, whatever. I'm gonna dismiss that because it's not even important, enough. Like, my people know who I am. I know what I am. I'm not about to sit up here and go back and forth over that, right? And that's the reason why I said I didn't care in this case. Now, if it was something crazy, like if, some accusation or something that was gonna really be demeaning or something like that, yeah, I would have, you know what I'm saying? I think I would have, came back differently.
Because
But in that
cousin,
case,
let me say
but
this
I'm
to you.
just saying,
cousin.
but I just want to say this. I'm just saying.
I got where you coming from, cousin. Let me say this to you. Here's the thing, all right? You don't know who done heard this shit. You don't know how it's gonna affect your fucking platform. You trying to do something that, and this shit right here, just one or two of the wrong fucking people that hear it can totally destroy your fucking platform.
But let's go
This
further
is
than
what
that,
I'm
because
saying to
Crown said something that's so important.
Yeah.
She said, if we say we don't care, Crown said something so important. She said in the comments, why do you care? Right? Now, cousins, you said you didn't want to address it. Now, you did address it, but you didn't address it fully, because what you said was you responded to her and you let her know, I heard your jab. You said a little bit about, you don't know me. You said a little bit about whatever you said. That is addressing it. It may not be to the degree of fully addressing it, but you wanted her to know that you heard it. See, when we don't address something, we don't address it at all.
I'm just trying to figure out.
You had to put her on notice to let her know, I heard what you said. You don't know me. I got a fiance, because you didn't even have to tell her you got a fiance.
True.
So there was something in you that had to let her know a little bit before you said, although I'm going to address it, I'm not going to take it as far as somebody else would to put you in your place.
Well, right, but that's. I mean, like you said. I mean, we're gonna have a response, right? Especially if it's something that's not true, right? Our natural human instinct is to correct it, and that's why I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, in the conversation, in the context that it wasn't like, to me, when she said it, it's not like, oh, she's trying to, you know what I mean? Like, it was something that was going to warrant some, anger or anything like that. So I just said, hey, simply, my human response is to say, hey, you don't know me. You know what I'm saying? You came at me and you made it as if it was a fact that I'm doing. I was like, okay, I'm gonna let it go. But I just want you to know that if you saying that you reading people, that was a wrong read, and I'm gonna let it go. But I do understand what you mean, you know what I mean? But it wasn't like it was something that I felt, because if we even go back to the conversation and someone was to ask me later about that particular conversation, it's like, yeah, you know, I mean, it really wasn't that big of a deal.
But if I wasn't here, y'all wouldn't even have this conversation. This conversation wouldn't go on further past this. Like,
Let me I'm gonna say this and I'm out of here. I gotta go to sleep.
Yeah.
Because I gotta get up in the morning and deal with this damn field with these boys.
Yeah, it's fine.
Y'all have a good one, man. I got 4 hours of sleep coming to me.
Man.
Thank you for giving us conversation, Starlight. We could not have
cousin. All y'all be good.
Yeah, we couldn't have conversation unless you bring up things. So thank you for bringing up conversations we can talk about, because we're not smart enough to have our own conversations. We appreciate you.
No, but I'm saying it's no beef. Like, it's not even that deep.
Kev, you got people in the queue. Kev, wake up. You got people in the queue. Somebody add Moses.
Yeah, man, y'all have it's 5:17. I was like, nah, I've got to get my ass to sleep. Fuck all that.
Right. So yeah, this is not that big.
Yeah, man.
like you to get back to this $500 date.
That shit is crazy.
That's not bad
That's what I came
either.
up for. I want you to get back to this $500 date.
That shit is insane.
That he's giving you $500 date on some food you're gonna shit out 3 hours later, and all he got was your company. Help me to make that make sense, dear.
It's just what it is. Some people pay more, some people pay less. Some people, it's just what it is. It's
So
not
how do you
even,
get $500 dates but you're struggling?
I'm not struggling.
Oh wow. I think when I came in the room, you were talking about how you needed help and you were struggling. I'm confused now.
No, I'm saying that people are better together. I'm not saying I'm struggling. People are better together.
Let me ask you this.
I
Because
think,
of the way you look, please explain to me, if you say we're better together, how come you have not been able to lock down a man? Because I'm sure if you look back over the men that you dated, there's been a good man that wanted to be with you that you said no to.
I would say probably not. I don't want to say that's too many. A lot of people, just as much, it's hard for men to find women. I think it's the same thing for women to find men.
That's not what I asked you. I said, if you look back over your life, I'm sure you can picture a man right now who was a good man
Mm-hmm.
that you said no to. And my question is, if you believe that we're better together, why have you not been able to lock down one of those men?
I think a lot of men have to work on um, I guess, the way they see themselves in my life. Some men really want to be that guy and they're just not.
I'm talking about the guy who wanted to be, that you said no to, that you moved on.
They played around.
So all the men who were serious played around. Is that what you are saying?
They didn't understand they didn't understand what they had in front of them.
Did you understand what you had in front of you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if you understood what you had in front of you, and again, my context is the man who wanted to be with you, so obviously he understood. I guarantee you, correct me if I'm wrong, most of the people you've been involved with, you left them, they didn't leave you.
I think it's probably 25, 75.
75 that you left them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so out of the 75% of men you met, how many of those men actually qualified to be with you, but for whatever reason, you decided no?
I would say 25. I say the men that I actually want, which was like probably 25%, and I only dated like 4 men, seriously.
Okay. So if you believe that you're better together, why did you give those 25% men up?
Maybe they gave me up.
No, we just already went through that. See, Clapback is methodical in what he does. I'm a surgeon, baby. I'm a specialist at what I do. I'm asking you questions specifically. Again, the men, not the men you didn't want, but men you said you wanted, and these men who wanted you that you left. If you say that we're better together, why have you, the way you look, the way you carry yourself, I like how you talk, I like, you're a smart, bright individual. Why have you not been able to lock down 1 out of 25%?
It's because a lot of people don't know. It's literally 1 in a million. You probably find someone that meets all your P's and Q's every 3 to 5 years. You don't find, when you actually value your relationships and you get to the core to what you actually want and desire from a man, you get a little bit picky.
Well, we're talking context. I need you to stay within context of what Unc is telling you or asking you. We're only dealing with the men that you wanted and the men that wanted you that were viable men for relationship, but yet and still you still walked away from even them. You said we're better together, but yet even when you had a man who was viable, who wanted you, you found a reason to leave him.
Yes,
Why is that?
because most men don't value what they have in front of them until they go kind of create a muck and then they circle back, like spin the block type thing. I
So
don't
the
do
man
that.
who wanted you, the man who wanted you, who valued you,
Right.
he didn't know what he had, but he wanted you and he valued you, but you left him because he wanted you. I'm not talking about the men, because when a man wants you, he doesn't spin the block. When a man wants you, he doesn't do any of the things that you're saying. But you're telling me the man who wanted you, you left that man even though you thought he was a viable option for you. So is it the men or is it you?
It could be me, because like you said, a guy who truly wanted me would not spin the block. That's why I'm single. I just choose not to talk to them after that.
So the question then again is, do you really believe we're better together than apart?
Yeah, at the end of the day, yes. I think people, it's not you're not gonna win a war by yourself unless it's the warfare you have against yourself, like self-talk.
If there's a moderator in here, please bring Moses up here. Please bring Moses.
Hey, you know what? I don't have the mod on this account, and I was about to try. I was trying to do it, but I couldn't get him. I think Kev is about to. I'm gonna text him and see if I can get his ass. He must have fell asleep or something. I don't know.
Can't be falling asleep.
But
He'll
I
let the
gotta-
line go.
I gotta drop down myself though. But
Okay.
I just want to tell you, man. Hey, congratulations on the engagement. Welcome to the club.
Everybody's going to the
Appreciate you.
den after this. Everybody's going to the
Yes.
den after this.
And Miss, and we good. It's all just a conversation. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So
And I appreciate
you
Charlotte
know,
for being honest and open.
absolutely. It's all love around here. That's how we do it. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
And be safe out here, man. And if I don't talk to you between then, have a good weekend.
Yeah,
Likewise.
and Charlotte, when we end this
All right.
live, Moses wants you to come to his den. Now, let me tell you what I think, Charlotte, and I may be wrong.
I don't know who Moses is.
Well, he's down in the comment. Moses Mighty, Moses the Mighty. Follow him, and then when we get done here, but I'm gonna tell you what I feel your issue is,
Okay.
and I may be wrong. One of the things that you have, one of the things is pretty privilege. Women in general get approached by men, but I'm sure you get approached by a lot of men. And so in sales, one of the things that when I
Do y'all
train,
not see my forehead?
in sales, what we tell, I'm coming too. In sales, what we tell our salespeople is you can't give people too many options, because when they have too many options, they can't choose. So we say, do you want to meet on Wednesday or Thursday? We don't ever say, what day can you meet me? Because if you say that, they'll never give you a time. So you get approached by high value men. You get approached probably by thugs. You get approached by men in general because of how you look. So you have all these options. Some of the men that approach you, from an aesthetic point of view, you feel like they could be it. But then when you go out with them, you find out they're not. Then when you do decide to deal with a man that, you vetted a little bit, you've been on a few dates, everything is cool, but then there's this one or two things that you just don't want to deal with. And then you say to yourself, at this particular time, I thought I want a relationship, but now that I'm in it, I don't know. For whatever reason, something's wrong, blah, 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 blah. And you keep going through this cycle, right? And in the cycle, the longer you wait and the more men, and I'm not saying, and please don't think that I'm saying you go through a lot of men, because I don't believe that, okay? But the cycle that you've gone through, is now having you look at dating and men in a certain way. And then so you say, okay, I have my standards. But you never looked at your standards to say, are they realistic standards? Because when you come on an app and you talk about a $500 date and you have a woman such as Crown say, girl, please, what is a $500 date? It doesn't register with you because a woman like Crown is not a person that promotes male toxicity or female toxicity, right? So when she hear a man say something, she get on their ass. When she hear a female say something, she get on their ass, right? So if you have a woman like that, that is questioning, first of all, why would you even bring up a $500 date? And to you, it seems like she's talking out of space. That tells a lot about your mindset and your expectation. Because most
Now,
men
I'm gonna
can't
just
afford a
interrupt you
$500
there
date. Go ahead.
because a $500 date versus a picnic date, I could have more and a better time at a picnic date than the $500 date. That's my whole point in mentioning the date. It doesn't matter about the date, it matters about the person. That's also why I mention men's proposals. You could tell what type of man they are when it comes to a proposal. If they do an over extravagant, rent out a stadium, fireworks type, or if they just do a courthouse wedding. They do a courthouse wedding versus a big $100,000 wedding. The ring, same thing. You could judge a man by that, and that's all I'm saying. Sometimes the
How
man
do you
who
think you can
has
judge a man by that? What do you
I'm
mean?
just saying sometimes the men that have more to give has less to offer. Like,
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree with that.
and the guy who has not much to give, they don't have much to offer, right? And it depends on how much. Then we get talked about, well, why you choose him? You're this woman of this status, but you choose a bus driver. It's not, you know what I'm saying? I won't hear the end of it just as much as men don't hear the end of it. Women go through the same stuff. So,
So you care about what your friends think.
oh no, not at all. I have dated a guy, like I said, it's very much so. Men have
De
validated
Niro,
on why
hey,
they
who
love
can let
me.
De Niro up?
Y'all don't know who let you up. Whoever let you up let De Niro up. Everybody, since Kevin is
Clap
asleep,
back.
everybody's talking about going over to Moses' den. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Who's
Yeah,
Moses?
nah.
I told you Moses,
one of our
the
fellow
prophet.
brothers.
Okay, he ain't follow me. I don't
No,
know.
you
So
follow
he did
him. Why
not.
somebody got to follow you first? You follow him.
So I'm
Look,
just trying to figure out.
okay.
Maybe
All
he
right,
doesn't
so
want me to
let,
part of the conversation. I don't know. I'm
well,
about to
hold
go
on.
sleep.
I want to say this before you leave, Shark, because I was here earlier, and I don't know if you know me that well, but
You was in
like,
the last live. I remember you. You came on
yeah,
camera to say
yeah,
something.
yeah. Clap back. You know who the fuck I am.
Yes,
It
sir.
ain't. You know I ain't playing no games. Now, sis, look. So I'm gonna say it like this: if a man of my caliber is put in the same league as the man of somebody that is not in my league caliber or anything, and we have the same amount of stuff that we're doing for the same exact type of woman, since we have to break it down this way, I give a woman a ring that is 200 years old. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no man got a ring that's gonna be identical to that. It's gonna be worth more. You feel me? Than what you're spending in modern day prices. My ring's gonna be worth way more.
True.
You feel me? Right. So this is the reason why I think that a lot of women, when they go through all these gymnastics and they're talking about, it's got to be a certain amount on the ring, it's got to be a certain amount on the dress, it's got to be a certain amount for everything, the date, etc. This is where I draw the line. My first date with any female I've ever had in my life, and my grandmother and great grandmother told me this: go take them out to get some coffee. Go take them out to get
Oh
some
Lord.
ice cream.
Oh Lord.
Go take them out to the park.
Yep.
And guess what? Every time I've taken a woman out to these specific options for a first date, this is within the last couple of years, they were like, oh, you're a bum. You ain't got no money. And it's like, if you only knew who I really am and what I've really got, you wouldn't be saying that to me. Like, my money's
Okay, that's
long.
not even. I
Well, no,
just
no, hold
told
on, hold on.
Clapback that
Right,
doesn't
but
matter. I said a $500
right,
date could be just as much as a picnic date.
right.
You
No,
get to say what
I'm not specifically picking on you about this. I'm saying, like,
But I
from
don't
just
think
my
you just want to
my
see y'all are
own.
missing the point. No, you're definitely
No,
missing
no,
the
no, no, no. Hold on. Let me finish, because I'm not missing the point. I just want to, because I understand where you're coming from. Oh shit, Kev about to go bye bye. But I understand where you're coming from. But the reverse is, I see what type of woman you are. I understand where you're going. This is the reverse.
Mm-hmm.
If you as a woman had a man that did all this outlandish shit, how are you gonna feel if all that was just fugazi and then you turn around and find out he really ain't got it? Would you be more accepting of the dude that pretended like he had something, or the man that pretended like he had nothing and had something? What would be the outcome for you as an individual? Because I
That's a
I
rhetorical
understand your
question.
mentality now.
Yeah, that's definitely a rhetorical question. I'm not gonna go for someone that's faking and shaking.
Okay.
I'm great drop because I'm going to go over to the den. But Charlac, follow me back and I'll send you the live. But my question to you, when he said you was cool with picnic, but when he said coffee date, you said, "Oh Lord," what did you mean by that?
I heard this before. I heard it before. Just know that I've been on a few coffee dates before. I've tried everything, and the guy that puts minimal effort, they are some of the worst sometimes.
Because think about this: if I take you on a coffee date, that means I'm trying to
I want
not
to get
let
to know you.
Right. I'm not letting the ambience. I'm not letting the meal price. I'm not letting anything get in the way of your undivided attention to talk to you, because we're sitting over coffee. So, which means now I'm on display. My character, my conversation, who I am, what I really
There's
want.
nothing wrong with a coffee date. I would go
because
to go to the gym. I want to see what you're made out of, for real. Take a woman swimming. You want to see her natural beauty. We could go for
Right.
that.
No,
for
no, no.
days.
All of those are logical things, but let me explain something to you about a coffee date when it comes to niggas from New
No.
York.
Oh my God.
Listen, no, listen. A coffee date in New York is taking you to a private bistro and we getting coffee. The coffee is not gonna be cheap.
Okay,
The area is
so you
not
might
cheap.
as well, if you see a woman that you're interested in and you see her on the street and you see her walking, you might as well just be like, hey, like if you're at the coffee shop, you might as well buy her. You don't know her. You're meeting a pretty lady. You walk into the building, you see a pretty lady. She looks gorgeous. You might as well buy her coffee to see, like, you might as well buy her coffee for the conversation. Like, okay, let's see. And, that's how you just approach women. That's how you initiate things. You don't have to go out your way to
let me say
have a
this, 'cause I gotta go because they calling me over there. Here's the thing.
Okay, bye.
When I hear what you say, when I hear what you're saying, this is what comes to my
Y'all should
mind.
just be more willing to
So
do
listen to what I'm saying, Charlax. When I hear what you're saying about this coffee date, what comes to my
approaching
mind is
women.
what he. Hold on for a second, dear. What comes to my mind, and this is just my mind. I think women are more, when it comes to like relationships and marriage, this coffee date thing goes to the very thing of marriage and relationship. And that, I mean this. I think more women are more concerned about the ceremony than they are the marriage. Because if I am more important than where we go, that shows me it's real. But if where I take you is more important than me, then you're not as interested in me as you are where I'm taking you, because you're saying where I take you is representative, because we're not talking about coming Netflix and chill. We're talking about two people saying they want to get to know each other with no hindrances.
Trust me, I value the guy who most definitely made a cheap date and they made a better experience than a guy who spent a whole bunch of money and it was something that was insignificant to his time and money. It was just like I said, I go for the coffee dates. There's nothing wrong with them. It just depends on the character of the person. Most of the time, the men of the character.
I'm out, brother. I'm ready to head over to the den.
Yeah, so.
Alex, follow me back. And
Hey, tell Moses to send me a shot.
Okay, I'll send you one too, bro.
And I follow you back, Mr. Clapback.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right. So this is what I'm going to say. I get where you're coming from, but
I was just about to disconnect. What's she saying? Look, I'm not the bad guy. I promise you I'm not the bad guy. I know
you're not. No shame. And I get it. But because I have traveled the world and I've been in other places to where a coffee date can make or break a business deal,